After dealing with Norman Osborn, Sui put the matter behind him. He hadn't expected the aftermath to be so troublesome. After all, when Jean Bing was captured, he was imprisoned without incident. Days passed quickly, and the anticipated cosmic energy storm was approaching. Preparation for the storm. On the space station, Reed and his team were prepared. After days of diligent work, the necessary equipment had been installed. The storm, originating from the depths of the universe, was nearing, and traces of its energy were already reaching them. The machines detected the chaotic and powerful energy waves, analyzing their intensity. When the storm hit its peak, the energy would be truly terrifying. Sui, however, remained unconcerned. With his ability to teleport, he could easily whisk everyone to safety if needed. Besides, the others, Reed, Susan, Johnny, Ben, and Victor, seemed destined for survival, each protected by their unique fates. Still, one wild card remained: Victor. Sui observed him closely, intrigued by his motives for participating in the experiment. The first wave. The moment arrived. Standing before the vast windows of the space station, everyone awaited the storm. The machines buzzed with activity as the energy storm surged closer. The first wave is coming, someone announced. Like a radiant tidal wave, the storm's energy unfolded across the void of space, slamming into the station with a dazzling display of color. The station shuddered under its force, a testament to the storm's immense power. Device no. 1 is functioning normally. Data collection successful. Device no. 2 is stable. Wave after wave of energy followed, each stronger than the last, reaching a crescendo by the 10th surge. Sui could feel the energy's complexity and raw strength, and he absorbed portions of it effortlessly. To his surprise, the others were affected as well, though they hadn't noticed yet. Even Jane and Daisy, present on the station, showed faint signs of being influenced by the energy. What if they develop abilities? Sui mused, imagining the possibilities. Victor, too, seemed affected. Yet his presence raised questions. Why had he insisted on being here? Was it mere curiosity, or something deeper? Strange rituals. When the final wave of the storm subsided, its effects lingered. On Earth, the energy painted vibrant rainbows across the sky, enchanting those below. The atmosphere, however, shielded the planet's inhabitants from significant harm. Back on the station, Su Yi's curiosity grew. Victor had disappeared, and Su Yi's keen senses tracked him to his quarters. Strange, arcane chants emanated from within, accompanied by unearthly energy fluctuations. Is he practicing magic? Sui wondered. Victor's fusion of technology and mysticism had always been unique, but now it seemed he was channeling the storm's energy into some mysterious ritual. A crisis in the tide. Meanwhile, Susan reported a malfunction. The energy tide brought a small meteorite. It hit near device No. 3, causing an anomaly. Reed sprang into action, analyzing the problem. The equipment was crucial, and without immediate repairs, their data collection, and possibly the mission, would be compromised. Ben stepped up. I'll fix it, he volunteered. Reed nodded. Suit up. You'll have a 5-minute window after the current wave passes to complete the repairs. Ben prepared swiftly, with Johnny assisting him. The rest monitored the situation from the control room, tension thick in the air. When the moment came, Ben ventured into the vacuum of space. The station's exterior hummed with residual energy, but Ben moved with practiced efficiency. The clock ticked down as he worked against the looming threat of the next wave. Repairs are complete, Ben announced, just as Susan's voice cut in. Ben, return quickly. The next wave is almost here. A narrow escape. Ben hurried back, climbing along the station's exterior. The incoming wave's energy loomed behind him, growing closer by the second. 10 seconds. Reed shouted. Ben reached the airlock just in time. As the hatch sealed shut, the wave slammed into the station with breathtaking force. The entire structure trembled, bathed in the storm's kaleidoscopic light. Inside, Ben let out a breath. I'm back. Relieved, the team exchanged nervous smiles. Their immediate crisis was over, but the storm's mysteries, and Victor's enigmatic actions, remained. Sui stood outside Victor's room, sensing an unusual energy emanating from within. He closed his eyes briefly, focusing on the ebb and flow of the cosmic power. Victor must be using the storm's energy to perform some kind of magic, Sui thought, his expression neutral. It doesn't matter what he's doing as long as it doesn't cause trouble, Sui muttered to himself, deciding not to intervene. Victor hadn't fully embraced his darker tendencies yet, and Sui had no interest in taking preemptive action. After all, to act against Victor now, solely for his potential to become a villain, would make Sui no better than one himself. Instead, Sui preferred peace, a simple life basking in the sun with his companions, playing golf and enjoying the calm. Victor's ambitions could wait for another time. For now, Sui resolved to warn Victor later. If Victor planned to stir trouble, he could do it back in his homeland of Latveria. ### post-storm recuperation. With the cosmic storm over, the team turned their focus to sorting the collected data and repairing equipment. Sui, however, had little patience for such tasks and left a duplication of himself on the station to assist. He teleported back to Earth ahead of the others. Upon his return, Tony Stark greeted him with exciting news. Maya Hansen's 2 special plants are thriving, especially the blood orchid. It's blooming, Tony reported. The news piqued Suyi's interest. The blood orchid was an extraordinary plant, with the potential to unlock untold possibility. He planned a visit to the laboratory to see the progress firsthand. ### a visit to the nanolab. Suyi's first stop was Zhao Hailuan's nanotechnology lab. When he arrived, Zhao greeted him with a mix of relief and mild reproach. "How long has it been since you came to see me?" she asked, her voice carrying a trace of grievance. Sui smiled. "I'm here now, aren't I?" Despite her suspicions that Tony must have summoned him, Zhao Hailuan let the matter slide. The two spent time catching up, discussing the progress of their work. Nanotechnology was progressing, though still ahead of its time. Zhao showed him their latest achievement, a prototype nanospray designed for wound treatment. While imperfect, it represented a significant milestone. Additionally, Zhao introduced Sui to her work on the regenerative cradle, a far more ambitious project requiring more time and effort. ### progress in plant research. Tony eventually joined them, interrupting with his usual wit. "Hey, is this a lab or a date spot?" Tony teased, drawing a sharp retort from Zhao. "Careful, Stark, or I'll take a month off." Sui chuckled as the banter unfolded. Tony then invited him to visit the plant research lab, where the real excitement awaited. Upon arriving, Sui found Maya Hansen engrossed in her work. His focus, however, went straight to the incubators housing the plants. The growth varied between species. The blood orchid plants were thriving, with one already in full bloom, its vivid red petals radiating an almost otherworldly beauty. The fairy beans, by contrast, grew slowly, mirroring their rarity in the Dragon Ball world. "These blood orchids are fascinating," Sui said, his tone filled with intrigue. "Their juice must hold immense potential." Meyer explained that the other orchids would likely bloom within 10 days. "This progress is remarkable," Sui said, impressed. "It's time to start research." ### a risky experiment. Before proceeding with the study, Sui proposed something unconventional. "I'm going to taste a petal first," he said, drawing immediate concern from Maya. "Absolutely not. We don't know if it's toxic or what effects it might have." Tony, however, was curious and waved off her objections. "Let him try it. If anyone can handle it, it's Sue." Using the lab's precise equipment, Sui carefully removed a single petal from the blooming orchid. Without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth. The petal's juice spread across his tongue, a mix of sweetness and an underlying bitterness. "The taste isn't bad," Sui remarked, swallowing it. Tony and Maya observed him closely, waiting for any sign of an effect. "So, does it do anything, or is this just a really fancy flower?" Tony quipped. Suyi's mental power allowed him to sense the petal's subtle effects almost immediately. "It's working," he said confidently. "It'll just take some time to manifest." Maya remained skeptical but noted Suyi's resilience. If the blood orchid could influence someone like him, its potential was boundless. ### moving forward. With the experiment underway, Sui felt optimistic about the blood orchid's applications. Whether its properties could enhance physical capabilities or unlock other mysteries, this was only the beginning. As Sui and Tony discussed their next steps, Sui couldn't help but glance back at the incubators. The blood orchid was no ordinary plant. Its future promised both power and peril, depending on whose hands it fell into. ***.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Sui could only wait for the blood orchid to take effect. And this blood orchid did not disappoint Sui. It began to affect Sui's body. How does it feel? Sui smacked his lips. The taste is not bad, sweet and delicious. Tony was very speechless. I'm asking about the effect. It does work, but I'm not sure yet. I'll take a nap first to feel it. Suyi ignored Tony at all, just found a chair and sat down. With his legs resting on the experimental table, he lay down and closed his eyes. Seeing Suyi close her eyes, Tony and Maya could only wait patiently. Half an hour passed, Suyi still hadn't moved at all, and the two of them were extremely anxious. During the period, I also checked Suyi's condition, and I was sure that Suyi was breathing smoothly and was still alive, so I felt relieved. Finally, Suyi confirmed the efficacy of the blood orchid and opened her eyes. Tony and Maya were very excited to see Suyi wake up. Seeing the expectant expressions of the two, Suyi didn't hide too much. The blood orchid doesn't contain much energy, but it can affect the genetic level. If it is taken by ordinary people, it can improve genes, strengthen the human body, enhance physical fitness, and prolong life. Tony and Maya were shocked when they heard Suyi's words. Does such a flower really have such a magical effect? Are you sure? It improves genes? That's incredible. Suyi also echoed, yes, it's really unbelievable, but that's it. Suyi has a system and a way to improve, which is actually the case. The outside is the change of attributes. In fact, Suyi's life level is much higher than that of ordinary people. This blood orchid also has such an effect, which is amazing. Suyi continued to remind, the blood orchid is indeed powerful, but for ordinary people, it is very deadly. First of all, it is said to improve human genes, but in fact, it is not stable, and accidents may occur. Secondly, changes at the genetic level will have a great impact on the human body, especially, it will bring a great burden. It is very likely that you will not be able to support it and you will die. Both Tony and Maya are highly intelligent and highly educated, so they naturally know what Suyi means. This stuff is easy to use, but it has a lot of side effects. Research is necessary to get the perfect product. Tony asked curiously, that is to say, if we eat flower petals just like you, we are likely to die. That's right. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Definitely, it's best to write a will first and give me all the property. Tony naturally believed in Suyi. Moreover, after taking the eau-de-vie before, Tony was in very good condition, and it would not be a problem for him to spend another 30 years. He didn't need blood orchids for now. I'm not that interested. Suyi continued to remind, so, be very careful in the next experiment. Don't leak the juice of the blood orchid, otherwise, it will be absorbed by other creatures, and it may create a monster. If this blood orchid really has such an effect, then no matter how careful you are, you can't be too careful. Don't worry, I will carry out the experiment carefully. Suyi's mission is considered complete. It is the efficacy of this blood orchid, which is a bit unexpected. A single petal actually made Suyi's physical attributes grow a little bit. You know, Suyi's current physical fitness is extremely terrifying. If there are enough flowers, Suyi also has a chance to increase the attributes of strength, speed, and stamina to LV8 as well. Roughly estimated, at least a few thousand blood orchids will be needed. It's a pity that there are very few seeds at present, and the blood orchids are even less pitiful. Suyi's idea of using blood orchids to improve himself also failed. However, the taste of this blood orchid is really good, really delicious. When there are more blood orchids in the future, Suyi can make tea with blood orchids, maybe the taste is also good. It's a pity that the confidant around me can't eat it, otherwise I can let them taste it. Okay, that's it. Maya was extremely curious about the blood orchid, a plant from other universes. Now, knowing that the blood orchid has such a miraculous effect, Maya can't wait to start researching it. This news is best kept secret and not spread. Definitely, the security of the laboratory also needs to be strengthened. Tony was extremely confident, I've already created the Iron Legion to protect the laboratory. Suyi reminded, it's not just the laboratory, I think Dr. Maya also needs to do a good job of protection. You should also make a set of steel armor for Maya. Even if you don't use it normally, there is a set of armor that can protect Maya at critical moments. Tony said immediately, I have that plan too. After learning about Killian's plan, I started planning to make a set of armor for Maya with protection and rescue as the main functions. However, I have designed several plans, but I am not very satisfied. It's just right, so, you can go to my house later and give me some suggestions. Now that Tony is already producing, I don't talk nonsense. Well, Helen and I still have a date. Tony immediately complained, Walter? Another half-day delay. Suyi responded, if she is in a bad mood, maybe it will take more time. That's true. So, lend me your luxury yacht another day, and I'll take her on a sea tour. Tony was very speechless, but for nanotechnology, for his own nano armor, such a request is not a request. Anytime, if you need it. Then another day. Suyi wants to take the beauties to the sea for a lap, definitely can't just bring one. So, let's put this matter aside and talk about it later. Tony continued, then do you have time tomorrow? Go to my villa, I need your opinion on my armor. Tonight then. Tony showed a surprised look, are you free tonight? It's just a date, why don't you have time? Suyi ended the topic, and also set his sights on the fairy bean plant. The growth rate of the pea plants is significantly slower, and it seems that they have just emerged from the seedling stage. Compared with the blood orchid next to it, it was not a little bit slower. Dr. Maya, according to the current growth situation, when will these fairy beans mature? I'm not sure either. It's estimated that it will take about half a year, maybe even longer. Suyi is not in a hurry, the blood orchids have already bloomed, and they can be researched next, and the fairy bean is also a matter of time. That's it for today, I'm going on a date with Helen. Bye bye. Have a nice day. Tony watched Suyi leave, and suddenly had an idea. Maya, shall we go on a date too? Maya Hansen was a little surprised, but, here. It's okay, it's only half a day. Maya didn't hold any more hesitation, and agreed, okay. Jessica has lived in Vanessa's house since she was adopted by Vanessa. Vanessa was also a loner. In the beginning, the two did not disturb each other, and each did his own thing. Suyi comes over occasionally, and will also adjust the relationship between the two. After getting along for this period of time, the relationship between the two has improved a lot. Now, the two usually communicate a little bit. It is said that Vanessa takes care of Jessica, but in fact, in terms of life, Jessica takes care of Vanessa more. Jessica's life is fine, but something is wrong at school. Because of being in a coma for such a long time, Jessica's classmates, namely Peter, have all graduated. Jessica could only be forced to repeat the grade and joined a new class. Anyway, it was only a year, and they went their separate ways. Coupled with the changes in life, Jessica had no idea of making friends. Jessica is a loner and has a relatively withdrawn personality. In this way, he was naturally isolated by the people in the class. However, Jessica didn't care, and did her own thing as usual every day. But the problem is, there are always a few people in the class who like to make trouble. Jessica kept up with nutrition and restored her beautiful appearance. She is beautiful, withdrawn, and maverick, which attracts some boys and makes Jessica the enemy of many girls. However, Jessica is not very interested in these people. Jessica doesn't want trouble, but trouble always finds itself. After school, Jessica was about to pack her school bag and leave the classroom. Several bad girls surrounded Jessica directly, trying to block Jessica in the classroom. Jessica was very helpless in her heart. She had kept a low profile as much as possible, but she didn't expect to be targeted by these people. Jessica remembered that the girl at the head was named Millie. Because Millie has a gangster brother, she is domineering in school, and basically no one dares to mess with her. I heard that a girl provoked her before, and then she was hurt by Millie's brother. Since then, Millie has become more and more arrogant, and has taken several bad girls as followers. Now, Millie surrounded her with people, probably not a good thing. Is there a problem? Millie folded her hands in front of her and asked condescendingly, it's you who attracted Chris, right? Jessica remembered that there was indeed a boy named Chris who wanted to ask her out yesterday, but she refused in a few words. I have nothing to do with him, I don't know him at all. It's just that these people didn't listen to Jessica's explanation. I don't know him, why is he chatting with you? These people clearly wanted to make trouble for themselves, and Jessica was also thinking about how to deal with it. Jessica knew that if she kept giving in, these people would come to make trouble for her in the future. Therefore, it is necessary to use strong means to deter these people. In this way, they dare not continue to trouble themselves. Jessica didn't bother to explain. After all, it was useless to explain. What do you want to do? You just have to cooperate with me. Jessica knew that the purpose of these people was definitely not pure. Cooperate? It is definitely not possible to cooperate. I advise you, it's best to leave quickly and don't mess with me. Millie immediately issued orders, take off her clothes, I'm going to send her picture, let everyone know, she's a coin nerd. Jessica didn't expect that this person was so sinister. Although this side is relatively open, if such a thing really happened. It is estimated that Jessica will become the focus of the school and be discussed by everyone. The pressure of rumors is like a torrential river, endless. This kind of pressure cannot be resisted by ordinary people. Seeing that these people made a move, Jessica didn't intend to sit still. Although he tried his best to control his power, he was still much stronger than these ordinary people. Jessica also knew the principle of catching the thief first. Immediately locked on to Millie as the target, easily grabbed Millie's arm, and directly pressed her on the table. I warned you, don't mess with me. Jessica looked around and frightened the others with her eyes. Seeing Jessica's fierce combat power, these people did not dare to step forward. Let me tell you one last time, I have nothing to do with that idiot. If you mess with me again, I'll let you become famous by the method I just said, remember. Jessica shook off Millie, picked up her backpack, and left the classroom quickly. Jessica walked back on the way, very upset. His strength is so strong that he almost lost control just now. She could feel that if she used a little more strength, she could break the opponent's arm. It's really troublesome. I hope she can learn a little lesson and don't let me do it. Jessica left the school, but Millie, who was taught by Jessica, didn't think so. I originally planned to find trouble with Jessica, but I didn't expect to be taught a lesson by Jessica. Why don't you stop her? Just now, we should go directly together and tear her apart. I want everyone to know that she is a currency idiot. Millie was extremely angry, and after roaring and venting, she was still not reconciled. Since the few people she brought couldn't deal with Jessica, Millie was going to let her big brother take the shot. Millie angrily took out her mobile phone and called her brother. Jessica returned home, unaware of Millie's follow-up plan. All she knew was that it would be troublesome. But no matter how troublesome it is, Jessica thinks she can solve it by herself. Back home, Jessica saw Vanessa. Jessica, are you back? Jessica replied lightly, yeah, I'll prepare dinner later. Vanessa interrupted Jessica, no need, so we'll come over later to prepare the food. Well, I see, I'll go back to my room first. Suyi showed up at Vanessa's house on time and brought a lot of food. When Suyi comes over, he must be cooking Chinese food. Therefore, the ingredients must be prepared by yourself. Suyi came to the door with the ingredients, and Vanessa also warmly entertained Suyi. After preparing dinner, the three of them ate dinner together. Suyi and Vanessa had a very happy chat, telling love stories, and did not shy away from Jessica. And Jessica has gotten used to it, acting like a transparent person, only caring about eating, ignoring Suyi and Vanessa at all. Unless Suyi and Vanessa go further. Suyi also noticed Jessica's situation, especially, some of Jessica's inner thoughts were perceived by Suyi. Jessica was in trouble, not a small one. It can be seen that Jessica did not tell Vanessa about it, but chose to deal with it by herself. Suyi decided to find a time after the meal and have a good chat with Jessica to see if she could help with it. Suyi found time after dinner and knocked on Jessica's door. Jessica, it's me, can I come in? Jessica was also a little surprised. According to the situation, Suyi should have started 300 rounds with Vanessa. Why do you have time to find yourself today? Coming. Jessica opened the door and looked at Suyi. What's the matter? Aren't you inviting me in for a chat? Jessica didn't know what Suyi wanted to talk about, but she also knew that Suyi probably wouldn't do anything. After hesitation for 2 seconds, he stepped aside and said, please come in. After Suyi came in, he closed the door and asked, Jessica, how are you doing? Jessica felt strange in the face of Suyi's sudden concern. Pretty good. If you have anything to do, please explain it directly, there is no need to waste time. Suyi didn't intend to beat around the bush anymore. You must be in trouble at school, do you need my help? Jessica immediately thought of Millie, but she hadn't told anyone about this troublesome matter. And even if people in the school spread the word, it won't reach Suyi's ears. Suyi seemed to know something when she asked this question. Jessica frowned slightly. How do you know? If you need help, you can tell me, I can help you. Jessica immediately refused. No, I'm not in trouble, and I don't need your help. Jessica will still habitually isolate herself and reject other people's kindness. You sure? I am sure. Suyi can't force it. After all, Jessica's character is like this. If he is reluctant, it may also arouse Jessica's disgust. Okay, I see. At this moment, Jessica continued. How do you know this? Are you following me, or listening to me on your mobile phone? Suyi immediately denied. I didn't do that, but, telepathy's ability, I sensed your heart, and sensed that you encountered some troublesome things. Jessica became even more angry. Water? You actually spy on my thoughts, this is my privacy. Suyi could see that Jessica was very angry. I didn't spy on your memories and thoughts, I just sensed your emotions. Suyi is also very helpless, her ability is too strong. When he becomes stronger, he may really be able to spy on the thoughts of everyone in the world like a god. However, Suyi did not take the initiative to pry into other people's inner thoughts. Seeing that Jessica was still angry, she had to apologize. I'm sorry, I promise, I won't perceive your thoughts again in the future. Only then did Jessica relax a bit. You'd better do what you say. Definitely, you can totally trust me. However, I think you can tell me, maybe I can give you some ideas and solve the trouble. Jessica returned to her usual indifference. No need, I will handle it myself. Well, if you need anything, you can contact me at any time. Jessica gave the eviction order. It's time for you to leave. I think it's time for Vanessa to find you. Suyi also echoed. I should leave. Good night. Good night. Suyi turned and left, and went to find Vanessa. Suyi is still not at ease about Jessica. Although Jessica is very smart, she also has strong physical fitness. However, it's hard to say that I don't have much experience in dealing with troubles. Suyi also decided to go to Jessica's school tomorrow. Maybe there will be something to gain. A new day, business as usual. Jessica went to school as usual, and Millie didn't seem to bother herself, which was a good thing. But, somehow, Jessica always had a bad feeling. This feeling can't go away, it has been lingering in my heart. Finally, school is about to end. Millie didn't bother herself either. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any trouble. However, when Jessica looked at Millie, it seemed that Millie's smile was a little strange. Jessica felt something was wrong, very wrong, so she quickly drank some water to calm down. However, drinking water does not relieve this inexplicable emotion, but makes it more upset. He even recalled some strange sounds he heard last night. Jessica didn't know what was going on, and when the bell rang, Jessica was ready to leave quickly. Just before the end of the class, a teacher came to the classroom. Jessica, come to my office. Jessica is now distraught and just wants to get out of school and go home. The teacher asked for herself, and Jessica couldn't refuse. I had no choice but to leave the classroom, follow the teacher, and enter the teacher's office. Jessica, I heard that you and Millie have conflicts. Jessica was a little puzzled, not knowing where this teacher heard about it. There is a little contradiction. She wanted to trouble me, but it has been resolved. It has been resolved? I don't think it has. If you are willing to let me enjoy it, I can help you resolve the conflict between you and Millie. Jessica thought it was an auditory hallucination, but the person in front of her actually said such words. There is a problem, there must be a big problem. Jessica immediately realized that something was wrong and prepared to leave. I should leave. Jessica was about to leave when another man and woman came in from outside the office. The woman was Millie, and Jessica didn't know the man, but it seemed that Jessica had already guessed it, and it was probably Jessica's gangster brother. It must be Millie's plan to be called to the office. This teacher was probably bought by Millie. What have you done? definitely is to let you, a currency idiot, show yourself. Tomorrow, you will become a star known to the whole school. Jessica knew that she was not in the right state before, and it is very likely that she has been recruited unconsciously. And these two are Millie's follow-up plans. Millie, I have warned you, don't mess with me. However, Millie pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Jessica. You'd better do what I say, otherwise, you won't be able to get out of here alive today. Jessica simply tested her ability, and she definitely couldn't stop the bullet. What's more, the current self is not in good condition, and the opponent still has weapons. Jessica felt a little regretful, regretting not accepting Suyi's help. With Suyi's help, perhaps, he would not be in crisis. It's useless to think so much now, Jessica knows, she can only rely on herself. What do you want me to do? Kneel down and serve them well. Jessica looked at the wretched smiles on the faces of these two men, feeling extremely bitter in her heart. I couldn't help thinking of my lost relatives in my mind, maybe it would have been better for my life to stay at that moment. Bearing the pain of losing a loved one alone, I have to face such an encounter. Finally, Jessica thought of Suyi again, and remembered the story Suyi told. Help me? Suyi originally wanted to pick up Jessica from school, and inquire about what happened to Jessica. As a result, as soon as I arrived at the teaching building, I heard some voices. Suyi stopped and listened carefully, only then was she sure that something happened to Jessica. Without the slightest hesitation, Suyi chose to shoot. He rushed out of the office quickly and kicked the door open. At this moment, Jessica is being threatened by Millie and is about to give in and crouch. Suyi broke in suddenly, which immediately attracted the attention of the four people in the office. Suyi's speed was faster than their reaction. Immediately, he rushed to Millie and directly controlled the weapon in Millie's hand. With a little force, Millie felt a sharp pain, and the weapon slipped from her hand. Suyi kicked the weapon aside directly with his foot, ensuring that these people could not reach the weapon. At the same time, a slap was thrown directly on Millie's face. This slap was so clear and loud that it stunned people. The remaining two people heard the voice and finally reacted. Facing Suyi, an uninvited guest, the two of them had angry expressions and fierce eyes. But, Suyi didn't care at all. Obviously these two guys are the villains, making it seem like Suyi has done something outrageous. Seeing that someone dared to attack him, Suyi kicked him directly. This kick came first, kicking the person to the ground, howling in pain. There was the last one left. Suyi just turned around and was about to clean up together when Jessica started. The grievance he suffered just now finally exploded. Standing up and kicking this scumbag was a direct hit. Crit 999 with one kick. Jessica was still not relieved, grabbed the collar, and especially punched. If you dare to mess with me again, I'll treat you to an egg, remember. Jessica added one last kick and kicked the man away. Coming to Suyi's side, Jessica looked at Millie very angry. Coming up is the quintessential greeting, currency idiot. I warned you, don't mess with me. Jessica still felt uncomfortable with the verbal greeting, and gave Millie a big fight, which made Millie's cheeks more symmetrical. Seeing that the three of them were being taught a lesson, Suyi turned to Jessica. Have you relieved your anger? Jessica was indeed relieved a lot. Let's go. Suyi noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with Jessica's state. Are you okay? Leave first. Suyi didn't say anything harsh, just took Jessica and left. Jessica suppressed her own discomfort and followed Suyi for a distance, but she still couldn't help it. With quick eyesight and quick hands, Su immediately supported Jessica. Helping Jessica into the car, I have to go home right away, use teleport to take me back. Jessica winked like silk, exhaled like blue, and her state was very wrong. In this case, I can only find a place where there is no one, and teleport to bring Jessica back. Soon, the two returned to Jessica's bedroom. You're home. Jessica felt very hesitation in her heart, seeing that Suyi was right in front of her eyes. Jessica still chose to take the initiative to hook Suyi's neck and leaned closer. Suyi must have reacted, but she didn't stop it. Jessica was a little jerky, obviously inexperienced. As a veteran in love, Suyi definitely needs to teach Jessica a little more. This is our secret, don't tell Vanessa. I think Vanessa should have heard something, just like you did last night. Jessica felt shy when she was exposed. I'll deal with this with Vanessa, can you tell me what's going on now? Jessica explained, it's nothing, it's just that Millie likes to make trouble. But her big brother is a gangster, so he should have brought the weapon. Suyi knew the general situation, and since that's the case, she decided to find a way to get rid of Millie's big brother. I see, let me handle it. What are you going to do? Suyi's method of education must be to collect evidence and send people directly. Without Millie as a backer, it will be easier to clean up. If it doesn't work, it's okay to send it in one piece, it depends on whether this Millie has done anything out of the ordinary. Suyi shared his thoughts with Jessica, and Jessica acquiesced to Suyi's plan after listening. I have to go out and explain to Vanessa first. After Suyi tidied up, she left the room. Vanessa was busy with her own business, but she was a little hungry. I also found that Jessica hadn't come back yet, so I was going to go to the refrigerator to see what to eat. When passing by Jessica's room, I heard some movement. After listening carefully, Vanessa naturally understood what was going on. Vanessa left silently, very curious in her heart. I haven't heard that Jessica has any friends. How did it progress so quickly? But it's also normal. If you look right, anything is possible. Vanessa is also going to test Jessica when the time comes to see what kind of boy she is. Suyi appeared in the studio, gently knocked on the door. Vanessa. Vanessa was a little surprised when she heard Suyi's voice. So, why are you here? Vanessa, did you hear the movement in Jessica's room just now? When Vanessa heard Suyi mention this matter, she immediately understood what Suyi wanted to say. It's you? For me. Suyi was just about to explain, but Vanessa interrupted Suyi. I don't need to explain. I was just thinking about what kind of boy Jessica would like. If it was you, I would understand. Suyi hugged Vanessa gently. Thank you for your understanding, Vanessa. I'm hungry now. Then I'm going to make food. Is there any food in the refrigerator? Vanessa smiled. I'm talking about you. What else can I say? Can you still make people hungry? Jessica was worried that Vanessa would mind because of this, so she immediately followed Suyi over. After Suyi entered the studio, Jessica eavesdropped outside. After hearing that Vanessa was not angry, Jessica relaxed a lot. After getting along for such a long time, Jessica and Vanessa are still relatively close, and naturally they will also consider Vanessa's mood. As long as Vanessa doesn't mind, that's fine. However, things went a bit beyond expectations. I'd better leave now. Just when Jessica was about to leave, Suyi said suddenly, Jessica, I need your help. Jessica was extremely puzzled. How could she help in this situation? So, Jessica yelled at the studio, you guys continue to paint, I'm going to prepare dinner first. Jessica ran away quickly without affecting Suyi. Suyi still has some regrets in her heart, but unfortunately, Jessica is not quite used to it yet. However, sooner or later, this small goal of oneself can be achieved. That night, Suyi went to clean up Millie's older brother. Suyi turned into a mysterious Spider-Man, and easily caught this guy. After interrogation, I found out that this bastard has really done a lot of bad things. Without further ado, Suyi directly threw the person to the law enforcement officers and let them deal with it. This Millie is not a good deal either. However, she was not directly involved either, and Suyi left her alone for the time being. If she still dares to be arrogant and domineering, just let Jessica deal with her. Without a backer, Jessica can easily clean her up. Suyi still believes in Jessica's ability. Suyi entered the cycle of time management again, changing places every day. Today, it's the turn of Mutant Academy again. Mutant Academy currently has two confidant, Anna the Naughty, and Phoenix Gray. Last time, when Qin doubted herself, Suyi comforted Qin and had a showdown with Qin. Qin was not angry, and quickly accepted the fact. Suyi teleported to Mutant College, and the people in the college were no strangers to Suyi. Although Suyi is not a mutant, but possesses a super ability, they also consider him to be of the same kind. Except for Little Fireman, who still holds a grudge. However, Magneto has already been captured, and Pyro has no chance of betraying Mutant Academy, so he can only stay in the academy honestly. Suyi entered the academy and immediately went to find Qin. After Qin returned to the academy, her mood recovered a lot. Behaving normally, just teaching students every day, just like before. Usually, I don't pay much attention to my ability, as if I don't have ability at all. As soon as Suyi found Qin and hadn't chatted with Qin, someone came looking for Suyi. Storm Arlo appeared in front of Suyi. So, Qin, do you have time? The professor wants to chat with you. Suyi didn't know what the professor asked her to do. No matter what it was, she had to go and have a look first. Suyi held Qin's hand and came to the professor's office together. In the office, there is only Professor X. Please sit down. Qin was still very polite to the professor. Professor, do you have anything to do with us? Professor X has always known the power inside the piano, but because it is too powerful, it is more terrifying than his and Magneto's power. He is not sure about such a powerful force. The professor was there when Jean first awakened. In front of Qin's Phoenix Force, the professor has no power to resist. That's why she never dared to help Qin control this power. Suyi was not polite. Professor, what can you do for us? The professor said, it's about the strength in Qin's body. Her strength is too powerful, so even I dare not touch it easily. This power will eventually recover slowly. In the future, if this power fully recovers, it will definitely hurt Qin and even endanger the world. So, we also have to solve this problem, and you seem to have a way to solve it. It turned out to be because of Qin, Suyi said confidently. I don't have a good solution yet, but I am still improving myself. I will get other abilities, and there will always be a solution. Only then did Professor X perceive that Suyi's strength had increased a lot. The original Suyi was extremely powerful, but now, it is actually many times stronger. The power inside the Qin burst out and could destroy the world. It will also take some time to fully recover. However, the power in Suyi's body can be fully displayed as long as Suyi wants to use it. Professor X continued to ask, are you sure there is a way to solve Qin's problem? Definitely. Then I'll go and rest assured. Professor X breathed a sigh of relief, and continued, Jin is like my daughter. I couldn't handle this energy before. Now, it's up to you. Jin is my confidant, and I will take good care of her. Only then did Professor X feel relieved, and Suyi didn't intend to waste any more time. If it's okay, I have to get on with business. At this moment, Professor X said, there is one more thing about mutant. While speaking, Storm, Cyclops and Wolverine appeared outside the door at the same time. Wolverine was also holding a bottle of frozen soda, and was enjoying herself. Professor, everyone is here. Professor X took out a document and put it on the desktop. Hank has been working hard for mutant recently, and now it has achieved initial results. This is a super ability management bill. I want to hear your opinions. The appearance of the Mutant Act immediately alerted Suyi. There have been many incidents in the Sokovia Act in the movie world and the Superhero Registration Act in comics. This bill, shouldn't it be outrageous? Suyi was still worried about problems. Several other people have different attitudes towards this. Storm, Cyclops, and Jean basically focus on Professor X. Wolverine doesn't care about that at all. If someone messed with her, Wolverine couldn't help it. Suyi picked up the file, which was very thick and contained a lot of content. It takes a lot of time to read them all. Therefore, Suyi has a faster way to understand. What exactly is it? Professor X said, the bill allows super ability users and mutants to exist, but the requirements for using super abilities are also very strict. Under normal circumstances, super abilities cannot be used. If it's a special case, you can use the super ability. However, once you use the super ability too much, you also need to bear the consequences. Professor X gave several examples, and Suyi basically understood it. It is definitely not allowed to use teleportation to travel like myself. In other words, if Suyi does this again next time, he will probably be wanted. Suyi automatically ignores this and doesn't worry at all. It feels like there are a lot of problems, but it's not outrageous. Suyi talked about her feelings. After learning about Suyi's thoughts, Professor X continued, your idea is to support the bill. Suyi replied without any hesitation, definitely, this is the most fundamental thing. Whether it is a mutant or an ordinary person, we should abide by the law. Among the mutants, there are also many people who use ability to do evil, and they must also be punished. But this Mutant Act, there are still many details that need to be discussed and changed. Professor X's thoughts are similar, but Professor X has no confidence in this bill. If this bill is successful, will the living conditions of our mutants really be improved? Suyi replied, I'm not sure, but at least it works. You still need to continue to increase your popularity so that you can get the support of more people. Professor X has understood Suyi's suggestion. He also didn't expect that after he changed his mind, there would be some effect so soon. Looking at it now, the future of mutant is indeed much clearer. In a word, the future is promising. And these changes were also brought about by Suyi. Suyi didn't have much interest in these things, so he let them figure it out on their own, and it had nothing to do with him anyway. If it doesn't work, just retire and enjoy life. Wait until the key event, and then show up. By then, these people will probably only remember Suyi saving the world. Suyi left the office first, ready to chat with Anna. Guided by the voice, Suyi quickly found Anna. Anna and Lorna and others are chatting together. After all, there are not many people her age in Mutant Academy, only a dozen or so. Therefore, these peers have more topics together, so they communicate more in daily life. Lorna and Clarice also quickly integrated into life here. There is no need to hide here, and no need to worry about being discovered by others. Everyone is happy to show their abilities, as long as they don't cause damage or hurt others. This long-lost feeling makes Lorna feel like at home. Anna was a little surprised when she saw Suyi appear. So, why are you here? I'm here for something. I just came from the professor's office. Suyi unceremoniously found a seat and sat down, ready to sit here and eat melons. Suyi also noticed Lorna and Clarice on the side. The green-haired Lorna was wearing a leather jacket. She looked a bit cool, but she was still pretty. The flickering Clarice on the side is also very beautiful, and she looks familiar. It has been several days since Lorna and Clarice came to Mutant Academy, and they have not seen Suyi. However, looking at Suyi's appearance, it seems that he is quite familiar. Anna, is this your boyfriend? Facing Lorna's question, Anna was a little flustered, but she explained it anyway. He is Suyi, that is, the mysterious Spider-Man, the boyfriend of Teacher Jean. Lorna has heard of and seen the mysterious Spider-Man. Back then, outside mutant prison, Lorna saw how powerful Suyi was. Although he hasn't confronted Magneto head-on, he shouldn't be weak. However, what she didn't expect was that Suyi was actually Teacher Jean's boyfriend. According to Lorna's observation, there must be some problems between Anna and Suyi. Thinking of this, a sly gleam flashed in Lorna's eyes. As for Clarice, she looked adoring. The mysterious Spider-Man is currently recognized as the strongest superhero, and the degree of discussion is not much lower than that of Tony. Because he seldom shows up, coupled with his unfathomable strength, it has aroused discussions among many netizens. Clarice has always been curious about what kind of person the mysterious Spider-Man is. Unexpectedly, Suyi appeared in front of her today. He looked handsome, not exactly what Clarice dreamed about, but perfectly acceptable. Most importantly, the mysterious Spider-Man has an ability, teleportation, and her ability is also teleportation. Are you the mysterious Spider-Man? My god, you are so handsome. I'm your fan, my name is Clarice. Suyi was a little surprised. She still has fans, so she admitted it very frankly. It's me. I heard that you can teleport, and my ability also teleports. Is our teleportation the same? Suyi said with a smile. Maybe it's not the same. While speaking, Suyi had teleported behind Clarice, and then teleported back to her own position. Clarice was very curious. It's amazing. I don't need a portal. I still need to open the portal, and I can teleport through the portal. Moreover, the teleportation distance is also very limited. You must be in the line of sight to use the teleportation ability. Suyi comforted. It's okay, your ability should continue to improve. For example, First familiarize yourself with the situation in the next room, and then try to open the door to go to the next room. In the future, maybe it will become even stronger. Clarice accepted Suyi's suggestion with great joy. Well, I will definitely practice hard. Fireman John at the side was very displeased, and as soon as Suyi appeared, the limelight was taken away. However, Suyi is too powerful, and he is not an opponent, so he can only accumulate resentment in his heart. Isn't it a superhero? If I become a superhero, my popularity will not be low. Suyi appeared here and chatted with the beauties for a while, then Suyi and Anna left. Definitely, we have to hurry up and continue to transfer energy to Anna to collect fate points. It just so happens that my energy has increased recently, so I might be able to gain more. Suyi and Anna left. Lorna stared at Suyi's back, thoughtful. So, he took his good friend Clarice and left together. Clarice, do you think there is a problem between that Suyi and Anna? Clarice was still in a state of excitement. What's the problem? Lorna was very speechless, leaned close to Clarice's ear, and expressed her conjecture. Only then did Clarice notice that there seemed to be something wrong. Yes, it is said on the internet that the mysterious Spider-Man and Ghost Spider-Man are lovers. However, Mr. Chin should not be Ghost Spider-Man. When the two people add up, there must be a problem between them. Clarice still has a bit of admiration for Suyi. At this moment, the idol is about to collapse, and Clarice still can't accept it. It must be. We will follow up, and we will definitely discover their secrets. Clarice has some hesitation, but has been directly led by Lorna, following Suyi and Anna. Suyi noticed the traces of Lorna and Clarice, and smiled. Actually stalking yourself? Suyi ignored it and let them follow. When the two returned to Anna's room, they couldn't wait to transmit energy to Anna. Clarice and Lorna eavesdropped outside the door for a while, and immediately understood what was going on. Lorna was very angry. I didn't expect that he is such a person. Clarice was also a little disappointed. Yeah, but Lorna, why are you so angry? Lorna froze in place. Yeah, what does it have to do with me? It's not like Clarice is his fan. I'm just angry for Teacher Chin. And Anna, she is my friend. How can I watch her being cheated by a scumbag? Clarice still knows Lorna better. It seems reasonable, but it still feels a little wrong. Clarice only thought that Lorna was so angry because she remembered her experience of being abandoned by her father and hated the scumbag. Then what should we do? Just rush in? It seems inappropriate now. Also, Anna knows the relationship between Suyi and Teacher Chin. Then shall we tell Teacher Chin? The two fell into hesitation, and Lorna was more assertive. Wait until it's over, and then ask them carefully. We can't look at Teacher Chin and Anna and be deceived by this scumbag. The two of them waited for a long hour. In order to avoid being found abnormal, the two pretended to be hanging out and chatting nearby. Finally, when Suyi appeared, Lorna appeared aggressively in front of Suyi. I have something to tell you, come with me. Lorna's tone was extremely tough and could not be refused. Suyi also heard the purpose of the two, so she agreed. Okay. Suyi followed Lorna and Clarice to the corner. After confirming that no one was there, Lorna immediately started the interrogation mode. I remember Anna said that you are Teacher Chin's boyfriend. Suyi didn't wait for Lorna to ask questions directly, and directly showed all the cards. Jean Grey is one of my girlfriends. So does Anna. Ghost Spider-Man too. Besides them, there are several others, and they all know about it. I didn't deceive them. Both of them were dumbfounded. This is not a scumbag, but Aquaman. It feels a bit like Playboy, but it doesn't feel the same. A Playboy is a guy who doesn't have a girlfriend and is dating every day. Suyi has many confidant girls. If you have nothing else to do, I'll go find Chin. Lorna and Clarice waited for more than an hour. During this period, they also discussed how to deal with Suyi. As a result, Suyi had a direct showdown, and the two of them were stunned, not knowing how to deal with it. Lorna was obviously unwilling to let Suyi go just like that, but, being disrupted, she didn't know what to say for a while. Suyi had some new ideas in his mind. Lorna is also very beautiful, and Clarice is even more of a star face, which makes Suyi very excited. Suyi walked up to Lorna and lifted Lorna's chin with her fingers. If you invite me to stay, I can stay a little longer. Such an intimate action surprised Lorna. Suyi actually treated her like this. Don't worry, I will never abandon any of my confidant. Suyi's words really moved Lorna the most. Although Lorna accepted Magneto's reason, he did not forgive Magneto. Therefore, she also has a principle in finding a boyfriend. That is, she will not abandon herself and her family. Suyi's promise undoubtedly touched Lorna's heart. Lorna put aside Suyi's hand, ready to use ability, and pushed Suyi away. However, Lorna's ability is not too strong, and she can't push Suyi away at all. In the end, Suyi took the initiative to take half a step back, keeping some distance. Lorna asked, do you do that to other girls? Definitely, I love them very much, so, I'm very good to them. If I promise something, I will do it. Lorna definitely couldn't accept Suyi. After all, it was the first time they met. I do not love you. It's okay, we can have a good chat and get to know each other now. You, and Clarice. Suyi is also ready to give full play to her strengths and have a good chat with the two beauties about life and exchanges. Maybe, there is hope. But, Lorna has no such interest. Clarice was a little surprised, and she has her own share? Lorna originally planned to speak up for Anna, questioning Suyi, a scumbag. Unexpectedly, Suyi turned against the customer and admitted it generously. Not only that, but he actually planned to flirt with them at once, which really hammered Aquaman's identity. Lorna didn't have much interest in Suyi, so she refused decisively. I'm not very interested in you, Clarice, let's go. Clarice, if you are interested, you can also talk to me. Clarice felt a little complicated, she really didn't expect Suyi to be such a person. However, there is still some expectation in my heart. Before Clarice could respond, Lorna was already pulling people away. Clarice could only leave first with Lorna, goodbye, Suyi. Good night, two beauties. After Suyi dealt with the matter of the two beauties, she looked at the backs of the two beauties and smiled. Suyi is not in a hurry when it comes to flirting with girls. Now, let's go to Qin first. If it wasn't for Anna's ability, Suyi wouldn't have to run back and forth so much. Anna's ability will absorb the ability of the person she touches, and it is very dangerous for others. Therefore, Suyi can only transmit energy to Anna alone. When it's over, go find Jean Grey. Lorna and Clarice went back to Clarice's room. Lorna was still a little angry. He just admitted it like that, and he still wants to date me. What we discussed before is useless at all. Lorna sat back in the chair, with her hands resting on the back of the chair. Clarice sat on the bed, a little uneasy. Lorna also noticed this scene. Clarice. Huh? Lorna, what are you talking about? Lorna sensed something was wrong with Clarice. The two have known each other for many years, and Lorna is still very familiar with Clarice. Immediately guessed what Clarice was thinking at the moment. God, Clarice, you don't really like him, do you? He's a scumbag. Clarice also explained, I haven't, but the mysterious Spider-Man is my favorite superhero. And, he's handsome, isn't he? It's handsome, what's the use? Not an Aquaman yet. Clarice continued to explain herself. Anna and Qin both know this, and they still like him, which shows that he is indeed a very good person. Lorna didn't know what to say, and was very speechless. Clarice, are you kidding me? Clarice hesitated for a while. Definitely, I think I can get to know him first. How could Lorna not know? Knowing this, I'm afraid it will fall into Suyi's hands by then. Suyi can establish a relationship with Qin and Anna, and Clarice, a little white, will definitely be seduced by Suyi, a master of love. Clarice, be sober, you won't be bewitched by his super ability. Lorna, you're thinking too much. I just think he's my type, and it's okay to get to know him. Lorna sighed, lay down beside Clarice, and said nothing more. Well, although I don't recommend you to contact him. As your good friend, I support your decision. Thank you, Lorna, for always being so understanding. I just don't want to see you being deceived, you are too kind. The best friend lay quietly, telling her thoughts. From Suyi we talked about love, we talked about the future, we talked about many things. Early in the morning, after Suyi said goodbye to Qin, she left here using teleportation. Originally, I just came here for time management, but now I have 2 more goals. Lorna is hard to say, but Clarice feels hopeful. Suyi could see that Clarice still had some affection for her. It only takes a few dates, and the favor ability will definitely increase rapidly. As for Lorna, take your time, you must not be forced to flirt. It seems that I will come here a few more times in the future. The professor should know his relationship with Qin and Anna, if there are 2 more. It feels a bit too reckless to open a backyard in other people's colleges. If the professor really can't accept it, then I have no choice but to take him away and just buy a flat. When Suyi came back from Mutant Academy, there was another very important thing to do, which was to observe the changes in Susan and others. Susan and others experienced a cosmic storm and came back from space. It stands to reason that in the next few days, he will start to show his super ability. Suyi briefly dealt with the matter of Mutant Academy, and then put the focus on Jane and the others. Suyi called Jane to find out about the situation first. Jane, has anything changed since you and Daisy came back? Jane felt a little baffled when she heard Suyi's question. What change? I don't think there's any change. Suyi was a little confused, so she obviously felt that Jane and Daisy were also affected by the energy of the universe. Why haven't they changed yet? Is it a matter of time, or is it that the 2 of them are not part of the Fantastic Four, so they didn't get the super ability? Suyi was not in a hurry and observed slowly. No, forget it. In the evening, Susan and I will go find you. Jane said casually. Susan just came back, and I heard that she will be very busy to study the data brought back. No matter how busy you are, you have to rest, don't you? 2. The 2 chatted for a few more words, and then hung up the phone. Jane felt that the hand holding the phone seemed a little numb. Putting down the phone casually, only to find that the phone was almost out of battery. Jane felt very strange. It seemed that there was electricity before answering the phone. Why did it show that the battery was out after answering the phone? Is it because the phone has been used for a long time, so the battery is old? Jane didn't think much, and was about to charge her phone. As soon as the charging port of the mobile phone was plugged in, Jane felt as if her fingers had been charged, and quickly pulled her fingers away. Seeing that the phone was being charged, Jane didn't think much about it, and didn't think it was a change in herself. Put down the phone and continue to go about your own business. Jane also gained a lot from this space trip. I used to observe the starry sky on the ground, but this time I went into space to observe the universe. It felt completely different, and I also collected more data and information. These are very helpful for Jane's research. Jane was working on the simple table, while Daisy was still sleeping late, dreaming sweet dreams. The few people who came back from outer space all changed unknowingly. However, everyone was busy with their own business and didn't notice these at all. Susan and Reed were busy in the lab, and Johnny was out on a date. Going to outer space, that's pretty hard. After returning, Johnny asked a girl to go skiing in the snow mountain. Anyway, he didn't know anything about research and Susan and Reed were better at it. Candide also stayed in the lab, occasionally helping Susan and Reed. While Susan was working, she received a date call from Suyi. Originally, he wanted to refuse, but under Suyi's persuasion, he still chose to agree. In the evening, Suyi showed up on time at the research room on the top floor of the Bashi building. He came quietly behind Susan before saying hello. Hi Susan. Seeing Suyi suddenly appear, Susan remembered her date with Suyi. Oh, is it late? I'm not ready yet. It's not too late, and you look beautiful even without preparation. The way you focused on your work just now is heartwarming. Sushan was teased by Suyi's love words, and she was extremely happy. I still have a little task, you have to wait for me for a while. No problem. No matter how focused Reed was, he could still hear the conversation between Suyi and Susan. Knowing that Susan is going on a date, I have accepted this fact and just keep working hard. If you lose your love, you can only focus more on your career. Suyi took advantage of this time to observe Susan and Reed quietly. Suyi can perceive that the bodies of both of them should be changing, but it's not over yet. It is estimated that in just 1 or 2 days, it will show super ability, and even stabilize. I am also looking forward to the changes in Jane and Daisy. Logically speaking, they should also be able to obtain super abilities, but they don't know what kind of super abilities they will get. After waiting for a while, Susan completed the task at hand, at least a small stage. Reed, I'm going on a date. Okay. Susan cleared her table and got everything in order before she was ready to leave. So, let's go. Susan held Suyi's arm, and the two went back to the room together. Susan, where's Johnny? He went skiing with a girl. Suyi nodded. In the Human Torch movie played by Mr. Tao, Johnny ignited while skiing. Skiing is not a bad sport. Susan, are you interested in going together? I won't. Actually, I don't know how to do it either, but I think flying against the snow is considered skiing. Susan said with a smile, it doesn't count. Doesn't it count? The two talked and laughed, and came outside Susan's room. Go and change, I'll wait for you outside. Susan directly pulled Suyi into the room. You have to help me refer to which clothes to wear. I'm not good at this. Suyi reluctantly helped Susan choose clothes. It is really difficult to test Suyi with this. However, there is no hurry now. After night falls, there will be plenty of time. Let's go. The two set off together and went to the apartment where Jane lived. The four of them gathered together, had dinner first, and chatted together, which was quite lively. After dinner, Suyi decided to have a showdown with the three of them. Jane, Susan, and Daisy. According to my observation, the energy of that cosmic storm should have affected the three of you. The three women were extremely shocked and didn't quite understand what Suyi meant. I only heard Suyi continue to say, in short, you may have some changes in the future, or you may have super abilities. Jane suddenly thought of Suyi's call, so, it's because of this that you asked me if I have changed today. That's right. But, I don't feel any change. Susan also echoed, I've been busy all day, but I haven't found anything. Everyone looked at Daisy. Daisy looked innocent. I feel like sleeping more. Is this a change? Jane didn't reveal any hesitation. You're getting lazy, Daisy. Daisy felt a little helpless. Well, then I haven't changed much. Suyi added, I mean, within the next day or two, there should be such a change. If this happens, you'd better not be nervous, face it calmly, and then contact me. I will help you control your ability. Jane couldn't accept it. I don't want to be a superhero. I just want to continue to study my academics. Suyi said with a smile, no one forces you to be a superhero. I will help you control your abilities, as long as you don't hurt yourself or others. Right. Susan is looking forward to this, and it should be fun to be a superhero once in a while. Suyi just told them in advance, so that they don't panic when the time comes, so as to avoid any accidents due to panic. Jane also wondered if Suyi knew about this before she set off, so she and Daisy went to space on purpose. But soon, Jane remembered that she was the one who advocated going to space. After chatting for a while, there is still business to be busy. Early in the morning, Suyi woke up first. After all, Suyi's physical fitness is better. However, just after Suyi woke up, he discovered an incredible scene. I can't see Susan, but I can perceive that Susan is by my side through the surrounding things. Susan, are you invisible? Suyi is sure, Susan has started awakening ability. Invisible woman Susan, one of the abilities is invisibility, and another ability is the energy barrier. After Susan wakes up, help her control her ability. Suyi set her sights on Jane and Daisy, wanting to see what awakening they had awakened. Unfortunately, nothing was found. Maybe it was because he didn't show it, so he wasn't discovered. However, Suyi also perceived an extra energy in their bodies. Suyi decided to absorb a little quietly, and then she would know what their abilities are. Suyi did exactly that, and got the answer quickly. Jane's energy, isn't this the power of thunder? It seems that Jane still has a chance to become a female Thor. As for Daisy, her energy is actually life energy. Suyi was extremely surprised that Daisy's ability was actually related to life energy. No matter what ability is at that time, it will definitely be very powerful. The most amazing thing is that Daisy also absorbs life energy from nearby while sleeping to increase her own energy. It's okay, it can only absorb a little bit, very little. Moreover, most of them were absorbed from Suyi. If it can absorb life energy in an exaggerated manner, it can definitely kill a person easily. Suyi is not worried at all, losing this life energy will not be in any danger to Susan and Jane. For Suyi, that's even more trivial. After the three beauties washed up and sat at the dining table, Suyi had already prepared breakfast. The enjoyable breakfast was quickly broken by Suyi. Susan, did you find anything unusual when you woke up? No. Susan suddenly thought of the super ability thing Suyi said last night. Could it be my ability? That's right, I found out that your abilities should have been initially awakened. Susan entered the invisible state in her sleep. Susan couldn't believe it. Invisibility, really? I can't see you, but I can touch you. Susan was a little disappointed. It doesn't seem to be a particularly powerful ability, and I don't need to use this ability. Daisy immediately said, when you are in danger, you can escape from danger by being invisible. Suyi reminded, currently, it is estimated that it is not feasible, because people can be invisible, but the clothes worn by Susan cannot be invisible. The outspoken Daisy immediately said, then take it off. In the middle of speaking, Daisy stopped. This picture is indeed a bit too beautiful to imagine. Susan can't control her ability right now, and it will be embarrassing if the ability fails. Susan said quickly, it's not embarrassing, but very embarrassing. I don't want this to happen. Suyi explained, it's okay, I will help you learn to control your ability. Definitely, you can also ask Reed to help research a uniform that can be invisible with you. That's a good idea. Daisy ate the fried egg and continued to ask, then what abilities are Jane and I? I'm not sure. Jane may be able to control the power of thunder. And you, should be life energy. Suyi further explained the abilities of the two, but because of insufficient information, Suyi was not sure what they could do with these energies. However, what is certain is that it will not be weak. Water? When I'm sleeping, I will absorb the life energy of others. Will something happen? At present, there is very little absorption, and nothing will happen. However, if it gets out of control, it's hard to say. But, don't worry, I will help you control ability. Daisy was a little nervous. This ability is a bit too scary. It can kill people who are invisible. Daisy wanted an ability, but it wasn't such a scary ability. This ability is terrible. I don't want to hurt others. Maybe it can save people, just like the priest in the game. Maybe you can use life energy to save others. Daisy thought about it again, and it seemed to be right. Yes, I can help others. Suyi is not sure about the abilities of the three of them, so she plans to skip class today to help the three beauties understand their abilities. However, Susan is busy going back to work and may not have that much time to practice, and the same is true for Jane. Suyi also had no choice but to start with Daisy first, and help Daisy control her ability first. In that case, I'll help Daisy control her ability first. For Jane and Susan, how about I spare some time in the evening to help you familiarize yourself with your ability? Without thinking about it, Susan agreed. Definitely yes, I'm fine. Suyi is also thinking about how to develop Daisy's ability. Soon, I had a rough idea. After breakfast, Suyi sent Susan back to the laboratory, and at the same time, she was going to take Daisy to find a place to help Daisy control the ability. Susan returned to the laboratory, calmed down, and concentrated on continuing the experiment. Suddenly, Susan heard an exclamation, oh, Karma, please. Susan turned around and saw Reed, who was frightened. Reed, what's wrong with you? Why are you so surprised? Reed pointed to Susan and said, you are Susan? Where is your head? Only then did Susan notice that her hands were actually transparent. Touching her forehead, Susan knew that her ability had been triggered inadvertently. It should have been triggered by my ability. I have entered an invisible state, and I don't know how to control it. By the way, Reed, what abilities do you have? Suyi has explained to Susan that other people should also get the ability. At this moment, Susan was a little curious about Reed's ability. It was only then that Reed remembered his own changes. In a daze, he realized that his body was very soft, like rubber. At that time, Reed thought it was because he worked overtime too late, lacked sleep, and had a nightmare. Now it seems that it should have obtained the ability. I seem to have turned into rubber. Just then, Ben called Reed. Hey, Reed. Ben, what's the matter? I may not be able to come to the laboratory. I need to take a few days off. You are sick. Susan immediately realized, Ben, have you gained a super ability? Ben whined, ability? No, I'm a monster, a stone monster. Susan heard Ben's voice and knew something was wrong. There should be something wrong with Ben's super ability. Susan immediately persuaded, Ben, don't worry, come to the laboratory first, we can check it first, maybe there is a way to cure it. Reed also echoed, yes, we study the energy of cosmic storms, and then study your body, maybe we can reverse this process. As long as you reverse the process, you can get back to normal. Ben was big, but he wasn't stupid either. He believed in Reed's ingenuity, and upon hearing Reed's promise, Ben chose to calm down. He hurriedly put on a loose hoodie, trying to hide his appearance as much as possible, and walked all the way to the Bashi building. Ben, who came to the laboratory, finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Susan and Reed. Now, all hope can only be pinned on Reed. Otherwise, I will always see people as a rock monster. Seeing Ben's appearance, Susan and Reed were indeed very unlike normal people. Susan and Reed are fine, with little change in appearance. However, Ben's appearance has changed so much that he can't even live like a normal person. It's hard to imagine what kind of mood my girlfriend will feel when she sees her appearance. Reed, Susan, I can only trust you. Only you can help me get back to normal. Susan encouraged, we will definitely try our best. Yeah. At this moment, Susan is only thankful for one thing, and that is that Johnny is not there. If Johnny was on the scene, he would definitely not be able to help but comment on Ben's appearance, and at that time, he would definitely poke Ben's heartache. However, according to the situation, people who have been to outer space have obtained super abilities, so Johnny should also obtain abilities. It's just that the two of them don't have time to think about Johnny for the time being, but they are going to study the energy of the cosmic storm first, as well as their own changes. Ben, let's examine you first. It is good. At this moment, Ben only hopes that he can solve this problem quickly, and also believes in the abilities of Susan and Reed, and is not jealous because Susan and Reed still look the same. The two checked it out, only to find that the change was huge. To complete the reversal process, it is estimated that a very powerful energy is required. Definitely, the cosmic energy has not been analyzed yet, and it will take a lot of time to create the equipment. Looking at the slightly worried faces of Susan and Reed, Ben asked, "What's the matter? Can you change back?" Reed said, "According to the theory, it can be changed back. However, we still don't know much about the energy of the universe and the process of energy's influence on the human body. In addition to the time to manufacture the machine, it may take about a month." When Ben heard that he would maintain this state for another month, he suddenly felt depressed. "For a month, I couldn't see my girlfriend. Reed, are you sure you can change back at that time, and won't maintain this appearance forever because of too long?" "No, I'm sure. As long as a machine is created, the process can be reversed at any time and become a normal person." Ben also made up his mind, "Then I will wait for a month, and I will live in the laboratory for this month." "Ben, aren't you coming home?" Ben said sadly, "Can she see me like this?" Both of them understood Ben's psychological gap, so they could only agree. "We will find a solution as soon as possible to make a machine that reverses the process." Ben has nowhere to go but stays in the lab. Ben was holding a mobile phone that looked like a toy, and he was afraid that it would be crushed accidentally. "I left early this morning, but if I don't go back, I still have to tell my girlfriend. 1 month's time, just wait and it will pass." Everyone in the lab is busy with their own affairs. On the other side of the snow mountain, Johnny made an appointment with a beautiful woman to go skiing together. After putting on the equipment, he slid down from a high place with the beauties one after the other. Johnny started late, but relying on his skiing skills, he quickly caught up with the beauty. The two looked at each other and smiled, having a great time. Johnny was in a good mood, skating faster and faster, even leaving the beauty behind, and continued to slide forward. The speed was getting faster and faster, and Johnny felt his blood was boiling, as if it was about to ignite. Not only that, this speed fascinated Johnny even more, as if he was about to take off at any time. "Oh-hoo!" Johnny was so excited that he shouted out excitedly. This feeling is really good. It's just that Johnny's female companion, following behind Johnny, noticed something was wrong. Johnny seemed to be on fire. Sure enough, a little flame came out of Johnny's clothes. Because of the rapid gliding, the flower seedlings were also suppressed by the wind. However, this does not prevent the flame from growing rapidly. "Fire, Johnny, you're on fire." At this moment, Johnny was so immersed in joy that he didn't hear the beauty's loud cry at all. Johnny only noticed a small steep slope ahead, and Johnny felt that he could just take off for a wave and then play a set of fancy moves. Johnny slid towards the small slope, and there was a fault below, so Johnny just took advantage of the inertia and took off directly. After taking off, Johnny felt extremely comfortable. This feeling is really like flying. However, just after flying for a while, Johnny noticed something. His clothes caught fire, a raging fire. "I see." Johnny was flustered and didn't know what happened. "When I posed a pose just now, the thought of showing off my skills was directly forgotten." In a panic, the whole person fell down and fell directly into the snow. However, the flame on Johnny's body has not disappeared, but it is burning more and more vigorously, as if the whole body is about to burn. The clothes on Johnny's body were quickly burned, and the nearby snow was quickly melted, turning into a small puddle. Johnny just stared blankly at his own changes, standing in the puddle. The beauty finally walked around for a while and stopped near Johnny. "Johnny, where are you?" "I'm here." "Okay, maybe not too good." Following the voice, the beauty found Johnny in the puddle, feeling unbelievable. How can skiing still ignite? More importantly, Johnny was fine, not even his hair was burned. "How are you?" "I'm fine." Johnny noticed the unobstructed state now, and changed his words. "Maybe it's not too good. I need clothes." The beauty looked at Johnny. "Nice figure." Fortunately, a beautiful woman helped to cover, and John returned to the hotel near the ski resort. After returning home, John couldn't wait to call his elder sister. "Because what happened to me was really amazing and shocking." Looking at the flames at his fingertips, Johnny immediately said to the connected phone, "Susan, I seem to have gained a super ability." Susan has long known from Suyi that Johnny will also get the ability, so she is not surprised at the moment. Just to remind Johnny to come back early. Susan knows Johnny's character and likes to show off and make trouble. He won the super ability, so he can't help but show it off. If something happens, it's not a joke. With Johnny's character, he definitely wants to have fun before coming back. immediately hung up the phone and put Susan's advice aside. The sky is high and the Emperor is far away, and Susan has nothing to do with Johnny. Now, I can only continue with my work. But it was a good thing for Ben that Johnny didn't come back. Otherwise, with Johnny's naughty ability, Ben can break through the defense in minutes. Johnny continued to wander outside, while Susan and Reed continued to be busy. Ben found a time to call his girlfriend and began to wait patiently. It's only a month, although it's a bit long. But as long as it can return to normal, Ben is also acceptable. It's just that, after becoming a stone man, there are too many inconveniences in daily life. Brushing teeth, eating, dressing, and going to the toilet are all inconvenient, which makes Ben even more troubled and determined to change back to an ordinary person. If you can be an ordinary person at ordinary times, and transform when you need it, that is also a good possibility. Unfortunately, this is not the case. He is a permanent transformation. Suyi also put her focus on Susan and the others, so she would come to the laboratory every other day to check on Susan's situation. In addition to research, Susan and Reed are also familiarizing themselves with their abilities. Susan can barely control the invisible ability, but the ability of the energy shield is not very proficient yet. Reed quickly mastered his own ability, and has completely become a rubber man. However, when changing the body, the clothes cannot be changed, which makes Reed very uncomfortable. However, Reed didn't intend to stay as a rubber man forever. He had the same idea as Ben, and when the machine was made, he would return to his original appearance. After several days of busy work, Johnny is back. After Johnny's return, I was extremely excited. I got a super ability, which seems a bit cool. Johnny, who returned to the laboratory, walked with wind. Susan, I'm back. Susan didn't bother to talk to Johnny, but she couldn't help being angry when she thought that Johnny didn't listen to her instructions and came back several days late. Johnny, I told you to come back early, why did you go? I'm definitely dating a beautiful woman, Susan, although you are my sister, you can't stop me from dating, right? Susan put her hands in front of her body and asked coldly, can't you come back for a date? Or do you want to show off your ability? Speaking of his ability, Johnny became interested. The fingers suddenly burst into flames. Look, Susan, this is my ability, I can even burn my whole body. That's enough, Johnny, don't you know how much danger your ability will cause? You can't use super abilities so recklessly. Why not? Tony Stark can fly around in iron bumps and 3 spiders can walk around the city, why can't I? They're using ability to do the right thing, and you, I'm afraid you're going to use ability to hurt someone else. Susan, I'm not a child anymore. The two quarreled, and finally Susan backed down. Susan was too lazy to argue, and it would be a waste of time to argue any longer. The big deal is that when the machine is produced, the super ability on Johnny's body will be eliminated. Enough, I don't want to quarrel with you, I still need to continue my research. Johnny quickly noticed Ben's lonely back, and immediately greeted Ben warmly. Hey Ben, let's go to a bar and party. Ben turned his back to Johnny, not wanting to see him. Stay away from me, Johnny. Johnny rushed over to the original side and saw Ben's current situation. Seeing Ben turned into a stone man, Johnny couldn't help laughing. Dude, how did you become like this? Ben was very angry, if you dare to laugh again, I will smash your face. Johnny didn't mean to shut up, and continued, you look really safe, by the way, is your skin warm, or will it be as cold as a stone? Ben exasperated, enough. With just a slight force, the table in front of him was smashed by Ben. Oh man, you gotta pay for this table. Susan couldn't stand it anymore, that's enough, Johnny, if you're okay, get out of here quickly and don't cause trouble for me. What Ben needs now is concern, not your ridicule, okay. I'm not laughing at him, I really think he's pretty cool this way. Ben said angrily, then make you look like me, are you willing? Oh, that's not okay, I still have to rely on this handsome face to attract girls. Sure enough, there was no sarcasm when he said it, but he hated it in his heart. In a fit of anger, Ben left the lab. Johnny still didn't forget to shout loudly behind him, big man, I'm really not mocking you. Susan wanted to sew Johnny's mouth shut. Johnny, can you shut your mouth? Because of this appearance, I dare not go back to see my girlfriend. You have been pointing fingers at Ben's appearance since you came back. Is this what a friend should do? Could you be more mature and be a man instead of being reckless like a child? Susan was very disappointed with Johnny and taught Johnny a lesson. We have to get Ben back. If other people see Ben like this, there will definitely be more words to stimulate him. He is a kind and gentle person. I am not worried that he will hurt others, but I am worried that he will hurt himself. After listening to Susan's analysis, Reed also agreed. Susan was right, we should go get Ben back. After being taught a lesson by Susan, John realized his mistake. Shall I go with you? I want to apologize to Ben personally. I really didn't mean to laugh at him. You'd better do nothing until you make things worse. Susan warned Johnny, and then left the building with Reed. Johnny also thought about it for a while, and finally decided to come out and look for Ben's trace together. It's basically impossible to keep Johnny idle. It's just that it's really hard to find Ben's trace in such a huge crowd. Ben walked alone on the road, and before he knew it, he came to the bridge. Johnny's words stung Ben, and what Ben was most worried about was that he would never recover. If you can't recover, then you can never go back to your girlfriend. Thinking of this, Ben was even more disappointed. Susan, Reed, and Johnny didn't change their appearance, only he turned into a monster. It was nothing before, but now, there is a trace of imbalance in Ben's heart. Ben walked by the bridge, feeling extremely depressed. A thought flashed in my mind, what if I can't change back? I still have a girlfriend who is as beautiful as a flower. Will the other party really accept my appearance? I just walked aimlessly like this, and didn't want to care about other things at all. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise disturbed Ben. The sound was too close and too loud, so Ben couldn't help dodging. The sound ended, and Ben followed the sound to see what happened. It turned out that there was a car accident not far from him. The car accident was extremely tragic, and it was not over yet. Sure enough, a series of collisions followed. Suddenly, the originally fairly orderly road surface turned into a purgatory-like scene. What? Help! Run! There was chaos at the scene, and some people fled the scene quickly. Someone is trapped and can only call for help. Some people were injured, even dying. Ben looked at the scene in front of him and was shocked. The kindness in his heart made him unable to sit idly by. He had to come forward to help others, and he could help one by one. Ben immediately noticed that another car was squeezed in front of him, and the door could not be opened at all. There was a woman and a child in the car. At this moment, the woman was extremely flustered and wanted to open the car door, but couldn't. The child was crying because of panic. Ben couldn't take it anymore and rushed in front of the vehicle. The women in the car were startled by Ben when he appeared. After all, this appearance, no matter how you look at it, does not look like a normal person. In the fright of the woman, Ben used a little force to remove the door of the vehicle. Come out. The woman was still in panic. At this moment, the door was opened, and she was stunned for a second. After being lost in thought, Wei Wei hurriedly took her child out of the car. Thank you, thank you. Although the person in front of him looked weird, he saved himself after all. After the woman took the child to thank, she left quickly. Ben also knew that he had to save other people. A series of collisions, many people were injured. This pair of mother and child is only slightly affected, and the one affected more is already in danger at this moment. Ben walked towards the worst of the impact. It was a bus and hit the car. At this moment, the rear of the car has been crushed under the bus, almost crushed. Under such circumstances, the people in the car are also very dangerous. Ben came here quickly and checked the situation in the car. If the bus is not lifted, it may be difficult to rescue. I know that I have great strength now, but it's really hard to say whether I can lift a bus. However, until now, this is the only way to do it, and it must be successful. Ben came to the front of the bus, found a point of strength, lifted it hard, and really lifted the bus. Such power, Ben also felt very miraculous. However, now is not the time to be shocked, it is necessary to save people quickly. Ben hastily dismantled the crushed car and rescued the occupants. However, the rescued person was seriously injured, and his life and death were uncertain. Ben had no choice but to put the person aside first, let passers-by take care of him, and wait for the ambulance to arrive. Ben was still trying his best to rescue, and Susan, Reed and Johnny also chased him. Seeing this scene, the two also used their abilities to help rescue. Johnny's ability cannot be used easily, but it can also help. However, danger came inadvertently. Because of a car accident, gasoline leaked, and there was a danger of explosion. Everyone didn't notice this situation at all, they were still busy saving people. Fortunately, most people were rescued. The audience on the side of the road were extremely excited and began to cheer. Oh, you are heroes. Awesome. There are not only Spider-Men in the city, but you too. I love you. Passers-by were extremely excited, and the four of them, as the Fantastic Four, were all extremely excited, enjoying the praise of passers-by. Johnny was even more delighted. He always liked to show off, but at this moment, he became a household hero, which made Johnny extremely proud. Isn't it Iron Man, Spider-Man? I am also a superhero now, and I have been appreciated by many people. Although Ben still wanted to turn back into an ordinary person, at this moment, at least he could accept the fact that he had become like this. At least, this ability is not in vain. Susan and Reed were fairly calm and didn't have too many thoughts. However, at this moment, a flame from unknown source ignited the leaked gasoline. The fire was fierce, and immediately burned along the gasoline all the way to the vicinity of the vehicle. In a short while, the flames will ignite the fuel tank that leaked gasoline. At that time, an explosion is inevitable. Seeing that he was about to jump onto the vehicle and cause an explosion, finally, it was noticed. Reed, being the smartest man, was not carried away by the cheers. Instead, he smelled something vaguely and felt something was wrong. Looking back, the fire had already started, and it was about to burn to the fuel tank of the vehicle. Reed yelled, "Be careful, it's going to explode." The four people around Reed immediately reacted. However, at this moment, the explosion is already in sight. The four of them had no time to escape. Not only these four people, but also passers-by on the side of the road may all be affected by the explosion. At the moment of the explosion, Susan knew that she had to display her ability. Susan concentrated, stretched out her hands, and a burst of energy gushed out. A huge amounts of energy barrier was formed in front, protecting Susan and the others, as well as passers-by behind them. Boom! The sound of the explosion came, and Susan's energy barrier was greatly impacted. Susan herself also seemed to be hit by a huge force, as if she was directly hit by huge amounts of impact. The energy barrier almost collapsed. And Susan knew very clearly that the energy barrier was the last line of defense. If your own energy barrier fails, you and the people behind you may all be affected by the impact of the explosion and be injured as a result. Therefore, Susan could only resist. Fortunately, the impact of the explosion came and disappeared quickly. Even so, Susan seemed to be exhausted, a little weak, and a little confused. Before I knew it, a little nosebleed flowed out. Susan touched her nose, knowing that it was a side effect of excessive energy consumption. However, it is enough to save so many people. Susan, are you all right? Somewhat overconsumed. Susan used the energy barrier to stop the impact of the explosion, and saved everyone again, attracting more cheers. But Susan knew that she couldn't stay any longer. You have to leave, and someone has to clean up the scene, and it's not a problem if it's always blocked. Ben, come back with us. There is no further hesitation, okay. Johnny also took the opportunity to apologize. Dude, I'm sorry. The Fantastic Four shot together, saved many people at the scene of the car accident, and immediately made headlines. A new superhero appeared, and this time, 4 appeared directly. Among the 4 people you see, the Stone Man is the most obvious. Just like this, everyone can see that it is different from ordinary people. Besides, there is Susan. Susan is not only beautiful, but also protects everyone with an energy barrier, which is naturally impressive. There is also Reed. Reed's body is like rubber, this can't be hidden. Only Johnny didn't show any super ability at all. Looking at the report, Johnny was very upset. These media are really irresponsible. He didn't even introduce me at all. My super ability is obviously the coolest and most powerful, but I didn't introduce it. Susan couldn't help complaining. Can you be quiet? You don't have a chance to use your super ability, and everyone doesn't know your super ability. Isn't it normal? No, I have to go out and show off. Susan only felt dizzy for a while, and after this Johnny got the super ability, he became even more Zhang. If you don't teach, sooner or later you will cause trouble. However, I am very busy now, so I have to continue to study and quickly help Ben get back to his original state. So, Susan didn't have the time at all. Johnny, you'd better not run around these days. Johnny didn't take it seriously, he had just made a splash and became famous. At this time, if you don't go out to flirt with girls, is it like Ben, hiding in this place and not daring to meet people? Ben has become less like a human being, but he is still handsome and unrestrained. With the popularity brought by this report and the super ability, it will definitely attract girls. What is running around? I'm just going to the bar for a drink, and I'm going to take Ben with me. Ben, do you want to go to the bar with me? Although Ben has shown his face before, this appearance is still unacceptable to Ben. No, trust me, Ben. If you saved someone today, someone will definitely remember you. Maybe there will be beautiful women chatting with you. Ben is not interested in these things at all, just some rouge and vulgar fans. Ben really loves his girlfriend. Moreover, after the incident just now, Ben's girlfriend has already seen Ben's appearance. After all, Susan and others are there, so how could Ben's girlfriend not know that this is him? Ben also explained it, but in the end he chose to stay in the laboratory instead of going back. While a few people were chatting, a large group of people in suits and sunglasses came to the Bash building, and came directly to the top floor. The entire floor was booked by Reed and others, so when someone came to the top floor, they were immediately discovered. Susan and Reed knew that something was wrong when they saw these people approaching menacingly. The 4 of them stand ready, especially Ben, who is always ready to protect the 4 of them. Susan immediately asked, "Who are you?" "This is our place." Phil Cowlson directly showed his work ID. "We are agents of SHIELD. My name is Phil Cowlson. What is your purpose?" Phil Cowlson continued, "Our department is responsible for dealing with super abilities. Like the previous super ability incidents, we basically dealt with them. There are also Iron Man, Spider-Man, and others, who often cooperate with us. We came here this time to find out how you obtained your super abilities and what kind of super abilities you have." Johnny was not willing to cooperate at all. "Why did we tell you?" Phil Cowlson said, "We hope you will cooperate with us, and even join us. After all, in this world, there are still many unknown threats. We hope that all of you with super abilities can cooperate with us. At critical moments, use your abilities to help more people." Phil Cowlson is still friendly and tactful. Reed stood up and said, "I'm afraid I will disappoint you. We don't like fighting, and we will find a way to clear our super abilities." Johnny immediately denied, "Not everyone, at least, I don't want to lose my super ability." Phil Cowlson put the target on Johnny, "So, are you willing to cooperate with us?" Johnny is still very interested, after all other superheroes have cooperated with this organization. "I also have a super ability, and I will definitely become a popular superhero like Spider-Man and others in the future. How to cooperate with you? Cooperating with you, can I become a superhero?" Phil Cowlson knew right away that Johnny was the kind of kid. This level is still far from becoming a real superhero. So he explained, "You have to save others to become a superhero. Instead of joining us, you can become a superhero." Johnny made sense when he heard it, and was about to agree. Susan said, "He is not suitable to be a superhero. He likes to show off, Zhang, and acts recklessly. Such a character will mess up many things." When Johnny heard Susan's evaluation of himself, he was immediately unhappy. Johnny really wants to ask, "Are you my real sister? A playboy like Tony Stark can be a superhero, why can't I? I'm definitely going to do better than him." Susan also wanted to persuade Johnny, but with Johnny's character, Susan would definitely not be able to persuade him. It's just that there will inevitably be accidents when the time comes. Susan also didn't want to wait until Johnny made a big deal before teaching, because it would be too late. Johnny's super ability is not a joke. If you are not careful, something big will happen. However, there is no other way at the moment, but Johnny can only let it go. There had to be a way to make Johnny realize that it wasn't that simple. Susan was very helpless, and thought of someone who might be able to help her, and that was Suyi. She also knows Suyi's identity, and also knows that Suyi has done many things as the mysterious Spider-Man. If Johnny really wants to become a superhero, it must be the best to have the guidance of a senior like Suyi. Seeing that Johnny and Phil Coulson had a happy conversation, Susan was helpless and could not stop it. After Phil Coulson left, Susan immediately contacted Suyi. Su, do you know S.H.I.E.L.D? Suyi already knew about Susan's 4 people's rescue, but she didn't expect that S.H.I.E.L.D's speed was so fast, so she came to her. I know that they are an organization that specializes in dealing with super ability users. After we solve those evil super ability users, we will hand them over to them. What? They want you to join them? Susan replied, almost. They want to cooperate, but only Johnny agreed. Suyi looked confused. Only one person agreed? Could it be that you Fantastic Four are going to split? What about the other 3? Ben and Reed plan to clear their super abilities, and I don't plan to be a superhero. You know, Johnny has a personality problem, and I don't think he will be a good superhero. I hope you can come forward and persuade him to give up this idea. This? Suyi hesitated for a while, but did not make a decision. I see. Let's talk in detail in the evening. It is good. Suyi also knew about Johnny. Johnny's ability is indeed very good, but it is mainly in terms of combat power and destructive power. If it's just a matter of attacking those with super abilities, Johnny does have room to play. But if the situation is complicated, Johnny's ability will be difficult to play. And then there's Johnny's character. Susan is right. Johnny is more reckless, likes to show off, and is likely to get into trouble. The best way, of course, is for the 4 of them to debut together to form the Fantastic Four. The 4 people's abilities have their own emphasis, and they help each other and cooperate with each other, and the abilities they display are stronger. Suyi is not in a hurry, just make sure that Johnny will not get into trouble during this time. After a while, other people think it through and decide to become a superhero, so there will be no problem. Before Suyi went to Susan, Phil Coulson found Suyi first. According to Phil Coulson's understanding, Johnny and others went to outer space and experienced cosmic storms before they obtained super ability. And among those who went to outer space, there were a few people Phil Coulson knew well. Suyi, Jane, and Daisy. Especially Suyi, that is an old acquaintance. So, after hearing the information from Johnny, Phil Coulson reported the information immediately. Following Nick Fury's instructions, Phil Coulson contacted Suyi immediately. Phil Coulson, long time no see, what can I do for you? Phil Coulson didn't talk nonsense. I heard that you recently went to outer space and experienced cosmic storms. They all obtained super abilities, do you know? Suyi replied affirmatively. I definitely know that Reed, Susan, Ben, and Johnny will become a superhero team and save the world in the future. And what about the others? Jane and Daisy don't have the idea of becoming superheroes, so don't bother them. Phil Coulson still chose to agree to Suyi's request. Definitely yes. Phil Coulson immediately changed his goal and went to find Victor, the last person on the spaceship. Victor naturally saw the accident today, and Ben, Susan, and others rescued the person who got out of the car accident. Looking at the super abilities of Ben and Susan, Victor stretched out his hand and stared at the injured wound. Under the wound, it turned out to be like metal. If ordinary people saw this scene, they would even suspect that Victor was a robot. But Victor knew very clearly that he was a human being, not a robot. And what caused all of this was naturally the energy brought by that cosmic storm. It's really a windfall. Victor felt the changes in himself, and he didn't panic, but enjoyed it. Growing up in Latvia, Victor has been through a lot. Victor has been planning to go back all this time. Go back to your hometown, complete your revenge, and save your hometown. To this end, Victor plans to go to outer space. Using the huge energy brought by the cosmic storm, through a special magic circle, let yourself gain the power of magic. Unexpectedly, he also obtained a super ability, which is really a surprise. Just when Victor was excited, Phil Coulson came to the door. Still the same recipe, still the same taste. However, with Victor's IQ, he could handle it easily. After dealing with the people of S.H.I.E.L.D, Victor decides to learn more about his ability. After some testing, Victor learned about his ability. The first ability, of course, is that the body has turned into metal. The second ability is the ability to absorb electricity. These 2 abilities are already very powerful. However, Victor is still not satisfied. Such an ability is enough to deal with ordinary people. However, if you want to deal with your own enemies, it is not enough. Strength, I need more power. If I can experience the cosmic storm again, I can become stronger. Victor is still not satisfied with his power, but it is basically impossible to experience the cosmic storm again. Victor also knew this very well, so he could only think of another way. Finally, with a flash of inspiration, Victor thought of a way. To be precise, it was a person. Reed, you must have a way. Victor claims to be smart, but he is not very sure about recreating the experience of the cosmic storm. However, there is one person who, perhaps, can be, and that person is Reed. Thinking of this, Victor smiled. As long as Reed can help him, he can become stronger. Victor also knew that it was impossible for Reed to help him complete this plan. Therefore, I must use some means. After much deliberation, Victor made a decision. On a new day, Victor came to the laboratory very early. The appearance of Victor surprised Susan and others. Susan. Victor, why are you here? Victor briefly explained the purpose of his visit. I saw yesterday's news, and someone came to me, and I came to ask you for help. Yesterday's time, Susan and Reed had studied the changes of 4 people. Human Torch Johnny can continuously release high temperature. The highest can be comparable to a supernova. The Stone Man has not only changed his skin into a stone, but even his internal organs have also changed. Reed's body is like rubber. Only Susan's physical condition is relatively normal, but she has 2 more abilities. Oh, we're too busy. We're trying to get back to the way we were, and we're working on the reversal process, and if we do that, we'll be able to get everyone back to the way they were. Let me check it for you first. If you want to become an ordinary person in the future, you can also realize this process through machines. Victor listened to Susan's introduction and immediately thought about it. The reversal process can be realized, so it is not a problem to reproduce the cosmic storm. Sure enough, Reed was his hope. I thought, I might need. How long will it take to finish this machine? Do you need my help? We expect another 20 more days. Hearing this time, Victor was even more excited. More than 20 days, I can afford to wait. Susan checked on Victor's condition and found that Victor's body had begun to metallize. Victor, your body has been metallized. It seems that it should not affect your normal life, but it is estimated that your skin will turn into metal in a short time. Susan, Reed, you have to help me. Susan said, Reed and I will definitely do our best. Right. Victor was extremely excited when he got the affirmative answer from Susan and Reed. Originally, he wanted to use some force to force Reed to help him reproduce the process of the cosmic storm. Unexpectedly, there is no need at all. Reed's current research, I only need to make some adjustments at that time, and then I can use it on myself to make myself stronger. After Victor's inspection, he was very satisfied with his plan. Decided to stay in the monitoring, always observing the research progress of Reed, Susan, and others. As soon as the research is completed, I can go there immediately, borrow Reed's machine, and complete my plan. Suyi didn't tell Susan about Victor. After all, there is no evidence, and Suyi can't say that Victor is a bad person. After all, Victor and Reed are classmates, and they have a good relationship with Susan and others. At night, Suyi learned about Victor from Susan. Victor came to the laboratory and underwent an examination, wanting to become a normal person. When Suyi heard what Susan said, she couldn't help feeling a little wary. Suyi never believed that Victor wanted to become an ordinary person. Suyi was lost in thought, thinking about what kind of person Victor is in the movies and comics. According to the plot, it seems to be closer to the movie version. It seems that Victor wanted to take revenge on Reed and others because the space station was destroyed and suffered heavy losses. However, Victor seems to have some special abilities before entering outer space. Therefore, Suyi did not dare to underestimate Victor. If Victor, Susan, and others were to fight, Susan would inevitably be in danger. Thinking of this, Suyi decided to warn Victor. On a new day, Suyi found Victor's clues through Edith and knew Victor's location. Suyi appeared outside Victor's house and rang the doorbell. Victor is a little surprised. Who will appear in his home? No matter who it was, Victor turned off the screen in the surveillance first, and then opened the door. Looking at Suyi outside the door, Victor was extremely surprised. He never expected that Suyi would find him. Hello, Victor. Victor looked at Suyi vigilantly, and soon turned polite. What a surprise, Mr. Suyisu, you actually found me. Can I come in and talk? Definitely yes, please come in. Suyi was invited and entered Victor's room. Victor's home is also considered a decent apartment, with a large size and high-end decoration. Please sit down. Suyi sat down unceremoniously, and Victor turned and left. What would you like to drink? Coffee. Thanks. Victor quickly brewed coffee, held the coffee, and appeared in front of Suyi. Mr. Su, I don't know if you came here, is there anything important? Suyi was also not polite, directly expressing his intention. You should be able to feel that my identity is not simple, and I know that you have your own plan. I don't care what your plan is, I don't want you to hurt Susan, this is my purpose. Suyi directly revealed the identity of the mysterious Spider-Man, and did not intend to continue to hide it. After all, if this identity was really to be concealed, it would certainly not be possible to conceal it from Victor. When the time comes, if you do it, you will definitely be found out. Holding his coffee, Victor was surprised by Suyi's identity, but soon relieved. His face didn't change, and he still had a polite smile. Oh, you think I'm going to hurt Susan? She's my friend, how could I do such a thing? Suyi also picked up the coffee. This is the best. I heard that you also obtained a super ability, right? Victor didn't deny it. It's true. Is there a problem? No, I just want to ask, when will you return to your hometown? Since you have the ability, I think you should go back. To complete revenge and save more people. Victor's smile gradually subsided, and he put down his coffee slowly. It's my business, isn't it? Suyi nodded. This is indeed your business, but if you stay here for one more day, many people will suffer for one more day, isn't it? Victor naturally knew that what Suyi said was right, but his ability was not enough. I still have some things here, and I will go back after I finish. Suyi is very satisfied with this answer, but she is also extremely vigilant in her heart. Is there anything else? Shouldn't it be waiting for Reed to finish the machine? I heard from Susan that you want to become an ordinary person. This is not like you. Victor was seen through by Suyi, and he felt so helpless that he could only rub the ring with his hands. Suyi continued to add, I know, you really haven't done anything now, so I won't do anything to you. However, if you have any unfriendly plans, I will definitely stop you. If you are caught by me, it may be difficult to go back. So, think carefully before acting. Victor feels a lot of pressure, the mysterious Spider-Man, he has never heard of it. He also knew that if he fought with Suyi, his chances of winning were slim. What's more, there are Reed, Susan, and others. Thinking of this, Victor decided to have a showdown. I really need to use the machine made by Reed. I don't think this is some evil plan. If that's all it is, it's not really a sinister plan. But what are you going to do with this machine? Victor continued, I plan to reproduce the energy brought by the cosmic storm, and I want to become stronger. If it's just that, will you still stop me? Suyi learns a lot from Susan, the machine Reed built, and intends to reverse the process. And Victor intends to use the machine to become stronger again. If that's all, I think I can accept your plan. Even, you can cooperate with Reed to complete your plan. Then, when it's over, you'd better leave. Suyi doesn't think it's a good thing to let Victor stay here. The best result, of course, is to let Victor go back as soon as possible. After Victor returned to Latvia, he could do whatever he wanted, as long as he didn't do something to destroy the world, Suyi didn't bother to care about him. Victor originally planned to leave, but Suyi forced him to leave at this moment, which made Victor feel dissatisfied. Are you forcing me to leave? I don't think it's an act of justice. Suyi nodded, I definitely won't force you to leave, and if you don't intend to leave, there's nothing I can do about it. This is just a friendly reminder, or a warning. Suyi's goal has been achieved, and now she can leave. By the way, your monitoring can be removed. If I find out again, you can be locked up. Victor's heart trembled. He knew that Suyi was difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect that Suyi even knew this. Suyi got up and left. Victor watched Suyi disappear. The appearance of Suyi completely disrupted his plan. He originally planned to find a way to use the machine to complete his plan after Reed completed the machine. Now it seems that some detailed arrangements may need to be changed. Suyi left Victor's house feeling pretty good. At least Victor was warned, and Victor's intelligence should not hurt Susan. In this way, it should be enough. Suyi came outside the apartment building and was about to leave when she noticed a vehicle parked on the side of the road. Suyi was about to leave when she noticed something special. Suyi noticed a black van on the side of the road. The car is not unusual, what is unusual is the people in the car. Suyi soon realized that the person in the vehicle was someone he knew. Suyi was a little surprised that she was also in this world, and also happened to appear here. Thinking of this, Suyi walked to the side of the vehicle and knocked on the glass on the window. Sky in the car has just completed a big order and is in a state of excitement. Suddenly, someone knocked on the window of his car, making Sky immediately alert. Turn off the computer, look out the window, and find that it is a handsome oriental man. Sky's vigilance was suddenly reduced by half. With Suyi's handsome appearance, no matter how you look at it, it is impossible for him to be a law enforcement officer, so he is definitely not here to arrest her. That being the case, there is nothing to be afraid of. He rolled down the car window, brushed his hair, and greeted him warmly. Hi handsome, what's up? Suyi looked at each other. She was a proper mixed-race beauty, with both Eastern and Western beauty. It is slightly different from the image in the TV series, but it is definitely more beautiful. In terms of figure, I can't see too much for the time being, but it should be very good. Hi, my name is Suyi. Sky immediately introduced himself. My name is Sky. Nice name. Can I buy you a cup of coffee? Sky was a little surprised, but, you knocked on the car window for this purpose? Asking someone you don't know to drink coffee. Knock on the car window to ask for directions. Now that we know each other, it doesn't matter anymore. So, want to have coffee together? Sky doesn't quite believe Suyi's excuse, but still chooses to accept Suyi's invitation. Definitely yes, just wait for me. After putting away his things, Sky quickly opened the door and got out of his car. Only then did Suyi notice Sky's figure. The height is about 165, not particularly tall. After all, among Suyi's confidant, many beauties are over 170 in height, and some even have a height of around 180. Still, Sky was in decent shape. It's just that, in terms of clothing, it may not be so delicate. He was dressed plainly, with a hood on. It doesn't look refined enough, but even this slightly sloppy outfit still can't stop her beautiful face. The two soon came to a nearby coffee shop. Sky has also been secretly observing Suyi, feeling very excited. Unexpectedly, I was lucky enough to meet a top-notch handsome guy. If you can take the opportunity to find out, maybe some wonderful things will happen. The two came to the coffee shop, ordered coffee, and started chatting. I didn't expect that I was going to ask someone for directions at random, but I met a beauty like you. Sky asked curiously, are you really going to ask for directions? Actually not. At that time, I seemed to sense in my heart that in this car, there was a woman who touched my heart. So, I boldly knocked on the car window. It turns out that my induction was correct. Sky didn't believe this statement even more, but Sky was still very happy to hear Suyi's praise. Oh, what a magical induction, it's hard to believe. Suyi replied with a smile, maybe, this is my super ability. Sky was also amused by Suyi's humor. Super ability? Are you serious? Definitely, I have always believed that I have some kind of super ability. Today, I finally confirmed it. Sky also followed Suyi's words and continued, do you really wish to have super abilities? Many people want to have super abilities, and I am no exception. How about you? Sky nodded, me too. The two opened up the conversation, and Suyi continued to ask, you look like you live in a car, what is your job? Sky was stumped by this question, my job is to help others obtain information. Yes, I'm a private detective, and I'm here, investigating someone. Suyi knew that Sky was a hacker, and her job was probably to provide people with hacking techniques. The so-called private detective must have been thought up by Sky on the spur of the moment. Oh, I won't interfere with your work, will I? No, my current task has been completed, and a cup of coffee will not affect it. That's good. On a whim, Suyi continued talking along Sky's excuse. Oh, your mission is completed, then, I have a mission, can you accept the commission? What? Sky really didn't expect that a job he made up casually would actually get a job now. Sky was lost in thought, after all, he was not a professional either. Oh, I have to understand what the task is and how much the reward is before I can accept the task. Suyi said confidently, my task is very simple, I want to investigate you. I want to know your preferences, your habits, and a lot of information about you. It's a reward. Suyi took out a stack of banknotes and put them on the table. Sky fell into hesitation, you want to investigate me? I just want to use this money to get to know you and go out with you. Definitely, you can also change the way of understanding. I will use this money to get a chance to date you. Looking at the remuneration in front of him, Sky was extremely moved. This is not a small amount of money, even more than earning as a hacker. With this money, I can be chic for several months. You want to trade the money for a date. It can be understood in this way, for example, let's go shopping and watch movies together. And then, at your will, if you will. Sky's heart was moved. Sky, who had been wandering all the time, was actually eager to make a lot of money so that he could settle down. Suyi in front of her looks pretty good. Young and handsome, with a lot of money. He looks like he has a lot of money. I think we could go on a date first. Suyi was very satisfied with the result. It seemed that the offensive with financial resources had some effect. It's easier to go further with Sky. Soon, the coffee was almost finished. Suyi suggested again, let's go shopping and buy some goods, for example, some clothes for you. You want to buy me clothes? Definitely, I think these clothes of yours completely cover up your beauty. You could have been more radiant and beautiful. Suyi invited Sky into his car, and then drove to the mall. In the mall, Sky tried on new clothes, stood in front of the mirror, and looked at himself in the mirror, feeling like a dream. As an orphan, Sky is not loved by anyone at all, and even barely survives. The sudden appearance of Suyi changed everything. You look stunning. Really? Definitely. Suyi and Sky went shopping for a day and bought a lot of things. Sky has changed his clothes and looks like he has changed from an ugly duckling to a swan. Definitely, it's also because Sky was originally pretty. Sky didn't expect that Suyi actually spent tens of thousands on her. This is not a small sum, if given to her, she can use this money to survive for half a year. Where do we go next? How about going to dinner? Sky was also a little apprehensive, after all Suyi had already spent so much money. If you go to dinner again, it is estimated that it will be a lot of money. Sky knew that it was inappropriate for Suyi to spend such money. However, I also have some expectations in my heart, looking forward to dinner tonight. In the end, Sky agreed. Okay. The two went to dinner together, giving Sky a taste of what is called a luxurious dinner. After dinner, Suyi planned to take Sky back to the villa. Definitely is not the villa I usually live in, but the previous villa. Anyway, Sky is also homeless, so she and Yelena live together and take care of each other. Sky, come home with me. You can't live in the car all the time, can you? Sky dated Suyi for a day and already knew Suyi better. It's just that Sky is very clear about what it means to go home. After a little hesitation, Sky agreed. When you meet the type you like, what else is hesitation? Okay. Suyi and Sky returned to Sky's car, one after the other, and returned to the villa. When they came to the villa, the people of Sky were shocked. Such a villa was beyond Sky's imagination. The previous self could only live in a dirty car and didn't care about his own image. But tonight, I will live in a big villa. Is this your villa? It's my villa. However, I don't live here now. Two of my friends live here. Suyi took Sky into the villa. Yelena and Antonia hadn't rested yet. Seeing that Suyi brought another beautiful woman back, she was not at all curious. When Sky saw that there were actually two beauties in the room, he suddenly had a lot of doubts in his heart, especially the relationship between Suyi and these two beauties. However, Sky still didn't ask too much. Take Sky in the villa, find an empty house, and let Sky live temporarily. Let's go, Sky, I'll take you to get to know Yelena and the others first. It would be better if you live here and get acquainted with them. Sky has no problem with living here. It's better to live in your own car than to live in your own car. Soon, the three of them got to know each other. Yelena's personality is quite casual, and she soon became acquainted with Sky a lot. After chatting for a while, Suyi took Sky away first. However, before leaving, Yelena whispered something to Suyi. After returning to the room, after some exchanges, Suyi chose to have a showdown with Sky. Sky, your real occupation is not a private detective, is it? Sky, who was exposed, seemed a little flustered. Suyi also confessed her identity. Actually, I am the mysterious Spider-Man. You are the mysterious Spider-Man? How is that possible? Suyi made the symbiote battlesuit directly into the usual battlesuit. Sky believed it instantly. Are you really the mysterious Spider-Man? Definitely. You also know that I'm not a private detective, so why are you dating me, with me? Suyi simply clarified everything. I'll answer these questions for you later. Can you tell me the purpose of your going there today? Someone hired me online and needed my hacking skills, so I went and got the job done. Have you been hired by Victor Von Doom? To steal data from the Pap House laboratory? No. Sky denies this, revealing the specifics of the mission. Only then did Suyi realize that it was just a coincidence. Sky's mission objective is nearby, not that Victor hired Sky. Suyi thought it was Victor who hired Sky to monitor the laboratory. Now it seems that this is not the case, but other methods have been used. Sky explained his affairs clearly, and it was Suyi's turn to explain next. And you? Mysterious Spider-Man, why are you approaching me? Are you going to catch me? Suyi explained. Definitely not. Why should I arrest you? I just heard you talking in the car and noticed the name, Sky. I've heard of this name. Maybe you will become a superhero. That's why I want to see if you are the one who can become a superhero. Sky remembered that he had completed the task and made a sum of money. He was very excited and talked to himself in the carriage, saying his name. And Suyi actually thought that he would become a superhero, which shocked Sky even more. Can I be a superhero? It's possible, but I'm not sure if it can help you awakening super ability. Sky has also been tracking down super ability users and collected a lot of information about super ability users. Unexpectedly, Suyi, the most mysterious superhero, the mysterious Spider-Man appeared. Even, it is possible to become a superhero by yourself, which is simply amazing. So, why are you dating me? Definitely because, I am attracted by your beauty. Sky was a little surprised. Is this the reason? Right. The two showdown with each other, which can be regarded as a further understanding of each other. Sky also has more doubts about the girlfriend of the mysterious Spider-Man. Many people have asked this question, and Suyi has explained it many times. Therefore, explaining to Sky is also familiar. Sky was shocked for a moment, and quickly accepted the fact. Suyi also took the opportunity to check Sky's ability. Sky, nicknamed Vibe Girl, can control the power of vibration, and her strength is still very strong. The current Sky doesn't have awakening ability at all. Suyi has been to the moon, but did not find the observer frog figure, nor did he find any traces of the Inhumans. So whether there are Inhumans in this world, and whether Sky is an Inhumans, Suyi is not sure. The only thing that is certain is that Sky is currently an ordinary person without any abilities. Perhaps the Turigen crystal can be found, giving Sky a super ability. Whether this thing exists in this world, Suyi is not sure. When the time comes, ask Nick Fury, and if there is one, then find it for Sky to use. If not, there is no way. Suyi comforted Sky and told Sky to go to bed early. After Sky fell asleep, Suyi quietly left the room and went outside Yelena's room. Gently knocking on the door, Yelena seemed to have been waiting for Suyi. Not only Yelena, but Antonia. Yelena also saw Suyi's curiosity. Don't you like it? I like it. I like it very much. Then what are you still doing standing at the door? Suyi goes shopping with Sky on a date, but Victor feels very uncomfortable. After being warned by Suyi, Victor did not dare to take any tough measures. In this way, Suyi's goal was achieved. Sky was placed in the old villa by Suyi, and it is estimated that he will get acquainted with Yelena and Antonia soon. Suyi is leaving for the time being, and Suyi will definitely come back often when she has time in the future. Today, Suyi has one more thing to do, and that is to accompany Mary Jane home. Suyi will do this kind of thing whenever he has time. What's more, today is Mary Jane's sister Gail's birthday, Suyi will definitely go back with Mary Jane. Not only to go back, Suyi has to prepare presents with Mary Jane. Mary Jane prepared a necklace, and Suyi prepared a more expensive coat. In the evening, Suyi went home together after watching Mary Jane's performance. Mary Jane's sister, Gail, did not prepare any luxurious birthday party, just a relatively ordinary family dinner. After Mary Jane and Suyi arrive, it can officially begin. When Suyi and Mary Jane arrived, Gail dressed up and greeted Suyi and Mary Jane. Happy birthday to you, sister, this is my present for you. Gail was very happy to receive Mary Jane's gift. Thank you, Mary Jane. Suyi also sent her own gift. Happy birthday, Gail. Thank you, Sue. Come in, I'll be waiting for you. Suyi accompanied Mary Jane back, and occasionally stayed here for dinner, and became familiar with Mary Jane's family. They were not surprised by Suyi's appearance. Dinner is about to begin, and everyone is seated one after another. Let's start. Mary Jane asked curiously, wait, Gail, where's your boyfriend? Don't you have to wait for him? We broke up a long time ago. That's when Mary Jane found out about it. Oh, sorry, I didn't know. It doesn't matter, he's an asshole anyway. After ending the unhappy topic, the family happily celebrated Gail's birthday. After eating and drinking, Gail's birthday passed. Mary Jane didn't intend to leave either, but planned to rest here for the night. The relationship between Soohee and Mary Jane has already had a showdown, so they must stay together. The night is dark, and soon, it will be time to rest. Soohee also got ready, but was interrupted by a knock on the door. Soohee opened the door. Hi, Gail, what do you do? Gail said slightly apologetically, sorry to bother you. Can I rest with Mary Jane tonight? Soohee naturally knew what Gail meant. Oh, I'm fine, Mary Jane, what about you? Mary Jane only regarded it as a chat between sisters, definitely can. That being the case, Soohee was about to leave, just in time to make arrangements for other confidant. How about you go to my room to rest tonight? Soohee showed a slight hesitation, obviously wanting to leave. Mary Jane also sensed Soohee's thoughts, it's okay if you want to leave. In the end, Soohee decided to stay. We came back together, and we definitely want to leave together, so I'll go next door to rest. Good night. Mary Jane offered a good night kiss. Good night. Soohee came to Gail's room, and there was nothing special in the room. Soohee was bored and was going to chat with the girls on her mobile phone before resting. In the next room, sisters Mary Jane and Gail sat on the bed and started the night chat session. In this session, there must be many private topics. Gail doesn't know Soohee's identity and dares to say anything. But Mary Jane knew that with Soohee's ability, she could definitely hear the conversation between the two, and she would be more cautious. Soohee could indeed hear it, but didn't pay much attention to it. The topic of the two is indeed very personal and more bold. Mary Jane was worried about being overheard by Soohee, but she finally let go of her courage. The more they chatted, the happier they became, but Soohee slowly ignited a flame. Damn it, did Mary Jane do it on purpose? Soohee was thinking about whether to use the teleportation ability to leave quietly, and then come back when the time comes. When the two chatted, they were so brazen that they stopped treating themselves as men. At the end, Gail said boldly, Mary Jane, do you know what my birthday wish is? I have no idea. My birthday wish is to. Mary Jane was a little surprised after hearing Gail's birthday wish. It is not difficult to complete this birthday wish. However, there is also a problem. Mary Jane paused and said, Sue, you should have heard it. We need your help to fulfill Gail's birthday wish. Gail was very curious, can he hear it? Just when Gail was curious, Soohee had already appeared in the room through teleportation. I heard. Gail was extremely surprised, not knowing how Soohee appeared suddenly. What happened? Mary Jane explains, he's the mysterious Spider-Man. Gail was even more shocked. Unexpectedly, Soohee actually had this identity. When looking at Soohee, he couldn't help admiring him even more. So is the mysterious Spider-Man. Soohee didn't know what to say. Her identity seemed not so mysterious anymore. There are already many people who know their identities. I am. Gail came to Soohee and took a closer look. It does look very strong. Then, like Carter, he lightly touched Soohee's muscle. Soohee wakes up in the morning feeling refreshed. It was still early. Soohee originally planned to sleep for a while, but after thinking about it, she woke up earlier. Soohee took a walk in the yard to exercise his muscles. At this moment, Soohee heard movement from next door. Next door is Peter's house. Because Peter is going to college, he rents a house near the school, and only comes back occasionally. Therefore, May was the only one in the house. Soohee could hear clearly that there seemed to be something wrong and May was in the process of repairing it. As a result, it was not fixed. Soohee hesitated briefly, but decided to go over to help. Came to the door, knocked on the door. Soon, a messy May opened the door and saw Soohee standing at the door. So, why are you here? Soohee explained, I accompanied Mary Jane over last night. I was in the yard just now and heard some movement. Did something happen? May glanced inside the house. There is a place that is damaged and leaking, and I am repairing it. Let me help. That's really appreciated. The maintenance guy may not be on duty right now, I just can't figure it out. Soohee followed May into the room and saw the situation in the kitchen. There seems to be a problem with the water valve in the kitchen. The water leak is serious, and the kitchen has been wet a lot. Soohee came to the kitchen and looked at the water valve below. The water valve is very old and rusty, no wonder it leaks. The problem is also very easy to solve, just replace the valve with a new one. Right now, the problem is getting worse. From the leaking state just now, water suddenly sprayed out. Soohee could have dodged, but there was no need for that. It was just water, and he let the water splash on himself. May saw this situation. Oh, are you okay? It's okay, it's just water. Close the main valve first, and replace it with a new one. Where is the master valve? May immediately replied, in the basement. I'll close the valve right away. As May said, she went to the basement first, preparing to close the main valve. Soohee was a little worried and followed. In the dark and messy basement, May has already closed the valve and is ready to go back. But he accidentally stepped on something, sprained his ankle, and fell forward. Fortunately, Soohee had quick eyes and quick hands, and supported May. May looked at Soohee from a close distance, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Having been single for many years, May also thought about finding another one. Especially after her body regained her youth, May felt that her own thoughts became stronger and stronger. Ask May to find someone of the same age, who is probably already old. Find someone younger, and May worries that Peter won't be able to accept it. In addition, Peter hadn't graduated yet and was still living at home, so this matter could only be delayed again and again. At this moment, May felt that her youth seemed to have returned. Are you okay? May was a little shy. I'm fine. It's fine. Suyi let go of May, but May felt a little lost, even a little disappointed. Do you have a new water valve at home? If not, you have to buy a new water valve to repair it. May was a little distracted and didn't hear what Suyi said at all. Seeing that May's state was not right, Suyi discovered the key to the problem through observation and sensing, and May seemed to be a little moved. It's just that this place is really not a good place, and there is not enough time. May, are you okay? May came back to her senses. What's wrong? Do you have a new valve in the house? May immediately concealed her wild thoughts, and replied in a panic, yes, I bought a new valve when I found out the water leak yesterday. I tried to repair it last night, but I couldn't get the old valve out. I originally planned to hold on for another 2 days and ask Peter to help repair it on the weekend. Suyi has already understood the situation. As long as there are new valves and tools, let's go back to repair now. It is good. Suyi still decided to test it out and reached out her hand on purpose. It's very dark here, hold my hand and be careful. It is good. When Suyi held May's hand, she already knew the result. The two returned to the kitchen and started repairing the water valve. Suyi took the tools and started to repair it. The valve was so rusted that even the tools couldn't work well. No wonder May couldn't remove it. It took Suyi a little effort to disassemble the valve smoothly. Then, of course, new valves were installed. May watched from behind as Suyi repaired the water valve. Suyi continued to test while repairing. May, why don't you find a mate? If you have a mate, this kind of thing will be much more convenient. May was asked by Suyi, but she didn't know what Suyi meant. Me, do you think I can still find a partner? Suyi replied bluntly, definitely yes, you look so young and beautiful, even I am a little bit tempted for you, there will definitely be many men chasing you. May knew that Suyi was right. Because after I became young, there were indeed many suitors. Even, there are some younger suitors. However, they were all rejected by May, and May was a little worried. Peter couldn't accept this fact. You are also moved by me. Suyi has already fixed the water valve, standing in front of May, definitely. Looking into Suyi's eyes, May felt a little short of breath and her heartbeat accelerated crazily. Just when May was stunned, Suyi decided to be more proactive. He hugged each other gently, and then kissed him. The Seine boat was immediately engulfed and disappeared without a trace as if it had encountered a strong wind and huge waves. However, at the critical moment, May still came to her senses. No. May pushed Suyi away, trying to calm herself down. One mistake, never again? I'm a bit confused and I need to calm down. Suyi comforted, it's okay. You've got Mary Jane, we're a bit older than that, and Peter sure can't take it. May gave 3 reasons in succession, seemingly intending to dissuade Suyi. In fact, it was to prevent himself from being attracted to Suyi. However, Suyi also has a way to dispel May's worries. Age is not a problem, you look so young and beautiful, like 25 years old. Mary Jane will not stop, in fact, Mary Jane is very generous. As for Peter, you don't have to worry even more. You have paid too much to raise Peter. Zian is here, you can pursue your own happiness. Peter may not think about it for a while, but he will definitely hope that you can be happy. The 3 reasons May found were all solved by Suyi. As a result, May's heart was even more shaken. Suyi's appearance, as well as her character, both moved May's heart so much that it was hard to refuse. Suyi also knew that Mary Jane would wake up in a while. However, Suyi did not want to miss this opportunity. Anyway, there happened to be an excuse for repairing the water valve here, and it could be successfully prevaricated by then. So, Suyi decided to hurry up and act more boldly. Gently brushing May's messy hair, May, you are so beautiful. May's heart was at the moment of turmoil, and it was difficult to calm down after Suyi gently teased her heartstrings. Suyi took advantage of the situation to pursue, and finally, he overcame the psychological defense line. Things went surprisingly smoothly. Mary Jane wakes up and washes up as usual, only to find that Suyi is gone. They all prepared breakfast, and it was time to eat breakfast, but Suyi was still nowhere to be seen. Mary Jane walked around the yard and noticed that the cars were still parked on the side of the road. Suyi didn't have time to answer the phone call. Looking around, Mary Jane didn't find anything strange. He simply gave up searching, since something happened to Suyi anyway. Maybe Suyi was in a hurry and left first. Mary Jane's mother and aunt also noticed that Suyi was missing, and asked curiously, Mary Jane, where is Su? He has something to do, so let's leave first. Why are you in such a hurry that you don't even eat breakfast? Mary Jane could only answer truthfully, he didn't tell me the reason. Gail asked quietly, is he going to save the world? Save the world? I think he's more likely to find a beautiful woman. Suyi helped clean up the water stains in the kitchen before leaving alone. Anyway, she had already skipped class, so Suyi simply put on a bad show and went to flirt with her sister. Another few days have passed, and this city of freedom is indeed safe and sound. In the evening, Suyi didn't have any plans, she was going to stay at home and spend time with the girls around her. A phone call from Tony suddenly disrupted Suyi's plan. Hey Su, are you free tonight? Suyi replied bluntly, definitely not, as you know, I'm very busy. Tony couldn't help complaining, aren't you afraid of becoming weak? My current physical fitness, how could there be such a problem? Tony didn't know whether to be envious or complain, so he quickly changed the subject. I have something important to do. Make it clear. Tony had no choice but to go into more detail. I remember you told me before, Hellfire Club, and now it's here. Suyi must have remembered this incident, but Tony Stark investigated at the time, and there was no such club. What? It's showing up now. What's the situation? Someone recently established a Hellfire Club and sent me a membership invitation. Tonight is the opening day of the Hellfire Club. Are you interested in joining us? Are you sure it was built recently? Very sure. This newly established club does not know who is manipulating it behind the scenes, nor does it know what purpose it has. However, it is estimated that it has something to do with mutant. After Suyi hesitation, he decided to go to Hellfire Club. Then I'll go with Pepper. That's it. Suyi contacted Pepper and planned to go to Hellfire Club with Pepper to relax. Pepper also readily agreed. After all, I haven't seen him for a few days. Now that Stark Corporation is on the right track, there are far fewer corporate affairs. Pepper also hired a secretary to help him. But Pepper is a restless powerhouse, working on her ability while running the company. Suyi drove to Pepper's apartment and waited quietly for Pepper to dress herself up. After all, today is the opening day of Hellfire Club. A reception was held and many celebrities from all walks of life were invited. Pepper naturally dressed up beautifully, and put on the Eternal God, the evening dress. So, how's it going? Pepper turned around in front of Suyi. This evening dress was indeed conservative, but it still made Pepper extremely beautiful. Suyi took Pepper's hand and pulled Pepper into her arms. It's so beautiful. Pepper took the initiative to click, and immediately said, now is not the time, we have to go. Set off. According to the address Tony gave, Suyi drove Pepper to the outside of the Hellfire Club and met Tony. After saying hello, Tony took Suyi and others into the Hellfire Club. Entering the club, Tony found many acquaintances. Many congressmen, businessmen, and prominent figures from all walks of life actually appeared here. Such a scene cannot be underestimated. Tony drank, marveling. Tisk tisk tisk, it seems that the owner of this club has a lot of energy. Look, that guy is Senator Stern, this guy is very annoying. Suyi had a little impression that this guy seemed to be from Hydra. That fat man is the boss of a film and television company, and he likes female stars the most. Female star? Which confidant around Suyi is not prettier than a female star? Suyi is not very interested in these people, and Suyi is more looking forward to the appearance of the boss of Hellfire Club. Tony, go talk to them and see if they know the club owner's information. Okay. Tony left with Maya Hansen, and Suyi followed with Pepper. As the president of Stark Corporation, Pepper has managed the Stark industry in an orderly manner, and has gained a certain reputation in the business world. However, Suyi next to Pepper is not well known, and no one knows him at all. Many people are curious, what is the identity of Suyi next to Pepper? Some people even think that Suyi is just Pepper's boyfriend. Suyi didn't have any idea about this, just wandered around, waiting for the reception to start. Tony didn't find out anything, and Suyi didn't know anyone, except General Ross. General Ross received some punishment for the Hulk incident. But in fact, for Ross, it doesn't matter. Ross is still chic now, but it's just a matter of Hulk, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to make progress. Dr. Banner has become a university professor since he became an ordinary person, and has been with General Ross' daughter Betty. However, Ross has not given up on the study of Hulk and is determined to continue the study. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the reception was finally about to begin. Suyi's long-awaited club owner finally appeared. In Suyi's line of sight, an extremely beautiful woman appeared. With a height close to 180, he looks very aura. Wearing a white dress, it looked a little dazzling under the light. Suyi only briefly admired the other party's appearance, and immediately focused on the other party's ability. Suyi could clearly feel that this woman had a strong spiritual power. This spiritual power is very strong, even if it is compared to Professor X, it will not be much worse. Just looking at his mental strength, Suyi still can't guess. Welcome to the Hellfire Club, I'm the club owner, Emma Gracefrost. But at this moment, when Suyi heard the name, she immediately knew the identity of the other party. Isn't this the White Queen? Suyi was very curious. The White Queen seemed to be about the same age as Professor X and Magneto. The beauty in front of her looks very young. Maybe it's not just about looks, but about being young. Suyi wasn't sure yet, so he could only find out the news later, or go to Professor X to ask about the situation. Not only to determine the other party's identity, Suyi is also curious about Emma's purpose. Many people present were well-known figures, and they immediately knew that Emma came from the Frost family with strong financial resources and a well-known reputation. It turned out to be people from the Frost family. No wonder such a club can be established in a short period of time. The Frost family? Worth making friends with. What a surprise, is the Frost family ready to develop from Liberty City? Suyi drank the wine silently, planning to find a chance to have a good chat with Emma later. Soon, Suyi thought of a way to attract the other party's attention, that is to use mental power to try to communicate with Emma. Sure enough, Emma sensed Suyi's spiritual power very quickly. Following Suyi's instructions, I found Suyi who was drinking. Suyi raised his glass to Emma from a distance, and Emma was also very curious about Suyi's identity, so she made a gesture of toasting in response, which meant she accepted Suyi's invitation. Emma is also very interested in Suyi, a mutant who possesses psychic powers. He quickly got rid of the entanglement of the customers and came to Suyi's side with long legs. You look special. Suyi immediately understood Emma's subtext. It was nothing more than Suyi also possessed spiritual power. It should be mutant. Maybe, I just have some abilities that others don't have. Emma continued to ask, so, what is your purpose? I was just pulled over by Tony for a drink. Really? Are you from Professor X, or from Magneto? Emma has already decided that Suyi is the mutant, and she thinks that Suyi is one of them. Neither, I only represent myself. Although Emma still didn't believe it, she didn't continue to ask. After all, she is not a member of these two forces. Suyi took the opportunity to ask, then Emma, what is your purpose? The club is definitely to make money, what else is it? Suyi didn't quite believe the answer given by Emma either. However, as long as nothing happened, Suyi didn't bother to care about it. Sebastian Shaw, Black King, has already been killed, and Magneto has also been captured. Without these two mutant villains, there is only one White Queen, and it is estimated that nothing major will happen. Making money is a good goal. Can you arrange a membership for me? I can't always follow Tony. Emma said with a slight smile, oh, it's not that easy to get members, you need to prove that you have enough wealth. Could it be that I am a shareholder of Stark Corporation? Emma was not surprised, this identity is indeed enough. I will arrange for someone to give you a membership card, but you have to tell me your name first. Suyi. Emma replied, it will be done soon. Emma stepped on high heels and left gracefully, leaving behind a graceful back. This time, Suyi didn't get much information. The only thing that is certain is that the Emma in front of her should be the White Queen in the comics. It's just that there is a big gap between the Emma in front of her and the White Queen in the comics. Suyi looked at Emma's back and fell into deep thought. Tony appeared suddenly, interrupting Suyi's thinking. She's gone, so don't stare at her. I can't believe that you started hooking up with other beauties when Pepper was still there. Suyi went straight to the set of 3 consecutive denials. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. She's a mutant. The conversation just now didn't find much information, so I asked her for a membership. Tony was a little skeptical. Really? Do I have to lie to you? Tony still didn't believe it, and Suyi didn't intend to waste time either. Tony, help me find information about the Frost family. Tony immediately refused. I'm not your tool man, you can use Edith to investigate yourself. Suyi explained, Edith can only obtain some basic information. After all, Frost is also a big family, and some information cannot be obtained by Edith. Also, what I want to investigate is Emma's experience and the recent situation of the Frost family. Tony asked back, how do you think I will have a way to find out this information? I suggest you go to s.h.i.e.l.d. They can easily investigate this information. s.h.i.e.l.d. Seems like a good tool too. Anyway, I have helped Nick Fury do so many things, and he would not refuse to ask him to help investigate Emma's information. Good idea. Suyi readily decided to ask s.h.i.e.l.d. to help with the investigation. Now, Suyi also uses Edith to get Emma's basic information. Edith, investigate Emma Frost. Suyi quickly saw Emma's basic information, and sure enough, it was very different from the comics. The Emma in front of me is only 25 years old, which can be said to be very young. The resume is relatively simple, Suyi can only see where Emma went to school. It's actually from Imperial University, and it graduated just 3 years ago. The information was so simple that Suyi couldn't understand more. The reception is still going on, and for these customers, this is a rare social occasion. Here, there are people from all walks of life. These are all connections. Suyi was not very interested in these things, so she found a remote place and contacted Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson was a little surprised that Suyi took the initiative to contact him. After all, Suyi usually doesn't like contact with SHIELD. Once Suyi takes the initiative to contact her, there must be something wrong, and it may be a big deal. Phil Coulson, I'm Suyi, sorry to bother you at this time. It didn't bother me, what can you do to contact me? I want you to contact Nick Fury and help me investigate a guy. Phil Coulson didn't agree, but continued to ask, who? Emma Frost. I need to know her personal history, the more detailed the better. And what happened to her and her family in recent years? Phil Coulson asked, can you tell me why she is being investigated? Because she is dangerous. She's a powerful mutant and a draw. When Phil Coulson heard this, he instantly understood. I see, I will pass it on to the director. If we investigate the information, we will contact you. Thank you, Phil Coulson. You are welcome. Suyi hung up the phone and focused on the reception. It may take some time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate Emma clearly. After all, Frost is also a big family, and it takes a little effort to investigate clearly. After Suyi came back, he continued the reception. It was not until later that Suyi took Pepper away. The next day, Suyi went to Mutant Academy to find out about Emma. From Professor X, Suyi did get some news about Emma. First of all, when Professor X and Lao Wang wiped out the Black King, there was nothing wrong with Emma. Secondly, Professor X knew Emma, he was half of Emma's teacher. The reason is that Professor X once noticed Emma's ability, and simply instructed Emma to control her own spiritual power. Finally, in Professor X's opinion, Emma is not a bad person. Emma also isn't like Black King and Magneto, she didn't change Mutant's mind. Because Emma has never shown her ability, coupled with the influence of the Frost family, Emma does not have to worry about being arrested. The information obtained from Professor X is limited, and the next step is to look at S.H.I.E.L.D. to find out what information can be investigated. 2 days later, Suyi received detailed information from Phil Carlson. Seeing these materials, Suyi can be regarded as the general experience of Emma who understands this world. Suyi flipped through Emma's information to learn more about Emma. Judging from the data, it seems that the family problem is a bit serious. Emma has 2 sisters and a big brother. Elder sister Adrian, younger sister Claudia, and big brother Christian. His father, Winston, is a ruthless businessman, and his mother, Hazel, is mentally unstable and takes psychotropic drugs for a long time. Emma has a good relationship with big brother Christian. However, because big brother Christian doesn't like women, Winston considers it shameful and sends Christian to a psychotherapy center. From then on, Emma broke up with her family. Emma left the family and out of control while she was in college. After graduating from university, I chose to travel, but I didn't go back anyway. Now, Emma spends such a large sum of money to open a Hellfire Club here. The money is estimated to come from the Frost family. Given Emma's relationship with her father Winston, it's a bit unlikely. But the investigation revealed that the Frost family was still under Winston's control. The information is fairly detailed, but some key information is missing. For example, are Emma's siblings also mutants? Emma got money from the family. Is it because she used ability to control her old man Winston? These questions have no answers yet. Suyi is too lazy to care so much. As long as nothing happens, everything is easy to talk about. The appearance of Hellfire Club and White Queen Emma is like a stone dropped into the water. There were some changes in Suyi's life, but things quickly returned to normal. Suyi doesn't want to take the initiative to find Emma, but S.H.I.E.L.D. will not let go of this opportunity. Nick Fury has been worrying about the weakness of the Avengers Alliance. Captain Steve, Iron Man Tony, Hawkeye Clint, second-generation Black Widow Yelena, Imitation Master Antonia. Yelena, who possessed the Fire Spirit Orb, had the strongest fighting power among them. Others are still at the human level. Neither Dr. Ant-Man Pym nor the second-generation Wasp Hope chose to join. Under such circumstances, not only the combat power is not enough, but also the diversity of abilities is not enough. Ability is too simple to adapt to complex situations. Nick Fury is also looking for new candidates to join the Avengers Alliance. Human Torch Johnny is a potential rookie with strong ability and good destructive power. The only problem is Johnny's character. If he is not careful, he will hurt innocent people. Now, I learned from Suyi that there is a mutant with a strong ability, so Nick Fury naturally wants to win him over. So, Nick Fury came to Hellfire Club and asked Emma for roll call. In order not to affect other customers, Emma naturally had no choice but to meet Nick Fury. In a high-end room, Emma was crossing her legs, quietly waiting for Nick Fury to express her intention. Director Nick, what is your purpose for coming to the club? In order to fight against those powerful and unknown enemies, I invited superpowers to form a team called Avengers. Now, I want to invite you to join Avengers. Emma remained calm and continued to drink. The identity of his own mutant has been well hidden, basically no one knows. The appearance of Nick Fury means that he knows that he has a super ability. This news must not have been disclosed by Professor X. After thinking about it, Emma thought of Suyi. Suyi has psychic powers, and she perceives herself. Just a few days later, Nick Fury came to the door on behalf of SHIELD. There must be something. How did you know I have a super ability? Nick hesitated for a while, without revealing Suyi. I have a special method. Emma directly pointed out, that person named Suyi is also a member of the Avengers. If you are willing to join us, I can reveal more information. Emma is also a business genius. At this time, naturally, Nick Fury will not take the initiative. You have provided so little information, I don't know anything about Avengers. If you can provide more information, especially Suyi's information, it would be best for me to have a chat with him. I will think about it. Nick Fury didn't have much hesitation when he heard Emma's conditions, so he decisively chose to betray Suyi. I will consider your conditions. I hope you can give a choice after communicating. Definitely. Nick Fury was not satisfied with this result. He personally came forward to invite Emma, but failed. It's normal, after all, not everyone is like Captain Steve. But in order to win over Emma, Nick Fury decided to invite Suyi to appear in person. After Suyi received a call from Nick Fury, she was stunned. What a guy, a brat with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually betrayed himself just like that. Emma called to see herself before considering whether to join the Avengers Alliance. Suyi hesitated for a while, but still agreed. Just right, go chat with Emma and see if I can find out more information. Thinking of this, Suyi agreed to Nick Fury, and was going to test Emma herself. This time, Suyi came to Hellfire Club alone. With your own membership card, you can easily enter the club. Suyi appeared at the club. As the owner of the club, he must have received the news soon. Mr. Su, are you interested in going to my room for a drink? Definitely can. Suyi followed Emma and came to Emma's exclusive private room. This is Emma's office, or the reception room. Any drinks? Random. Suyi sat on the sofa and watched Emma. Emma crossed her legs, which made her legs look even longer. Sure enough, the height close to 180 was not blown out. Today, S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury came to me and invited me to join the Avengers Alliance. Mr. Su, I want to know, did you disclose my news? Suyi didn't deny it. I revealed the news. Emma immediately put away her polite smile and cast a cold look. Mr. So, it seems a little inappropriate for you to do this. It was inappropriate, and I apologize to you, Miss Emma. Emma got up and walked in front of Suyi. Pushing Suyi down with one hand, Suyi leaned on the sofa and looked at Emma, who was right in front of her. Just listen to Emma say, this apology is not enough. So, what more do you want? Emma said decisively, I still want you to join the Hellfire Club. Suyi felt that Emma really had her own plan. I'm already a member of Hellfire Club, aren't I? It's the membership card you gave me. No, I mean, surrender to me and become my subordinate. Emma looked imposing. She was indeed a bit of a queen, and she was a little excited just thinking about it. However, in some cases you can try it. Usually, Suyi still prefers to take the initiative. Let me submit to you? No, I don't like to submit, I prefer to conquer. Suyi stretched out his hand, went around behind Emma, pulled Emma into his arms with a little force. Emma was a little surprised by Suyi's behavior, but also a little angry. Want to struggle, but found that Suyi's strength is amazing. Her abilities are mainly spiritual power and diamondization, and her power is actually not weak. However, in front of Suyi, there was no room for struggle at all. Emma didn't panic either. She wasn't a powerful mutant after all. Emma uses psychic power and wants to control Suyi. Let me go. But this method didn't work either. Suyi's mental strength is comparable to Emma's, and under such circumstances, it is difficult for Emma to control Suyi. Suyi remained motionless. Emma, did you know that you looked like a queen just now? I like it very much. However, I think you are more suitable to be a queen, my queen. Emma was not shaken by Suyi's words, but continued to think of ways to escape from Suyi's control. Emma used all her spiritual means but couldn't shake Suyi, which shocked Emma very much. How is it possible? How is your telepathy ability so strong? When Emma first met Professor X also saw Emma's ability and potential, so he gave Emma advice. Professor X believes that Emma has a stronger potential in terms of spiritual power. In the comics, Emma's telepathy ability is indeed stronger than that of Professor X at its peak. It's a pity that the current Emma's control over spiritual power has not yet reached its peak. Emma can't solve Suyi with spiritual power, and Suyi's spiritual power can't defeat Emma. How is it impossible? Then, there is only one other way left. Emma chose to change into diamond form. In the blink of an eye, Emma's whole body transformed into a diamond. Although the skin is still smooth, it is as dazzling as a diamond. Emma has become a diamond shape, and her physical fitness has been greatly improved in all aspects. His strength and endurance have become stronger, and he also has the ability of spiritual immunity. However, such strength is still not enough for Suyi. After several attempts to no avail, Emma chose to give up resistance. Your strength is indeed stronger than mine, but you still can't conquer me. Suyi looked at Emma with a slight smile. So, how can I conquer you, my queen? Emma looked at Suyi. What do you think? After Suyi learned of Emma's condition, she naturally wanted to fulfill the condition. Emma also lowered her high head and successfully became Suyi's queen. Now, Suyi intends to continue to know Emma. My queen, now, tell me everything about you. Emma asked curiously, what do you want to know? Many, for example, who did you like? Also, you don't have a good relationship with your father, how did you get the money to build this club? The most critical question, why did you establish Hellfire Club? Emma heard Suyi's questions and answered them one by one. Suyi patiently listened to Emma's answers, and these mysteries were finally solved. Emma had a crush when she was a girl, but nothing happened. Later, after leaving the family, Emma had no one she liked. As for the money for the establishment of the Hellfire Club, it is indeed from the Frost family, that is, Emma's father Winston. Winston's idea is very simple, that is, to test his children to see whose ability is enough to take over the Frost family. Although Emma doesn't like her father Winston or the Frost family, she still chooses to accept the test. Mainly, Emma didn't want her sister Adrian to take over the family property. The purpose of establishing Hellfire Club is actually the same as what Emma said, to make money. Such a club will indeed make a lot of money. Not only that, but you can also meet elites from all walks of life and expand your network. There's one last reason, and that's to protect yourself, to protect mutant. Just like Emma wanted to accept Suyi as her little brother before, Emma intends to win over some mutants for her own use and protection. Definitely, those mutants who are accepted will also be protected by themselves. Emma did intend to form her own small group, but she had no intention of harming anyone. In your family, are you the only mutant? Or are there other mutants? Emma replied truthfully, my sisters are also mutants. Do you know what their ability is? How strong is it? They also have telepathy ability, but they should be weaker than me. Suyi probably understands this situation, and Suyi has no objection to Emma's plan to win over a group of mutants. Magneto has been locked in, and most of the homeless teenagers admitted to Professor X's Mutant Academy. If Emma can lead a part of mutant, it is also a good choice. About joining the Avengers Alliance, I think you can agree. Emma asked back, why? The purpose of the Avengers Alliance is to fight against powerful and unknown dangers. You are very powerful and have a lot of room to play. Beyond that, if you can save the world, you are going to have a lot of support. These can also protect you. Emma obviously has some hesitation. After all, Emma knows the faces of those congressmen. These supports may not necessarily protect themselves. However, since Suyi suggested so, Emma chose to believe Suyi. I will agree to join the Avengers Alliance, so, shall I continue to win over Mutant? Definitely need, but whether they are willing to become members of the Avengers Alliance depends on their ideas. Emma readily accepted Suyi's opinion and decided to inform Nick Fury at that time. Emma looked at Suyi and suddenly thought of a question. I have another question. What is the problem? Your ability is so strong, do you have another identity? Good guy, I'm going to drop my vest again. However, Suyi has become accustomed to losing her vest. Anyway, these people who know their identities will not reveal their identities if they have nothing to do. Suyi immediately showed his cards. I am the mysterious Spider-Man. Emma didn't feel shocked, but took it for granted. After all, there are not many people as powerful as Suyi. Sure enough, Emma originally wanted to win over Suyi and subdue Suyi. Unexpectedly, it was subdued in reverse. Anyway, Emma has Suyi's support. In the future, when Emma has something to do, Suyi will definitely not sit idly by. From today onwards, you are the king of Hellfire Club, and I am your queen. What do you think? My nickname is White Queen. Your Majesty the King. Suyi was slightly stunned. It turned out that Emma didn't have a code name before. Nice name, I like it. Suyi is also very distressed, and he can only say that he is worthy of being the capital of freedom. The girls are very proactive and don't play hard to get or something. Like is like, body is honesty. Emma did not directly agree to Nick Fury, but was ready to delay. The sudden appearance of the Hellfire Club is just a blip. Suyi has already determined that Hellfire Club is not in danger, and that is enough. Afterwards, Suyi naturally returned to normal life. For the Hellfire Club, it depends on when White Queen Emma summons herself. Having nothing to do, Suyi went to look for Susan again. Knowing that Susan is very busy, Suyi also specially came to help Susan relax. Being busy all the time is not good for your health. Suyi came late, but when Suyi appeared, Susan was still busy. In the current laboratory, some new equipment has been piled up in the corner. Just wait for the time to assemble and debug, and then you can achieve your goal. Suyi didn't pay too much attention, but quietly came to Susan's side. Susan, it's time to rest. Without raising her head, Susan said, wait a little longer. Susan continued to study, and Suyi didn't want to disturb her, so she waited quietly for Susan. Susan is still working on it, and Johnny is back. After being invited to join the Avengers Alliance, Johnny is currently receiving special training from SHIELD. No, I just finished a day of training, and I'm going to go to the bar to be chic when I come back. Ben, big man, how about we go to the bar? Johnny broke into the laboratory, but didn't find Ben's figure, but saw Suyi. Hey, why are you here? Suyi replied, I'm here to pick up Susan. Why can't I be here? Susan was very angry at being interrupted. Johnny, can't you just be quiet? Just after reprimanding Johnny, Susan noticed the existence of Suyi. So, when did you come? I told you hello, but you're busy. Susan said slightly apologetically, I remember. I'm sorry, Ben needs this machine very much, so we must complete the machine as soon as possible. Suyi nodded, I know, Ben and his girlfriend haven't gotten along yet. That's right, his girlfriend couldn't accept that Ben was like this, and Ben is grieving right now. As a prodigal son in love, Johnny immediately suggested, I thought he should go to the bar with me. Believe me, there must be beautiful women who like big guys. Unless, his. Susan was speechless to her younger brother, that's enough, Johnny, Ben is a dedicated person, not everyone is like you, okay. Now, how long will it take to finish? It will take about a week at the earliest. Suyi brought the topic to Victor, wondering if Victor restrained himself after being warned by himself. By the way, I remember Victor also changed, does he want to change back? Susan sighed, Victor intends to reproduce the process of the cosmic storm and strengthen his super ability. Chatting here, Reed couldn't rest assured to study, so he chose to take a break and join in the chat. Such an approach is full of too many uncertainties, but Victor has reasons to do so. Are you going to help him? Susan nodded, after helping Ben get back to normal, we'll help Victor, strengthening his ability. It seems that my own warning is still somewhat useful. Victor chose to cooperate instead of using some extreme methods. Then, will Victor's method be dangerous? I mean it will become unstable, cause an explosion, and cause large-scale harm. Susan knew Suyi's identity, this, I'm not sure yet, probably not. Immediately, he turned his gaze to Reed. Reed also took the initiative to explain, as long as the machine is not damaged and the energy is not leaked, there will be no harm. However, I'm not sure now whether people who have experienced the energy baptism of the cosmic storm can energy absorbing again. If Victor can't energy absorbing, then there is still a great risk of energy accumulation in the experimental cabin. Suyi finally understands, but there is still some danger. Therefore, I still have to come to the scene when the time comes to ensure that there will be no accidents. I see, I'll come and see then. Johnny suddenly thought of something. Hey, brother, the two beauties who entered outer space with you last time, they should have gained super abilities too? Why don't you bring them out and let's go to the bar for a drink together? Suyi looked at Johnny curiously, not quite understanding what Johnny meant. Johnny pulled Suyi aside, do they both have boyfriends? Why are you asking this? Definitely asked you to introduce them to me. I was too busy in space back then. Otherwise, I would have taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with them. Suyi's heart skipped a beat. Damn, this little brother-in-law can't get along, and actually wants to poach my confidant. Suyi said in a cold tone, which one are you referring to? Jane is a research freak, not suitable for me. However, she is pretty, and it doesn't matter if she can have fun. Daisy is all right, she's charming. While speaking, Johnny even gestured. Suyi immediately refused. Don't even think about it, they all have boyfriends. Besides, if their boyfriends find out, you will definitely be miserable. Johnny looked disdainful. My super ability is comparable to a supernova, and their boyfriends, let them both go together, are not my opponents. What? You still dare to use ability to hurt them? Although Johnny has a Zhongyang character, he is not considered a bad person. His own super ability is indeed very strong, and it will hurt people if he is not careful. Under normal circumstances, super abilities cannot be easily used. This is also a problem. Forget it, they all have boyfriends anyway, so forget it. Suyi patted Johnny on the shoulder. Boy, I'll tell their boyfriends the news. You wish for luck. I don't care. Forget it. I'll go find Ben and see if he wants to go to the bar with me. Johnny left, and Suyi was going to take Susan away. Susan, it's time for you to rest too? Your body won't be able to bear it if you are so tired. It's still close, wait for me for another 10 minutes. Suyi kissed Susan lightly. Okay, just 10 minutes. Susan suddenly thought of what happened to John just now. John just now, you don't mind? No, I don't mind. So, I'm going to teach him a lesson another day and make him suffer. Susan is definitely leaning towards Suyi. Good idea, I've been worried that he abused his super ability, caused damage, and hurt innocent people. It would be great if you could teach him a lesson. Suyi smiled slightly. Brother-in-law, it's not my fault, your sister asked me to clean you up. At that time, you can't blame me. In the end, Susan was busy for another 15 minutes before finishing the finishing work. The two set off together to find Jane and Daisy. Suyi decided to teach Johnny a lesson, definitely by putting on a vest. Moreover, once a fight is launched, it must be extremely destructive. Therefore, Suyi still needs help, and someone needs to help him open a mirror space, otherwise, Suyi really dare not let go and start fighting. So, Suyi first went to Kamartage to find a helper. Coincidentally, I haven't seen Wanda in a while. After all, Wanda is under the eyes of the Ancient One Magician, and Suyi's time management is not very convenient. Ancient One Magician was not surprised at Suyi's arrival. What's important for you to come here? Suyi chuckled. Definitely nothing important. If something important happened, Ancient One Magician, you must have known about it long ago. Then you're here to find Wanda. I'm indeed here to find Wanda, but there's one more thing I want to ask the Ancient One Magician for help. I'm planning a battle, and I need someone to help me cast the mirror space. Wanda has already learned this spell, and she can help you cast this spell. Definitely, if you learn it yourself, you don't need to ask me for help in the future. Learning spells is too troublesome. Maybe you can get this spell through the system in the future. Has Wanda learned? Will she be in control? Can. It's not that Suyi doesn't believe it, but that once something goes wrong, the consequences may be more serious. After getting an affirmative answer from Ancient One Magician, Suyi was relieved. In this case, there is no need to bother Ancient One Magician in the future, it is better to find Wanda's wife. One more question, Ancient One Magician, do you know Phoenix Force? As a Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One Magician naturally knows about Phoenix Force, and also knows that Suyi asked this question because of Jean Grey. I know. Then what can you do? Can you help Jean Grey? Can she learn spells like Wanda, and then completely control this power? The Ancient One Magician shook his head. Origin magic power is chaotic and disorderly. Wanda can control origin magic power by improving her spiritual power through meditation. Phoenix Force has its own consciousness. Unless this consciousness is completely wiped out, the effect of improving spiritual power is limited. Suyi sighed and knew that it would not be so easy to solve. Then, what if I swallow the Phoenix Force? The consciousness of the Phoenix exists in all forces. After swallowing, the consciousness of the Phoenix still exists. Moreover, devouring the Phoenix Force will definitely revive the consciousness of the Phoenix and attract the Phoenix's counterattack. This method can only be done temporarily. Suyi can only wait patiently, waiting for her strength to become stronger, and waiting for the system to give better rewards. I see. It seems that the Phoenix Force on the piano cannot be handled easily. Suyi can only put aside the piano matter first. Thank you, Ancient One Magician, then I'll go find Wanda. Ancient One Magician didn't say much. Go, she is practicing in her room. Suyi soon came to Wanda's room. Wanda was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a book in front of her eyes. Wanda's hands are changing gestures, obviously according to the book, and she is practicing spells. Wanda. Wanda stopped when she heard the sound. When seeing Suyi, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. Su, you're here. Suyi gently took Wanda into his arms. I miss you. Wanda also replied enthusiastically. Me too. Go back with me and rest for a few days, how about it? Wanda didn't have much hesitation. Okay. However, I have to return this magic book first. It's okay, I'll wait for you. Wanda took the magic book and returned it to the library. We should go back. Wanda interrupted Suyi. Wait, I want to use my spell. No problem. Wanda easily casts the portal, and the other side of the portal is naturally Wanda's room in the villa. The two returned home, and Wanda was still a little happy. Came back. Wanda seems to have regained the appearance of a little girl, with a bit of playfulness and looks very cute. Wanda, I want to ask you to do me a favor. What's busy? I want to teach someone a lesson, but, as you know, my power is too strong, so I need you to help me cast the spell of mirror space. No problem. Wanda readily agreed, and Suyi can proceed to the next step. Suyi decisively contacted Nick Fury and asked him to bring Johnny out, and he wanted to give him special training. Although Nick Fury is very dissatisfied with Suyi calling him like this, but thinking that Suyi needs help from him now, in the future, he can also ask Suyi for help. What's more, Suyi helped win over Emma, a powerful mutant. This small request, Nick Fury can still agree. Nick Fury handed over this matter to Sharon. Sharon quickly found Johnny, who was practicing. Johnny, someone wants to see you. To be precise, he wants to fight you. Who? Mysterious Spider-Man. Johnny is still very curious about the mysterious Spider-Man, especially now that he has acquired a super ability. Johnny can't help but want to fight the mysterious Spider-Man for a long time to see who is more powerful. Therefore, this move is called matching what one likes, and Johnny immediately agreed. Oh, I promise. Mysterious Spider-Man, he is definitely not my opponent. I can guarantee that I can beat him to pieces. Hey, Beauty, do you know his real identity? Are you saying why he wears a mask? Is it because he's ugly? If he's like this, won't he have difficulty breathing? Sharon was really impatient and wanted to sew Thunderbolt's mouth shut. You'll know when the time comes. Sharon took Johnny to the outskirts, where there are few people and it is convenient to do it. What about others? Almost there? Suyi showed up with Wanda, and Wanda also put on her own outfit, which is closer to Wanda's outfit at the end of the TV series, and it looks stunning. Oh, another beauty. Although Sharon didn't know why Suyi brought Wanda, she didn't ask too much. People have brought it, but you'd better be careful not to cause too much damage. One more thing, this guy is very annoying, and he has long wanted to challenge you. You can be more ruthless. Suyi didn't expect that Johnny would actually annoy Sharon. You know, I also tried to flirt with Sharon, and Sharon didn't find it very annoying. But Johnny can actually make Sharon say such a thing. I have to say, it is also a talent. Wanda, cast your spell. Johnny froze for a moment. Spell? What spell? After the world was turned upside down, several people appeared in a strange lully space. What happened? Suyi explained. This spell is called mirror space. Here, I can use my abilities without worrying about destroying the city. Johnny, I heard you want to date my girlfriends. Now, are you ready to be beaten? Only then did Johnny think of it. Your girlfriend. That's right, both Jane and Daisy are my girlfriends. In the mirror space, Johnny and Sharon felt extremely shocked. Such a mirrored space is simply beyond imagination. When Johnny heard Suyi say that he didn't have to worry about destroying the city here, he immediately became excited. Great, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Eon. Johnny was so confident that he wanted to fight Suyi directly. Suyi is not afraid at all, but he still plans to test Johnny's strength first. Since you want to challenge me, fine, but you have to catch up with me first. Let me see your ability. Suyi took off directly, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and flew into the sky. Johnny is definitely very excited. He has been looking forward to the battle with the mysterious Spider-Man for a long time. Today, he will defeat Suyi and prove that he is the most powerful superhero. Fire. Johnny's whole body ignited, turning into a flame with flames burning all over his body. Because the clothes are specially made, the clothes will not be burned to ashes by the flames. Suyi's speed is very fast, and Johnny's speed is not slow, flying at a super fast speed behind. Both of them are fast, amazingly fast. However, Suyi has not displayed his fastest speed yet. Even so, Johnny was having a hard time. Johnny marveled at Suyi's speed, and tried his best to improve his own speed, trying to catch up with Suyi's speed. Suyi had a sonic boom ahead, while Johnny left a flame in the air. Is that your speed? Johnny, I'll catch up with you. Johnny increased his speed again. He didn't want to use the supernova state, that is, the full power mode. But if he didn't use this speed, he would never be able to catch up with Suyi. Supernova. Johnny used the full power mode, the speed increased greatly, and the temperature brought by the flame also affected the mirror space. The space around him couldn't bear the energy. Even Wanda and Sharon, who were on the ground, could feel the temperature rise by a few degrees. Fortunately, the distance is far enough, otherwise, Sharon would not be able to withstand such a temperature. Suyi is also observing Johnny's strength. Speed, not bad, can also exceed the speed of sound. However, compared with myself, it is still a bit far behind. Suyi observed Johnny's energy level. In the supernova state, it can reach LV7 level. However, it cannot last. It is estimated that in less than a minute, Johnny will use up all his energy and enter a weak state. The energy level is not bad. Now, it should be comparable to Yelena. If Yelena can unleash the full energy of the fire orb, she should be no weaker than a supernova. Suyi's speed increased sharply again. Johnny couldn't catch up with Suyi no matter what. Desperate, but helpless. Can only fire energy in the rear, trying to shoot Suyi. However, such energy still cannot keep up with Suyi's speed. Coward, do you only know how to run? Stop and fight me. Suyi heard Johnny's voice, and knew that flying all the way down was not what she wanted to see. Flight, just to test Johnny's speed and ability. Now that the testing is almost done, it's time to beat Johnny head on. Suyi stopped in midair, and Johnny finally smiled when he saw this, waiting for this opportunity. Johnny turned into a flame and rushed towards Suyi. Johnny knew that his energy consumption was too much. Therefore, decide on an attack and decide the outcome. So, Johnny gathered all the energy in his body, and rushed over at the fastest speed. The whole person turned into a humanoid missile and shot towards Suyi. Seeing this scene, Suyi didn't dodge, but stopped in midair, waiting for Johnny's attack. Johnny hit Suyi like a missile. A powerful energy erupted in an instant, earth-shattering, and the space seemed to be shaking. Suyi remained motionless, stretched out his hands, and used the energy barrier to block Johnny's attack. Johnny felt strong resistance, which prevented Johnny from continuing to fly, and blocked the huge energy brought by the impact. Johnny felt the gap. In front of Suyi, with all his strength, he was so unbearable. However, Johnny did not give up. I can withstand high temperature, so can Suyi go? Thinking of this, Johnny continued to rush forward, and in the process, released energy, increasing the surrounding temperature. The temperature soared rapidly, exceeding 100 degrees long ago. It would have been unbearable for any ordinary person. However, Suyi's power is beyond Johnny's imagination. Suyi can shield high temperature by using energy barrier. Not only that, Suyi can also energy absorbing. It's just that Suyi really despises this little energy. Johnny was very helpless. Suyi was right in front of him, but he couldn't hit Suyi at all, and his energy was about to be exhausted. Is this your full strength? It seems that it is just average. Johnny's personality is already fiery, so he couldn't help it when he was provoked by Suyi. Don't be too happy. Johnny roared and broke Suyi's energy barrier. The fist wrapped in flames was about to hit Suyi in the face. However, Suyi stretched out a hand and grabbed Johnny's fist. Not bad, but unfortunately, your opponent is me. With one kick, Suyi kicked Johnny flying. Johnny was already exhausted. After being kicked by Suyi, he actually recovered from the supernova state. In other words, the current Johnny cannot fly. Suyi sighed. After all, he was his brother-in-law, so he couldn't mess it up to death. If Susan found out about this, wouldn't she have to break with herself? Although this kid is annoying, who gave him a sister? Suyi teleported behind Johnny, grabbed Johnny with the symbiote battlesuit, and brought him to the ground. Sharon looked at the time. The battle ends in 2 minutes. It's too fast. Wanda replied, obviously, Sue's strength is much stronger than this burning man. Suyi fell to the ground and complained to Sharon, Sharon, you know a man doesn't like evaluations like too fast. Sharon naturally knew what Suyi was talking about. This is the truth. Sooner or later, I will let you know how strong I am. Johnny clutched his stomach. Damn it, I wouldn't have lost to you if I hadn't consumed too much energy in the previous flight. Hearing that Johnny was still not convinced, Suyi suddenly became interested. Okay, I'll give you another chance and fight again. Suyi took out a fairy bean. Eat it, you should be able to recover your energy quickly. Johnny swallowed without hesitation. Sure enough, I felt that my physical strength had recovered, and my energy was being replenished rapidly. About half an hour later, Johnny was resurrected with full blood. I'm ready, this time, let's see how I can beat you. Johnny regained his strength and energy and fought Suyi again. This time, Suyi directly devoured Johnny's energy and ended the battle cleanly. However, Johnny was still unconvinced. Suyi had no choice but to beat Johnny with his fist again. Finally, after being crushed many times by Suyi in all aspects, Johnny chose to admit defeat temporarily. However, Johnny still spoke harshly. Suyi didn't expect that Johnny would dare to speak harshly. If so, he will teach him a lesson when he finds an opportunity. Such a comparison, it seems that the brother-in-law Pietro is not bad. Johnny was severely taught by Suyi, and he realized his problems and realized that he was not strong enough. I also restrained a little bit, and strengthened my training. Another few days have passed. Suyi naturally wants to accompany Wanda, who finally came back, and leave more time for Wanda. Wanda was not surprised or rejected that there was another sky in the villa. In the past few days, Susan and Reed finally completed their research on cosmic storms. Through research, they have built the machine. The machine can be used at any time to help several people return to normal. Although Jane and Daisy also gained energy, it didn't affect their normal life, so they didn't plan to recover. Among the Fantastic Four, Johnny is now obsessed with being a superhero. Under Suyi's influence, Susan doesn't intend to give up ability either. Reed is still very hesitation now, and he doesn't know whether to give up this ability. Anyway, the machine is finished. The next step is to use the machine to get myself back to normal. Suyi and Victor also came to the laboratory, waiting for Ben to return to normal, so that he can continue to improve himself. Ben, are you sure you want to start right away? I am sure. Ben has been depressed because of a broken relationship. Now, I can restore my original state, and I can go to chase my girlfriend back. Okay, Ben, you go in. Ben followed Reed's guidance and entered the experimental cabin. Reed and Susan started operations outside, starting the machines. Susan, are you ready? Ready. Start up. Susan pressed the start button and the machine started to run. Subsequently, huge amounts of electricity were poured into the machine, and then after conversion, began to be injected into the experimental cabin. It only takes a few minutes to return to its original state. However, just at the beginning, the machine sounded the alarm. Reed immediately checked through the computer and learned the real reason. Insufficient energy, it is impossible to support the recovery. What happens if there's not enough energy? Reed shrugged. I'm not sure, maybe, it could be worse. Susan suddenly had an idea. Stop it. Reed thought of a way. Ben has already been affected, and it's not a good idea to stop now. So what should I do now? Unless there is a lot of energy support, otherwise. Suyi suggested, Victor, can you provide energy to the machine? Victor hesitated. I can try. Victor came to the machine, passed the machine, and began to power the machine. Victor's energy is very strong, and he can definitely meet the requirements of the machine. In just a few seconds, the machine was back up and running and started helping Ben recover. Reed looked at the computer and realized that the machine had enough energy. Enough, so much energy, it is enough to return to normal. Time passed by every minute, which was a painful experience for Ben in the experimental cabin. For the few people outside, it was also a long wait. It's finally over. The energy was exhausted, and the experimental cabin was opened. Everyone saw the situation in the experimental cabin, and Ben returned to the original state. However, it doesn't look good. Reed and Johnny helped Ben out. Ben, are you okay? Ben looked at his arms, touched his face, and was thrilled to see that he was back to normal. I'm fine. I've never been better. Ben was excited. Where is my phone? I need to make a call. I need to find her. Everyone knows that Ben wanted to recover in order to save his girlfriend. Ben, you'd better get some rest. You're just recovering. We're not sure if there's anything wrong yet. Ben couldn't wait any longer. No, I have to go find her now. If I succeed, I'll be back. Johnny thoughtlessly said, what if you fail? All eyes were on Johnny, which surprised Johnny. Why are you looking at me? I just said there is such a possibility. Ben was in a good mood at the moment, and he didn't bother arguing with Johnny. Instead, he changed into his clothes, picked up his phone and ring, and was about to find his girlfriend. Suyi suggested, Johnny, you can follow Ben, and if Ben fails, we will know where he is. Susan immediately echoed, that's right, Johnny, you go. Johnny was very unhappy to be ordered by Suyi, but after all his older sister had spoken, Johnny still followed. Ben's business is over, so next, it's Victor's turn. Victor didn't want to wait any longer. Reed, it's my turn. I need a little time to adjust the machine. After all, your needs are different from Ben's. Moreover, it needs to consume a lot of energy. Victor immediately replied, I'll inject energy. You can't worry about energy issues. Reed had no choice but to agree, and began to adjust the machine. The entrance of energy input needs to be adjusted. In addition, parameters must be adjusted. Reed was busy, but fortunately, Susan helped. Suyi waited patiently to prevent mistakes. If there is a problem, Suyi will not sit idly by. Victor, you'd better keep your promise and return to your hometown after obtaining the ability. Victor agreed, I will. If the machine lacks power, you need to help me. Otherwise, I'm not sure if I'll be able to stay sane after I get out. It took Reed and Susan half an hour to finally complete the transformation of the machine. It's done, Victor, it's time to energize. Victor injected energy into the machine again, and after charging the machine, Victor walked into the machine. The machine was running again, a large amount of energy was injected into the experimental cabin, and the energy of the cosmic storm began to be simulated. Victor felt the energy, excited. Power, this is the power I need. Victor greedily absorbed energy, ready to become even stronger. Reed and Susan watched closely, worried that something might be wrong with the machine. Fortunately, Reed's research did not go wrong, and the machine was operating normally. Except for the shortcoming of not having enough energy, this machine is perfect. Fortunately, with the power bank of Victor, the energy problem is not a big problem. Victor once again experienced the baptism of cosmic storm energy. Under the radiation of energy, Victor is madly energy absorbing and becomes stronger. Suyi keeps an eye on the machine so that when there is a problem with the machine, he can deal with it as soon as possible. Fortunately, the machine made by Reed has no problems at all. Victor's strengthening process is finally over. Reed didn't turn on the machine until the process was completely over. Victor in the machine has undergone huge amounts of changes at this moment. The previous Victor looked normal, at least most of the skin was still human. But now Victor seems to have become an Iron Man. Powerful energy exudes from the whole body, but this state is extremely unstable, as if it is about to explode at any time. Suyi is always ready. If Victor can't control these energies, then he has no choice but to swallow them. Fortunately, Victor's will is still strong, and he actually forcibly controlled the energy of the runaway. Victor regained consciousness, feeling his own strength, and was ecstatic. With such an ability, he can definitely defeat the tyrannical king of his hometown and save his hometown from fire and water. Victor was so excited that he put his eyes on Suyi in front of him. I saw that Suyi didn't hesitate at all, and met Victor's gaze head-on. As long as Victor dared to fight, Suyi dared to beat him down directly. Victor finally endured it and didn't make a move. He doesn't know Suyi's strength, but he can roughly guess that Suyi's strength is definitely not weak. I have more important things to do. There is no need to add an enemy to myself. Victor, how are you feeling? I feel so much better. I'm full of strength. Susan said, Victor, what you look like now. Victor wasn't worried at all, and took out a mask. I've been prepared. Victor put on a mask, covering his face. This way, no one will know what Victor really looks like. Suyi knew that Dr. Doom, who was a master of both magic and technology, was born. But fortunately, the current Dr. Doom is not a complete bad guy, and he hasn't done anything out of the ordinary. My goal has been achieved, thank you, Reed. Reed replied, you're welcome. I'm leaving? Victor achieved his goal and then chose to leave. Only Suyi, Susan, and Reed were left. Reed and Susan had worked so hard to build this machine that they could finally relax. Susan was so excited that she hugged Suyi. So, it's finally finished. Ben has returned to its original state. Nice job, Susan. I think we can celebrate, don't you think? Susan agreed, I think this is a good idea. If Ben can get his girlfriend back, he will definitely need to celebrate. What do you think, Reed? Reed wanted to refuse, but after hesitation, he agreed. I agree. Susan took out her mobile phone. I'll ask Johnny to see how Ben is doing. Susan called Johnny, and Johnny was observing Ben's situation from a distance. Hey, Johnny, how's Ben? We're going to celebrate. How's Ben? Let him bring his girlfriend to celebrate. John stood on the street, staring at Ben's house. I don't know, it should be close to success. You know, if they get back together, I can't bother them. When Susan thought about it, it seemed to be the same reason. Then don't wait for him, we'll send him a message and go to the bar first. Johnny was very happy. Good idea, I'll go right away. Johnny was about to hang up the phone when he saw Ben coming out of the room, looking unhappy. Wait, Ben is out, it looks like something went wrong. Johnny didn't hang up the phone, but went after him directly. Hey, big guy, how's it going? Ben stopped and glared, are you here to laugh at me? Even if Johnny is not smart, he can tell that Ben and his girlfriend have failed to get back together. Although I don't know the reason, it must not be because of Ben's appearance, because Ben has fully recovered. It's a pity that Ben persisted for so many days, looking forward to changing back to the original. Now it seems that it is all in vain. The reunion with his girlfriend was a complete failure. Johnny picked up the phone and said to the phone, it seems that we can't celebrate tonight. A certain big man has lost his love, so he must not be happy. Susan was a little shocked. Water? This has been restored, why did it still fail? How do I know? What now? Susan ordered, take Ben to the bar, let's rush over and comfort Ben together. Johnny agreed, you are right. The way to forget a relationship is to start a new relationship. Johnny caught up with Ben, brother, I know you're in a bad mood, let's go have a drink or two. Ben didn't bother, and just kept going. Johnny had no choice but to follow by his side and continued to persuade, big man, I think you should start a new relationship, which will be better. The two came to the bar one after the other, and Johnny also notified Susan and others. The three of Susan also came to the bar soon, and found Johnny in the bar. Johnny is pretty handsome, plus he is a seasoned lover, so he immediately attracted many girls. Surrounded by girls, Johnny is like a fish in water. Ben, on the other hand, was sitting in a corner, drinking alone. The three of Susan came to Ben's side, and Susan immediately comforted, Ben, are you okay? Ben saw Susan and others, and had a drink. Thank you for your hard work every day, completing the machine and helping me restore it to its original state. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be of much use. You're welcome, we're friends, aren't we? After comforting Ben with a few words, Suyi and Susan left to enjoy their personal time. And Reed is a nerd, and he doesn't know what to do at the moment, so he just drinks quietly with Ben. After a while, a beautiful woman came to chat with Reed. Reed didn't feel much, and chatted with the beauty about scientific knowledge, but unexpectedly, the beauty seemed interested. So, Reed and the beauty also chatted happily. In this way, only the lovelorn Ben was left alone, looking a little lonely. Time passed like this, and Ben didn't expect that a girl would find him. Hey handsome, would you like to have a drink? Ben followed the voice, I'm sorry, I just lost my relationship, and I haven't planned to start a new relationship yet. The beauty didn't give up, can you talk to me? Maybe I can analyze it for you. Ben was silent for a moment, then replied, thank you. So, Ben is no longer alone. Suzanne and Reed's experiment has temporarily come to an end, but this does not mean that there is nothing to do next. The research on cosmic storms is far from over. Suyi also shifted her focus away from Susan, preparing to spend more time on her other confidant. On the new day, after Suyi sent Susan back, she decided to take Daisy to the plant research room. Daisy's ability can obtain life energy from other creatures to improve herself. At the same time, it can also give life energy to other creatures. After practice, Daisy has initially mastered her ability. Suyi also specially tested that Daisy can indeed make the potted plants grow quickly. Therefore, Suyi planned to take Daisy to the laboratory and ask Daisy to help cultivate plants. If you can cultivate more blood orchids, then your confidant can stay young forever and live longer. Suyi and Daisy came directly to the plant laboratory, which is managed by Maya Hansen. The core area, that is, the area where blood orchids and fairy beans are planted, is completely unknown to others, let alone accessible. Suyi brought Daisy in and was blocked immediately. Warn? There are unauthorized people preparing to enter the laboratory? Suyi dismissed the warning immediately and started the operation. Add new permission. After Suyi made some operations, he confirmed Daisy's identity, and then he got the permission. Daisy was extremely curious. What's in it? It's so mysterious. The stuff here is the same as your ability. It can change the world. Therefore, it must be kept secret. Daisy naturally knew how terrifying her own ability was. If someone knows their abilities, there will definitely be someone who will stop at nothing to catch Daisy and use Daisy's super abilities to prolong her life. When the two entered the laboratory, they saw Maya waiting for them. So, Dr. Maya, this is my confidant, Daisy. Hello, Daisy. Maya knew that these things were brought by Suyi, and Suyi would not have any idea of monopolizing them. Moreover, Maya also guessed that there must be an important reason for Suyi to bring Daisy here. Daisy, I brought you here because I hope you can help cultivate the plants here. Daisy observed these plants and felt the magic of these plants, which contained strange life energy. Daisy finally understood why Suyi said that the things here are enough to change the world. So, you plan to cultivate these plants. You know what this will cause. If you let those wealthy people live longer, they will definitely become crazy. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. We are still in the research stage, and the products that will be sold in the future will only have a slight effect, not really prolonging their lifespan by a lot. Daisy understood Suyi's thoughts, however, this is still very dangerous. No problem. Daisy chose to trust Suyi. I trust you, since you let me cultivate these plants, then I will help you cultivate them. Daisy reached out her hand, releasing life energy. After absorbing these energies, the blood orchid began to grow. Originally, the growth speed of the blood orchid was not slow, but with Daisy's help, the growth of the blood orchid became even faster. Maya was shocked when she saw this miraculous scene. I have studied plants for many years, and I have never seen such a miraculous situation. Suyi watched the blood orchid bloom with great joy. Picking off a petal, he decides to let Daisy taste it. If it was someone else, Suyi might not dare to try it rashly. But Daisy can control life energy. Suyi believes that Daisy may be able to control the effects of the petal juice. Daisy, would you like to try it? Daisy didn't have much hesitation. She swallowed a petal. The juice from the petals entered the stomach and began to help Daisy with her genetic improvement. Suyi carefully observed Daisy's changes, ready to strike at any time. Sure enough, Daisy can perfectly adapt to this change. The blood orchid juice can improve Daisy's genes and improve Daisy's physical fitness, but it has no side effects. Daisy felt the change in herself and was extremely shocked. I feel that I seem to have become more perfect and stronger. That's right. Suyi accompanies Daisy to continue working, helping other plants grow. Even the slow-growing peas, with the help of Daisy, have undergone huge amounts of changes. These fairy beans have basically grown pods, but it will take a while for the fairy beans to mature. Daisy helps so many plants grow today, the consumption is already great. Excessive consumption may consume Daisy's own life energy, which is not worth the candle. Suyi is very pleased. With Daisy's cheat, it will definitely be very helpful for the research of blood orchid and fairy beans. Moreover, there is no need for Daisy to come often, at most once a month is enough. Maya Hansen looked at the plants growing so vigorously, nothing but shock. It's really amazing. With these, I think the research cycle can definitely be shortened. Thank you so much, Dr. Maya. Suyi and Daisy didn't stay in the plant laboratory for too long, they left soon. Leaving from here is definitely not going home, but going to the laboratory next door. It's all here. How could Suyi not go to see Zhao Hailan? Suyi and Daisy appeared together. Although Zhao Hailan saw Daisy beside Suyi, she didn't react too much. After all, when Hailan Zhao made up her mind, she already knew about Suyi's situation. Helen, this is Daisy. Daisy, this is Helen Zhao. Suyi introduced the two to each other, and the two also got to know each other. Daisy was also surprised that Helen Zhao was the owner of this laboratory. Even Tony Stark had to listen to Helen Zhao. After a simple greeting, Helen Zhao said bitterly, "What brought you here? I thought you had forgotten me. How? I wish I could see you every day. It would be even better if you could move in and live with me. I need to think about this." Suyi immediately showed her superb flirting skills, embraced Zhao Hailan in her arms, began to talk sweetly, and coaxed Zhao Hailan in minutes. Zhao Hailan usually concentrates on research by herself, so hasn't done so many times, so it's inevitable that she will feel lonely. Now, with Suyi showing up, Hailan Zhao does not intend to let go of this good opportunity. "Su, do you have time now? For you, there is always time. As long as you call me, I will definitely appear by your side. I'm not in good shape today, so I don't want to study." Suyi immediately said, "Where do you want to go?" "Go to my house. I want to bask in the sun and have a rest. I want to take Daisy with me, can I?" Hesitation Zhao, I have no objection. After the three discussed it, they left the laboratory together. Suyi has been in a good mood these past few days, and the city finally looks peaceful. No superhero, no destruction. To flirt with girls when you are free, this kind of life is called enjoyment. Suyi watched TV with the beauties at home, and there were beauties leaning on Suyi's shoulders on the left and right. While the beauties were watching TV, Suyi was planning the next few days in his heart. "I went to Betty's house the day before yesterday, and Christine's house yesterday. Where should I go on the weekend? It's fine with me. On weekends, Peter may go back, and it's easy to be disturbed by Peter. Let's go see Natasha Romanoff this weekend first. I haven't seen Natasha Romanoff for a while. After all, it's not as comfortable on a spaceship as in a city. Then, let's go to Mutant Academy again." Suyi has already planned her schedule for the weekend. Before she knew it, it was getting late, and Suyi had to go to rest. Felicia's house. At this moment, Felicia has changed into her own uniform, a black tights, and a perfect figure. Looking at herself in the mirror, Felicia was very satisfied. During this time, Felicia has been training herself to make herself stronger. Now that the training is basically over, Felicia also decided to take the initiative to express her heart to Suyi. So, here I come. I don't know what expression So will have when he sees me like this. Felicia is very confident in herself and also believes that Suyi will be fascinated by her. Thinking of this, Felicia put on the blindfold and was about to set off impatiently. Daddy, I'm leaving. Walter outside the door naturally knew Felicia's purpose, knowing that Suyi was going to find Suyi. Thinking that her Chinese cabbage was about to be beaten by Suyi, she felt very uncomfortable. However, this was Felicia's choice after all, and Walter had no reason to stop it, so he could only sigh and go to rest early. Felicia opened the window and climbed out. Then, I saw a light figure leaping across the roof. Under the night, a black figure perfectly blended into the night. This figure jumped and moved quickly in the city without attracting any attention. 10 minutes later, Felicia appeared near Suyi's villa. During the original reception, Felicia was rescued by Suyi, and she had a deep love for Suyi at that time. It's just because of the training. Felicia has never formally expressed her heart, just flirting with Suyi. Today is the best time to officially take this step. After stopping for a while, Felicia continued to jump and run between the houses, heading towards Suyi's villa. Not long after, Felicia climbed over the wall and entered the courtyard. Quietly approaching the villa, ready to open the window. The light in that room is still on, go and check first. When Felicia appeared, Suyi sensed it immediately and became alert. Someone broke into her villa, Suyi can't ignore it. His own strength is strong, even if the missile falls, he will not be injured. But other people in the villa, except Kylan, are ordinary people. A bullet, a bomb, could hurt them. If they get hurt, Suyi will never forgive herself. Suyi was not sure enough to save all the people in an instant. Also, Suyi didn't want to take any chances. Now that you've noticed it, let's clean it up first. Anyway, the night is still long, it's okay to pause for a while. Wait a moment. What's the matter? Su, someone is coming. I'll go out and have a look. Be careful. He hurriedly put on a dress and turned off the light. Then, a teleport appeared in the yard outside the villa. Felicia was climbing, but found that the lights went out, not sure if it was a coincidence. Regardless, Felicia kept going. One turned over and appeared on the balcony outside the bedroom. Suyi was suspended in the air, looking at the graceful and light body in front of him. Suyi had already seen the identity of the other party. A female thief with a perfect figure, Felicia the Black Cat. Seeing Felicia's movements, Suyi instantly thought of her former self. Suyi used to climb through the windows of Gwen and Mary Jane in the same way. Unexpectedly, she actually climbed through the windows today. Suyi approached quietly. Felicia. Before Suyi finished speaking, Felicia quickly reacted. One rolled to the side of the railing, and then turned over. The whole person landed on the railing, looking in Suyi's direction vigilantly. The movement is extremely smooth, and the figure is extremely dexterous, just like a black cat. Felicia also saw clearly that the person who came was Suyi, and she was also relieved. You found me. Suyi didn't answer, but instead asked, Felicia, what are you doing here? Felicia rolled over from the railing and landed lightly on the balcony. Then, walking on a catwalk, her body trembling, she came to Suyi. Felicia, who was close to 180, was so close that Suyi could clearly feel it. I definitely came to see you. Is everything okay? Everything is fine. Felicia was restless while saying this. His fingers drew circles in front of Suyi's body. At this moment, Suyi doesn't want to ask Felicia what's the matter with her. Now Suyi just wants to conquer this kitten. Suyi took the initiative to embrace Felicia, who was close in front of her eyes. Felicia, you look so beautiful in this dress. Felicia is very restless like a cat. So, am I not usually pretty? Usually pretty, but even more so now. So pretty, it's irresistible. When Felicia was rescued by Suyi, she fell in love with Suyi in her heart. During this time, Felicia has been training herself to make herself stronger. Now, his fighting skills are excellent in all aspects, so Felicia decided to attack and took the initiative to climb the window. I can't resist you either. Do you know? When you rescued me, I will never forget you again. Suyi smiled lightly and said, actually, when I saw you for the first time, I knew that you were destined to become my beauty, and I couldn't escape. Felicia didn't refute. I'm not going to run away. Felicia took the initiative to kiss Suyi, and Suyi took advantage of the situation to embrace Felicia and entered the bedroom. Suyi thought it would be some kind of trouble at first, but now it seems that it is not very troublesome. One more person can just make up a table of mahjong. Felicia's appearance was unexpected. What surprised Suyi even more was what Felicia brought to him. You know, Suyi hasn't gained anything for a while. Today, the appearance of Felicia, like the goddess of luck, brought another good thing to Suyi, the code of life. What Suyi got was Superman's code of life. Suyi, who has the code of life, has unlimited potential, and feels that her physical fitness is improving in all aspects. Not only that, if Suyi is willing, Kryptonians can be cultivated in this world. Cultivating a bunch of Kryptonians in the Marvel world is basically invincible. Even ordinary Kryptonian fighters, after absorbing the energy of the green sun, can go to the sky and enter the earth, possessing super powerful combat power. What's more, there should be no one in this world who can produce kryptonite except himself. As for the red sun, no one will study this. In other words, Kryptonian warriors are basically in full bloom near this planet. Making Kryptonian warriors? Still doesn't make much sense. The biggest help is to help me realize a generation of gods. Suyi originally had the divine body technology from the world of Super God, and now he has obtained the code of life, and his knowledge of life genes has reached the peak. It won't be long before Suyi can transform all her beauties into a generation of gods. Definitely, provided they are willing. If she doesn't want to, Suyi won't force it. On the new day, Suyi went to see Natasha Romanoff first as planned, and then went to Mutant Academy. Peter is going home this weekend to visit May. Peter usually lives near the school, busy studying and fighting criminals. However, because he is not alone, and there are not so many supervillains in this world, Peter is actually not that busy. If you are free on weekends, you will naturally go home. When Peter came home, he found that May seemed to be in a good mood, humming a little song and doing yoga. Aunt May, I'm back. Peter, glad you're back. Peter put down his backpack. Aunt May, the water valve you mentioned earlier is broken. I have time to repair it now. It's been over a week since this happened. I fixed it last week and I told you. Peter smiled awkwardly. Oh, maybe I forgot. Peter could only go back to sitting on the sofa. Aunt May, why did you remember to practice yoga? I've been free recently, so I want to practice yoga, a simple exercise. I plan to go bowling tonight. Do you want to go together? Play bowling? Peter was extremely shocked, looking at Aunt May in front of him, as if looking at a stranger. The Aunt May in Peter's memory seems to be doing some community activities besides work, helping others. However, now Aunt May seems to have some more hobbies. After taking the water of life, the appearance became younger. Now, mentality seems to be much younger. Peter was extremely puzzled and didn't know what happened. Unbeknownst to Peter, definitely, May's change was due to love. In fact, such a May is quite normal. In the world of Ultimate Spider-Man, Aunt May is also young and crazy. Aunt May in this world looks young and has a young mind. And take yoga classes, cookery classes, go bowling, drive an SUV, you name it. May in this world now tends to develop in this direction. Overall, it's a good thing, too. But Peter was deeply confused by May's changes. Aunt May, I feel that you seem to have changed a lot recently. May did not refute. You feel right. I recently made a major decision, which is to slightly change my lifestyle. Before, I needed to take care of you. Now you have grown up and have a life of your own. I think I should change my life too. Peter, will you support me? Peter knew that Aunt May had paid too much for herself. I definitely support you, Aunt May. It's nice to see you happy too. Thank you, Peter. Peter always felt something was weird, but he just couldn't put it into words. Since you can't remember it, then don't think about it. May's yoga class is over, ready to tidy up, and then off to work. Peter, I'm going to the homeless aid later. If you're bored at home by yourself, you can go with me. Peter has some hesitation. If he is alone at home, it is also a good choice. I can play games at home and be an otaku. However, when he thought of Aunt May's changes, Peter felt a little uneasy. After much deliberation, Peter decided to follow Aunt May to have a look. Maybe he could find out some information on the way. The two set off together to go to the Homeless Rescue Society. May is a kind person and often goes to help others. This homeless society is a place that May often goes to help recently. These days, May is also thinking about how to express her love. Now that Peter is back, May decides to try it out first, so that Peter can be mentally prepared. Peter, what do you think if I fell in love again? Peter paused, and suddenly figured it out. It turned out that May changed because of love. For a long time before, Peter and May lived together. Afterwards, there was a sudden addition of a family member in his life, and Peter felt a little unaccustomed to it when he thought about it. Especially Peter didn't know what kind of person the other party would be. But for May's sake, Peter knew that he couldn't stop it. Although I may not be used to it, I hope that Aunt May will be happy for you. You have already paid too much for me, so I shouldn't let me stop you from pursuing happiness. Peter, you've really grown up. Peter took the opportunity to ask, Aunt May, can you tell me what kind of person he is? You know, we have to live together in the future. May thought of Suyi and knew that Peter might not be able to accept it in a short time. Oh, these news are kept secret for the time being. I can only tell you that he is a good man. The appearance of Uncle Ben appeared in Peter's mind again, and his first reaction was that May found someone who was about the same age as Uncle Ben. As long as he is a good man and he treats you well, that's enough. I can accept anything. Really? Definitely. Peter didn't realize what this sentence meant. Although May was very excited, she still didn't say the name Suyi. That's great, because he's going to be a little younger than you think, and I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it. In Peter's mind, he was thinking, being younger, in your 30s, is acceptable. After all, Aunt May looks very young now, even less than 30. Peter absolutely didn't dare to think in a younger direction. May was very happy in her heart, and decided to find a time to bring Suyi to appear in front of Peter, and have a complete showdown with Peter. Aunt May, when can I see him? Wait for a while, don't be too anxious, can you? Right. Suyi had a fulfilling weekend. In the universe, Loki wandered for a long time, and finally found the trace of Thanos. Thanos has killed all over the universe, and his reputation has spread throughout the universe. Just ask casually, and you will know which planet this crazy titan has recently destroyed. Loki searched for news all the way, tracked all the way, and finally found the trace of Thanos. Thanos' Holy Place spaceship is extremely huge, like an island, rampant in the starry sky. Loki smiles when he sees Thanos' ship. Immediately through the spaceship, Thanos' spaceship was contacted. Finally found you, Thanos. Loki follows Suyi's advice and seeks out Thanos. Definitely, Loki is not working with Suyi wholeheartedly, but intends to test Thanos first. After all, Thanos' strength seems to be stronger. On the Holy Place 1 spaceship, Ebony Maw, one of Thanos' 5 generals, reported immediately. Great Lord Thanos, a spaceship has contacted us. He claims to be the son of Odin, the Prince of Asgard, and wants to meet you in person. He also said that he has a way to get the cosmic cube from Midgard and dedicate it to your excellency. Thanos has been looking for the traces of infinite gems, and until now, there is only one mind gem. As for the other 5 gems, Thanos had difficulty getting them together for a while. The space gem from the cosmic cube, and the time gem from Eye of Agamotto are in Midgard. However, Midgard has the protection of Odin and Sorcerer Supreme, and Thanos will not challenge these 2 great gods now. In addition, the Power Gem, the Soul Gem, and the Reality Gem in TIE Particles are Thanos' current targets. As long as you get these gems, you can get 2 gems in one fell swoop and complete the final goal by attacking Midgard yourself. The appearance of Loki can be tested. If you can get infinite gems, that is also a good result. Let him aboard. Loki boarded Holy Place 1, led by Ebony Maw, and came in front of Thanos. Thanos sat on the throne, condescending. General Obsidian 5, and Nebula Gamera's 2 adopted daughters stood aside. Loki sees Thanos and immediately begins his own act. Thanos the Almighty Titan. I, Loki, Prince of Asgard, son of Odin, god of trickery, ask for your help. As long as you are willing to help me seize the throne and become the king of Asgard, I am willing to dedicate my loyalty to you. Thanos remained calm. How can I help you? I need the power to defeat my brother Thor, and I need help fighting off the coming Dark Elves. If I can become the king of Asgard, I can offer you 2 infinite gems. Thanos was a little moved. He had only got 1 mind gem for so many years. Loki actually said that he can offer 2 infinite gems. If this is true, then the goal of completing your plan can be greatly shortened. 2 infinite gems? As far as I know, Time Gem is protected by Sorcerer Supreme. How can you get Time Gem? Loki immediately denies. No, I'm talking about Space Gems and Reality Gems. The Space Gem is on Midgard, controlled by a bunch of stupid mortals trying to control the power. I can easily get this gem. The Reality Gem was controlled by the Dark Elves many years ago. Later, my ancestors defeated the Dark Elves and sealed the Reality Gem. If I can become the king of Asgard, I can know where the Reality Gem is sealed. As for the Time Gem, I believe that the so-called Sorcerer Supreme can be defeated only by the Great Lord. Thanos is in a good mood, and his progress has been slow over the years. Unexpectedly, the sudden appearance of Loki brought him so much good news. In this way, the gems are half full in an instant, leaving only the Power Gem and the Soul Gem. Loki, I accept your allegiance, and for this I will grant you a scepter. If you can bring me a gem, I can help you and become the king of Asgard. Loki pretended to be happy. Great Lord Thanos, I will definitely dedicate infinite gems to you. Thanos brought the Psychic Scepter and gave it to Loki. Loki got the Psychic Scepter. As long as he handed the scepter to Suyi, the goal with Suyi was achieved. However, Loki is not a fool. He directly gave the scepter to Suyi. What if Suyi turns his back on him and refuses to recognize him? Loki's idea, of course, is to wait for Suyi to fulfill his request, and then hand over the Psychic Scepter to Suyi. At this moment, Obsidian 5 took charge of the wisdom among the generals, and Ebony Maw, Thanos' military advisor, suggested, Great Thanos, I think, why not take this opportunity to send the Chitauri army to test the strength of Midgard? If grab the Time Gem if you can. Loki, being the god of trickery, immediately understood what the old fox Ebony Maw was thinking. Testing Midgard's strength is only part of the plan, so I guess I still don't feel confident about myself? Loki remained calm and immediately agreed, I absolutely agree with this plan. I have long wanted to clean up those mortals in Midgard, and then unify Midgard. Seeing Yoon at the side knew that this was an opportunity to express himself. So, I couldn't wait to apply to Thanos. Father, I apply to go to Midgard together, fetch the infinite gems, and dedicate it to my father. Gamera has already seen through Thanos' behavior, knowing that what Thanos did will only bring death and disaster. Therefore, Gamera has been looking for opportunities to defect from Thanos. For Gamera, Midgard might be a good place. Midgard is guarded by God King Odin and Sorcerer Supreme, and its strength is not weak. If you cooperate with them, you can not only protect infinite gems, but also delay Thanos' progress. Thanos can also be dealt with by relying on infinite gems. Father, I want to go to Midgard too. Seeing that Gamera actually applied to go to Midgard, Nebula thought that Gamera was planning to compete with him, and the desire to win in his heart couldn't be suppressed immediately. Gamera, I will definitely get infinite gems before you. Seeing Yoon, I don't want to compete with you. Our goal should be to get infinite gems for father. Thanos interrupted the two. I'm glad you have such an idea. However, you don't have to go to Midgard. I will arrange for you to go to the accuser Ronan's side. You need to support him, supervise him, and let him help find infinite gems. Gamera is not about to give up this opportunity, father. Thanos was not arrogant, and Gamera could only swallow his words with just one look. Thanos said, I need you to go to Midgard and use the space gem to open the space channel so that the Chitauri army can be teleported to Midgard. I will definitely complete the task. As Suyi expected, Loki got a scepter. Not only that, but Thanos did intend to send members of the Chitauri army to attack Midgard. The Chitauri forces are indeed powerful, but Midgard is not defenseless. Mortals of Midgard can also wield weapons, destroying the Zeta Swiss soldiers. As for the powerful battleship, Suyi is there, so the problem is actually not that big. Go to Midgard, open the passage, let the Chitauri army come to Midgard. Loki has started using the mind gem, the sensing space gem. I plan to directly open the transmission channel on the holy place and go to Midgard. On Midgard, in a secret S.H.I.E.L.D base, there was a sudden abnormality in the space gem, and Dr. Savage immediately started researching the changes in the space gem through the computer. Only, such a change has never been seen before. Dr. Savage didn't figure out what was going on. However, the news was quickly reported. Inside the base, the agents started to move. Some agents are around the laboratory, guarding against death, ready to deal with changes that may arise at any time. There are also some agents who have started to transfer special items in the base. Nick Fury was also the first to get the news, and immediately set off and arrived near the secret base. It's been a while since the space gem changed, and it's still unclear what happened. Nick Fury listened to the report and felt bad. Came outside the laboratory, looked at Dr. Savage who was busy, and Hawkeye Clint who was watching vigilantly from a high place. Nick Fury called Clint down immediately. Clint, anything? Nothing was found, at least not by our people. What's the meaning? Clint explained, the first possibility is that this thing was triggered inexplicably. After all, we don't know much about this thing. The second possibility is that some people have remotely affected this thing through a special method. Clint is an agent that Nick Fury trusts very much. Coupled with his meticulous observation, Nick Fury also approved of Clint's guess. Maybe, I'll ask Dr. Savage again. Dr. Savage saw Nick Fury coming, but still didn't understand what was going on. Dr. Savage, what happened? I don't know, the energy of the cosmic cube is very active, as if it has been activated. Phil Coulson reminded, he once reminded that our research on the cosmic cube will attract enemies in the universe. Perhaps, as he expected, someone in the universe has sensed our research on the cosmic cube. Nick Fury also knew about this. At the beginning, Suyi persuaded Nick Fury to give up continuing research. Obviously, Nick Fury didn't listen to this advice. At the beginning, Dr. Lawson studied the cosmic cube to carry out the Tianma project, and accidentally created the powerful Captain Marvel. The Kree are clearly interested in the Pegasus project, as well as the cosmic cube. At this moment, it is normal to attract aliens. Phil Coulson, you contact him immediately and ask him what else he knows. If there is real danger, ask him to help. Also, it's time to inform the members of the Avengers Alliance and get ready. Phil Coulson immediately replied, I'll do it. Phil Coulson took out his mobile phone and contacted Suyi while staying away from here. Suyi was in class when suddenly Phil Coulson interrupted her. Looking at the phone number, Suyi couldn't ignore it. Quietly leave the classroom and answer the phone. Phil Coulson, is there anything wrong? As you expected, there is movement in the cosmic cube. We suspect that it is an enemy from the universe. Do you know any news? Suyi was a little surprised. Now, the cosmic cube is moving? In such a situation, the only possibility is that Loki is coming. Then, the story of Avengers Alliance 1 is about to unfold. Although the plot has been messed up by myself, but at this point in time, it seems that the advance is a bit too early. I see, it should be Loki who is about to appear. You go to meet him, and it's best not to attack and provoke him. He has an agreement with me. I will rush over and have a good chat with him. After experiencing the Mjolnir incident, both Phil Coulson and Nick Fury knew about the existence of Asgard and who Loki was. Phil Coulson believed Suyi's words. I can't decide this matter, I have to report to Director Nick. Then give Nick Fury your phone and I'll tell him. Phil Coulson also thinks this method is better. Director, he said that Loki is about to appear, and he doesn't suggest us to take the initiative to attack. It seems that he has some agreement with Loki. Nick Fury picked up the phone and immediately asked, are you sure it's Loki's doing? It was done by Loki, but it wasn't for the purpose of causing damage. It was just teleported using the cosmic cube. If you don't want to cause casualties, I advise you to be friendly. Although Nick Fury believed in Suyi, he didn't quite trust Loki. You should know that Loki is the god of trickery. Not only that, but he almost caused a war last time. Suyi could only continue, then, if you choose to act, it will cause a new war. Nick Fury also chose to calm down when he heard Suyi's words. If he is willing to abide by the rules of our world and is willing to negotiate with us, we don't mind negotiating. But if he is unwilling, we can only take compulsory measures. After hanging up the phone, Suyi teleported and immediately appeared in the secret base, waiting for Loki to show up. A few minutes later, suddenly, there was a violent reaction from the space gem. After a powerful energy surge, Loki is suddenly teleported out. Looking at everything in front of him, Loki knew that he had appeared in Midgard. Right in front of him was Suyi, the target he was looking for. Nick Fury immediately stepped forward and shouted, Loki, put down your weapons. Loki looked at the psychic scepter in his hand and couldn't help laughing. Are you planning to take the psychic scepter in this way? I remember you promised that I can give you the psychic scepter only if you fulfill my request. Suyi can definitely take away the mind scepter now, but it is not necessary. Completely offend Loki and get a villain who keeps doing evil. In contrast, winning over Loki is a better plan. Definitely not, we need to talk. I also think we should have a good chat. After all, if I can't complete the task, Thanos can only send the Chitauri army and attack Midgard himself. Nick Fury had experienced the Captain Marvel incident and knew clearly that the technology of aliens far exceeds that of Midgard. It was only with Captain Marvel Carol that he was able to repel the Kree warships. Now, Carol is in the universe and won't come back anytime soon. We have to talk, especially the agreement between you. Suyi, Loki, and Nick Fury simply found an office and started chatting. Suyi looked at the psychic scepter in Loki's hand, feeling a little moved. Wanda has learned magic and channeled the power hidden in her body, no need for mind gem. But Pietro's ability hasn't acquired ability yet. Nick Fury looked at Suyi and Loki, so, who would like to tell me, what is the deal between you? Loki smiled slightly, you may not believe my words, let him say it. That is definitely, after all, the name of the god of tricks is not just a casual talk. Suyi explained, my agreement with Loki is very simple. He handed over the scepter in his hand to me, and I will help him fight against the enemies that Asgard will face next. Nick Fury didn't quite believe it, it's that simple? He is the god of tricks, and you believe in his promise. Suyi replied with a smile, actually, I made the agreement. Nick Fury looked at the scepter in Loki's hand. Since Suyi valued this scepter so much, it meant that it must not be simple. Even if you cooperate with Loki, you must get this scepter. Loki, give me the scepter. Loki immediately refused. Our agreement is that I will hand over the scepter to you if you help me fight against the Dark Elves. Otherwise, I will keep this scepter myself. Okay. Even if Suyi is stronger than Loki, Suyi has no intention of doing anything at the moment. Loki actually didn't have confidence in his heart, after all he was abused by Suyi last time. He is currently not sure who is stronger, Suyi or Thanos, but no matter who they are, they should be stronger than him, and he is not something he can offend. Fortunately, Suyi had no intention of doing anything. At this moment, Loki continued, although the scepter can't give you, I can tell you a piece of news. Before Loki could speak, Suyi said first, what you want to say is that Thanos also sent the Chitauri army to Midgard, right? Loki is not surprised that Suyi knows this. After all, it was Suyi who suggested Loki to go to Thanos to get the psychic scepter. Loki once suspected that Suyi had the ability to predict the future. After Nick Fury heard the news, he immediately became alert. Chitauri army. Alien fleet. Loki replied, yes, Thanos intends for me to activate the cosmic cube to open a stable channel so that the Chitauri army can descend directly on Midgard. Nick Fury realized the key point, if the transmission channel is not opened, will they not come? Loki replied, maybe, I don't know. Nick Fury looked to Suyi for an answer. Suyi replied, Thanos will not give up his plan to search for infinite gems. Loki took the psychic scepter from him. If Loki doesn't help him open the passage, then he's cheating Thanos. For whatever reason, I guess, Thanos must have sent someone here. Loki is not afraid at all, he knows that since Suyi asked him to help get the scepter, there must be a way to deal with it. Then, you must have a way to deal with it. My method is very simple, that is to open the passage, and then, wipe out all the Chitauri army. Loki smiled, you know what you're talking about? That's a fleet, and these people alone can't destroy them. Fleet? In Nick Fury's mind, Captain Marvel came to mind. What is a fleet as long as Carol is around? Moreover, Suyi's plan seems to be good. You can deploy troops in advance, S.H.I.E.L.D. Members of the Avengers Alliance, and even the X-Men can also be invited. There are so many people, and there is an extremely powerful Suyi, plus the arrangement in advance. Even without Carol, it should be possible to eliminate these people. Nick Fury agreed, this plan, I think it's good. Loki looked at Nick Fury, wondering where such a mortal had the confidence to do so. Are you kidding? I took a risk and got the psychic scepter from Thanos, but you are going to make such a risky move. Are you trying to kill me? Or, you plan to start a fight between Asgard and Thanos from the beginning? Suyi comforted, Loki, use your brain to think about it. Even if our plan fails, it has nothing to do with you. If we win, it's over. If we lose, you can dedicate the cosmic cube to Thanos, you have done a good job. Is not it? Loki thought about it for a second, and it seemed to make sense. Didn't Thanos just want to open the passage and let the Chitauri army descend? I did so myself. As for being ambushed, this is also normal. After all, it is impossible for mortals in Midgard to be unaware. No matter whether Suyi's plan is a success or a failure, she has a choice. Still, Loki felt something was wrong. Suyi's plan is simply amazing. Even, it made Loki feel that Suyi is more suitable for the title of God of Tricks than himself. Loki finally figured it out. All of this was planned by Suyi. From the beginning to the end, I acted according to Suyi's plan. The majestic god of trickery was actually commanded by a mortal. Loki was a little angry, but calmed down quickly. After all, it was really hard for him to refuse Suyi's offer. What Loki cares most about is the approval of God King Odin and the maternal love from God Queen Frigg. In that case, follow your plan. Opening the channel also requires some preparations. I think these should also be prepared by you. Definitely. Nick Fury readily agreed. Only, Nick doesn't trust Loki. Moreover, to fight alien warships, one must plan well, otherwise, unnecessary damage may be caused. I think it should be planned in more detail, but he can't know the specific plan. I agree. Loki didn't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter whether I win or lose, I just need to wait patiently for the result. If you lose, I can just rule this planet. Nick Fury immediately contacted the Hill agent. Hill, call the captain, and all Avengers Alliance members. We are about to face a battle. Clear. Hill agent took action immediately. Suyi also got up and said, S.H.I.E.L.D. Avengers Alliance, X-Men are not enough. We also need strong foreign aid. What do you mean, Carol? I made a deal with her that unless the world was in danger of being destroyed, I would not disturb her. Suyi is interested in Carol. Don't you think it's dangerous? Invite her back. The world needs her. I will also invite a powerful helper. Who? Loki's big brother, Thor. S.H.I.E.L.D. sprang into action, even calling in the Avengers Alliance, as well as the X-Men. First of all, it is natural to choose a good place to use as the main battlefield. This was no problem for S.H.I.E.L.D., who quickly settled on a remote island. Secondly, it is to study the cosmic cube and find a way to open a stable channel. This will be handed over to the scientific research team composed of Dr. Savage, Iron Man Tony and foreign aide Dr. Banner. On the other side, Hill agent called Captain Steve, number 17 agent Sharon, second generation Black Widow Yelena, imitation master Antonia, Hawkeye Clint, Human Torch Johnny, and White Queen Emma. Suyi first brought Kylan, Wanda, Little Spider-Man Peter and Ghost Spider Gwen. Then he went to Asgard and invited Thor. Thor is also very straightforward, bringing his 3 good friends and Sif to Midgard, ready to fight. Among the members of the X-Men, Professor X, Wolverine, Storm, Cyclops, and even the younger generation of Pyro, Iceman, Little Rascal, Shadowcat, Polaris and Blink, joined them. Even in space, Captain Marvel received the news and was on his way back. In order to deal with the coming Chidori army, Suyi and Nick Fury are extremely well prepared. With this lineup, it's not too much to brush Thanos. It is indeed a bit overkill to deal with the Chidori army. However, the home field of the battle is Midgard after all. Even if it is placed on a small island, there are still warships on the opposite side, and they can fly to nearby cities at any time. What's more, in the movie, 6 people fight a fleet, which is indeed too exaggerated. Suyi still felt that it was necessary to be on the safe side, that's why he invited so many people. Such a move, Nick Fury's boss Alexander naturally knew. Nick, are you going to start a war? No, I'm dealing with a war. Nick Fury said something general, that is to say, he knew that the alien fleet would come soon, so he made preparations. Nick would naturally not tell Alexander the specific news. After all, the old thing is Hydra. Nick Fury was afraid that if he said too much, Alexander would come up with other ideas, and it would be bad if there was another branch. Alexander was curious about Nick Fury's news channel, but didn't ask much. If it is really as Nick Fury said, this is a good thing. At that time, I can just advance the Insight plan. It's a pity that the Insight plan has not been completed, otherwise, using the Insight plan can also help. I believe S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers are enough this time around. Hope so. A plane lands on S.H.I.E.L.D. space carrier. Phil Coulson was already waiting for the man to get off the plane. Captain Steve got off the plane and was immediately greeted by Phil Coulson. Captain, welcome. The captain also knew the general situation along the way, and he will lead a team of superheroes to become the main force against the alien warships. Have they all arrived yet? Basically all are here, and one is in outer space, and it should still be on its way back. Hearing this, Captain Steve also looked serious. Many of the players in the team are better than themselves, such a team is not easy to lead. Captain, let's go in first, otherwise, we won't be able to breathe later. Steve didn't realize it for a moment. What? This doesn't look like a submarine that can dive to the bottom. At this moment, the space carrier changed shape and began to prepare for takeoff. Steve came to the edge of the space carrier, looked at the situation, and was suddenly amazed. This is modern technology, far beyond Steve's imagination. Indeed, it seems that we have to go first. Phil Coulson took Steve into the space carrier. Phil Coulson also took the opportunity to talk about his collection of cards and wanted to ask Steve to sign them. Finally, the two came to the meeting room. In the conference room, a group of superheroes are already in place. At the moment, everyone is doing their own thing. Thor is trying to persuade Loki to let Loki return to Asgard. Loki, when this is over, you come back to Asgard with me. Go back? No, after I go back, I will definitely be locked up. Sif doesn't like Loki at all. You should be locked up, not for 100 years, but for a lifetime. Loki took the opportunity to say, look, I'm not going back, I've had a great time here. Thor replied, I will intercede with my father and pardon your guilt. You should be rewarded for helping Midgard against its enemies. Unfortunately, Loki has already made up his mind, and he will definitely not go back easily. Tony is chatting with Banner about things in the field of science, very happy. Human Torch Johnny was very surprised when he saw Suyi's figure. This is the space carrier of SHIELD. This meeting room is also a place where members of the Avengers Alliance gather. It's amazing that such an ordinary person like Suyi appeared here. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? This is where the members of the Avengers Alliance gather. Everyone is a super ability user. You are. Johnny suddenly realized that Suyi also went to outer space. Everyone has gained a super ability. It makes no sense that Suyi is an exception. In other words, in fact, Suyi has always had a super ability, but he ignored it. You also gained a super ability? What is your super ability? Does Susan know that you have a super ability? Does she know that you are coming here? Definitely no, but you have already seen my super ability. Johnny was still in a daze, unable to guess Suyi's identity. Walter. Sharon reminded, don't you forget, who defeated you several times. Johnny suddenly remembered, the mysterious Spider-Man. Are you the mysterious Spider-Man? If not. Johnny suddenly felt confused. Wait. You're Susan's boyfriend. I remember, you still belong to Jane and Daisy. You cheated on Susan? I can't forgive you. Seeing that Johnny was about to ignite, Suyi directly suppressed it with one hand, sucking up Johnny's energy first. Anyway, I can't fight now, and it doesn't matter if I don't have energy. It's much better than this kid not caring about anything and just transforming directly. Calm down, Susan already knew. If you don't believe me, you can ask Susan yourself. John couldn't believe it, so he hurried away to contact Susan. Little Spider-Man Peter was extremely interested in the space carrier, and was scurrying around while chattering non-stop. Hill got a little impatient when he heard Peter's words. Fortunately, Captain Steve appeared at this time. Peter was shocked when he saw Steve. Captain Steve? Oh magas. Captain, I'm your fan. Steve felt dizzy when he saw such a large group of people. This team is really not easy to lead. Steve came to the conference table. Welcome everyone here. In order to fight the common enemy, we must work as a team. So, I want to tell you about my battle plan in advance. What do you think? Thor, as a high god, is brave and good at fighting, and has fought in the 9 realms for many years. Steve is just a mortal. How could Thor willingly obey Steve's command? I am a god, you, a mortal, want to command me. Thor's good friend immediately said, we have been fighting for hundreds of years, and the combat experience is not comparable to yours. Human Torch Johnny is also a thorn, and immediately said, actually, there is no need for so many people. I bet, I can wipe out more than half of the enemies by myself. Tony Stark didn't participate in the objection at the moment, but just quietly watched Steve deal with it. At this time, little Spider-Man immediately said, I am absolutely willing to follow your command, Captain. Suyi also said, we all have the same purpose, to defeat the enemy. I think we can listen to your plan. If the plan is reasonable, we will adopt this plan. Definitely, someone with other ideas can also say that. It hasn't started yet, we still have time. Wanda, Gwen, and Emma are all dominated by Suyi. After Suyi said so, the 3 of them naturally waited quietly for Steve to reveal their plans. The others, who have more or less crossed paths with Suyi, also decided to listen to Steve's thoughts first. Well, since this is the case, let me listen to the so-called plan. Steve saw that everyone was willing to hear about his plan, and he didn't intend to wait any longer. He directly stated his battle plan. My idea is that it is divided into 3 major battlefields. The largest battlefield, the air battlefield, is handled by people who can fly. The second largest battlefield is the ground battlefield. We are on the island to eliminate the enemies on the island. The third largest battlefield, around the island, is the battleship of S.H.I.E.L.D. to stop the enemies who want to leave the island. I won't say much about the specific fighting methods. You can form a team with people you are familiar with and cooperate with each other. Steve talked about his general plan, which was approved by many people. This kind of arrangement is actually quite reasonable, and it doesn't restrict everyone. Moreover, it is quite reasonable. I have no opinion. Suyi was the first to express his opinion, and then others gradually approved of Steve's battle plan. Now, just wait for the space carrier to come to the island and wait for the opening of the transmission channel. Definitely, there is one more person who is still on the way back. Not long after, the space carrier came to the vicinity of the island and stopped in the sky. Then, a plane took off and landed on the island with everyone on board. As for those who can fly, they naturally flew down by themselves. Tony landed next to Suyi wearing a steel armor, and couldn't help sighing. This small island looks pretty good, but unfortunately, it will be destroyed soon. Better than being in the city. Definitely. Suyi continued to ask, Tony, can your armor support you to go to the universe? The current armor is not airtight enough, and I can't go to outer space, unless I research the nano armor. I also want to go directly to the universe through the transmission channel to try Thanos' strength. When Thor heard Suyi's words, he immediately showed great interest. I've heard of Thanos, the crazy titan who kills everywhere. Now that I've met him, I have to destroy him and stop him from going crazy. Thanos' strength is not weak, and now Thor has awakened the power of Thor. The power of thunder can be used without relying on the hammer, but it has not been used to the extreme, and it should not be able to beat Thanos. However, Thor is not alone, there is Suyi and Captain Marvel Carol. That's fine, I'll add you when the time comes. Other superheroes also landed on the island through the plane and got off the plane. Looking at the huge island, everyone knew that there should be a big battle next. Otherwise, Suyi can solve it by himself, there is no need for so many people. Seeing Nick Fury appear, Tony immediately asked, now, is it time to start planning? Nick Fury stopped, we still have a strong teammate on the way back. Thor got a little impatient. How powerful can a strong teammate be? Maybe she is very powerful to you, but not necessarily to us. So, there's no need to wait for her. Let's start directly. It has been 5 days since Loki came. The scientific research team has researched and revealed a way to open a stable transmission channel. As a result, Carol has not returned yet. In fact, Suyi was more inclined to wait for Carol to come back. If Carol joined, he could directly go to Thanos for trouble. Wait a little longer. When will it be? Suyi also wanted to know how long she would have to wait. Whoever let Nick Fury only have a broken pager can't send specific information. But just in time, waiting for Carol to come back. Let Tony take some time to upgrade the communication equipment. In this way, future communication will be much more convenient. At this moment, the fighter plane of the X-Men also came nearby and landed. Oh, and the X-Men are here, too. Nick Fury also knows that everyone has been found, and there is no need to continue to procrastinate. The reason Suyi called Carol back was not for the Chitauri Vanguard, but to deal with Thanos. With so many people, it is much stronger than the Avengers alliance that Nick expected, and it is absolutely no problem to deal with the Chitauri Vanguard. If even the Chitauri Herald cannot be dealt with, then the Avengers alliance plan is a total failure. Take a break and tidy up, get ready. After half an hour, let's start. Everyone is making final preparations, and when everyone is ready, the battle with the Chitauri Vanguard will begin. Pushing hard to press the minutes and seconds, everyone is ready, waiting for Tony Stark to start the machine and open the transmission channel. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D's ship sensed something. Warning, warning, there are unknown objects approaching rapidly from outside the sky. Hill agent immediately commanded, continue to investigate, we must find out what it is. Suyi suddenly raised his head and looked out into the sky. Here we come. What's coming? A woman who fell from the sky. After Suyi finished speaking, she flew up slowly. I'll go meet her. After all, Suyi's figure was left with only one figure, and it flew across quickly and flew towards the sky. Captain Marvel Carol has no idea what crisis is going on, but she also believes that Nick Fury is not joking. So, I hurried back and decided to go to S.H.I.E.L.D to find Nick Fury. He had just entered the atmosphere, but found that something was flying towards him at an incomparably fast speed. The speed of the two is very fast, quickly approaching each other. Carol sensed Suyi and was surprised by Suyi's speed. Even, I was a little skeptical that Suyi was the big crisis. With such ability and speed, it seems that he is not weaker than himself. No wonder Nick Fury will find himself back. Thinking of this, Carol decided to do it directly. He didn't intend to slow down at all, instead he accelerated and rushed towards Suyi. Suyi couldn't figure it out. Why did this person speed up all of a sudden? Stopping in midair, I saw Carol turning into a ray of light and bumping towards Suyi. Suyi couldn't help but exclaimed, damn it, is this woman crazy? Take me as a battleship? Are you going to tear me apart? Carol hasn't slowed down yet, and Suyi isn't used to her either. Just right, let's compare. I had a fight with Thor before, and this time I have a fight with Carol, so I can try my hand. Carol bumped over, Suyi grabbed Carol's hand directly, and the two competed in the air. After Carol knocked Suyi flying some distance, the two finally stopped. Carol thought he could hit Suyi directly into the sea, but unexpectedly, he only retreated about 1,000 meters before stopping. Carol, that's enough, I'm not your enemy. Nick Fury is still waiting for you. Only then did Carol choose to stop, and the two separated. Carol looked at Suyi, you look good. You are also very good, strong, and beautiful. Suyi was a little surprised. Carol in front of her eyes was really beautiful. He has a good face and a good figure. It looks very powerful, and at the same time, it will not appear a little bloated. Thank you, you are also very strong and handsome. So, do you know why Nick Fury called me back? Suyi said, definitely know that Thanos sent the Chitauri Vanguard to come here to snatch the Cosmic Cube. So, I got Nick Fury to call you back. Carol felt a little tricky when he heard Thanos' name. If it's just the Chitauri Vanguard, she believes that with Suyi around, it won't be a big problem. But Thanos, even if Carol is very confident in his own strength, there is no guarantee that he can defeat Thanos. After all, the powerful Kree Empire, the accuser Ronan, has to be careful in front of Thanos. You know me. After the end, I have time to talk slowly. I think Nick Fury is still waiting for us, and the battle is about to start. Carol also put away too many thoughts. Now, let's go with Suyi to see what's going on. Okay, follow me. After finishing speaking, Suyi turned into a streamer of light, leaving behind a sonic boom. Seeing Suyi's speed, Carol also smiled. She also didn't expect that after 20 years of leaving this world, such a powerful figure would appear in this world. Seeing Suyi go away, Carol also opened up his speed and chased after him. After a while, the two appeared above the island one after the other. Only then did he slow down and fall slowly. Nick Fury knows that Carol is back. With so many superpowers, they even called Carol back. There is no room for loss in this battle. Welcome back, Carol. Carol looked around and looked at the arrangement. Nick, long time no see. You seem to have arranged too many people. Nick didn't want to either, just to be on the safe side, and besides, it wasn't my idea, it was his. Carol looked at Suyi, a little more curious. Tony got a little impatient watching the few people chatting. Shall we start now? Thor looked at Carol. Sue, is this the powerful teammate you said? Definitely. Thor picks up Mjolnir directly and throws it at Carol. Mjolnir paused in front of Carol, before returning to Thor's hand. I like her. Carol didn't change his face, and said unceremoniously, next time, you'd better not test me like this, otherwise, I will beat you so badly. Thor laughed when he heard that. Oh, I like your character. I don't like your character. Carol obviously didn't like Thor's temptation. Suyi saw this, and quickly stopped the two of them from continuing. That's it, the passage is about to be opened, and the Chidori army is coming. So, get ready and stop wasting your time on these things. Carol is also someone who sees the big picture, so, what am I going to do? Your mission is to destroy Chidori's vanguard in the air with us. No problem. Ordinary people like Nick Fury returned to the space carrier. Many agents are in the cab, ready to fight. A few minutes passed and everything was ready. Aboard the space carrier, Nick Fury gave the order. Stark, open the passage. On Stark's side, the mask of the steel armor was put on, making final preparations. Turn on the machine, and the energy from the Ark's reactor is pouring in continuously. Under the action of the machine, the cosmic cube began to change. Gamma energy was emitted, but fortunately it did not affect these people. After a short while, the cosmic cube erupted with a force that shot straight into the sky, opening a passage in the sky. Carol looked at the passage. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative to let the enemy in. Carol couldn't figure it out, so he asked Suyi beside him, why did you do this? If you didn't open the passage, I don't think the enemy would appear so easily. Suyi explained with a smile, Thanos and his troops have been eyeing this planet for a long time. If we don't do this, he will send a fleet to this planet at that time, and it will cause damage to many places. If they come through this channel, we can wipe them out on this small island. Only then did Carol realize that it was because of this reason why he was on this small island. Suyi added, what's more, I want to go through this passage to see how powerful Thanos is. Carol, do you want to go together? Carol narrowed her eyes, I like your idea. Thanos kills wantonly in the universe. If he can be eliminated, it is also a good way. The two hit it off, and Suyi said, after we've wiped out most of the Chidori vanguard, we'll rush through the passage. Clear. At the other end of the tunnel, in the depths of the universe, is the holy place of Thanos, and the Chidori vanguard army. The Chidori army, Thanos, and others all saw that the passage had been opened. Ebony Maw immediately said, Great Lord Thanos, the passage has been opened, and it seems that Loki has succeeded. Thanos sat on the throne and gave the order, let the Chidori vanguard army pass through the passage and occupy this world. Yes. The teleportation channel opened, Thanos gave an order, and the Chidori vanguard drove the battleship and flew towards the channel. Battleships passed through the channel and came to Midgard. And in front of these battleships are the long-awaited superheroes. Thor, Human Torch Johnny, Iron Man Tony, Captain Marvel Carol, and Suyi have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Carol looked at these battleships, couldn't help breaking up, turned into a colorful streamer and rushed towards the battleships. Relying on his super physical fitness, Carol planned to dismantle the battleship with his bare hands. I saw Carol crash into a battleship, and within a second, flew out from the other side. This has not completely destroyed the battleship, and Carol continued to fly back and forth. After a few back and forth, Carol completed the feat of dismantling the warship with his bare hands. Several people watched Carol's operation with different expressions. Thor was very happy, I like her character, so I went too. Human Torch John saw Carol do this, stole the limelight, and decided to show off his ability. It is unreasonable for his own ability to be worse than Carol's. Only Tony, still complaining. She just demolished a warship? This is too barbaric. Is this still human? Tony was speechless, and now a random person popped up. It was so outrageous. If you let yourself build such a warship, it will take a lot of time. However, in just a few seconds, it was directly torn apart by Carol. As far as the ability to dismantle warships is concerned, it is no worse than the legendary Huskies. Soon, Suyi and Tony also joined the battleship demolition team. The strongest ones are definitely Suyi, Carol, and Thor. Although Tony's steel armor is powerful, in fact, it doesn't have too much firepower. The strongest weapons, that is, palm guns and some small missiles, have limited power. Johnny's flame attack also takes a little time to take effect, so its destructive power is relatively limited. It doesn't mean that a hole can be melted directly by firing flames directly. A group of several people in the air quickly cleared the battlefield. The superpowers from all directions on the island watched the battle in the sky, and for a while, they didn't know how to complain. Peter stood on a tree, watching the battle in the sky, and couldn't help exclaiming, this is so cool. She actually crashed a battleship directly, it's just amazing. Wolverine was doing nothing, smoking a cigar. It looks like we have nothing to do. Only Steve knows that this is only temporary. In the future, more and more warships will surely pour in. At that time, no matter how powerful Suyi and Carol are, they will not be able to stop all the battleships. Everyone, don't relax your vigilance. More and more warships will definitely arrive in the future. Sure enough, as soon as Steve finished speaking, the giant mechanical kun swam out from the transmission channel. This giant mechanical kun is huge, more than 10 times larger than the space carrier of SHIELD. With such a powerful thing, Tony's palm cannon hit him, but there was no reaction at all. Oh, what is this? Without waiting for Carol, Johnny knew that his acting opportunity had come, and rushed over immediately. Fire. Burning with flames, Johnny rushed in front of the giant mechanical kun and continued to release his energy, trying to melt the giant mechanical kun. However, the powerful force of the mechanical giant is also pushing Johnny to move forward. Not only that, but also launched a lot of weapons. Even, many Zeta Swiss soldiers landed on the island from the giant mechanical kun with ropes. When the Zeta Swiss soldiers landed, the superpowers on the island knew that their mission was coming. One by one, they were ready and started fighting. The battle has begun on the ground, and the battle in the air has also entered a fever pitch. More and more mechanical giants came to this world from the transmission channel, Suyi and Carol. It will take a little time to deal with these mechanical giants. Suyi's full firepower, coupled with 7 times the strength of Kylan's arm. Suyi directly punched the mechanical giant kun, destroying half of the mechanical giant kun's body with one punch. Achieved, one punch instant kill. Carol saw that Suyi punched the giant mechanical kun in seconds, and became more interested in Suyi. However, now is not the time. Carol flew towards the latest mechanical giant kun, wanting to demolish the mechanical giant kun in the same way as a warship. Unexpectedly, this thing is actually stronger and tougher than a battleship. Carol can only choose to use strength to destroy it. With one impact, the mechanical giant kun was knocked back. If it wasn't enough, Carol quickly retreated and tried again. After hitting again and again, finally, Carol also wiped out a giant mechanical kun. Thor was not to be outdone, and summoned the power of thunder to match his own power, and Thor came. Thor's power at this moment is still stronger than Storm's thunder power. Storm also felt the existence of Thor, but he didn't expect someone to be more powerful than the thunder he controlled. 10 minutes had passed since the teleportation passage, and a large pile of scrapped warships and spaceships had piled up near the teleportation passage, as well as several huge mechanical giants lying there. Fortunately, it is on this empty island. If it were in a city, several streets would have been destroyed long ago. The battle became more and more intense, and there were more and more Zeta Swiss soldiers on the ground. There are also several spaceships, and some aliens driving flight boats, wanting to fly away from the island. However, on the outskirts of the island, S.H.I.E.L.D's fighter planes and space carriers have been waiting for a long time. Hill Agent watched the flying ship and immediately reported to Nick. Nick, it's time to strike. Nick returned to his original nature. It's time for these aliens to know how powerful we are. With Nick's order, many fighter planes took off from the space carrier and began to confront the outer spaceship. The battle has erupted in full swing, and Chitauri's vanguard has encountered strong resistance on the island. In space, Thanos and others don't know how the battle is going. It's just that I received a message that there was an ambush in Midgard, and many people were sent to stop it, causing a lot of damage. However, Thanos didn't care. It was originally for these cannon fodder to try and test the strength of Midgard, so if you die, you will die. Great Lord Thanos, the Chitauri's vanguard seems to have been blocked. Shall we send more men to help? No, now is not the time. The Chitauri army constantly poured into Midgard through the teleportation channel. The battle situation is also extremely anxious. After all, Chitauri still has a lot of warships. Seeing the mountains of wreckage piled up under his feet, Suyi realized one thing. He had to find a way to expand the battlefield. Carol, Thor, come with me. We will go to the universe. Tony couldn't help but exclaimed, "What? Are you crazy?" Carol was extremely excited. I have had such an idea for a long time. Suyi and the others decided to go to the universe, and rushed against the Chitauri battleship all the way. Nick Fury also heard the communication through the communication device. Hill Agent immediately asked, "Do you want to stop them?" "No, let them go. To have all the battleships flooding in is too much pressure on the others. If they can delay some warships in outer space and destroy some warships, they will be more optimistic about the situation on the island." On the island, Wolverine goes on a rampage with the regenerative healing factor. Just clawed a Zeta Swiss soldier and was about to get hit by another. Suddenly, a cobweb hits Logan, pulling Wolverine away. "You are welcome. Hey, why are you so heavy? You should lose weight. Oh, you actually have metal claws, like." Wolverine was flew aside by Peter, in a bad mood, and asked sharply, "Boy, what are you doing? I was saving you and you were almost shot. So what?" At this moment, Peter's spider telepathy frenziedly warned. Peter was shocked and turned over to avoid this shot. "Oh, it's so dangerous." After complaining, he looked towards the Zeta soldier. "Hey, didn't you see we were chatting? How could you sneak attack?" Before Peter finished speaking, he saw Wolverine rushing forward. Then with one paw, they split up and acted directly. As soon as the voice fell, the battle was over. "Boy, I don't need your help." Peter looked at Wolverine's metal claws and marveled. "You're not afraid of being hit." However, Wolverine ignored him and charged towards the Zeta Swiss soldier. Peter has no choice but to use his flexibility to wander around the island to help everyone repel the enemy. Steve and several members of the Avengers Alliance also acted on the ground to defeat the enemy. Throwing a shield in the past can cut an enemy down in an instant. However, most of the time, you still have to rely on close combat to destroy the enemy. After all, Yelena, the current member of the Avengers Alliance, has energy attack methods. Steve just took his time and defeated an enemy. In the distance, an enemy aimed at him. By the time Steve noticed, it was too late to dodge. Just when Steve decided to hide, he saw his shield fly by. Not only eliminated an enemy, but even bounced back in his direction. Steve didn't have time to think about it. He quickly caught the shield and faced the enemy in front of him. Only then did Steve realize that the one who threw the shield was Antonia, the imitator. He was surprised that Antonia could also master the skills he had practiced so hard. Except that his strength is a little weaker. In terms of technique, he is almost the same as himself. No wonder he is called a master of imitation. The battle is still going on, and everyone is doing their best to destroy these enemies. However, the Chidori vanguard was simply too numerous. Although the people here all have super abilities, facing such a huge number of enemies, slowly, the consumption of physical strength and energy is inevitable. At this moment, Suyi, Thor, and Carol went against the transmission channel together and came to the outer space. The three of them took a closer look and saw the scene in front of them. The Holy Place spaceship where Thanos is located is like a giant, covering the sky and the sun. There are still many warships around, mighty and mighty. With such a large battleship and so many manpower, it's no wonder that even the Kree Empire is afraid of Thanos. Near the transmission channel, there are still more than 20 mechanical giant guns and hundreds of battleships, waiting to enter the transmission channel. Seeing this scene, Suyi couldn't help complaining, "Damn, the movie tricked me. With so many battleships, how can 6 people fight?" Suyi felt that the Chitori's vanguard alone was enough for people like himself to drink a pot. If it wasn't for Suyi and Carol, I'm afraid the Avengers Alliance would be wiped out now. It can only be said that the movie was made, and I still miss definitely too much. Fortunately, Suyi has information on Loki and is fully prepared. Pulled the X-Men and many superpowers over, and even called Carol back. From this point of view, such preparations are still reasonable. The three of them didn't need to communicate too much, and started fighting directly. Among the Chitori's vanguard, the destruction began. On the Holy Place, Thanos noticed the 3 people rushing out of the teleportation tunnel. Not only can it survive in outer space, but it even has extremely strong combat power, and can easily destroy warships by itself. Ebony Maw was also a little surprised that there is such a powerful person in the Little Midgard. "Great Lord Thanos, do we need to take action and capture these people?" "Don't worry, let's see how strong these people are, and whether they are enough to stop me." Thanos was extremely confident in himself. Even though the 3 of Suyi showed strong combat power, he had no intention of sending out the 5 generals of Obsidian, let alone take action himself. With the 3 of Suyi pulling part of the force in space, the battle on Midgard Island was also a little easier. A large number of Chidori vanguards were wiped out, and only a few remained, and they couldn't last long. The 3 of Suyi let go of their hands and feet in the space, and started to kill. Within a short time, the 3 of them wiped out many battleships, and also took care of 4 giant mechanical guns. The leader of the Chidori couldn't sit still any longer. "Great Lord Thanos, our battleship is not an opponent at all, and we hope for your help." Thanos takes a look, and already sees something. Thor, a man of Asgard. Captain Marvel Carol, the energy on his body is very similar to that of Infinite Gems. As for Suyi, I feel that she has a lot of abilities and strong energy. Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf, you two go, grab M. Yes. Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf are driving the spaceship, ready to destroy Suyi and others. Suyi naturally sensed that someone was rushing over, but Suyi didn't panic at all. No matter who it is, they can fight by themselves. Definitely, Suyi looked forward to it even more. It was Thanos. Some battleships were eliminated, and the pressure was relieved a lot. Suyi waited for the spaceship, waited for Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf. Suyi recognized the two at a glance. After all, one was very cunning and the other was strong. Both wear special suits that allow them to survive the conditions of outer space. Seeing this scene, Suyi suddenly remembered, in Avengers Alliance 3, Ebony Maw's suffocated death. "Mortals of Midgard, you are too ignorant to understand the great Lord Thanos. No matter how you resist, you cannot escape your fate. No one can stop Lord Thanos' plan, not even God." Suyi didn't talk nonsense. "Just because you are not qualified to talk to me, Thanos, get out. Obsidian 5 will have 2, the elegant magician Ebony Maw, and the powerful Black Dwarf." Seeing Suyi's arrogance, Ebony Maw actually wanted to challenge Thanos directly. "You are not qualified to meet the great Lord Thanos." With a slight wave of his hand, Ebony Maw cast a spell. Seeing the spell cast by Ebony Maw, Suyi is not afraid at all. After all, most of the spells in this world are energy attacks, as well as spiritual attacks. In front of Suyi, who has developed all aspects of energy, spirit, and physical fitness, Ebony Maw's spells may not be effective. Ebony Maw manipulated the wreckage of the battleship, turned into flying thorns, and stabbed towards Suyi and others. If you switch to another superhero, you may still be injured. But the 3 of them, Suyi, are very physically fit. Even if such a steel flying stab hits 3 people, it may not be injured. What's more, the 3 of them have means, and it is basically impossible to be stabbed. Carol turned into a streamer, and these steel flying stabs were smashed into slag directly in front of Carol. Suyi used the energy barrier to completely block these flying spikes. Thor, on the other hand, went head-on, throwing Mjolnir at Ebony Maw. Mjolnir carried the divine power of thunder, and smashed the steel flying thorns. The 3 showed their special abilities and fought with Ebony Maw. Black Dwarf was not idle either, and acted according to circumstances. The hook in his hand was thrown towards Thor, and Thor was not to be outdone, and took the initiative to catch Black Dwarf's hook. The two were at a stalemate, competing for strength. As a man of Asgard and the son of Odin, Thor is not weak at all. Grabbing Black Dwarf's hook, Thor actually pulled Black Dwarf directly towards him. In terms of strength between the two, Thor is still superior. Thor pulled the man towards him, then made up his attack, sending the man back with a punch. Thor summoned the flying Mjolnir back again, ready to take Mjolnir and give Black Dwarf another hammer. Suyi and Carol are right up against Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw is indeed a powerful magician, but in front of him are the two strongest people in Midgard. Suyi and Carol easily dispelled Ebony Maw's spell. This also made Ebony Maw put away his contempt. Ebony Maw casts the strongest spell, using words to control others. Your strength is indeed very strong, but you have no strength. You simply don't understand the greatness of Lord Thanos. Your Excellency Thanos, for the livelihood of the entire universe, shoulder the heaviest responsibility. Your resistance is meaningless. You are doomed to fail. The language of Ebony Maw seems to have a magical power, which penetrates into the hearts of the people unconsciously and can affect people's minds. Even Suyi, who is mentally strong, was unknowingly affected. Looking at Carol and Thor again, it seems to have been affected. Suyi was a little surprised. He didn't expect this magician to be so skillful. In the movie, the ability shown by Ebony Maw is quite ordinary. Ebony Maw only showed the ability to control objects, so it can be said that it was killed by the plot. Unexpectedly, such a powerful ability is displayed here. However, Suyi, although affected, has not yet been fully controlled by Ebony Maw. Suyi decided to take the initiative to interrupt Ebony Maw. Relying on his own speed, Suyi quickly rushed in front of Ebony Maw. However, only then did Ebony Maw know what would happen if he offended Suyi. The spell that Ebony Maw is proud of cannot control Suyi at all. Suyi easily broke free from Ebony Maw's control only by relying on his physical fitness. He wanted to influence Suyi with words, and he did, but he couldn't stop Suyi's fist from hitting him. Ebony Maw felt the power of the punch, felt the fear of death. This punch can definitely kill a giant mechanical kun. No matter how powerful Ebony Maw is, he is just a crispy magician. How could he block such a punch? Fortunately, Thanos has also discovered the strength of Suyi and others. Therefore, the remaining three were dispatched in advance. Corvus Glaive, Supergiant, and Proxima Midnight came together. The three spotted Ebony Maw in danger, and Corvus Glaive threw the glaive straight out of his hand. This war blade is extremely sharp and powerful. Suyi couldn't care less. At this moment, this troublesome Ebony Maw had to be dealt with. However, the glaive of Corvus Glaive cannot be ignored. So in an instant, Suyi thought of a way, which was to capture Ebony Maw. Suyi grabbed Ebony Maw, and disappeared in place with a teleport. Just when Corvus Glaive's warblade was about to pierce Suyi, Suyi disappeared. By the time the three reacted, Suyi had already appeared on the edge holding Ebony Maw. With a full punch, endless power fell on the magician Ebony Maw. There is no other ending, just instant kill? Suyi breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect Ebony Maw to have such a means. Sure enough, the people under Thanos were not simple. Seeing that Ebony Maw was killed like this, several people were shocked and angry. Ebony Maw, as the smartest of the 5 generals of Obsidian, is also a magician, and his combat power is not weak. Unexpectedly, he was killed by Suyi just like that. Thanos had been sitting firmly on the throne, but when he saw Suyi punching Ebony Maw to death, Thanos couldn't sit still. These 5 people, as Thanos' right-hand man, have followed Thanos for many years. Among these people, only Ebony Maw understands and wholeheartedly supports Thanos' great plan. But now, Ebony Maw is dead. For Thanos, this is a provocation that crosses the line. He didn't care about the battle with the Chitauri vanguard. But Ebony Maw, as the face of Thanos, he can't help but care. Thanos flies out of the holy place and fights himself. The 3 of Suyi also noticed this scene. Especially Suyi, the long-awaited Thanos, is finally going to meet at this moment. The 3 gathered in one place, ready to fight Thanos together. The other 4 generals of Black Day 5 were a little happy to see Thanos appearing, but at the same time, they were also a little scared. They have been around Thanos for many years, and they rarely feel Thanos' killing intent and feel Thanos' anger. However, at this moment, Thanos made no secret of his anger and killing intent. Within a few seconds, Thanos appeared in front of Suyi and others, wearing golden battle armor, holding a big knife. Said aloofly, "Humble and stupid mortals think that they can resist me because they think they have gained great power. I kill between the universe, never with selfishness, and will not enjoy it. Kill half and leave half, this is my mission. However, you have successfully angered me, and I will also enjoy destroying you." Thanos stood in front of the 3 of Suyi, looking fierce. Suyi looked at Thanos and felt a sense of oppression. Thanos' physical fitness, energy, and mental level are not weaker than himself. According to the division of the system, there may be a level of LV8, which is close to LV9. This level is comparable to the current Odin. From Suyi's point of view, Odin should be stronger. Thanos is indeed the strongest boss at this stage. No matter what, after fighting, you will know how strong it is. It's not just Suyi who thinks this way, but Carol and Thor too. Carol went directly to the past again and started fighting with Thanos. It's just that Carol rushed over, but Thanos reacted. Thanos put the machete aside casually and grabbed Carol's fist. Such a powerful collision, in the universe, although it didn't destroy anything, it flew quite a distance. The two began a contest of strength. Carol is a girl who refuses to admit defeat. Although Thanos is stronger, Carol will not give up. While Thanos grabbed his hand, he used other methods to attack. Kicked it, but was still defended by Thanos. The two are on par, and to be precise, Thanos is a bit stronger. Sui was not idle, and quickly eliminated the Chitauri troops and the other 5 generals of Obsidian. These people are all Thanos helpers, and killing one can save many people. Even if at the moment can't completely destroy Thanos, it can weaken Thanos' combat power. In the future, it will be much easier to deal with Thanos with infinite gems in hand. Thor wasn't idle either, and went straight for Thanos. Both of them planned to capture the thief first and the king first. It's not that Sui doesn't want to take down Thanos first, it's just that Sui can feel that Thanos' strength is a bit strong. In this battle, it is very likely that Thanos will not be completely defeated. That being the case, testing Thanos' strength and eliminating the forces around Thanos became Sui's main goal. In a scuffle, Thanos was not defeated by the pincer attack of Carol and Thor. He even seized the gap between the two attacking and kicked Thor away. Thanos also took advantage of the victory to pursue, and faced Thor with a set of military punches of the world-shattering level. Under such power, Thor was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Sui was cleaning up miscellaneous fish, but seeing Thor in such a miserable state, he couldn't help shaking his head. Recall that in Avengers Alliance 3, Thor almost killed Thanos with an axe. In Avengers Alliance 4, the otaku version of Thor was beaten by Thanos. Now it seems that Thanos does have the strength to fight Thor. After all, Thor is still a child who is only 1,000 years old. If Thor grows up for another 100 years, Thor's strength will definitely surpass Odin. Fortunately, Carol still has the strength to fight. Immediately rushing up and stalking Thanos, this bought Thor some breathing time. Seeing this, Sui didn't intend to deal with these miscellaneous fish anymore. Just wiped out a black dwarf and a supergiant, and a few Chitauri warships, and that's enough. Now that Thor can't deal with Thanos, it's time for him to do it himself. Sui suddenly teleported and appeared in front of Thanos. This punch gathers the strength of the whole body, plus the Kylan arm, the strength is multiplied by 7 times. Not only that, Sui also comes with powerful energy, ready to use this punch to defeat Thanos. However, at this very moment, Sui felt it. Powerful energy also emerged from Thanos' body. This mysterious and powerful energy shocked Sui a little. This is not the power of infinite gems. Sui suddenly had an idea, could it be the heart of the universe? In the comics, Thanos has obtained the Infinity Gauntlet full of gems, and has also obtained many magical treasures or powers. The heart of the universe is such a treasure, and it can even be said to be an artifact more powerful than the Infinity Gauntlet full of gems. According to the setting, the heart of the universe is an incomplete part of OAA, above all things, the creator. Having the heart of the universe is like controlling the power of a universe. Thanos sensed Sui's attack and chose to meet it. The fists of the two collided together, and a huge amounts of power was transmitted from the fists. Sui has never experienced such a powerful force, definitely, and that magical energy. Sui finally determined that this should not be an artifact like the heart of the universe. But this energy is very likely to be cosmic energy. In the comics, many superheroes or villains have obtained cosmic energy and their strength has greatly increased. The energy on Thanos is the legendary cosmic energy. Although I don't know where Thanos got the cosmic energy, this energy did make Thanos extremely powerful. While Sui was retreating, Thanos actually wanted to launch a sneak attack and beat Sui to death. Sui wasn't used to it either. He fired all his firepower and turned upside down with Thanos. The strength and energy of the two are extremely powerful, and where they meet, energy collisions will cause violent explosions. Carol will also take action, appearing from time to time, helping Sui, and the two join forces to fight against this powerful enemy. However, even if the two join forces, they cannot completely suppress Thanos in terms of strength. Sui knew that in order to completely suppress Thanos, unless his strength reached LV9. At this point in time of the Avengers Alliance, it is indeed a bit too early to fight Thanos. Thor, Carol, we can't kill him yet, it's time to go back. Although Carol is reckless, he also knows that what Sui said is the truth. Thanos, who possesses cosmic energy, is indeed difficult to defeat. Are you sure we can go back now? He looks very angry. Definitely yes, you hold him for a while. Carol didn't know what Sui was going to do, but she still chose to trust Sui. Okay. Thor also recovered a lot, holding Mjolnir, with the power of thunder shining on him. Carol and Thor team up to temporarily fight Thanos. Sui was immersed, and teleported back to the sky above the island. Tony, close the teleportation channel. Walter. Before Tony could react, Sui said, I'll go and fetch them back, you just close the passage and eliminate the remaining Vanguard troops. Tony chose to believe Sui, no problem. Sui then went back to outer space and watched as Carol was still fighting Thanos. Thanos, your strength is indeed very strong. However, it is impossible to get infinite gems from Midgard. This time it's over. If you dare to come to Midgard, Sorcerer Supreme, God King Odin, and us will all be waiting for you. While talking, the transmission channel has been closed by Tony. Sui looked at the timing, and a teleport took away Carol and Thor. Thanos looked at the closed teleportation channel, as well as Sui and others who disappeared, full of anger. He never expected that this operation would be a complete failure. Loki took the psychic scepter. The Chitauri Vanguard suffered heavy losses. Even among his own 5 generals of Obsidian, only Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight are left. Midgard, lowly worms. Live on, the fate will come. The transmission channel has been closed, and the next step is to close the door and beat the dog. These Chidori heralds also sensed the closure of the teleportation channel. They know that at this moment they are in a state of isolation and helplessness. It is necessary to defeat these people in front of them and reopen the transmission channel, so that the follow-up Chidori troops can follow. Ever since, the Zeta Swiss soldiers started a frenzied counterattack. The battle situation has been upgraded again, and it has become even more tragic. People like Steve and Antonia who don't have too many super abilities but have been strengthened in physical fitness can only rely on physical fitness and fighting skills to fight. Facing a large number of Zeta Swiss soldiers, the advantage is not great. Fortunately, there are a lot of people with super abilities. Next, the Zeta Swiss soldiers will fight less and less. Seeing that Tony closed the teleportation channel, John couldn't help asking, "Hey, why did you close the teleportation channel? The 3 of them haven't come back yet. Don't you know that he can teleport?" Only then did Johnny remember Suyi's identity. Just when Johnny just figured it out, Suyi came back with Carol and Thor. Thor was upset by Thanos. "If you can't beat Thanos, can't you solve these miscellaneous fish?" Immediately, he displayed the power of thunder and began to show his might of Thor. Carol was still a little worried. Thanos was more powerful than Carol had imagined. Carol thought that with his own ability, he could already run across the universe, but he didn't expect to meet such a powerful enemy. "Thanos is a formidable enemy. I thought I could stop him. Now it seems that we are no match for him." Suyi comforted, "Don't worry, there are other powerful protectors in Midgard. There is also Thor's father, God King Odin, and Sorcerer Supreme. If Thanos shows up now, it's definitely not the opponent." Suyi is very confident that if Thanos comes to Midgard now, there will be no return. In space, Thanos looked at the dilapidated battleship in front of him, and saw that there were only 2 generals of the Obsidian beside him. Lost heavily? This is the first time Thanos has suffered such a big loss in many years of rampant universe. It doesn't matter if the opponent is an extremely powerful empire or a planet. However, the opponent came from the mortal world of Midgard. Moreover, it was a group of mortals who came. Such losses and failures were unacceptable to Thanos. Corvus Glaive couldn't bear it anymore. "Great Lord Thanos, let's send the fleet to Midgard immediately, and destroy this planet directly." Thanos was furious, but his mind was not consumed by anger. "No, fate will befall Midgard one day, but not now." Looking at the deep universe, Thanos told him angrily that these mortals, Midgard must pay the price. But reason, and the so-called Great Mission, told Thanos that now is not the time. To organize the fleet, we must hurry up and find the other 2 infinite gems. On the contrary, Thanos felt that his task was much easier. The Psychic Scepter, the Cosmic Cube, the Time Gem, and the TIE Particles Loki mentioned were all in Midgard. In the future, after you have collected the Soul and Power Gems, you only need to go to Midgard to get the remaining 4 gems at once. Thanos temporarily decided not to attack Midgard, but Suyi would not let Thanos go like this. "I think, I can't just leave like this, I have to send Thanos a present." Carol looked curious. "Walter." Before Carol could react, Suyi returned to the space carrier. "Hi, Hill Beauty." Hill didn't give a good face at all, and Nick asked, "What about the enemies in the universe?" "They're too strong, Carol and I are no match. So, I'm here for help." "What help?" "I'm going to send them a mushroom bomb." Nick understood Suyi's thoughts. If it was bombed in outer space, it would not be a big problem. "You sure can be sent to outer space?" "Very sure." Nick is not a hesitation person either, so he immediately decided to fight back. "Do you think that in the universe, they can't hit you? Okay, I'll arrange it for you." Nick Fury immediately sent someone to launch a mushroom bomb with huge amounts of power. Then, Suyi took the opportunity to bring this mushroom bomb into the universe. Thanos and the others were about to pack up and leave. He didn't notice the sudden appearance of Suyi at all, and when Suyi reappeared, he was already in front of the Holy Place. The Holy Place spacecraft found Suyi and immediately sounded the alarm. However, without waiting for Thanos to react, Suyi threw the mushroom bomb directly, and then teleported himself to the distance. Suyi didn't intend to miss such a sight. Thanos and the people on the Holy Place spacecraft were stunned, thinking that Suyi had just escaped. Unexpectedly, Suyi dared to come back. Not only came back, but also brought a big gift. Open the protective barrier. The Holy Place spacecraft opened its protective barrier, ready to block the missile. However, what Suyi gave was a big gift, and the protective barrier couldn't bear it under the huge impact of the explosion. The protective barrier suddenly shattered, and the colossal Holy Place was also engulfed by the explosion. Suyi watched from a distance, feeling secretly refreshed. This bombing is probably not going to kill Thanos, but his men, that's not necessarily the case. At the very least, a large portion of Thanos' power could be removed. What a beautiful firework. I hope, Thanos, you enjoy my present. If you like it, I can give you more next time. Suyi witnessed all this, and then teleported back to the island. With Thor and Carol, 2 powerful helpers, joining the battle, the enemies near the island were quickly wiped out. However, Captain Steve did not believe that he was shot and his life was in danger. As soon as Suyi came back, she heard Sharon's call. Steve was shot. The situation is very dangerous. Please send someone to take Steve back immediately. Suyi was a little surprised that such a situation happened. Steve, that's the so-called 50-50 man. Fighting with Ultron, Thanos, and other big bosses, they all survived. How could they be killed by Chitori's minions? Could it be that the 50-50 passive was really triggered, and then 50-50 with these minions? Suyi suddenly thought of something. In the movie Avengers Alliance 1, Steve seemed to be really injured. It's just that, in this world, the position of the possible injury is more dangerous and more deadly. Suyi quickly flew to Steve's side and checked the situation. It was indeed not optimistic. Sharon asked curiously, "Can you save him?" Suyi suddenly thought of a good thing he had drawn before, unyielding heart. This thing should be quite compatible with Steve. Let me try. Suyi observes, what is fired from the Zeta Swiss soldier's weapon is not a bullet. Therefore, there is no need to take out the bullet at all. So Suyi directly took out unyielding heart and prepared to let Steve integrate. Sharon looked at the object in Suyi's hand that radiated light. It looks like a heart, but it doesn't look like a real heart. Sharon looked at this miraculous thing and was extremely surprised. What is this? A good thing that can save him. The unyielding heart flew up, landed on Steve's body, and then sank into the body, disappearing. Sharon was stunned to see this scene. However, Sharon soon calmed down. It seems that Suyi's outrageous things are not outrageous. The unyielding heart merged into Steve's body, sensing Steve's unyielding will, and began to pour out energy to help Steve recover his body. Steve felt like he was going to die, but thinking about Carter who was still alive, and thinking about the enemy not being wiped out, Steve felt the burden on him. That will sustained Steve. Sensing the unyielding heart of Steve's will, more energy surged out, quickly repairing Steve's body. In just 10 seconds, Steve's body returned to normal. Steve's eyes snapped open, feeling as if he had been reborn. Originally, he knew that his strength was far beyond ordinary people, reaching the so-called human limit. But at this moment, Steve can clearly perceive that his strength is better than before, even several times beyond his previous strength. Steve couldn't believe it. His body couldn't feel the pain anymore. Touching the wound, looking down, Steve found that his wound had completely healed. What happened? Sharon immediately replied, "He saved you." Steve has read Suyi's profile and knows that Suyi is amazing and powerful. Thanks. However, how do I feel? My strength seems to have become stronger. Suyi explained, "I have integrated a magical treasure called Indomitable Heart into your body. Your will determines your upper limit. When you are extremely determined, you can use this power to fight against the gods." Steve figured it out. "You made me stronger." "No, it's inside you that makes you stronger. Remember that line? Be a good person." Steve felt his own strength, and he no longer rejected it in his heart. Even without hesitation, he picked up the shield beside him and said to Sharon, "Our mission is not over yet, and the enemy has not been completely eliminated." Steve threw himself into the fight again, taking out one Zeta Swiss soldier after another with ease. 10 minutes later, the dust settled. The Chidori vanguard has been completely wiped out. On the island, you can see the wreckage of battleships or the bodies of Zeta Swiss soldiers everywhere. The originally beautiful island turned into what it is now. The war finally ended, and everyone gathered together. Although everyone is not very familiar with it, after experiencing this incident, everyone fought side by side and helped each other to defeat a large number of enemies. Standing on the beach, Peter couldn't help sighing, "It's all over. Yeah, it's all over, we won." Alas. Some people cheered and celebrated, while others looked dark and looked in a bad mood. Carol is one of them. After experiencing the battle with Thanos, Carol felt huge amounts of threat. If Thanos comes, can he and these people stop Thanos alone? Carol couldn't help being a little pessimistic. There is also Thor. Thor was beaten by Thanos, which made Thor feel ashamed. It was different from the loss to Suyi last time. Suyi is recognized by Mjolnir and is also recognized by Thor as an opponent, not an enemy. Thanos is different. Thanos is a powerful enemy who causes carnage in the universe. Thor knows that Thanos will come again. Thor is not afraid, just feels the pressure and wants to become stronger. And then there's Tony and Steve. They also all know that the enemy is far from being wiped out. These are just vanguard troops, and there are powerful enemies in the universe. This enemy is so powerful that Suyi chooses to close the teleportation channel and retreat temporarily. Steve knew there were enemies, so he didn't let go of the burden. Tony has a long-term vision, thinking about how to face unknown and powerful enemies. Seeing everyone cheering, Suyi also had an idea, that is to celebrate. Suyi came to Emma's side and said loudly, "Today, we repelled the enemy. I think tonight, we should celebrate. Does anyone want to go together?" Emma naturally understood what Suyi meant. "My Hellfire Club welcomes you very much." Peter was the most positive. "Oh cool, I gotta go. You have just experienced battle, even life and death, and you really want to relax. Celebration, how can I be missing?" Everyone chose to join, and Steve, Thor, Carol and others did not refuse. Just then, S.H.I.E.L.D. space carrier landed nearby. Nick Fury was flying, lowered a rope, and landed in front of everyone. "Thank you very much. Because of you, a war was prevented and countless people were saved. Although no one will know what happened here, you are definitely well-deserved superheroes. Next, we will send you back. Under the arrangement of S.H.I.E.L.D., everyone will be sent away." Suyi also took the opportunity to find Nick Fury, and then said, "Nick, the things here are powerful. You'd better not let these things fall into the hands of those people. Nick naturally knew what Suyi meant. I know, their insight plan will start soon. When they thought the plan was about to succeed, it was the most relaxed time. I decided to destroy the plan at this time and make Hydra public. Catch them all. I can help if needed. Nick Fury also had this idea long ago. I will. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D will no longer exist. I think you can invite Tony to help you, and use this to build a defense line in space. It's the same as mine. The two chatted briefly, and Nick couldn't help asking, is that enemy strong? Very strong. I have no certainty of winning now. Speaking of this, Suyi suddenly remembered about the Cosmic Cube. Nick, give me the Cosmic Cube for a while. I plan to study it carefully. The Cosmic Cube, an extremely powerful artifact, possesses supreme power. Nick wouldn't have done it before, but now, after some hesitation, Nick agreed. I trust you will take good care of him. Definitely. After Suyi chatted with Nick for a few words, she was about to leave. Time to go to the party together. As soon as he turned his head, he found that Carol seemed to be staring at him. Are you waiting for me? Carol said seriously, yes, I want to fight with you. Carol's fight came from the heart. You know, our power is too strong. If we are not careful, we will cause a lot of damage. Then go fight in the universe. With Carol's attitude, if Suyi keeps refusing, it may reduce Carol's favorability. Okay, let's go to the back of the moon. What do you think? Good idea. I'll take you teleport there. Give me your hand. Carol hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out his hand. Suyi showed a smug smile, and then teleported away from the island with Carol. The two appeared on the back of the moon, and the temperature dropped sharply. However, for the two of them, such a low temperature had little effect. You can let go of my hand. Suyi said slightly apologetically, sorry. Carol withdrew his hand, then said coolly, are you ready? Be ready anytime. After getting Suyi's affirmative answer, Carol directly chose to attack. The whole person flew at an extremely fast speed and sprinted over. Carol's speed is fast, but Suyi's speed is not slow either. Immediately reacted and prepared for defense. Carol punched and was blocked by Suyi's arms. Carol continued to pursue, punch after punch, attacking violently. Each of these punches was powerful enough to knock down a building, but it was still unable to completely defeat Suyi. Carol also found out that Suyi has been passively defending, which made Carol very unhappy. Fight back. Fight a fight instead of defending all the time. Suyi also knows Carol's character. She is strong and unyielding. If Suyi releases water, Carol will definitely not accept it. Therefore, Suyi also chose to fight back. With the purest physical strength, the two of Suyi and Carol began to fight. In the face of super strength, some skills are not so important. The two of you come and go. After all, Suyi's strength is slightly better. Suyi seized the opportunity and punched Carol in front of him. However, because the speed was too fast, Suyi couldn't react. He just barely retracted his strength, but he couldn't retract his fist. Therefore, this punch still hit Carol firmly and sent him flying. Suyi's punch was not in the right place, so he immediately apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Suyi hadn't finished apologizing, but Carol didn't appreciate it at all. After stabilizing for a while, he rushed over again. The two continued to fight, and Carol used all means. Even though both hands were caught by Suyi, Carol did not give up and attacked with a header. Facing Carol, Suyi didn't dare to relax at all, and could only deal with it with all her strength. The two were fighting on the back of the moon. The surface of the moon, which was already full of potholes, now had many more pits. These are all caused by Suyi and Carol. The battle lasted for more than half an hour before Carol gave up. Carol couldn't do anything to Suyi, and Suyi didn't intend to fight to the end. Carol was very curious, how did you get super ability? That's right, if you bask in the sun, you will gain a super ability. Carol is obviously a little disbelieving, but Carol doesn't bother to care about it. It can be seen that Suyi is for good people, and that is enough. One more thing, I don't seem to know what your name is. My name is Suyi, you can call me so. Carol nodded slightly, so, nice to meet you. Me too, I think, we should go back to the party now, do you want to go? Carol has some nostalgia. She has been in the universe all these years and never came back. In outer space, Carol doesn't have many companions either. So, Carol hasn't been to a party for a long time. Definitely, I haven't been to a party in years. Let's go, it's time for us to go. Are you sure you want to go this way instead of changing into a more casual outfit? Carol looked down at his battle uniform, as if it really wasn't suitable for a party. It's time to change clothes. Suyi took advantage of the situation and asked, you know that you rarely come back, do you have a place to rest and clothes? Carol thought about it, and it seemed that there was no such thing. Maybe, I can go to my friend Maria. Suyi suggested, maybe it doesn't have to be so troublesome, I can take you to buy some clothes. If you don't mind, you can also live in my house is very big. Carol looks young, but in fact she wasn't a child before gaining super abilities. What's more, this is almost 20 years away from Midgard. Hearing Suyi's words, I immediately understood what Suyi meant. Recalling that I am in the universe, I have always been alone. Most of the aliens do not conform to their own aesthetics. In terms of appearance, people from Midgard are more suitable, and Suyi's appearance is not bad. Furthermore, strength. Suyi's strength is vaguely stronger than her. Having Suyi as a partner seems to be a good choice. Carol didn't have much hesitation, so he agreed. Then it's decided. Suyi stretched out his hand, Carol didn't refuse, and took Suyi's hand actively. This also means that Suyi got another girl. The two disappeared instantly and returned to Suyi's villa. Suyi and Carol suddenly appeared, and Sky, who was at home, was taken aback. Su, are you back? Sky threw himself into Suyi's arms, and they made out briefly. Carol also saw the relationship between the two, but Carol didn't ask much. Carol, this is Sky, one of my beauties. Hello. The two got to know each other for a while, and then Suyi said, you should be very noticeable with your current appearance. So, if you don't mind, you can borrow a set of clothes from Sky first, and then we will go shopping for a new one clothing. Carol didn't mind, and looked at Sky. Sky said hastily, back then, Su bought me a lot of clothes, and there are still some clothes that I haven't worn yet. I do not mind. Sky took Carol to change clothes, and Suyi took the opportunity to wash up. After nearly half an hour, Carol also seemed to have been washed and put on a new set of clothes. A white long sleeve, a denim jacket, and jeans. How about it? It's not bad, but it could be prettier. It's time to go and buy some new clothes. Sky, will you come with me? Sky was very tactful. I still have something to do. Suyi had no choice but to take Carol to buy clothes alone. Carol, you don't mind if I have a confidant? No, I don't mind at all. In fact, I rarely come back from space. As long as I come back, you can show up with me, and that's enough. At night, Hellfire Bar. Today's Hellfire Bar no longer welcomes guests, because Emma is holding a party in the bar. Those who participated in the battle came to the scene one after another. After today's battle, everyone's relationship is better. In the club, everyone is relaxed, drinking and celebrating. Suyi and Carol show up, and the party hasn't started yet. Suyi and Carol were among the first to arrive, and the others were also on their way. After all, after such a battle, you have to wash and change into clean clothes. Seeing Suyi coming, Emma took the initiative to greet her. You guys came early. Definitely to spend more time with you. After a brief greeting between the two, Emma introduced herself to Carol. My name is Emma. Carol. After all, Carol is not in Midgard most of the time, and even if she is in Midgard, she may not know anyone else. Just like Emma, she only knows Professor X and others. Soon, other superheroes came to Hellfire Club one after another. The party has officially started, and everyone is drinking and celebrating. Some people were having friendly exchanges, and definitely some people had a little friction. Pyro and Human Torch, their abilities are somewhat similar, and their personalities are more Zhongyang. When these two meet together, it will inevitably be a little unpleasant. However, a lot of people came to the X-Men side, and they quickly persuaded Burning Man to leave. Suyi knew that Carol probably didn't know these people, so she decided to take Carol around to get to know other people. Carol, this is Tony, a playboy and a genius scientist. Hi, I'm Carol. Suyi took the opportunity to hook her shoulders. Tony, I have a favor and I want to ask you for help. Hey, I remember I said it many times, I'm not your employee. Tony, you know, except for you, I can't think of anyone who can complete this task. Who makes you the smartest person in the world? Tony was praised by Suyi, and his mood improved a lot. I like to hear this, and I helped with this. Carol is in the universe. I want you to make a device that can communicate instantly. In the future, we will have new enemies who can call Carol back in time. I gave Nick a pager so he could call me when it mattered, Carol said. Tony immediately said, pager? This is the technology of the last century, right? It has long been eliminated here. Wait until tomorrow, let's talk about work, tonight, to celebrate. Several people had a drink, and Suyi noticed Thor again. Thor couldn't get used to the wine here, so he brought Asgard's wine specially. These people of Asgard gathered together to drink. Loki was there too, but obviously the others were a little less welcoming to Loki. Suyi and Carol show up, and after saying hello, Suyi decides to talk to Thor about something else. Thor, I think you should find some time and go to Nidai, the clan land of the dwarf tribe. Thor was a little curious. Nidai. Thanos collected infinite gems and asked the dwarfs to help build the Infinity Gauntlet. To defeat Thanos, you need new weapons. Thor looked at Mjolnir beside him. Thanos has been to Nidai, why didn't Atri report? AI Kui probably wants to know why Asgard didn't protect them well. Something must have happened to Nidai, Thor knew. I'll go to Nidai. Sue, would you like some of our Asgard wine? I can't ask for more. After Carol saw it, he was also very interested. Give me a drink too. Thor has seen Carol's strength and recognized Carol, so he gave Suyi and Carol a drink. Suyi took a sip and felt different. This drink is not simply high in alcohol, but has a strange power, which feels like it can make people's spirits become foggy. If it is an ordinary person, basically a cup is poured. However, for experts at the level of Suyi and Carol, the effect is mediocre. Time passed by, everyone was very happy and drank a lot. Through the battle and this gathering, everyone became familiar with it, and the gathering became even more lively. At the end, a large group of people also sat in a large circle, bragging to each other and telling their glorious deeds. Be amazed to hear Carol chatting about things in the universe. After listening to Carol's story, Tony couldn't sit still. Excellent story, but when it comes to storytelling, I think Sue's story will be more interesting. Because Sue knows some stories about the future, about parallel universes. Others are also interested in the parallel universe and the future. Peter said in shock, parallel universes really exist. Seeing everyone so curious, Suyi suddenly thought of a story. The story about Black Robe. Suyi got the chance to go to the world of Black Robe, but never went. First, he felt that his strength was not enough to completely crush the ancestors. Second, Suyi wants to hone the Avengers Alliance. Now, it seems, is time to tell the story of the world. Do you all want to hear it? Everyone is looking forward to, definitely. The hospitality is hard to come by, Suyi said. Since that's the case, then I'll tell a story about another world. The story of this world may not be as beautiful as you imagined. After Suyi was vaccinated, he began to tell the story. In a similar world, there are superheroes here. However, these superheroes are not real heroes, they are just superpowers with the title of superhero. In this world, there is a pharmaceutical company called Water Corporation. After a long period of research, they invented a number 5 compound. This number 5 compound can make people have super ability. When Steve heard this, he immediately remembered his own experience. I became so powerful by injecting super serum. However, not everyone can obtain super abilities. After research, Water Company has found that it is easier to obtain super abilities by injecting compound number 5 in infancy. Hearing this, many people were shocked. A baby, that young life, is extremely fragile. Steve asked immediately, isn't it dangerous to inject the child? Definitely there will be danger. There are many children who cannot succeed. Even if some succeed, it is possible to awakening a not-so-good super ability and become a monster. Even so, the Water Company has made a fortune quickly on these. And, under their training, in the end, 6 highly distinctive super ability users were selected, and they were signed to let them play the role of superheroes like actors. Suyi slowly told the story of the black-robed world, and all the superheroes here can feel that there may be big problems in this world. Suyi continued to tell the story of the black-robed world. Water's company has 6 superheroes. These 6 superheroes are the most powerful Ancestor, Queen Maeve, Deep Sea, Transparent Man, Ninja Black, and Locomotive. These 6 people all have strong physical fitness and their own super abilities. Ancestors have the strongest physical fitness, are indestructible, can fly, their eyes can see through, and they can emit energy rays. Queen Maeve's physical fitness is second only to her ancestors. In the deep sea, you can communicate with marine animals and even survive on the bottom of the sea. Transparent people are also very strong in physical fitness. The greatest ability is the transparency of the whole body. Ninja Black, apart from physical fitness, there is nothing special about it. The Locomotive has super high speed and can run at supersonic speed. Under the creation of Water Company, they have become household stars and have a huge fan base. Because not long ago, the Lamplighter retired. There are only 6 people left in the 7-member team under the Water Company, so the company has been auditioning a new superhero to join this team. Hearing this, everyone didn't think there was anything strange. It's just a superhero, those here are actually superheroes. The most important thing is that the way Water Company makes superhero is a bit too inhumane. The story begins here. The experiences of the 2 young people reveal the unknown true colors of these superheroes. First is Huey. He is an ordinary person who works in a video store. He was originally dating his girlfriend, but the 2 were on the side of the road preparing to say goodbye, and they were reluctant to leave. As a result, my girlfriend had just retreated to the road, but was hit by a fast-moving locomotive and was left bloody, leaving only her hands. The superheroes were shocked when they heard Suyi's story. They really didn't expect that all the superheroes in this world would be so distorted. The locomotive killed Huey's girlfriend because of the injection of Compound 5, too excited. Moreover, the locomotive afterwards did not have the slightest remorse. Water Company even helped to cover up, using various means to reduce the impact of these negative news on superhero. Not only the locomotive, but other superheroes are not much better. The Ancestors and Queen Maeve captured the bandits, but killed them, and then forged the traces of the bandits' resistance. In order to win the favor of the boss, the Ancestors actually destroyed an airplane. Shanghai even used his status as a senior to threaten the newly joined Starlight to serve him. The Transparent Man is even more of a voyeur. These superheroes are scourges behind their backs, and the bad things they do are beyond words. But in the eyes of the world, they are superheroes who are here to save the world. As the behind-the-scenes hand in Water Company, the problem is even greater. Research compound number 5 and make a superhero. And by controlling the superhero, he can achieve many of his ulterior purposes. Everyone was stunned, they didn't expect such a world to exist. Superhero is no longer just to protect ordinary people, but to put on a show. These people are not so much superheroes as they are actors, playing the role of superhero. In fact, they themselves are not good people at all. Steve couldn't take it anymore, they don't deserve to be called superheroes at all. Tony also immediately expressed his thoughts, I think they are more like actors, playing superhero is just their job. Peter asked curiously, Sue, since you know the situation in that world, have you solved these superpowers? Suyi shook his head, I didn't make a move because I wasn't strong enough at the time, and there were people in this world who resisted superheroes. Everyone also knows from the story that these people who resist the superhero are the black-robed picket team composed of Huey, Xinguang, and others. However, I can take other people to that world now. If any of you want to help, I think we can go together. Going to another world and fighting these superpowers seems pretty good. But in fact, the problem is not simple. After all, Suyi and others can only defeat these superpowers and make their crimes and the crimes of water company public. The most is to eliminate compound number 5 and temporarily cut off the root of superhero. Even if this is done, the world may not recover. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Steve didn't have much hesitation, and immediately said, "I'm going? The people here need to know the truth about the superheroes. What the Walter Company did completely deviates from the purpose of superhero existence. The black-robed pickets are fighting against our company, and we can help them. Let them, our company and everyone know what a real superhero should look like." That's what Steve is. He believes in the goodness and morality of humanity. However, the practice of water company is completely unacceptable to Steve. What's more, there are those parliamentarians and politicians behind this. Steve was the first to express his opinion, and Peter, as Steve's fanboy, immediately said, "I want to go too." Thor drank the wine and replied, "Ancestors? Just relying on him, what right does he have to call himself a god? I will let him know what a real god is." Tony didn't want to get involved. After all, it was a matter of another world, and it didn't threaten himself or the world he was in. Moreover, Tony often deals with business people and politicians, and has seen the shadows behind them. Tony hesitated for a while, but decided to agree. After all, what Water Company did is no longer shameful, but so dirty that it has no bottom line. I'll join too. Carol is in the universe to save other planets and the world where ordinary people live. The world of Black Robes, under the influence of Water Company, has already experienced a lot of problems. Carol didn't think much about it, so he agreed. I'll go as well. Everyone was very excited and wanted to see another world. Young people like Lorna and Johnny are gearing up to defeat those so-called superheroes. Although not everyone will go, most people want to go. Suyi looked at everyone. "Why don't we set off tomorrow and let's go to that world together?" The others had no objection and immediately agreed. The story is over here, and the party is almost over. Suyi finally told the story, and she talked for a long time, and her mouth was a little dry. By this time, everyone will be gone. Emma stopped Suyi. "Your Majesty, your queen needs you." Suyi originally wanted to take Carol home, but Emma's appearance disrupted the plan. Carol doesn't seem to mind, though. So Suyi has nothing to say. It's time to show his real skills. On a new day, Suyi brought people to the Hellfire Club. "I made an appointment with Steve and others last night, and today I will go to the Black Robe world to clear Walter Company." When the appointed time came, everyone came to the scene one after another. What Suyi didn't expect was that Loki also came. Suyi also thought about throwing Loki into this world and let Loki be the king here. However, Loki won't say yes now. Loki wants the throne, wants to rule the world. "I want to be recognized by Odin even more, and I want to protect the Queen Frigg. Therefore, the current Loki will definitely not stay in the Black Robe world." Everyone huddled together and got ready. Suyi looked at everyone. "Today, we will go to another world. Even if it is another world, I hope everyone will remember the difference between us and our ancestors." Suyi's worry is not without reason. In the comics, there is a mysterious organization called the Illuminati. This Illuminati is not quite the same as the Illuminati that was massacred in the movie. The Illuminati, which secretly protects the world, has definitely done some not so glamorous things. For example, they killed the Skrulls' planet and were captured, which led to the subsequent secret invasion event. For example, Hulk was exiled to Sakaar. As a result, many years later, the spaceship transporting Hulk exploded unexpectedly, which led to the Green Titan World War. For example, in the event of a multi-universe collision, Illumination will decide to destroy other universes and preserve its own universe. The purpose of going to the world of Black Robes this time is to get rid of the Water Company, so I shouldn't do anything too outrageous. After Suyi explained the matter, the transmission channel will be opened. System, use props to open the transmission channel to the Black Robe world. Suyi gave an order in his heart, and a teleportation channel appeared in front of him. In the eyes of outsiders, this teleportation channel was opened by Suyi. Suyi stood in front of the passage. "I'll go in first, see you later." Suyi stepped into the transmission channel and disappeared. In a blink of an eye, Suyi appeared in an empty place. Looking around, I didn't find anyone around. This is just right to avoid being discovered by passersby. As soon as Suyi finished observing the surrounding situation, Steve came out from the teleportation passage. Afterwards, superheroes appeared in this open space one by one. Before Suyi came, he had already briefly introduced the situation of this world. The capital of freedom here is not much different from the capital of freedom in the Marvel world. Suyi and others are in casual clothes, and suits are carried with them, and they will put on equipment when needed. Like Suyi, Steve likes to carry out tasks in a planned way. So, after coming to this world, I immediately asked Suyi, "What are you going to do next? Do you have any plans?" During this period of time, Suyi also asked the system again, and learned about the current situation of this world. This world is currently in the 3rd season of content. The content of this season is mainly the appearance of the role of Soldier Boy. Because of the appearance of the Soldier Boy, Butcher and Huey originally planned to eliminate the Soldier Boy, and later decided to use the Soldier Boy to kill the ancestors. However, what people didn't expect was that the Soldier Boy was actually his ancestors' real father. In the last battle, the ancestors were still not killed. Instead, Queen Maeve was seriously injured and had to feign death to retire. The life and death of the Soldier Boy is uncertain. Black color was killed by the ancestors, but it is also possible to reappear. My plan is to find help. Tony, you need to help me find information about Starlight. I need to find Starlight, and then join forces with the black-robed pickets to deal with Walter Company. This little thing is very simple for Tony. Not long after, Tony investigated the possible location of Starlight. I found out. Tony, can you contact her and ask her out? Tony immediately said, no problem. Tony acted immediately and contacted Starlight. Starlight has always wanted to deal with the Super 7, but she can also feel that Huey seems to be on the wrong path. At this moment, Xinguang received a call from Tony. Hello. Excuse me, is this Miss Starlight? Who are you? According to Suyi's words, Tony replied, it doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is that I can help you to accomplish some things that you can't do. Xinguang immediately became alert. The other party seemed to know something, but he didn't say it clearly. Xinguang will not take the initiative to admit that she wants to deal with the ancestors. After all, she knows about the abilities of the ancestors. To avoid being discovered by the ancestors, Xinguang immediately interrupted. I don't need any clan. Tony continued, please believe in my strength. You know, Huey is just an ordinary person. They can't do this. Even if they can do it, they will pay a painful price. When Starlight heard Tony's words, she became more certain. Tony knew that she was going to deal with her ancestors, and she also knew that Huey was involved. Starlight hates seeing Huey in danger. No matter who the caller was, she was sure of self-protection. So Starlight decides to meet Tony. I think we can meet and talk. Well, Miss Xinguang, let's determine the location. There are a lot of people on our side, so it's better to go to a remote place where it's not easy to be found. Xinguang intuitively felt that it might be dangerous, but decided to go alone. Okay, then go to location XX. We'll wait for you there. I hope you won't make us wait too long. Hanging up the phone, Tony replied, it's done. She has an appointment with us, at XX location. Thor couldn't help it anymore. There's no need to be so troublesome. In my opinion, just go and destroy the ancestors and Water Company. Isn't that the solution? Carol retorted, big wars in cities can cause havoc, even innocent people. Thor immediately said bitterly, I was only joking. Steve said, next, let's go and meet Starlight first. She has a heart of justice and is a good choice. Let's find a way to let her cooperate with us. Definitely, let's go. Suyi and others set off. On the other side, after Xinguang received the call, he didn't dare to stay too long, and decided to go alone, answering the appointment alone, to find out who called him. Time passed by. Suyi and others waited for a long time in the dilapidated building, and finally waited for the arrival of the Starlight. Tony's drone has been scouting outside and has spotted Starlight. She is coming. Oh, is it finally here? Starlight is about to appear, and everyone has not been idle during this time. Tony couldn't help teasing, so, you look pretty, do you want to think about it? Suyi quickly refused, I'm not interested in that. Starlight is very beautiful, but Suyi is not always open to everyone. What's more, Xinguang's home is here. Even if Suyi really wins Xinguang, can Xinguang really abandon his family and leave this world? Steve is extremely serious, because during this time, Steve has already learned how powerful the Super 7 is. Not only that, on the internet, everyone can only see praises for the Super 7. This shows how serious the problems of Water Company are. Peter is also very envious, you know, over there. Peter is often pointed at by the boss of the Daily Bugle and scolded. No way, among these people, only Peter was the most active, so he was caught and scolded? At this moment, Starlight has appeared in the building. Soon, Xinguang discovered Suyi and others. Seeing Suyi and this group of people, Xinguang was extremely vigilant. Among you, who is the one who contacted me? I have already come. What is your purpose? Steve said with a righteous face, we come from other universes. We have heard about the situation in this world, so we want to help you solve the Walter Company, and these so-called superheroes. With suspicion written all over Xinguang's face, he still couldn't believe it. From other universes, but also to deal with Walter Corporation? From Xinguang's point of view, all of this seemed unbelievable, and the truth of the matter was absolutely impossible. Tony said, she's not going to believe us that easily unless, well, it's proven to her. So, let's transform. Suyi was very puzzled. Me. It's definitely you. It's very troublesome for us to change into battlesuits. Your symbiote battlesuit is very convenient. Suyi was also very helpless and could only follow suit. In an instant, the symbiote covered the whole body, completely changing its appearance. Xinguang was shocked when he saw Suyi's transformation. He had never seen such a thing before. Peter explained, we are superheroes from other worlds, and he is one of them, the mysterious Spider-Man. Tony continued to explain, you all obtained super abilities through compound number 5. We are different, and our abilities come from different sources. Some are mutants, who carry mutant genes at birth, and after awakening, they gain super abilities. Someone injected some kind of medicine and gained strength. There are still people who can do magic. In addition to Suyi, Emma, and others also showed some of their own ability. Thor just felt bored. I heard that the ancestor often regarded himself as a god, is it true? Suyi explained, he is Thor from Norse legend. Xinguang felt dizzy, what happened today was simply too miraculous. She has never heard of Suyi and others' super abilities. Either it really came from another world as Suyi and others said. Or, it is a hidden super ability organization. Xing Guang was extremely shocked in his heart, but at the same time, he tried his best to keep calm, thinking about how to deal with it. Soon, Xing Guang thought of something. In this world, there are not many forces that can create superheroes. To be precise, most of the superheroes are made by Water Company, and they are all manufactured by compound number 5. If such a large number of superpowers really exist, it is very likely to be related to the Water Company. However, after such a long investigation, Xing Guang has not heard any relevant information about anyone. It's as if these people really came out of nowhere. Xing Guang asked tentatively, so, gods really exist? At least in our world, they really exist, and they are just powerful aliens. Xing Guang calmed down and returned to the topic. You said that your purpose is to defeat the ancestors and make the crimes of Water Company public. What are you going to do? Thor held the hammer and said, I am only responsible for defeating the ancestors, and I want him to know that he is not worthy to call himself a god. Tony said, I just need to let me into Vought's company, and I can get all the internal information of Vought's company, and then make this information public. Suyi said, don't worry, we have a way to prevent the city from being destroyed. Xing Guang felt crazy. Do you know how powerful the ancestor is? He is the most powerful super ability user. His speed and strength are unparalleled. Neither bullets nor missiles can destroy the ancestors. He can fly, and his eyes can emit energy rays. Suyi was very confident. Thor, show her the power of Thor. When Thor mentioned Mjolnir, the thunder power spread all over his body in an instant, condensing into a battle armor. In the sky, several dull thunders suddenly appeared, making Xing Guang feel the power of Thor. Xing Guang was overjoyed. He didn't expect that Thor could really summon thunder. Such a powerful force might really be able to fight against the ancestors. Xing Guang struggled for a while. What do I need to do? Suyi said, you just need to take me and Wanda to the headquarters of Walt Corporation, and gather all the Super 7, and we can defeat them all. Xing Guang asked back, you too? Deal with the Super 7? Is he not going? Starlight naturally felt that Thor was the most powerful, but Suyi said, I have the teleportation ability, and I can take them all there in an instant. The most important thing is that we can lock the ancestors in the mirror space. With a look from Suyi, Wanda understood what Suyi meant. Casting the spell immediately brought Xing Guang and Suyi and the others to the mirror space. Xing Guang looked at the weird Luli world in front of him, looked at this upside-down universe, and was so surprised that he couldn't speak. This is the mirror space. Fighting here, no matter what, will not destroy the real world. Starlight gave it a try, and it can also use its own ability here, and it can also cause damage. However, when the mirror space was removed, Xing Guang was surprised to find that he was still in place, and everything around him was not destroyed. The doubts in his heart were gradually dispelled, and Xing Guang made a decision. I am willing to help you, but I want to know, what will you do after that? Suyi said, we will find a way to clear their super abilities, and then leave this world. This is your world, we won't stay too long. Xing Guang knew that if he didn't help, with the strength of Suyi and others, if a big battle really broke out, he would definitely suffer heavy losses. Therefore, the best way is to cooperate first. I promise to cooperate with you. In fact, Starlight has no choice. Now, Butcher, Huey and others are going to cooperate with Soldier Boy. Time Boy, that's also a scumbag. In contrast, although Suyi and others are not from this world, they also consider that fighting will cause damage. It is enough to see that Suyi and others are the real superheroes. The cooperation was thus reached. Starlight listened to Suyi's plan carefully, and still agreed. Next, it is natural to implement the plan. Starlight immediately took action and contacted Alice, the manager of the Super 7. The best way for Xing Guang to call other people is naturally through Alice. Xing Guang made an excuse, saying that he got some news about the Soldier Boy, and easily fooled Alice to help him. Not only can you fool Alice, but you can also make the ancestors and others come to Walter's company voluntarily. During the conversation, Suyi also knew the current details. In the Super 7, the ancestors already knew about Soldier Boy's presence. Faced with the strongest person in office, the ancestors were still a little flustered. Because of her relationship with the Butcher, Queen Maeve was discovered by the ancestors, and has been caught and locked up by the ancestors. The Deep Sea returned and became the faithful follower of the ancestors. The Supersonics who had just joined the 7-man team were killed by their ancestors before the bench was hot. The locomotive still has problems with its heart, and it can no longer run at high speed. Hey kept a low profile as always, without any news. The timing of the plot is just before the party starts. Now the ancestors and the Soldier Boy haven't met yet. In the final analysis, the people Suyi has to deal with are actually the ancestors and Shenhai, with at most one black color added. As for the Soldier Boy is not a big problem until the ancestors are solved. Starlight doesn't think so, and Huey follows the Butcher to use the Soldier Boy against the ancestors. From Xing Guang's point of view, this approach is simply not advisable. The Soldier Boy is also a scumbag, Huey and others' plans may go awry. Thinking of this, Xing Guang decided to contact Huey. Let Huey and others cooperate with him, and directly solve the ancestors and the Soldier Boy together. However, the current Soldier Boy's goal is to deal with his old teammates, and he has no intention of dealing with his ancestors at all. Huey and the Butcher can only agree to help the Soldier Boy complete his revenge first, and then deal with the ancestors. Huey was busy taking care of Soldier Boy when Starlight contacted him. Huey, I have a way to deal with my ancestors. Huey looked puzzled, looked at the situation around him, hurried to a remote place, and asked, what can I do? I met a few powerful helpers today who can help us deal with our ancestors. Also, they're more reliable than Soldier Boys. Huey just found it unbelievable. Someone can deal with the ancestors? It's almost like a joke. Everyone in this world knows that ancestors are the most powerful existence. The Butcher and Huey planned to use the Soldier Boy to deal with the ancestors, also because the Soldier Boy was the strongest in the previous term. Others are absolutely impossible to be the opponents of the ancestors. Xinguang, are you kidding? I really can't think of anyone else who can deal with the ancestors except the Soldier Boy. Starlight took a deep breath and said, they are superheroes from another universe, real superheroes. Huey was even more confused, and even doubted his ears a little. A superhero from another universe? Why does this feel so unreliable? Starlight, believe me, we can use the Soldier Boy against the ancestors. Soldier Boy isn't such a nice guy anyway. Let them fight each other and lose both, and we can take the opportunity to eliminate them both. Starlight felt a little sad when he heard Huey's words. Huey's idea is good, but all this is definitely too much. The object of their cooperation is the Soldier Boy, and the Soldier Boy is not a good person. As soon as the Soldier Boy came back, he wrecked a building. For revenge, even more unscrupulous. Working with Soldier Boys is tantamount to seeking skin from a tiger. Xinguang wanted to persuade him again, but the Butcher found Huey, and Huey hung up the phone hastily. There is no way. Xinguang can only deal with the matter in front of him first. If he could really solve the ancestors, then Huey must know that his method worked. Now there is another question, that is, do these people have any other purpose? Now, the arrow is on the string and has to be launched. Xinguang knows that he can't defeat his ancestors by himself, let alone against Walter Company. Xinguang can only hope for these superheroes who suddenly appear in front of him. With Suyi and Wanda, Xinguang successfully entered Walter's company. The other members of the group of 7 were already waiting in the conference room. The ancestors were extremely angry, because the Starlight that summoned them never appeared. Alice, where's the Starlight man? Feeling the anger of her ancestors, Alice panicked. Although the ancestor in front of him is mentally incomplete, he is also a brat who can destroy the world. Such a brat can't be provoked. In particular, the ancestors recently drove away the president of Water Company, Uncle Fried Chicken, and let themselves go, and the approval rate has also increased. This made the ancestors more inflated and arrogant. It should be here soon. At this moment, Xinguang brought Suyi and Wanda to the meeting room. The few people in the conference room immediately turned their attention to Xinguang, and then noticed the 2 people behind Xinguang. The ancestors ignored Suyi and Wanda at all, and said to Xinguang angrily, you better have news, otherwise, I will let you experience what life is like death. Xinguang still remembered the death of Supersonic. Supersonic was his first love, and he was happy to help him deal with his ancestors. As a result, after the ancestors learned the news, they were killed by the ancestors. Xinguang said frankly, I went to pick up people, they are the providers of information. When the ancestors looked at Suyi and Wanda, they always felt that something was weird, but they didn't think much about it. You guys, do you know the whereabouts of the Soldier Boy? When Suyi heard the question from his ancestors, he didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, he said provocatively, Ancestor, you seem to know telepathy ability, so, do you see what I'm thinking? The ancestor was very angry, no one dares to talk to me like that. Definitely, no one can provoke me. I am the most powerful superhero. After the ancestor finished speaking, he was stunned. He stared at Suyi and Wanda in front of him, but he couldn't perceive what Suyi and Wanda were thinking at all. My own ability has never failed. However, just today, the telepathy ability failed. This kind of unknown made the ancestors feel a little fear. But soon, the ancestors calmed down. So what if you can't feel your thoughts? In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are useless. I am the strongest, no one can beat me. At this moment, the ancestors heard Suyi say, it seems that you didn't see it. Yes, ancestors, you are too weak. Wanda, do it. The ancestors just felt bad and wanted to do something, only to find that the surrounding walls were about to fall down. Seeing the wall pressing towards him, the ancestors were shocked. In shock, an energy ray shot out from the eyes. The omnipotent energy ray decisively destroyed the wall in front of him. Just as the ancestors were about to deal with Wanda, their feet were empty and they were about to fall down. Fortunately, the ancestors can fly. Floating in the air, the ancestors realized that in just a second or two, they seemed to appear in another world despite not moving much. This grotesque Luli world, randomly spliced together, gave the ancestors a bad feeling. The ancestors knew that this world is under the control of Wanda. This also means that everything here is out of my control. This is unacceptable to the ancestors. Looking at the others, the ancestors didn't care about them at all, but were going to deal with Wanda and Xinguang first. Xinguang, I gave you a chance, but now, you betrayed me. Xinguang did not hesitate at all. Ancestor, you are not a god, you can be defeated, and today you will be completely defeated. The ancestor showed a kind smile, just the 2 of you. Only then did the ancestors realize that Suyi who was with Wanda had disappeared. Just now, my mind was all on the situation of this world, but I ignored the existence of Suyi. The ancestors were startled, thinking that Suyi was hiding and preparing to attack him. In this seemingly chaotic world that has been spliced together at will, there are indeed many places where you can hide your tracks. However, the ancestors are not afraid. Opening the clairvoyant eyes, he looked around and found no sign of Suyi. This made the ancestors a little surprised, but they can't control that much anymore. Now, they can only deal with Starlight and Wanda first. The ancestors directly emitted energy rays, intending to directly destroy Wanda and Starlight. However, Wanda casts the magic directly, the ancient body of Hogarth. The magic not only blocked the ray attack of the ancestors, but even turned into countless butterflies and flew towards the ancestors. The ancestors looked at these butterflies and dodged subconsciously. Fortunately, these butterflies didn't have any lethality, and disappeared out of thin air after flying for a while. If these butterflies burst, the ancestors probably wouldn't be able to bear the damage. The ancestors were frightened by Wanda's spell and immediately rage. For so many years, no one has been able to scare himself. Just when the ancestors wanted to attack Wanda, Suyi suddenly appeared in the mirror space with a group of people. At this moment, Thor and others have put on their combat uniforms and are ready for battle. Thor couldn't wait a long time ago. The moment he saw the ancestors, he recognized them immediately. You are the ancestor, right? Thor swung Mjolnir, and the whole person flew out, smashing towards the ancestors. Seeing that the situation was not good, the ancestors fired energy rays from their eyes, trying to stop Thor. Thor uses Mjolnir to clear the way, easily blocking the energy ray. One of the strongest killing moves of the ancestors was cracked by Thor just like that. The ancestors, whose minds were not mature enough, felt fear. No, it's impossible, I'm the strongest, no one can beat me. Thor didn't care so much, and smashed the hammer directly at the ancestors' face. Thor fought 9 times, brave and good at fighting. The ancestors can only rely on their powerful super abilities to bully ordinary people, so how can they be Thor's opponent? With this hammer down, the mentality of the ancestors collapsed directly. The ancestors were hammered and flew a long way, but soon stood firm. I am the god of this world, how could I lose? The ancestors roared angrily. When Thor heard the words of the ancestors, he paused and said contemptuously, God, are you worthy? Your ability is not enough, and your conduct is even more unworthy to be called a god. I, Thor, judge you in the name of Odin for blasphemy. Thor held up Mjolnir high, and the mirror space seemed to have changed the sky. Brilliant heavenly power, the divine power of infinite thunder descended, slamming on the body of the ancestors fiercely. At this moment, Thor is a well-deserved Thor. The ancestors were stunned and couldn't believe it. How is it possible? Thor, isn't that the person in the legend? No, this is fake, it must be fake. However, the thunder power soon overwhelmed the ancestors. Under the divine power of thunder, the ancestors were broken and suffered heavy injuries. The thunder dissipated, but the ancestors were still barely standing. It's just that it looks miserable, and it seems that it may fall down at any time. Xian Se, Locomotive, and Shenhai stared blankly at this scene, and couldn't help swallowing. As powerful as his ancestors, he is also so vulnerable in front of Thor. Shenhai recalled that he had just joined the ancestors, but the ancestors were defeated. Shenhai felt depressed and didn't know how to save his life. Suyi and his group watched Thor tyrannize their ancestors, their heads were full of question marks. Tony couldn't help complaining, this is what you said, the strongest super ability user in the world? Why does it feel a little weak? After finishing speaking, he shouted cheers to Thor, shock the hero, come on, beat him quickly. Peter also felt a little bored, I thought it would be a lot of trouble, but I didn't expect to have to do it at all. Carol noticed the 3 people in the deep sea hiding aside. There are 3 more over there. Before he finished speaking, Carol flew out and landed in front of the 3 of Shenhai. You should be Deep Sea, Locomotive, and Black, right? Although the 3 people in Shenhai didn't know Carol's strength, their intuition told them that the woman in front of them was not easy to mess with. No, to be precise, this large group of people should not be easy to mess with. Shenhai immediately returned to please, yes, it's us. We are not with the ancestors, he is the one who coerced us. Shenhai's skill of betraying teammates can be regarded as practiced. He resolutely betrayed his ancestors and betrayed them. Carol looked at the 3 people contemptuously. These 3 people were quite sensible and didn't do anything. It doesn't take Carol much time to actually do it. On the other hand, Thor's battle is also over. It fell from the sky, carrying countless thunderbolts, and landed on the ancestors. The physical fitness of the ancestors is indeed strong enough. They are all like this, and they can barely stand. Thor didn't bother to waste time. He knocked the man down with a hammer, and then put Mjolnir on the ancestor man, pinning down the ancestor man tightly. It's all done. Seeing this scene, Xing Guang was extremely shocked. The powerful Super 7 is vulnerable in front of Suyi and others. Dealing with the ancestors can even be done with only one person. Strong, really too strong. Seeing that the battle was over, Suyi thought it was time to start. He took out a few potions and distributed them to everyone. Inject them with medicine, so that their super abilities can be eliminated. Suyi and others easily took down the ancestors, and these people in Shenhai were also injected with medicine. Next, their super abilities will be slowly stripped away. Wanda lifted the spell, and everyone returned to the meeting room of Walter Company. In Walter's company, Tony has completed the task. Tony easily invaded the internal network of Walter's company, and then got a lot of important information. Once these materials are released, even if the water company is a big business, it will definitely be punished. Tony, how is it? I've got all the inside information about Walter's company, and the witness Alice, I think, can absolutely destroy Walter's company. It is indeed not difficult to destroy the water company. With these materials and evidence, it can be said that it will be a matter of course. Suyi doesn't intend to waste too much time on the next thing. Xinguang, I will leave the rest of the matter to you. You go to rescue Queen Maeve, and then, make the matter of Walter Company public. Starlight knows how much impact these things will have on Superhero once they are announced. However, if you don't do this, there will be endless troubles. The scum like the ancestors have many fans, and they will make a comeback and confuse more people. Steve saw Starlight's hesitation. We have to do this. The influence of Walt Corporation and these superheroes is too great. It must be completely wiped out before it can return to normal. Xinguang looked at the ancestors and others who had become ordinary people, and had already made a decision in his heart. I'll do it. Starlight immediately took Alice to find Queen Maeve, who was being imprisoned. Queen Maeve was suppressed at the moment, and Maeve was very surprised when she saw Starlight appearing. Xinguang, why is it you? I'm here to get you out. Maeve was still worried about offending the ancestors and implicating Xinguang, so she immediately asked, where are the ancestors? He was defeated, and now he has become a normal person. Maeve froze on the spot. The ancestors were actually defeated. Could it be the soldier boy? Starlight shook his head. It's not him, but a group of superheroes from other universes. Maeve wondered if she had been imprisoned by her ancestors for a long time, and she had auditory hallucinations. What? Other universes, superhero. Yes, I didn't believe it at first, but a large group of them defeated the ancestors with only one person. Maeve asked tentatively, so, do they have other goals? I don't know, but they look, at least, more like superheroes than us. Maeve lowered her head. It has been a long time since she joined the Super 7, and Maeve has somewhat forgotten what superhero should do. Superhero, yes, we people don't deserve to be superheroes at all. Except you, Starlight. Xinguang shook his head. I don't deserve it either. Maeve reassured, you did a good job. Starlight continued, I'm here to save you, and there is one more thing. They plan to publish the information of Water Company and make the actions of Water Company public. Do you think we should do this? Maeve knew that if she did this, she would make a huge mess. But so what? After going through so many things, Maeve has already figured it out. She can no longer continue to collude with her ancestors. Now, with such an opportunity in front of her, Maeve has no reason to let it go. Definitely should do this, isn't that what you want? Starlight, you are a real superhero, and you will be a role model to lead those who want to become superheroes. Xinguang suddenly felt a lot of pressure, and his weak shoulders couldn't bear it. I believe in yourself, Xinguang, you can do it. Now, take me to see the superheroes in other universes. Xinguang appeared with Maeve, and Maeve looked at the group of people in front of her. All of them are wearing combat uniforms, and they look strange. Maeve greeted Suyi and the others cheerfully. Hello, how do you want me to cooperate with you? Steve said, you just need to make this information public, and we'll leave after we've taken care of the soldier boy. Maeve also noticed the crippled appearance of the ancestors, who had lost their super abilities. Then, apart from the ancestors, it is indeed the soldier boy who is the most powerful. Neither Starlight nor Maeve know where soldier boy is, but Huey and Butcher do. As long as the affairs of Walter's company are exposed, then Starlight can get support and then know the location of the soldier boy. Starlight and Maeve didn't have too much hesitation, but Alice has already gone to prepare. Soon, Alice contacted a large number of media reporters, and within 10 minutes, these people would surround the headquarters of Walter Company. Alice knew that Starlight and Maeve were going to expose Walter Company, and although doing so would cause her to lose her job, this was the most exciting moment for Alice. Over the past few years, under the high-intensity pressure from her ancestors and others, Alice felt that her hair was almost gone. Now, Walter's company is about to go bankrupt, and he is relieved. 10 minutes later, a large group of media reporters appeared downstairs in the headquarters of Water Company, and these reporters scrambled to grab a good position. After all, this is important news, otherwise, so many of them would not have been called here. Alice came to the scene of the press conference downstairs. Although the scene was simple and had no layout at all, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the reporters. Excuse me, is there any major event going to happen in Water Company? Is there something important that you called us here? Could it be? Alice said very politely, today, I invited everyone here because there is an important thing to announce. Next, Queen Maeve and Starlight are invited. Everyone followed Alice's hand and saw Maeve and Starlight appearing in the public's sight. Not only them, but also the ancestors who were bound, the deep sea, the locomotive, and Black. All the reporters looked at this scene, not knowing why. However, the scars on the ancestors are clearly visible. The reporters were shocked. You know, the ancestor is the most powerful superhero in the world. How did he become like this? What happened to the ancestors? Queen Maeve, what happened? Why chain them? This news is really exciting. The reporters were all in a frenzy. This kind of super news is rare in 100 years. Queen Maeve looked at the chaotic scene, and immediately said loudly, everyone be quiet, everyone wants the answer, and I will tell everyone one by one next. Now, I want to announce one thing. I want to announce all the crimes of water company in public. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Queen Maeve's words shocked everyone present. Who is Queen Maeve? In addition to the ancestors of Water Company, the oldest and most popular superhero. But now, Maeve actually said that Walter Company was guilty, and there must be something shocking in it. Many reporters speculated that Queen Maeve should have had a conflict with Walter Company. Also, a lot has happened lately. The former president of Water Company, Uncle Fried Chicken, resigned. Maybe Maeve still has a grudge against Uncle Fried Chicken. It may also be aimed at the current managers. Either way, it's big news for journalists. I just heard Maeve continue. Walter's first crime is to use compound number 5 to create a superhero. That's right, our superheroes are all produced by a compound called No 5. Moreover, compound number 5 must be used in infancy to exert its effect. These of us are successful. There are still many failed cases, and those children ended up miserable. Xinguang also produced evidence. This is an orphanage under the control of Water Company, and it is full of failed people. With the photos shown by Starlight, the reporters went crazy. Unexpectedly, the origin of superhero is actually like this. Some reporters didn't even have time to ask questions, so they hurriedly asked people to record the video evidence. It's crazy that all superheroes are artificial. Terrible, terrible. I always thought that the ancestors were born, and I also guessed that the ancestors may be aliens. It actually killed so many children. Is this done by Uncle Fried Chicken alone, or are all the leaders of Water Company like this? Then there's no need to ask. One stone caused 1,000 waves, and Maeve's few words made the reporters mess up. However, this is just the beginning. What happened next was even more shocking. Walter's second sin, controlling the superhero, deviates from justice. Our so-called superheroes are firmly controlled by Water Corporation, and we cannot help others as we wish. The reporters were shocked when they heard about it. There is such a thing? Starlight added, when I first joined the Super 7, I met 2 girls who were being bullied one night, so I helped them out. As a result, I was told that such behavior deviated from the company's arrangement. If you encounter such a thing again, you should hide your identity and leave silently. After Xinguang finished speaking, she invited Alice to reveal the truth. As superhero's agent, Alice knows more. In a few words, more information was revealed. In addition, Alice also produced corresponding evidence. The reporters were all numb. Sure enough, it was a shocking melon. Moreover, one is bigger than the other. Judging from this posture, this is not the end, there are probably other melons. The reporters were all filled with emotion, unexpectedly encountering such a big news. The only regret is that these news are not exclusive. If this was the exclusive news, then he would definitely be able to directly become famous all over the world with such big news. 2 big news broke out one after another, and the reporters also stepped up. Continue. Any other crimes? Water Company, you have done all kinds of bad things. Hey, I didn't expect superhero to be involuntary. It turns out that the so-called superheroes are all staged. What else is this called a superhero? I think it's more appropriate to call it an actor. Maeve's revelations are not over yet, and there are more melons to follow. Walter's third crime, whitewashing superheroes, helping them cover up their mistakes, even crimes. The locomotive ran over and killed ordinary people because of excessive use of number 5 compound. However, the locomotive has no intention of repentance. Under the influence of Water Company, it is only compensation and an apology is over. Deep Sea hurt Xinguang in the first place, and the company originally planned to protect Shanghai. In the end, Xinguang took the initiative to expose Shanghai, so that Shanghai was punished. The ancestors, as the most powerful superhero of Water Company, also made a lot of mistakes. When I rescued the plane in distress, I went to the rescue with my ancestors. The ancestors accidentally destroyed the cockpit, which made the plane unable to land. Because they couldn't save everyone, the ancestors chose not to save them and let the plane crash. The reporters suddenly regained their spirits. They knew about the accident. At the beginning, when the ancestors were interviewed, they burst into tears and received support from many people. Unexpectedly, the truth of this is actually like this. The reporters were all stunned. The acting skills of the ancestors are good, comparable to Oscar winners. The scene of crying at the beginning really deceived too many people. Even these reporters were moved by the performance of their ancestors. This is Maeve, who exposed all the short stories of superheroes, definitely, and she did not fall behind. I am very sorry for the rescue at the beginning. I failed to try and do what a superhero should do. It's hard to say whether Maeve's sincere apology will be forgiven. However, in the initial rescue, Maeve really had nothing to do. After all, Maeve can't fly, and the important task of rescuing everyone actually depends on the ancestors who can fly. However, in order to preserve their reputation, the ancestors chose not to save them. The reporters looked at the bound ancestors, and at this moment, pointed the finger at the ancestors. Ancestor, do you have anything to explain? Why didn't you save them? Ancestor, aren't you the most powerful superhero? How can you do this? The ancestors, who had been silent all this time, seemed to be stimulated by these words, and finally responded. I am the strongest, I can do whatever I want. No one can beat me, no one. My super ability is gone. Before, the ancestors had been unwilling to accept the reality that they were defeated and lost their super abilities. Until now, the mentality of the ancestors has completely collapsed. After roaring for a while, he actually became a little mentally disturbed. I am a god, do you want to resist me too? The reporters were all terrified. Seeing the struggling ancestors, but unable to break free from the shackles, they relaxed a little. Only then did the reporters realize one thing. The ancestors seemed to be really defeated and deprived of their super abilities. Ha ha ha, I am the god. The ancestors are already a little abnormal, and Maeve and Xinguang are also confused by the changes in the ancestors, not sure if it is true or not. Maeve, do you think he's really crazy? After a little inspection, Maeve concluded, the grandfather was always the strongest, however, he was defeated and lost his super ability. His pride is gone, and his reliance is gone. He should be really crazy. The ancestors are really crazy, and this news is also big news. The person who claims to be the world's strongest super ability actually ended up like this. Reporters were also curious as to what happened. Queen Maeve, Xinguang, do you know what happened to the ancestors? Queen Maeve and Xinguang looked at each other, and hesitation repeatedly gave a half-truth and half-false answer. The ancestors suffered divine punishment. It came from the legendary Thor. He was dissatisfied with the behavior of the ancestors and Walter Company. He came to this world, defeated the ancestors, and took away his super ability. The reporters were dumbfounded. How could a fairy tale be involved? Even Thor is out. The reporters couldn't believe it, but it is definitely not an ordinary person who can defeat the ancestors. If it's Thor, it seems a little more reasonable. Suyi and others paid close attention to the situation on the scene, and Queen Maeve's response was indeed the best. There are also myths in this world, and it is indeed more appropriate to use the name of Thor. Tony couldn't help but prod. Shouldn't you show your face, Thor? Suyi also thought Tony's idea was good. I think it's okay. Thor hesitated for 2 seconds before making a decision. In that case, let them be judged in the name of Thor. After Thor finished speaking, his own thunder power triggered the vision of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, the city, which was originally a clear sky, was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. The situation in the whole city changed, as if the end of the world was coming. A thunderbolt struck and landed on the scene of the press conference, in front of all the reporters. The thunder dispersed, and everyone was surprised to find that there was a heroic and burly man in the thunder. A head of golden flowing hair, a strong and burly body, and wearing a battle armor, holding Mjolnir in his hand. Everyone looked at Thor, shocked, and started filming frantically. It's amazing, is it really Thor? But isn't that a god in mythology? Is this the Thor who defeated the ancestors? Exactly the same as in the legend. Is there really a god in this world? Thor appeared next to Queen Maeve and Starlight, offering to support them. I, Thor, son of Odin, judge the ancestors and the water company in the name of Thor. Maeve, continue to announce the crimes committed by Walter Corporation. With Thor's support, Maeve is even more confident. Walter's biggest crime is to control superhero to achieve his ulterior political goals. Maeve continued to tell about the crimes of the water company, using superhero to eliminate opponents, using compound number 5 in exchange for the support of congressmen, and so on. No one expected that Walter's ambitions were so huge that they wanted to control more, and even manipulate the world. The crimes of water company were revealed one by one, and there was no shortage of evidence. Whether these journalists believe it or not, the first task is to spread this information. Thor stepped forward, simply supported Maeve and Starlight, and broke the news about everything. The ancestors and others are waiting to be arrested. The situation of water company will certainly not be easy. Even without Tony's help, the information spread out in just 10 minutes and spread to the entire network. When Uncle Fried Chicken saw the news, his first reaction was that Walter Company is over. These insider information were exposed, and those congressmen had no choice but to abandon their cars to protect their handsome appearance. Definitely, compound number 5 is of great significance, and it is estimated that it will not be given up. However, some scapegoats have to be introduced to calm the discussion on the internet. Uncle Fried Chicken was betrayed by his goddaughter Headshot Newman. At this moment, he is undoubtedly the best blame man. Maeve, Xinguang, you are looking for death. Without Walter Company protecting you, your fate will not be easy. Uncle Fried Chicken doesn't have so much time to think about these things. The priority is to protect himself. On the other side, on the side of the black-robed picket team, they were very excited when they saw the information revealed on the internet. They have been looking forward to defeating their ancestors and exposing the true colors of Walter Company. Now, all this has been successful. The mission is more than half done, except for the last one, the soldier boy. In the black-robed picket team, Marvin, a black man wearing a big gold chain, had a blood feud with the soldier boy, and naturally Marvin would not end it now. Soldier boy has appeared and he can't pass up this opportunity. Kimiko and Frankie love each other, and they already have the idea of retiring. Now that Water Company and the ancestors have been killed, the two were overjoyed and decided to quit as soon as possible. However, they also saw Marvin's persistence. Frankie patted Marvin on the shoulder. Don't worry, we will help you and complete the final revenge. After killing the soldier boy, I can leave with Kimiko. Marvin sincerely congratulated. Congratulations. Now, I'm going to prepare more neurotoxin rounds to use against the soldier boys. Butcher and Huey, too, are preparing to take soldier boy on a vengeance. Xinguang contacted Huey with a phone call. Although Huey and Xinguang are still having conflicts, Huey still loves Xinguang in his heart. So, Huey decided to answer the phone first. Annie, Huey, did you see? The ancestors have already been defeated, and the Walter Company is also facing huge amounts of trouble. What's the meaning? Remember what I told you about superheroes from other universes. Remember, they defeated the ancestors and released all the information and crimes of the Water Company. The Water Company and the ancestors are finished. Huey still found it unbelievable that he had joined the Black Robe for a long time. Before using temporary compound number 5, it is extremely difficult to deal with a superhero. Now someone can defeat the ancestors and even uproot the Walter Company. No matter how they feel, it is a bit unbelievable. Annie, are you kidding me? You just have to look it up on the internet to know what I'm saying is true. Now, you just have to tell me where you are, get rid of the soldier boy, and it'll all be over. Huey still didn't believe it, but seeing Xinguang's confidence, Huey hung up the phone and checked the information. Only then did I realize that the outside world had changed. When they were preparing to help the soldier boy get revenge, the ancestors had been defeated, and the inside story of Walter Company was fully exposed. His goal of joining the Black Robe has already achieved more than half. In this way, it seems that there is really no need for me to join forces with the soldier boy. After repeated hesitation, Huey chose to believe in the stars. I see, we are now. Xinguang received the news, and then told Suyi and others the location. It's time to go, Captain, this is your opponent. Although Steven didn't understand why Suyi called him by name, but no matter who it was, Steven would not back down. Let's go. After Suyi and others got the news, they set off immediately. Butcher and Huey fell into deep thought because of the news. Although it is hard to believe, there is no need for Starlight to deceive Huey. What's more, the news has already spread all over the internet, and it is impossible to be fake. Huey really wanted to prove himself, but more he wanted to protect the safety of Starlight, and wanted to solve the Walter Company and the Super 7. Now the opportunity is in front of him, and Huey will not miss this opportunity. The Butcher and the Super 7 have been fighting against each other for many years, wishing to drive out all the superhumans. The sudden appearance of Thor was so powerful that it aroused the fear of the Butcher. Therefore, in the heart of the Butcher, Thor can also be the next target. The two now have a disagreement, and Huey wants to wait for the Starlight to arrive. But the Butcher was thinking, it's all here, so he might as well clean up the scum in this room. Anyway, you don't have to do anything yourself, just bring the soldier boy in. In the end, Huey still failed to stop the two of them, and was directly knocked unconscious by the Butcher, and stayed where he was. The Butcher and the soldier boy entered the Glen house. Soldier boy started his own revenge. The Butcher watched with cold eyes, quietly admiring all this. Watching these scumbags die, the Butcher felt indescribably happy. The only regret is that the ancestors are crazy. Before he could take action, before he could take revenge, the ancestors became insane. In order to fight against these scum, in order to deal with the ancestors, the Butcher did not hesitate to use the temporary number 5 compound. He knew that doing so would shorten his lifespan and turn himself into the most hated super ability user. But the Butcher did it anyway. As a result, at this time, such a thing happened. Ancestor, I don't care if you are really crazy or fake, I will never let you go. Soldier Boy's vengeance inevitably creates panic. Seeing this scene, many superpowers didn't even care about their own image, and hurriedly wanted to leave here. This is a soldier boy, powerful, but not something they can deal with. What if this person goes on a killing spree? So, everyone fled in a hurry. At this time, Ma Wen and others appeared. Marvin wanted to do it himself and kill the soldier boy. When he saw the target, Marvin immediately put on his mask and fired the neurotoxin round at the soldier boy. However, the weapons that were able to deal with the soldier boys in the past have lost their effectiveness now. The more powerful soldier boy was not affected at all. From the neurotoxin bomb smoke, the soldier boy slowly walked out. Looking at Marvin, the soldier boy was extremely contemptuous, and he didn't pay attention to Marvin at all. Marvin recalled his hatred, and with a groan, he rushed forward with a gun in his hand. However, the weapon poses little threat to soldier boy. The soldier boy held up the shield, blocking most of the bullets. Even if a bullet hits another place, as long as it is not a vital point, it will not hurt the soldier boy. Seeing that the soldier boy was right in front of him, Marvin didn't care too much, and directly threw the gun in his hand at the soldier boy. It's just that the bullets can't hurt the soldier boy, and the gun is originally a steel pipe, so how could it possibly hurt the soldier boy? The soldier boy directly knocked Marvin away with a shield, and even planned to make up for it. Fortunately, Frankie and Himiko arrived in time. Kimiko went to drag the soldier boy, while French dragged Marvin aside first. Kimiko is definitely not a match for the soldier boy, but it is still possible to drag it out for a while. When the two sides were entangled, Suyi rushed to the scene with people. The moment Steve emerged, he saw the soldier boy preparing to kill him. Throw out your own shield without hesitation. The soldier boy noticed the flying shield and immediately blocked it with his own shield. The two shields collided, and Steve had rushed over, and a forward roll caught his own vibranium shield. Steve stood up, in front of the soldier boy. The two looked at each other, watching their opponents. Before Steve set off, he knew what Suyi was thinking. The soldier boy's experience, weapons, and hero names are all somewhat similar to himself. Such an enemy, Steve is also very interested. The two looked at each other, but did not make a move easily. The appearance of Suyi and others immediately attracted everyone's attention. The butcher looked at Suyi and the others curiously, saw the starlight and Thor, and immediately realized that it was Suyi and the others who defeated the ancestors. When Frankie saw Suyi and the others, he knew that ordinary people like himself could not get involved in what happened next, so he immediately called for Simiko to retreat. Everyone in the neighborhood backed away, making room for the fight between Steve and the soldier boy. Soldier boy is no nonsense either, whoever stops himself has a price to pay. Two people using shield, just like that. The shield collides with the shield, throwing sparks, but they can't do anything to each other. However, Steve is obviously better at fighting. If one move fails, immediately change the offensive. Although the soldier boy is not inferior to Steve in terms of physical fitness, the gap in fighting ability and combat experience is still obvious. The soldier boy was accidentally attacked by Steve and knocked down to the ground. Steve held the soldier boy tight, ready to give him a few slaps. As a result, the soldier boy was not idle either. Taking advantage of this time, after a short period of energy storage, a powerful energy burst out from his body, forming a shockwave. Steve hastily blocked it with a shield, but was inevitably knocked away by the force. Steve was also rough-skinned and thick-skinned. He fell and was not injured at all. The soldier boy is ready to take advantage of the situation and fight back, defeating Steve in one wave. Xing Guang watched anxiously. Aren't you going to help? No, trust him. The soldier boy attacked in rage, wanting to kill the man. Still, Steve took the opportunity to resist and kicked the soldier boy in the leg, knocking him down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Steve gains the upper hand, only to be knocked back by yet another shockwave of energy. This kind of energy shockwave, which has a short charging time, is not powerful at all. Steve took a step back and stabilized himself. I can do this all day. After Steve said his classic mantra, he rushed up again. After these two fights, Steve has figured out the opponent's level. He rushed to the front of the soldier boy and pushed him with one knee. Then he attacked fiercely, seized the opportunity, made a beautiful combo, and directly used the shield to hit the soldier boy's head fiercely, directly knocking him out. Watching the fainted soldier boy, Steve brought up the shield. After obtaining the super ability, you should be a good person. There was some emotion in Steve's heart. When he was fighting the soldier boy, Steve felt in a trance that he was fighting an evil self. Fortunately, though, Steve won. After this battle, Steve has strengthened his belief to be a good person. Steve fought cleanly, beating the soldier boy. Suyi also wants to see the two fight more intensely, triggering the passive of Unyielding Heart. Unexpectedly, it ended like this. The superpowers in this world are not quite up to expectations. To be precise, each of them is not bad in strength, but in terms of mentality, they are all too bad. In the battle between the ancestors and Thor, they were shocked by Thor's strength at the beginning, and in the end they were beaten by Thor. The soldier boy ability is not weak, but he doesn't have Steve's belief and fighting spirit at all. So, the battle between Steve and the soldier boy had already decided the outcome before it started. It was nothing more than how long it took. If the soldier boy's ability is stronger, Steve will be in a hard fight, and with the blessing of Indomitable Heart, Steve will become stronger and stronger as he fights, and he will definitely win. Even without Indomitable Heart, Steve can still win in the end with his tenacious fighting spirit and experience. Other superheroes are a little bit unfinished. This is too fast. Sure enough, soldiers can't beat the captain. I think the other party's shield looks better. Steve, do you want to consider taking his shield? Steve was speechless. These people really came to see the excitement. As for changing the shield, Steve didn't think so. How useful is my own round shield, which is larger than the soldier boy's shield, and can be thrown out, and then flew back. It's clear that the soldier boy's shield isn't practical at all, and more of a decoration. I don't want to change the shield. So, inject him with medicine to eliminate his super ability. After injecting the potion, the soldier boy also lost his super ability. The previous most powerful super ability user will also become a thing of the past. Both of the world's most powerful superpowers have been solved, and the task can be said to be perfectly solved. The only problem is that other superheroes have no chance to make a move at all. Carol was ready for a big fight, and the hero was useless. The so-called strongest super ability person is too vulnerable. Other super abilities are even more unworthy of a shot. Starlight found the butcher. Butcher, where's Huey? He was knocked out by me, and he is resting under the tree outside. Starlight went to Huey, and the butcher took the opportunity to find Steve. It seems that you are a team. Who are you? What is your purpose? Steve replied, we come from another universe, and we are the superpowers of that universe. We use our abilities to do good deeds, to protect everyone, and to be good people. When we learned about the situation in this world, we decided to come over to help and deal with these super ability users who abuse ability. I know you don't believe in super abilities, but that's okay. We'll be leaving soon. There are still many people who abuse ability, and we cannot solve all of them. However, we can provide a potion formula to clear ability. Suyi also took the opportunity to say, Butcher, not all people with super abilities are bad people. It is not ability that determines whether a person is good or bad, but character. If you can educate that child well, then he will become a good person. If you can't educate him well, you will only let him grow into the next ancestor. The butcher naturally knew who Suyi was talking about. Who are you? What do you know? It doesn't matter who we are, Butcher. Suyi took out the potion and the formula, and handed it to Butcher. I give this to you in the hope that you will do the right thing and be a good person. Butcher smiled charmingly. Good guy? I'm not fit to be a good guy. Then, at least don't be a bad person, and deal with these scumbags. The butcher still took the potion and the formula. Anyway, this potion is still very useful. After a while, Xing Guang came back with Huey. Huey just woke up, still a little dizzy and a little sore. Looking at the defeated soldier boy, and a large group of superpowers in battle uniforms, Huey also felt a little complacent. Huey was originally a weak person. It was because of the death of his girlfriend that he saw the true face of the evil of a superhuman. In the process, Huey slowly transformed and became more courageous. Steve had heard the story and admired Huey very much, so he couldn't help but take a second look. It's a pity that one's own ability cannot be shared or bestowed, otherwise, Steve has the idea of sharing his own ability with Huey. Huey, you did a good job. Remember, being a good person is far more important than being a super ability person. The battle with the soldier boy is over, so there is no need to stay here anymore. The other super ability users, except for the headshot female Newman, are relatively average. With Butcher's ability, it can definitely be dealt with. What's more, with the medicine in hand, there is another guarantee. The two most powerful superpowers have been eliminated. It seems that there is no need for us to stay in this world. Peter was a little bored. Is this the end? I thought there would be a big battle, but in the end, there was no chance for me to show up. Suyi teased. Oh, do you like fighting so much? Maybe, I can think about it and send you to a universe full of monsters. It's all one of those spider-like worlds that lay eggs and little Spider-Man. Peter's ability comes from a genetically modified spider, and he once doubted whether he would become a spider monster. Now, when Suyi said that, he was instantly disgusted. No, I don't want to go to such a world. It's just too disgusting. Just thinking about it makes me feel goosebumps all over my body. The others definitely didn't have any complaints, they just thought they were here to watch a play. Saw a scene where Thor fights his ancestors, the captain fights the soldier boy. Let's just say, the show was a bit too short. There are still many super ability users who abuse ability, but we can't stay in this world for too long, so they are left to you. Butcher, when you left the family and caused the tragic death of your brother, you have been living in regret. If you can't teach that child well, you will regret even more. The butcher was very vigilant, but he suspected that the purpose of these people was to target that child. After all, that child is the first person born with a super ability. He has the same ability as his ancestors, and definitely has the potential to surpass his ancestors. The butcher was silent and did not answer. Huey, Xing Guang loves you because you are a kind person, not because of anything else, do you understand? Suyi gave a few pointers, but Suyi was not sure about how the fate of these characters would change. In any case, as long as it can provide fate points. After finishing the copy easily, Suyi is ready to lead people to retreat. Guys, it's time for us to go back. Loki, do you want to stay? Loki smiled sincerely. No, I'm going back. Suyi brought people back to the Marvel world. Although the process is a bit boring, it has gained a lot. Obtained 50 million destiny points. In addition to that, there are some miscellaneous rewards. So many rewards surprised Suyi. When did the system become so generous? Suyi looked at the system's evaluation and understood. After all, the appearance of Suyi and others has affected the whole world. Ancestors, soldier boys, two powerful super abilities are resolved. The conspiracy of Water Company was also exposed, and the entire company ceased to exist. Even, the members of the black-robed pickets obtained the potion formula for eliminating super abilities. From then on, the troubles caused by super ability users will be reduced by about half. Suyi didn't bother to care so much. When she got the reward, Suyi used it directly without any hesitation. System, raise all attributes to LV8. Before, Suyi absorbed the energy of the nuclear reaction, and even got close to the sun to absorb the solar energy, raising the energy attribute to LV8. Now, it's time to improve intelligence, strength, speed, endurance, and spirit. All attributes reached LV8, Suyi felt that it was unprecedentedly powerful. Break through the realm, and you can challenge the masters of that realm. Unfortunately, this is Marvel, not fantasy world. There are very few opponents who can compete with Suyi. However, this is also good. Suyi is also not a battle freak. Without fighting, she can chat with girls about life and ideals. Wouldn't it be great? Back at the Hellfire Club, everyone should leave. Suyi stopped Tony and Steve. Suyi stopped these two people because of Bucky. At the beginning, Suyi spoiled some things to Tony. Tony also wanted revenge, but there was no clue. Now, the Insight program is about to be implemented. S.H.I.E.L.D alone may not be enough, so Suyi plans to invite two foreign aides, Tony and Steve. Not only against Hydra, but also to resolve the hatred between the two. Steve was extremely puzzled, wondering if Suyi had something important to tell him. The three gathered around a table, and Suyi said, Tony, Steve, I have something important to discuss with you. Steve didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at the moment. What is it? This matter concerns one person, Bucky Barnes. When Steve heard the name, he couldn't calm down for a moment. Steve woke up in this world, with no one he knew except the old Peggy. He also often goes to the museum, sees his past, and misses the missing Bucky. Now, mentioning the name from Suyi's mouth, Steve became excited. Bucky? What's the deal with him? Tony recalled some things, the spoiler of Suyi back then. Later, because Bucky's whereabouts could not be found, and there were many things to be busy in front of him, the matter fell through. Now that Suyi mentioned it again, there must be a clue. Bucky didn't die that year, but was captured by Hydra, brainwashed and transformed into a Winter Soldier. He has no memory, no ego, under the control of Hydra, and for Hydra all these years. Steve was steady, but it was Bucky and Steve couldn't sit still anymore. Bucky is still alive and a Hydra man, how is that possible? Wasn't Hydra completely destroyed? Suyi explained, Hydra was indeed destroyed, but the people of Hydra did not die completely. A group of scientists were recruited to become SHIELD. These people hid themselves and grew within S.H.I.E.L.D. to become the new Hydra. Steve was so angry that he spent huge amounts of money to destroy Hydra. As a result, Hydra is still doing well in this era. Wait, Hydra is hidden inside S.H.I.E.L.D, so is Nick still trustworthy? He can still be trusted. Steve pressed on, wouldn't it be possible to find Bucky just by killing Hydra? Before you find Bucky, you have to be mentally prepared. He's been brainwashed and doesn't remember you at all. And, he's done a lot of things, including assassinating Tony's parents. Steve looked at Tony, feeling lost for a moment. It turned out that his friend Howard was actually killed by Bucky, and Tony was right in front of him. Steve really couldn't figure out how to face Tony in front of him. But, let Steve leave it alone, and Steve will never do it. If he wanted to find an excuse, Steve could find it, but Steve didn't do it. When Tony heard the news, he was extremely angry and wished he could search the whole world to find Bucky and complete his revenge. But after experiencing so much, Tony also let go of a lot. Now Tony has already guessed Suyi's purpose. You called us here because you hope I can give up revenge. That's what I think. Your parents' tragedy is rooted in Hydra, and they are the ones to blame. Tony nodded. Hydra, it must be eliminated. Steve was in a dilemma at first, with his good brother Bucky on one side, and his friends Howard and Tony on the other. Fortunately, Tony is willing to give up revenge, otherwise, he can only do some extraordinary things for Bucky. Thank you, Tony. Tony puts his hatred on Hydra. What are we going to do with Hydra? Hydra is preparing to implement the Insight Plan, and they will remove all obstacles for this plan. All you have to do is wait for Nick's command. At the critical moment, completely destroy the Insight Plan and wipe out all the people in Hydra. In the past, Steve would definitely want to wipe out Hydra. However, Bucky is also a Hydra person and has done things for Hydra. When the information is exposed, Bucky will also be sanctioned and punished. Steve was thinking about how to save Bucky. Suyi has seen the movie, and knows Steve's inner child. Bucky's problem was serious and had to be handled with care. Steve, I know you're planning on rescuing Bucky, and you better not do it just yet. Steve panicked. I can't give up on Bucky. I mean, get the Winter Soldier out, let the Winter Soldier die. As for Bucky, find a place for him to settle down. Suspended animation. Yes, suspended animation. As for where to go, we will arrange it later. Steve was thrilled that Bucky was still alive. That's enough. Suyi's goal has also been achieved, and it was thought that the two parties would break up unhappy. Suyi didn't expect that Tony actually made a concession, which made everything go much smoother. After talking about the business, Tony should have gone back, but he was in a bad mood. Su, do you have time? Let's have a drink or two. Definitely have time. Suyi had a good drink with Tony for a while, and continued to enlighten Tony. After a meal of wine, Bucky's matter was decided in this way. After Suyi sent Tony back, she started her own time management plan. Experienced the invasion of Kita Swiss soldiers one after another, and even went to the world of black robes. Suyi also took the opportunity to rest. In addition to rest, Suyi has another very important thing to do, which is to study the space gem. After the island battle, Suyi asked for the space gem. Now, I can finally study it carefully. In the works, the setting of infinite gems is also a bit confusing. Some settings are that infinite gems are only useful in their own universe, and will be invalid in other parallel universes. So, in the time administration, infinite gems are just like normal stones, useless at all. In the If anime, the Six Gods Ultron directly killed the parallel universe. Suyi didn't think too much about it. After all, the parallel universe was too far away from her. Suyi still plans to see what kind of ability infinite gems can display in his own universe. Suyi felt the powerful energy contained in infinite gems. This energy is very special and powerful. Utilizing energy, opening the portal is just the most basic way to use it. It's a space gem, and the ability definitely isn't bad. After a while, Suyi researched many ways to use it. Space teleportation, space barrier, space confinement, space collapse. In just 1 hour, Suyi worked out a variety of usages. However, Suyi is not satisfied with using the space gem, but intends to dig deeper. In order to avoid deviation, Suyi decided to leave Midgard and conduct experiments in the universe. If the game crashes, it's not just my villa that suffers, maybe the whole city is in danger. In the universe, at the edge of the solar system, Suyi is not affected at all in this cold environment. It's time to start researching. Suyi came to a planet and began to experience the ability of the space gem. In the villa before, Suyi didn't dare to act recklessly. Now, Suyi can use the space gem with confidence. What Suyi most wants to try is space shattering. This skill is amazingly destructive. Suyi just took a grass as an experiment, and the result was astonishing. However, Suyi was not satisfied yet. Now, Suyi plans to cast ability on a bigger target. The space is broken. In an instant, the space distorted, and then I saw that meteorite, which looked like a building, immediately fell apart. The killer move, the ultimate killer move. Unpredictable, hard to avoid. It's too strong, maybe I can use this trick to kill Thanos directly. Unfortunately, the space gem was not studied at the time. Suyi calmed down, placed the space gem in front of him, and then proceeded to the next step. The next step is to prepare to absorb the energy of the space gem. With such pure energy, Suyi is very sure that if he absorbs all the energy in the space gem, he will definitely be able to break through the energy attribute to LV10. Definitely, Suyi didn't intend to absorb all of them, but just absorbed some to see how it would affect her. Suyi absorbed the energy carefully, and instantly felt something was wrong. This energy is indeed very pure, but it is not so easy to absorb. In the final analysis, you are just energy, and it is normal for me to absorb it. Suyi and the space gem were tugging, and finally absorbed a little bit of energy. Just this little bit of energy is very difficult to swallow. If you want to absorb them all, it will take a few years at least. Suyi didn't think about these, but continued to absorb this energy. With the space gem energy absorption entering the body, Suyi's energy attributes are slowly improving. Besides that, there is one big change. Hint, it is detected that the host is devouring space gem energy. Teleportation ability is evolving. The teleportation ability needs to evolve, that is to say, the absorbed energy is not enough. That being the case, Suyi had no choice but to pump up his horsepower and continue to absorb the energy of the space gem. The more Suyi absorbed, the more powerful he could feel the infinite gems. I'm also very fortunate that I didn't rush to absorb Phoenix Force, otherwise, if Phoenix Force resists, I and Jean Grey will be in danger. The energy of the space gem poured into his body crazily, and Suyi knew more about the space gem. Finally, Suyi sensed the origin of the space gem. This source of energy is supreme, extremely powerful, and extremely terrifying. The moment Suyi perceived it, he also understood the origin and ability of infinite gems in this world. Infinite gems originates from infinity, one of the 5 gods. Infinite dies, and its power is scattered across parallel universes. In different universes, combine with universe rules to form infinite gems unique to that universe. These infinite gems can exert the most powerful power in their own universe, and they can also exert their effects in parallel universes. After all, the energy in infinite gems isn't fake. What's more, it contains infinite power stronger than the universe. Suyi is now absorbing the energy of infinite gems. If Suyi can absorb infinite power, then he may become one of the 5 gods. It turned out to be like this. After Suyi learned about the space gem, he didn't try to use the original energy of the gem, the infinite power. This infinite force should be at the same level as Phoenix Force, or even stronger. After all, infinity is one of the 5 great gods. Suyi's current goal is to advance the ability of teleportation. Suyi is looking forward to how strong teleportation will be after evolution. Finally, the energy absorption is full, and Suyi's teleportation ability has also been evolved. Suyi closed his eyes, feeling this ability, and sure enough, it changed a lot. Suyi can teleport farther now. This is not over yet. Suyi feels other dimensions. Although faint and far away, Suyi can sense other dimensions. Being able to sense it means that you can travel through and teleport to other dimensions. Suyi thought for a while, and was not in a hurry to try. Teleporting to other dimensions sounds like fun, but it's actually dangerous. Lords of the 7 dimensions, Sidorak, Beholder, Vizandi, Dormammu, Mo Faith, Nightmare, and Then are all powerful. I teleported there by myself. I'm afraid it wasn't just for nothing. Suyi knows a truth, if you don't fight to die, you won't die. Instead of dying, it's better to find a girl. Suyi opened his eyes and ended today's practice. The space gem is indeed a good thing. Absorb the energy of the space gem, so that the skills have been evolved. According to the system prompt, if Suyi absorbs infinite power, his skills can evolve again. After re-evolving, Suyi can teleport to the parallel universe. It's just that Suyi now has no idea of going to a parallel universe. After all, it is going to other universes, and it seems that there is no fun. Forget it, that's all for today. Wait another day, go to the Ancient One Magician to borrow the time gem, and see if you can absorb the energy of the time gem. Suyi stood up and teleported back to the villa. Suyi returned to the villa, but Carol was not there. Suyi knew where Carol was going, so she probably went to find her good friend Maria Rambo. Carol has been away from Midgard for nearly 20 years, and when he comes back, it is natural to meet his good friends. Suyi has nothing to do, so she went to find Tony. I drank some wine with Tony last night. Today, I have to ask Tony to help upgrade the communication equipment. Suyi finds Tony, who has recovered from drunkenness. When I saw Suyi appearing, I knew nothing good was going on. Why are you here again? I'm here to ask you to upgrade the communication equipment, and you have already agreed. Suyi can actually do it too, but with Tony as a tool, why do he have to do it himself? Wouldn't it be nice to leave it to Tony to flirt? Tony remembered that he had indeed agreed to this. I remember, but it's not right now, I feel bad. Tony drank too much last night, mainly because he drank with Suyi. With Suyi's physical fitness, he will never get drunk after 1,000 cups, even if there are 10 more, he will not be Suyi's opponent. Suyi is not in a hurry to transform the communication equipment. A day's delay won't affect too much. When Carol comes back this time, he won't be able to stay for half a month, and it's okay to take a week off. Okay, let's wait until you have time to remodel. Tony just wanted to lie down for a while at the moment, and he didn't have any other thoughts at all. Carol stayed at Maria's house for 2 days. After such a long time, Maria has aged a lot, and Maria's daughter, Monica, has grown up and is no longer the little girl she used to be. 2 days later, Carol returned. Carol was in a normal mood. She was still young, but Maria was old. Fortunately, Carol thought through it quite thoroughly, and didn't think too much. Carol knew that she had abilities and a longer lifespan, which was bestowed by God and must be made meaningful. Carol decided to devote more time to help more people. After Carol came back, she decided to leave. So, I've decided to leave in 2 days. Suyi was a little surprised. She just came back from Maria's side, and she was about to leave. Why are you leaving all of a sudden? Midgard is safe with your protection, but there are many planets in the universe that are not protected by anyone. Suyi knows Carol's great goal and doesn't intend to stop Carol. I absolutely support you, but I'm afraid you will have to stay for a few more days. Regarding the communication equipment, it will take some time for Tony to upgrade. You can leave after it is completed. Carol knows the importance of communication equipment. If Thanos comes again, Suyi and others can notify Carol in time. Besides that, Carol is now close with Suyi. With communication equipment, you can also keep in touch frequently. Then I'll wait a few more days. Suyi reached out and pulled Carol into his arms. I don't want you to leave. Carol had the same idea in mind. If you don't have this ability, you don't know the situation in the universe, and you will stay. In the future, I will come back often. Suyi knows that Carol does this often, and probably not so often. The last time I left directly for more than 10 years. Come back often, once a year or once a year. Carol didn't think about it either. I'm not sure either. When I'm free, I'll come back. I try to come back every 2 or 3 years. That's what Carol said, but no one can say how long it will take to come back. Carol lived a normal life for another 2 days, and Tony finally finished making the communicator. Suyi and Carol came to Tony's villa together. Tony is drinking coffee, waiting for Suyi to arrive. Tony, how is it? Nailed it. Watching Suyi and Carol, Tony also started the introduction. This is the new communicator. When the time comes, you can have a video call. Moreover, the delay is very low. No matter where you are in the universe, it will only take a second or 2. So smart. This is the communication technology of the Kree, with a slight upgrade. Carol looked at Tony's masterpiece and was very satisfied. At the beginning, Carol modified the pager because the difficulty of modification was relatively low. This allowed Carol to modify the communication equipment by himself, but Carol might not be able to do it. Tony, it's no wonder that so often praises you, saying that you are a genius. You are really smart. At the beginning, I was facing the technology of the Kree, so I modified the pager, and I could barely send a message. Tony was naturally in a good mood when Carol praised him so much. The technology of the Kree is indeed very advanced, but it's not too difficult for me. Carol and Suyi got the communication equipment, which means that the day Carol leaves is coming. These days, Suyi spends most of the time by Carol's side. Just because Carol was leaving, the other beauties didn't make any noise because Suyi accompanied Carol, and they all went on with their lives. The two got the equipment and left Tony's house together. Carol, when are you going to leave? I'm going to say goodbye to Nick today, and I'm leaving tomorrow. Tonight, I have a surprise for you. Although Carol didn't know what the surprise was, Carol didn't care. I don't need any surprises, I just want to say goodbye to you. Carol's meaning is very clear, and Suyi definitely wants to say goodbye. After all, this farewell may be 2 or 3 years later. Carol made a phone call and asked Nick out. Carol doesn't have many friends, and Nick is one of them. The two also have the same goal. Nick is to protect the world, and Carol is to protect the universe. Carol said a few words, gave a dedicated communication phone to Nick Fury, and then left. Carol returned to the villa, but Suyi hadn't come back yet. Carol didn't know where Suyi had gone, but just patiently waited for Suyi to come back. After a while, Suyi teleported back to the villa. Carol, are you back? Carol was full of fighting spirit. Today, we must decide the outcome. Suyi suddenly felt a little weak in his legs. There was nothing he could do. Carol's fighting power was too strong. Wait, look at this first. Seeing what Suyi took out, Carol was a little surprised. Ring. I know you are going to save the universe. I will not keep you. What I want to say is that I like you and I will wait for you to come back. Carol took the ring and felt the unusualness of the ring. Why only my ring? Suyi explained, my situation is quite special. If I want to wear rings, I have to wear 2 or 3 rings on each finger. Besides, this is not an ordinary ring. This is a ring made of URU alloy, containing the blessings of Odin and Queen Frigg, and this is the one for now. Only then did Carol know that this was Suyi's surprise. For this surprise, Suyi went to Asgard for this ring. Carol left. Suyi stared at the ceiling, a little lost in thought. This time, Carol was stubborn and refused to admit defeat, so it was still impossible to tell the winner. However, next time, Suyi will become even stronger. At that time, Carol will definitely have to sing Conquer and Call Dad. The matter also came to an end, and Suyi's life calmed down. It feels like I haven't been to class for a while. Just in time, continue to skip class today. Suyi has one important thing to do, and that is to go to Dr. Pim, an expert in the quantum field. Suyi has always had this plan, but there are too many other facts. Today, simply ignore other things. Suyi drove to the outside of Dr. Pim's villa. After Suyi rang the doorbell, a tall woman pushed open the door and looked at Suyi curiously. Hello, you should be Ms. Hope. Hope looked at Suyi and asked vigilantly, I am, who are you? My name is Suyi, and I am a fan of the quantum field, so I would like to visit Dr. Pim. Hope didn't believe Suyi at all. Sorry, my father doesn't see guests. If you want to learn about quantum mechanics, you can ask other professors. With that said, Hope was about to close the door and shut Suyi out. Suyi is also very helpless, it seems that he can only use the trump card, etc. Anything else? There is one more thing that is very important to you. What's up? Your mother Janet, she is still alive, don't you want to save her? When Hope heard this sentence, his heart trembled violently. His own mother, still alive? Just when Hope was shocked, Suyi continued, she is trapped in the quantum realm, I can help you get her out. Hope finds it unbelievable, but the key point now is his mother still alive? Wait, I think it's a bit inconvenient today, let's talk another day. Suyi continued to ask, are you sure? If you miss this opportunity and you want me to help you rescue your mother, you may have to pay a very high price. You can tell Dr. Pim that I have a good relationship with Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. Hope struggled with hesitation, and finally chose to let Suyi in. Although she doesn't know the specific identity of Suyi, Suyi knows the news, and even seems to have a way to save her mother. Then, you have to get in touch, and even try it. Come in, Mr. So. Hope greeted Suyi into the room and poured a cup of coffee for Suyi. Wait a minute, I'm going to invite my father. Hope found Dr. Pim, who was relaxing in the back garden, and went straight to the topic. Father, I wonder if mother is trapped in the quantum realm. Dr. Pim kept concealing this news, because he was worried that Hope would act rashly if he knew about it. I have lost my wife and can no longer bear the pain of losing my daughter. Dr. Pim has studied the quantum field all his life, and definitely knows that it is not easy to enter the quantum field, and it is even more difficult to get out. If you want to rescue Janet, you must not only build a machine and form a passage, but also know Janet's coordinates. However, it is difficult. Hope, how do you know? Only then did Hope confirm that what Suyi said was true. A guest came just now. His name is Suyi. He said that he has a good relationship with SHIELD director Nick Fury. He also said that he has a way to rescue his mother. Pim knew about S.H.I.E.L.D, of course, but he didn't believe that anyone would ever have a way to freely enter and exit the quantum realm. I have been researching for a lifetime, but I can't succeed, let alone Suyi. Where is the other person? It's in the living room. I'm going to see him. Pim put away the books, entered the room anxiously, came to the living room, and met Suyi. Pim was a little disappointed that Suyi was so young. Hello, Dr. Pim. Hi, I'm from S.H.I.E.L.D. To be precise, not really, Dr. Pim should have heard of the Avengers Alliance plan. At the beginning, when Nick formed the Avengers Alliance, he also considered inviting Dr. Pim, but was rejected. However, Dr. Pim must have known about the existence of the Avengers Alliance. Most of the members of the Avengers Alliance are super ability users. In other words, it is really possible. You said you have a way to rescue Janet, what can you do? I want an Ant-Man battlesuit and enter the quantum realm. Ask for an Ant-Man battlesuit, Dr. Pim will not agree. The Ant-Man battlesuit is considered one of the major achievements of Dr. Pim's research, so how could it be given away so easily? Someone has to enter the quantum realm and get Janet's coordinates before they can be rescued, right? You don't have any suitable candidates at all. It can't be you or Hope entering the quantum realm, right? When Pim thought about it, it seemed the same thing happened. Entering the quantum realm is extremely dangerous, and Dr. Pim will definitely not let Hope take the risk. Moreover, many researches must be done with the help of Hope. Then, the people who enter the quantum realm can only be other people. The Suyi in front of me is really a good choice. You help us so much, what do you want in return? I want Pim particles. Dr. Pim didn't agree on the spot. Suyi knew too much, and in Dr. Pim's view, Suyi was too mysterious and unreliable. Pim particles are good things, but they are also very dangerous. Dr. Pim will not give them away lightly. I'll have to think about it. I know your concerns. You worry that I'm the bad guy. Actually, I'm the mysterious Spider-Man. If you're still unsure, you can contact Nick Fury to confirm my identity. It has almost become a habit for Suyi to reveal his identity. A set of routine operations proved his identity. Mysterious Spider-Man, why do you want Pim particles? In order to become stronger. Dr. Pim didn't understand how this Pim particle could make Suyi stronger. In any case, the opportunity lay before him, and Dr. Pim didn't want to miss it. Not only Dr. Pim, Hope is eager to save his mother. I agreed, but I can only give you Pim particles after you help rescue Janet. Also, I have to tell you that the quantum realm is extremely dangerous. Once you enter, you may not be able to get out. However, Suyi has long thought about it, and there are 3 possible solutions. The first method is to try to absorb the energy of the quantum realm. Maybe there is a way to leave. The second way, use the teleport or space gem to leave the quantum realm. The third way is to rely on the system. As long as it can become stronger, there must be a way to come out. With these three alternatives, Suyi dared to go to the quantum field. As for the Ant-Man 3 preview, there is a Kong variant in the quantum realm. Suyi is not worried at all, because Kong is strong in technology, and his own ability is average. If let Suyi meet, Suyi can definitely deal with Kong. Dr. Pym and Hope finally agreed, since this matter concerns Janet. It would be a good thing for them if Janet could be rescued. Even if they can't be rescued, it doesn't matter to them. Suyi is not in a hurry to enter the quantum realm, at least let Pym improve the Ant-Man battlesuit. In the movie, Scott accidentally entered the quantum realm for the first time, and finally came out directly with an amplifier. Therefore, other options are optional. If it can be done in the simplest way, there is no need to make so many adjustments. Dr. Pym's next task is to transform the Ant-Man battlesuit, ready to enter the quantum realm to save Janet. However, the battlesuit has not been used for a long time, and it is still a technology many years ago, so it must be upgraded now. It also takes a few days to upgrade the battlesuit. Suyi can take advantage of these few days to spend time with other confidant. A few days passed, the battlesuit had been upgraded, and Hope couldn't wait to find Suyi. In order to save his mother earlier, he had no choice but to ask Suyi. Suyi teleported to Dr. Pym's villa. Dr. Pym has crafted a new Ant-Man battlesuit. Dr. Pym also paid attention to the key points mentioned by Suyi to ensure that no mistakes will be made. In that case, let's begin. Suyi didn't intend to waste time anymore. She completed the task earlier and got the reward earlier. In fact, Hope still hopes that he can go to the quantum realm and rescue his mother. In the final analysis, Suyi is also someone who has nothing to do with her. Hope can't bear to put strangers in danger because of her own affairs. Hope still decided to remind Suyi, Mr. Su, although you are a mysterious Spider-Man, you are very powerful. However, it is the quantum realm, which is very dangerous. I hope you can think clearly. Suyi asked curiously, if I think it through and decide not to go, then what should you do? Are you going to the quantum realm by yourself? Hope replied firmly, definitely, that's my mother. Dr. Pym's heart skipped a beat, for fear that Hope would take risks. I can only hope that Suyi will not change her mind. It was better to risk a stranger than to risk Hope, after all Hope was his daughter. Suyi comforted, don't worry, I'm sure. Such an answer finally reassured Dr. Pym. Suyi quickly put on the Ant-Man battlesuit and became the second person in this world to wear the Ant-Man battlesuit. However, Suyi does not intend to inherit the title of Ant-Man. When Scott is released from prison in the future, let Scott be Ant-Man. Hope stood in front of Suyi and told Suyi how to use the Ant-Man battlesuit. In a short time, it is definitely impossible to cultivate Suyi into Ant-Man. Moreover, it doesn't need to be so troublesome, just tell Suyi how to become bigger and smaller, and that's enough. Under Hope's teaching, Suyi quickly mastered the ability to shrink and recover. Pressing the button, Suyi's body size shrunk instantly, and the whole body became the file size of an ant, and everything around it became a giant. It's a good thing Suyi doesn't have Gigantia, otherwise, seeing these huge objects, seeing Dr. Pym and Hope who look like a titan, he would probably faint to death directly. Suyi suddenly remembered how Scott turned into a titan. Hope, what should I do when I turn into a titan? Hope immediately reminded, you'd better not do this, becoming a titan will consume a lot of stamina. Deplete power? With Suyi's physical fitness, how much energy can he consume? Don't worry, I'm a superhero, and I have plenty of physical strength. Hope hesitated for a while, but still told Suyi, you just need to press the zoom button under normal circumstances. How big can it be? Hope replied, I don't know, I only got bigger once, and it was about 20 meters high. It should be possible to become taller and bigger, but I haven't tried it. Dr. Pym said, theoretically, it should be possible to have no shrinkage, and it should be infinitely large. Suyi suddenly became interested. In the movie, Scott seems to be only about 30 meters high, and Tiga Altman is more than 50 meters away. On its own, it should be able to easily support a height of 50 meters. Wait a minute, I'll give it a try. Before the two could persuade them to stay, Suyi had already arrived at the back of the moon. Then began to transform. Tiga. Suyi's body began to scale up in proportion, and soon reached a height of 50 meters. Maybe because there are not too many reference objects around, Suyi's feeling is not obvious. If there was a building in front of him before transforming, the contrast would be much more obvious. Suyi felt his own situation, and sure enough, after his body got bigger, the consumption increased a lot. It's just that this consumption is nothing to Suyi. Those Ultramans can only last for 3 minutes, but I can always maintain a height of 50 meters. Get bigger. Suyi was directly magnified 100 times, and his height changed from 186 centimeters to 186 meters. Even with such a body shape, Suyi can always maintain it. When I become stronger, I can be as huge as the planet devourer, right? Suyi just thought about it, and didn't try her own limit, there was no need for it. After some experience, Suyi restored the original file size, and teleported back to Dr. Pym's villa. Pym and Hope were not surprised to see Suyi back. I've tried it, and I can go to a height of around 200 meters. Seeing that Suyi looked okay now, Hope immediately asked, are you okay? I'm very good. Dr. Pym didn't want to delay anymore. You've learned how to use the Ant-Man battlesuit, get bigger and smaller. Well, let's get started now. Suyi nodded, no problem. Suyi is looking forward to it, wondering what will happen in the quantum field. Let's start. Suyi pressed the button resolutely, and it became the file size of an ant. However, this is not enough, it needs to continue to get smaller and smaller than atoms. Suyi pressed the shrink button without any hesitation, and continued to shrink. In less than a second, Suyi's figure completely disappeared. Hope doesn't know whether Suyi has successfully entered the quantum realm, but at this stage, Suyi has become so small that it cannot be seen by the naked eye. Suyi keeps getting smaller, only feeling that the scene in front of her has undergone earth-shaking changes. At the beginning, I could see the appearance of the object clearly, but soon, the object was no longer the original appearance. In front of Suyi's eyes, there are atoms and electrons everywhere. Suyi knows that this is not the quantum realm yet, it has to keep getting smaller. Finally, it seemed that a certain line had been crossed. The atoms and electrons also disappeared, and the scene in front of them became abstract again. Suyi continued to get smaller, and after a while, she finally stabilized. The scene in front of him was strange and Luli looked extremely strange. Suyi felt a strange energy everywhere, which should be quantum energy. Is this the quantum realm? Suyi entered the quantum realm, looking at all this curiously. Quantum energy erodes Suyi's body, as if to affect or even change Suyi's consciousness. The quantum realm is really strange. Suyi discovered that he could still fly and teleport. Why don't you try it first? Can you teleport out? Suyi enters the quantum realm, and rescuing Janet is just one of the goals. Since there is an opportunity to conduct research, Suyi has no reason to miss this opportunity. Suyi set the teleportation location on the back of the moon. Teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Suyi really left the quantum realm and returned to the real world. Hey, the teleportation ability is so powerful now. It can teleport back from the quantum realm. If so, I will teleport back. Suyi teleported back to the quantum realm again. Yay, nice, try it again with the space gem. Suyi uses the space gem, which also opens a portal. However, when the transmission channel was opened, quantum energy gushed out instantly. Suyi didn't expect such a change, and hurriedly closed the portal. Go back to the back of the moon and absorb all the diffused quantum energy. Phew, luckily it's on the back of the moon. The energy has been swallowed up by me, so it shouldn't have any effect. This should not be observed. Suyi returned to the quantum realm again, with a principle in mind. In the future, we still have to do research as far away as possible. Perhaps the far side of the moon is not far enough to go to the edge of the solar system. Suyi returns to the quantum realm, ready to find Janet's trace. In the movie, Scott accidentally entered the quantum realm and was discovered by Janet, who left information and formed quantum entanglement. Suyi didn't know if this method would work. Instead of using this method, it is better to go to someone directly, maybe you can find it directly. Also, in the trailer of Ant-Man 3, there is a variant of Kong in the quantum realm. Suyi decides to look for it, maybe there will be an accidental discovery? Suyi absorbs quantum energy while Flight is looking for Janet. Suyi's speed is very fast, but this quantum field is really huge as the universe, boundless. If you keep looking like this, will you be able to find it? Suyi suddenly thought of something and froze. At the end of Avengers Alliance 3, Thanos snapped his fingers and Ant-Man Scott was trapped in the quantum realm. It took 5 years for Scott to come out. For Scott, however, it was only a few breaths away. So, if I find someone in the quantum field, it won't be long before the outside world, right? If it's just a few days, it's okay. If 10 days and a half months or even longer have passed, Gwen and the others will definitely be extremely worried. Thinking of this, Suyi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Damn, I was careless, I didn't think it through. Unable to care so much, Suyi immediately decided to give up looking for Janet. Go back first and see the outside world. Looking for Janet can increase Hope's favorability, but now is not the time to think about it. Suyi was about to teleport away, but found a figure in the distance. Suyi has been flying fast in the quantum realm for so long, but this is the first time he has met someone. It's time to face a choice again. It's all here, just go and have a look. Just at this time, if I showed up later, I might have left. Without too much hesitation, Suyi flew over directly. Suyi saw a man wearing a hood, could it be such a coincidence? Suyi stopped in front of the other party. Before seeing her face clearly, she asked directly, Janet. Janet was extremely surprised when she heard someone calling her name. She originally came here because she discovered that someone accidentally broke into the quantum realm. I thought about coming over to see the situation and see if there was any hope of getting out. It turned out that this person probably did not break in by accident. After coming in for a while, it seems to go out again. Not only that, but also went in and out twice. Even, some method was used to seriously affect the energy of the quantum field. Janet took off her hat and looked at Suyi in front of her, extremely excited. She definitely couldn't see Suyi's face, and even if she did, she wouldn't recognize Suyi. However, Janet recognizes Suyi's clothes, and he is clearly the Ant-Man battlesuit researched by Dr. Pym. Who are you? Why are you wearing this battlesuit? Suyi has seen Janet's photo, and it really hasn't changed much. Me? I'm Hope's boyfriend, and I'm here to save you. Janet knew that the outside world should have passed for many years. Hope should have grown up, and it is normal to have a boyfriend. Are you coming to rescue me? We can't leave without tools. However, I can leave the coordinates of my location and let Pym make the equipment to rescue me. Don't be so troublesome, I have a super ability, and I can enter and exit the quantum realm at will. Suyi hurriedly urged, trust me, I can take you out. I'm only worried about the time of the outside world now. If several years have passed, it will be bad. Janet knows Suyi's worry, because the time in the quantum realm is completely different from the time in the real material world. Are you ready? Ready, we should set off and return to the real world. What do I need to prepare? Suyi grabbed Janet's arm, that's enough. Suyi used the teleportation ability again, and brought Janet back to the real world from the quantum realm. This time the location is definitely not the moon, but Dr. Pim's home. At this moment, Dr. Pim and Hope were extremely depressed. I thought Suyi could rescue him, but 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and Suyi still hadn't come out. In the old way, it is estimated that she is trapped in the quantum realm just like Janet. Hope couldn't sit still any longer and decided to enter the quantum realm by himself. But Pim would never let Hope take the risk. For this reason, the two quarreled. Just when the two were arguing, Suyi appeared with Janet. Dr. Pim and Hope looked at the sudden appearance of Suyi and Janet, completely dumbfounded. The original plan was for Suyi to enter the quantum realm, find Janet, and obtain the location coordinates. Only after positioning can Janet be rescued. However, they didn't expect that Suyi brought him back directly. As usual, it seems that it was not transformed back by using an amplifier, but by using other methods. Dr. Pim looked at his beloved and became very excited. Janet. Janet was also extremely happy, and hugged Pim. After so many years, I finally came out and left the quantum realm. Don't need to think too much about the older girl beside her, she must be her daughter Hope. Sure enough, it's time to talk about marriage. Hope. Oh, the family of three reunited again, very happy, but Suyi seemed a little redundant. Suyi rescued Janet, but learned from Hope that 3 days had passed. Just disappearing for 3 days without any information, the confidants must be very worried. So, without a moment's hesitation, Suyi went straight back to the villa. When Suyi returned to the villa, Mary Jane was the only one left in the villa. It seems that they should be busy with their own business. Those who should go to class have gone to class, and those who should go to work have also gone to work. From this point of view, everyone did not seem very flustered. Mary Jane, I'm back. Seeing Suyi coming back, Mary Jane asked curiously, so, where have you been these few days? Not only did he not come back, he didn't even have any news. Hannah is worried about you. Usually when you go on a date with other confidant, you will also send a message back. Suyi immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Mary Jane. I have something to do, and I plan to come back as soon as possible. As a result, there was a little accident. I went to a special place, and it was only a short while there, but I didn't expect that 3 days had passed. Mary Jane immediately showed a worried look. You are not in danger, are you? Definitely not. With my ability, even if I venture into the universe, I won't encounter any danger. Mary Jane was relieved now. Fortunately, only 3 days. Suyi also breathed a sigh of relief. If he was locked in the quantum realm like Scott, it would have been 5 years since he came out. Not only did his daughter grow up, but the Hope family was also wiped out by snapping their fingers. That's the real difference. Fortunately, the time Suyi left was not too long. Suyi was going to wait until the evening, when everyone came back, to apologize to everyone. On the other side, Janet returns, and the Hope family is finally reunited. The three were happy and enjoyed the joy of reunion. Pim and Janet told each other about their experiences over the years, but Janet didn't mention much about the quantum realm. Janet finally thought of Suyi. Hope, you have grown up. I heard that you are boyfriend and girlfriend. Invite him over tomorrow. Shall we have dinner together? Hope's face was full of doubts. Boyfriend and girlfriend? Who? The person who brought me out told me he was your boyfriend. It was only then that Hope realized that this was the case. Quickly explained, Mother, Mr. So was just invited by us for help. He and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend at all. Janet probably guessed what Suyi meant, in order to gain her trust. At that time, relying on the Ant-Man battlesuit and the identity of Hope's boyfriend, I quickly got rid of suspicion. Even if not, we should thank him, shouldn't we? Hope is also a person who repays kindness, and she will do the same without Janet telling her. We will repay him well. Janet recalled the magic of Suyi, and felt extremely emotional. In the magical place of the quantum realm, Suyi can not only absorb quantum energy, but also come out of the quantum realm directly without the help of external objects. When we meet next time, maybe we can have a good chat about Suyi's ability. Now is the time to enjoy a family reunion. On a new day, Suyi received a call from Hope. Hello, Miss Hope. Hope cut directly to the topic. Hello, Mr. So. Thank you very much for entering the quantum realm and rescuing my mother. We have prepared the Pim particles you need. When will you come back and have time? Can you come over? Suyi replied, I can do it anytime. Is it okay tonight? We want to invite you to my house to express our thanks to you. Suyi deliberately teased Hope, a guest? I'm not very interested. If it's just the two of us, I probably won't refuse. Hope has a high vision and has never liked anyone. The sudden appearance of Suyi helped her rescue her mother, and also made Hope have a high degree of affection for Suyi. It's fine just the two of us. Suyi just tried it out, but he didn't expect to succeed. Well, tonight, just the two of us, see you soon. See you or leave. After hanging up the phone, Hope told his parents about the matter. Dr. Pym immediately objected. This kid is uneasy and kind. As we agreed before, we only need Pym particles. Now, it's actually on your mind. Unlike Dr. Pym's objection, Janet is very supportive. Janet also learned from Hope that Suyi is the mysterious Spider-Man, a superhero. Through the report, Janet got acquainted with Suyi and knew that Suyi was not bad. The mother-in-law looks more and more satisfied with her son-in-law. Pym, trust Hope, she has grown up. Dr. Pym heard his daughter-in-law speak, so he couldn't stop it anymore. Originally, he wanted to persuade Hope to be more vigilant, but he changed his words when the words came to his lips. Hope, you, decide for yourself. Hope replied, I'll keep an eye on it. Before you knew it, it was night, and Suyi drove to Hope's house, ready to pick him up for dinner. Hope also made some preparations and changed into a suit more suitable for a date, which made her look more beautiful. Suyi is used to beautiful women, and was not attracted by Hope's appearance for too long. Good evening, Miss Hope. Good evening. Dr. Pym and Janet were at the door, watching them leave. After saying goodbye, Suyi drove away with Hope. Arriving at the restaurant, after ordering food, the two began to chat. Mr. So, my mother said that you claimed to be my boyfriend in front of her. Is there such a thing? Suyi didn't panic at all, it's true. At that time, in order to gain her trust and rescue her earlier, I made up a lie. Please forgive me if I offend you. Definitely, maybe it's because Miss Hope is so beautiful. At that time, I thought of this identity. Hope replied, I am very grateful for everything you did to save my mother, and I don't mind the identity you made up. Suyi was secretly happy. It seemed that he was one step closer to success. Next, it was time for Suyi to perform normally. With his rich experience and telepathy ability, Suyi easily gained Hope's favor. During dinner time, Suyi played steadily. After dinner, Suyi drove Hope back. When they arrived at the place, Hope was not in a hurry to get out of the car, but asked, So, I read online that you and Ghost Spider-Man are a couple, is this true? Suyi confessed the truth without any hesitation. Yes, I have confidant, not just one. However, when I saw you, I couldn't help but feel my heartbeat for you. Suyi's confession process is very smooth and familiar, which is more natural than admitting his identity as a mysterious Spider-Man. Hope had guessed it a long time ago, and was not surprised. Answer honestly. Suyi didn't know Hope's attitude, but it could be seen that Hope didn't seem to mind it very much. Suyi watched Hope's leaving back and went home without thinking too much. This time, helping Hope rescue Janet also won a reward. Among them is an ability, file size as you wish. In other words, Suyi can now grow bigger and smaller without wearing an Ant-Man battlesuit. According to ability's introduction, it should also be enough to shrink into the quantum realm. The quantum realm is full of quantum energy, and if one can let oneself absorb it, the energy attribute can also be rapidly improved. The only problem is the particularity of the quantum realm, which prevents Suyi from entering it easily. Afraid to go in and stay for a while, the outside world has passed for several days. Suyi still plans to wait for some time to have a good chat with Dr. Pym and Janet, and learn about the quantum realm before making a decision. Except Hope. There is another beauty that cannot be missed, that is ghost female Ava. Ava experienced a quantum explosion, causing her body to be in an unstable state. Later, apparently picked up by SHIELD. For so many years, he could only rely on special clothes for stability and equipment to barely survive. Thinking of this, Suyi contacted Nick Fury. Hey, Commissioner Nick. Nick Fury was a little surprised that Suyi contacted him. According to my own investigation, Suyi is usually very busy and has no time to take care of herself. Unless there is something important, otherwise, I will never take the initiative to contact myself. Mr. So, is there anything important to contact me so late? I want to ask you for someone. Who? Ghost, Ava. Although Nick is the director, he doesn't know everything, he knows everyone. I'll look for it. Although Nick didn't know who this person was, it must be important. Immediately use his authority, and only then did he learn about such a #1 secret agent. My father was an expert in the field of quantum research and was later fired. I researched the quantum tunnel privately, but an explosion occurred and the quantum energy leaked. Young Ava is in a superposition of quantum and reality and can travel through objects. Later, he was brought back to S.H.I.E.L.D, trained as an agent, and performed many tasks. Nick didn't know before that S.H.I.E.L.D actually had such a #1 character. Ava's ability is outstanding. Logically speaking, I should definitely know her. However, there was no information at all before. If I knew that S.H.I.E.L.D had such a person before, I would have invited to join the Avengers Alliance long ago. From the looks of it, it should have been deliberately hidden by Alexander. Nick Fury suddenly had a guess that this Ava was from Hydra. She's from Alexander. Suyi was stunned by Nick's words. Are you kidding me? The Ava of this world became a Hydra? In the movie, Ava is just an anti-hero. It also didn't say that she was from Hydra. Don't ask, it's a different world. Suyi asked tentatively, Director Nick, are you sure she is from Hydra? Nick asked rhetorically, isn't it? She has carried out many missions, and they should all be dispatched by Alexander. Only then did Suyi realize that Nick only said that Ava was from Alexander, not from Hydra. There is still a little gap between them. She should not be from Hydra, you bring her to me first. Nick Fury will definitely not let him go so easily, I need to know your purpose. Suyi asked, is she pretty? Nick looked at the photo. It's pretty. Okay, that's fine. Send her over and delete her information. I will cure her. As for whether she is willing to join your Heavenly Sword Bureau in the future, it's up to her to decide. Nick Fury has nothing to say. I'll send her there tomorrow. Thanks. Wait, there is one more thing. What's up? The Insight plan is about to go into action, and I need your help to minimize the loss. No problem. In the movie, Project Insight is sabotaged and all 3 spaceships are destroyed. You know, the cost of this thing is astonishingly high. Nick Fury has been thinking about sabotaging the Insight project, killing Hydra, and disbanding SHIELD. However, it's not enough to rely on our own people, plus Captains Steve and Tony. Once the space carrier is in the air, only the space carrier can be destroyed. It's just that the price of doing so is too high for Nick Fury to bear. The best way, definitely, is to send a master like Suyi to solve everything before the space carrier lifts off. For Suyi, the Hydra matter is just a simple task. Agreeing to come down is just a matter of lifting your hands. In order to send Ava to Suyi, Nick Fury also made a plan. It's nothing more than an accident when the ghost girl Ava was performing a task. The battlesuit broke down, the whole person couldn't maintain it, and disappeared out of thin air, as if entering the ghost state permanently. This arrangement is seamless. Suyi successfully took Ava to the villa. At the moment, Ava was wearing a battlesuit, unable to see her real face. Suyi asked curiously, "Can you take off the mask?" Ava has no hesitation and takes off her mask, because her final task is to obey the arrangement of the person in front of her. Suyi looked at Ava's face. She was indeed pretty, but also somewhat haggard and messy. Suyi could tell that Ava was in pain at the moment, probably unstable again. Every cell in Ava's body seemed to be being torn apart, and she was suffering endless pain every moment. Suyi looked at Ava, who was showing pain, and prepared to treat Ava. He reached out and stroked Ava's cheek gently. "I can feel your pain. Don't worry, I will help you solve the painful problem." Aiwa felt warm in her heart. For so many years, no one has ever cared whether she was in pain. Suyi was the first and only one. At this moment, Suyi started the treatment. Carefully controlling the energy, the quantum energy was transmitted to Ava. Ava immediately felt the changes in her body, and the pain was relieved. However, it will take some time to completely solve it. Suyi silently transmitted energy to Ava, and Ava's pain gradually disappeared. This feeling made Ava extremely happy. For many years, I have been enduring this kind of pain while playing by myself, and I can't even sleep at night. But now, the pain is gradually dissipating. Ava's expression gradually eased, and she felt extremely comfortable. Looking at the man in front of her who treated her, Ava was extremely grateful. More than half an hour passed, and Ava's condition had stabilized. Although it has not been completely resolved, Ava knows that even if she does not wear a battle suit, she can live in peace for a few days. At least, you should be able to sleep soundly tonight. Thank you. You're welcome. Your problem has not been completely resolved. These days, I will transmit energy to you. In a few days, I'll take you to the quantum realm and let you absorb the quantum energy. Maybe the problem can be completely solved. Ava was so moved that she didn't know how to express her gratitude for a while. Suyi helped Ava and temporarily stabilized her physical condition. For Ava, this was the first time since the accident that she was pain-free. This feeling is really hard one. Thank you. You're welcome. You will live here from now on. I'll take you to see Dr. Pym tomorrow. A wave of anger welled up in Ava's heart when she heard the name. She also remembers that her father was originally a researcher at SHIELD. As a result, her father was kicked out by S.H.I.E.L.D. because of Dr. Pym. That's why her father took the risk of building a quantum tunnel. This accident not only caused Ava to lose her family, but also made Ava live in pain. Ava has a deep hatred for Dr. Pym. I can't. Suyi comforted, Ava, I know it's a bit cruel for you to say that. But it's unreasonable for you to hate Dr. Pym. Your parents, and what happened to you, all because of an accident in your father's research on quantum tunneling. You have lived in pain for many years. Now, I will heal you. Then, let go of those hatreds, forget about those experiences in S.H.I.E.L.D. and start over. Ava looked a little distressed. Over the years, Ava has been through so much. Perhaps Ava's rationality also knows that what happened to her has little to do with Dr. Pym. But Ava needed something to support herself, to keep herself going. Let her give up now. Ava will definitely not be able to do it for a while. I can't do it. It's okay, take it easy, take your time, I will be by your side. Ava has never felt warm since the accident. At this moment, Ava was completely moved by Suyi. Suyi continued, don't wear this suit all the time, go change into casual clothes, take a bath and rest. Suyi kept Ava by her side, mainly because Ava's physical condition was not very good. Another point is that Ava is too lacking in warmth. Ava took the clothes and took a good bath. As a result, this comfortable feeling made Ava extremely relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. In the end, it was Suyi who sent him back to the bedroom. Early in the morning, Suyi discovered that Ava hadn't woken up yet. Suyi made an appointment to see Dr. Pym and Janet today. The main purpose is to treat Ava. However, it was time for breakfast, and Ava remained still. Suyi also knows about Ava's situation. I must have experienced pain all the time before, so the dark circles are more serious. Now, with the pain gone, it's normal for Ava to sleep a little longer. However, it has been almost 12 hours since last night. Suyi had no choice but to knock on the door. Ava, Ava. Ava woke up to Suyi's call, and slept a little comfortably this time. So, I feel a little confused. When Ava wakes up, her agent habits take over again. Only then did Ava realize her situation. After a brief recollection, Ava guessed what probably happened. He sent me back. In the past, Ava definitely wouldn't think much about it. But now, Ava was a little moved and had some different thoughts. Ava immediately calmed herself down, temporarily forgetting such thoughts. Looking at the prepared clothes aside, Ava put on casual clothes. Ava walked out of the bedroom, looking much more energetic. He obviously just took a nap, changed his clothes, and felt as if his whole face looked radiant. What's up? It's time for breakfast, and then I'll take you to Dr. Pim's house. Ava didn't refuse. I haven't washed yet, I'll be here soon. Okay. During breakfast, Suyi also introduced Gwen and others to meet her. After AIWA found out, she was a little surprised that Suyi had so many confidant friends. However, thinking of her own situation, Ava can also understand. Suyi is so good, it's normal that many people like it. After breakfast, Suyi brought Ava to Hope's house. Hope opened the door. Welcome. Hello, Hope. This is Ava. Hope glanced at Ava, without asking too much. Come in. Soon, Suyi met Dr. Pim and Janet. Janet has been in the quantum realm for a long time, so the moment she saw Ava, she had a perception of what is special about Ava. Dr. Pim, Mrs. Janet, I would like to ask your help to treat Ava well. Dr. Pim didn't welcome Suyi at all. This kid dared to play Hope's idea. I'm not a doctor, I don't know how to treat diseases. Janet took the initiative to come to Ava. How did she become like this? Ava still didn't like Dr. Pim. Suyi was worried that Ava would make things difficult, so she had to preemptively said, Ava's father is Eli Hayes' star, and Dr. Pim used to be a colleague. After Dr. Pim expelled Eli Hayes from S.H.I.E.L.D., he privately researched and manufactured quantum tunnels, and an explosion occurred. The young Ava was affected and became what she is now. You are experts in the quantum field, there must be a way to treat her well. After listening to Suyi's introduction, Dr. Pim knew Ava's origin. Eli Hayes is an idiot. His research was terribly wrong, and he insisted on not correcting it. When Ava heard Pim commenting on her father like this, she immediately became angry. I don't allow you to say that about my father. It's all because of you? Suyi was a little speechless, and originally wanted to avoid such a situation. As a result, it was still not avoided. Dr. Pim didn't care about this, and continued, I persuaded him at the beginning that his research will not work at all and will definitely fail. However, he refused to listen and insisted on making quantum tunnels. I had no choice but to drive him out of SHIELD. Unexpectedly, he still created a quantum tunnel, causing such a tragedy. He's just a pompous, self-righteous fool. Only then did Ava realize that Dr. Pim had persuaded her father back then, and it was his father who insisted on his own opinion and created a quantum tunnel, which led to the accident. Ava was extremely sad, but she couldn't blame her father who hated her. After all, he also passed away. At this time, Janet said, her situation is very special and she must absorb quantum energy to maintain her body's stability. Suyi replied, I know, what I want to ask is, if there is enough quantum energy, her problem can be solved. Janet shook her head, I'm not sure, it's the first time we've seen this kind of situation. I can feel that quantum energy can be used to stabilize her state. To completely solve this problem, we will not be able to do it in a short time. It will take some time to conduct research and analysis. Suyi said, no problem, I can use quantum energy first to help her stabilize her physical condition. However, I still have some questions about the quantum realm, and I want to ask you. Suyi learned more about the quantum realm by communicating with Dr. Pim and Janet. Knowing more about the quantum realm allows Suyi to move in and out of the quantum realm. Mrs. Janet, are you in the quantum realm? Do you know that there is a variant of Kong? Janet's face changed slightly. It was obvious that there was such a person. He's dangerous, it's best not to touch him. If you're going into the quantum realm, be careful with him. Suyi was a little surprised that there really was a variant of Kong in the quantum realm. Another big boss? Suyi is not in a hurry, and Suyi definitely won't bother him if he is not fully sure. Now, let him stay in the quantum realm with peace of mind. After I have enough strength to kill Thanos, I will deal with him. Suyi decided to wait until after killing Thanos before considering. As the saying goes, you have to eat food one bite at a time, and you have to walk step by step on the road. Otherwise, the stride is too big, click, and it is easy to cause problems. Suyi has absorbed enough quantum energy from the quantum realm, it should be enough for Ava to use for a month. Therefore, it is better to wait for a while and then go to the quantum realm. Janet and Dr. Pim, the two checked on Ava's condition together. Hope took the opportunity to pull Suyi aside and whispered, so she is also your confidant. She's the same as you, not yet, but she should be soon. Hope replied bluntly, I haven't promised you yet. Suyi took the initiative to hug Hope. Then, why do you care about the relationship between Ava and me? I'm just asking casually. Suyi smiled and said nothing. It seems that the progress is going well, and it won't be long before it will be successful. After the inspection, Suyi took Ava back. On the other side, Nick Fury found Captain Steve and Iron Man Tony through Hill Agent. The Insights program is about to begin. Nick Fury summoned these two people to prepare to destroy the Insight plan. Nick, the old fox, already has a plan. And the first step of this plan is to force Alexander, make him anxious, and even make mistakes. Captain, I need you to come forward and persuade Alexander to give up the Insight plan. After Steve learned the essence of the Insight plan, he immediately wanted to stop the Insight plan. What's more, this is still Hydra's plan, so it's not stopping it, but destroying it. Walter, let me persuade Alexander to give up. He certainly won't give up. Only then did Nick Fury say, they will indeed not give up the plan, and they will find a way to eliminate you, the person who blocked the Insight plan. Steve wasn't worried about his own safety at all, but he didn't understand why he wanted to scare the snake away. Why alarm them? If we catch Alexander and the others directly, won't we solve the problem? Nick Fury had to take a moment to explain why. The main thing is that Hydra is now hidden and will not emerge until the Insight project is implemented. Telling Steve to jump out and stop Alexander now is to lure out all the Hydra people. Only when these people came out, it would be convenient to catch them all in one go. Steve still agreed and decided to follow Nick Fury's plan. As for the follow-up plans and actions, they are similar to those in the movie. According to the plan, we will act tomorrow. Steve came to the hospital alone to visit Peggy Carter. To make sure things went smoothly, Steve didn't talk to Carter too much. Steve looked at the aged Carter, and he was extremely determined in his heart. He must destroy the Insight plan and wipe out Hydra. The next day, the operation officially began. Nick Fury took Steve to visit the Insight project. Steve was very angry. After a fight with Nick, the two tracked down Alexander. Alexander is also an old fox. Watching Nick Fury and Steve appear, he greeted them warmly. Director Nick and Captain Steve, you guys came to see me together. What's the matter? Steve immediately stated, Minister, I am against Project Insight. Alexander didn't change his face. Captain, I want to know the reason. Steve replied with a face of justice, equipped with a large number of weapons on a space carrier, aiming guns at everyone. This is not freedom. Alexander explained, our algorithm will only screen those criminals and will not harm innocent people. Steve didn't back down. There's absolutely no need to equip weapons, catch the gangsters, and then go through a trial before they can be sentenced. These weapons are really too much. Alexander's face changed slightly, and he was a little stiff. However, under Alexander's efforts to cover up, there seemed to be no flaws. In fact, I was thinking in my heart whether to remove this obstacle. Nick took the opportunity to interject. These weapons are not used lightly unless it is absolutely necessary. I have already explained to you that the original intention of this plan is to use data algorithms to identify culprits and protect the safety of citizens. Steve sneered and said, don't tell me, do you think that when the gangsters are being investigated, they will sense it and attack the space carrier with guns? Obviously, these weapons are not for self-defense, but for attack, for destruction. It's not justice and it's not the right process. I hope to postpone the Insight plan immediately. At least those weapons should be removed. If you don't, I'm going to break the news to the media and reveal the request for the Insight project. Citizens have a right to know the truth about the Insight program and to know that these guns are being pointed at them. Alexander was very helpless to meet such a single-minded person like Steve. Sure enough, as calculated by Zola's algorithm, Steve belongs to the ranks that must be eliminated. If Steve is not eliminated, Steve is bound to affect or even stop the plan. Thinking of this, Alexander was ready to kill. Steve must die. Besides, he had to die early, otherwise, it wouldn't be a good thing for Steve to leak the Insight plan. To take on Captain Steve, it's going to take a mighty thug, the Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes. Now, Steve has to be stabilized. Steve, I know you may not understand. You've been asleep for 70 years and everything has changed. This plan has been approved by the White Palace. We must continue. Only by implementing the Insight plan can we catch the culprits and save more people. Steve was unmoved. Just one request, dismantle those guns. Alexander was very helpless. I will think about it. Steve left satisfied, and Nick Fury pretended to be from Alexander's side. Pierce, time is running out to dismantle these weapons. Don't worry about him, keep planning. I see. Steve openly opposed the Insight project, and Alexander was ready to kill. After Steve left, Alexander had to confront Nick Fury. Why did you bring him here? I can't help it. I've already persuaded him. But he won't listen to it at all. What should we do next? If he is left alone, he will definitely leak the Insight plan, which will definitely attract opposition from many people. How about, just do what Steve said, and disarm the weapon? Alexander was very helpless, and had insight into the plan, in order to eliminate those who threatened Hydra. How to carry out the plan if the weapons are removed. However, Alexander also knew that Nick Fury was an old fox. If he insists on not changing, Nick Fury will definitely notice the problem. Thinking of this, Alexander made a decision to solve the two together. The sooner the Insight plan is realized, the sooner the citizens can be protected. For the issue of weapons, I think it is enough to increase the conditions of use. What do you think? Nick Fury immediately stated, definitely, I am very supportive of the Insight plan. Once successful, S.H.I.E.L.D will be much more relaxed. The two tested each other, and then Nick left. When Nick Fury left, Alexander couldn't wait any longer and left the office immediately. Alexander left and immediately came to Hydra's secret base. Wake up the Winter Soldier. After a while, Bucky the Winter Soldier was awakened, looking at everything in front of him in confusion. The scientific researcher on the side immediately said, "He just woke up from the frozen state, and his spirit is not stable yet." Then brainwash him again. There was another demon-like whisper in my ear. Those familiar and unfamiliar words made Bucky feel very uncomfortable. Longing, Rusty, 17, Dawn, Stove, 9, Kindness, Homecoming, 1, Railroad Car. Bucky immediately became a lot more sluggish, his eyes glazed over, and he went into standby like a robot. Soldier. Willing to obey. Alexander looked at Bucky's state and was very satisfied. Show him the new target. Aside, Crossbones immediately said, it might not be enough to rely on him alone. Alexander understood the meaning of Crossbones' Rumlow. As Hydra's powerful combat power, Rumlow naturally wanted to touch the big celebrity Steve. However, it is not easy for Crossbones to make a public move. After all, he is also a member of SHIELD. You take people to clean up and make sure Steve has to die. Rumlow understood what Alexander meant. Yes. In the evening, Steve returns to his apartment. According to Nick Fury's plan, Hydra should send someone to deal with him. Steve waited all day, but nothing came. At this time, it seems more likely. So, on the surface, Steve is the same as before, but in fact, he is waiting for Hydra. Finally, a warning sound came from my ear. Warning? Warning. Steve's on the alert. Tony's spy drone has spotted the situation. Steve reacted extremely quickly, got up immediately, and dodged away. He heard gunshots, the sound of glass shattering, and a bullet landed on the spot just now. One shot missed, and several shots came in one after another. Steve grabbed the shield and used the shield to block a lot of bullets. Steve had already noticed the person on the opposite building. Steve didn't stay any longer, and chose to pursue. Finding the right direction and location, Steve directly smashed the window with the shield and jumped into the opposite building. Although he didn't know who the opponent was, Steve would not let this person run away easily. After a bit of chasing, the two arrived at the roof of another building one after the other. Steve had just landed, seized the moment, and threw the shield straight away, trying to keep the target. However, what Steve didn't expect was that a mechanical handpan was stretched out from the opposite side, and it easily grabbed the shield. The two looked at each other, and Winter Soldier Bucky was sure that the person in front of him was his target. Without any hesitation, he directly threw the shield back. Although the skills are not as good as Steve's, but the strength is not weak. Steve catches the shield without getting hurt. Just as Steve catches the shield, Bucky has rushed over. Pull out the dagger and make a fatal move. However, Steve is also a master of hand-to-hand combat. Faced with Bucky's fierce offensive, Steve handled it with ease. In just 10 seconds, the two had already played against each other for several rounds. Steve finally took his chance and figured out a way to disarm Bucky's dagger. Bucky took the opportunity too, kicking off Steve's shield. Since then, the battle between the two has entered the second stage. Without weapons, you can only fight with fists and kicks. After Steve gained the indomitable heart, he could clearly feel that his ability had improved significantly. If it is the previous self, it may take some effort to gain the advantage. But now, Steve can easily overwhelm Bucky. Steve grabs Bucky's metal arm and takes control of it. When Bucky wanted to fight back, he reacted quickly, turning around, grabbing Bucky's chin with his hands, and throwing Bucky over his shoulder. Although Bucky landed steadily, the mask fell off the ground. In the dim night, Steve still recognized the man at a glance. Bucky. Bucky was stunned for a moment, the name seemed a little familiar. Looking at Steve's face in front of him, he had no impression at all. Bucky only remembered that this person was his target, his task, and he had to kill him. Before Steve could recover, Bucky struck again. Steve saw Bucky's true face clearly, and the fighting spirit faded instantly. Bucky, it's me. Steve's call was useless, what awaited him was Bucky's merciless iron fist. After blocking several punches, Steve remembered. Suyi once said that Bucky has been brainwashed by Hydra and can't remember himself at all. It's not a solution to let Bucky continue to attack himself like this. The best solution, definitely, is to control Bucky, and then find a way to help Bucky return to normal. Steve suddenly hated Hydra even more. Before solving Hydra, it was for the sake of the world. Now, there is another personal goal, and that is to avenge Bucky. Steve controlled his anger, but also his power. It is really a difficult problem to control Bucky without hurting Bucky as much as possible. However, for Steve now, it's not too difficult. Steve picked up the shield, and used the shield to break Bucky's mechanical arm cruelly. Then, a shield slams, knocking Bucky out. Steve was about to take Bucky away, so he asked someone to heal Bucky. Suddenly, gunshots were heard not far away. Steve hastily blocked with a shield, dragging Bucky away. Fortunately, Steve is not alone, there is Sharon living nearby, ready to support. Definitely, and Tony's drone. Steve shrugged off Rumlow's attack and walked away with the men. Rumlow looked at Steve and the others who drove away, extremely annoyed. Boss, the Winter Soldier failed, he was taken by Steve. Alexander was furious. Then what are you doing? Watching a movie. Rumlow immediately explained. Agent 13 showed up and helped Steve, and Tony Stark's drone. I've already sent someone to pursue them. Alexander had no choice but to remind, a quick fix, and if necessary, unconventional means can be adopted. I don't care if anyone else lives or dies if Steve dies. Rumlow knew that Alexander was about to give up on the Winter Soldier. Although, the Winter Soldier is precious. But it's not out of the question to give up Bucky the Winter Soldier for the sake of insight into the plan. Yes. The people sent by Rumlow had already carried out a siege and pursuit, and he himself left quickly, preparing to join the pursuit plan. Sharon drove the car and went all the way. There are obviously more people around Rumlow, and it feels like there are ambushes all around. Steve was thinking about where to go. Finally, Steve had an idea. Go find Suyi. Suyi must have a way to heal Bucky. Steve contacted Suyi and interrupted the good thing. Suyi didn't want to worry about it at first, but the noise was always loud and annoying. Suyi picked up the phone and said very upset, "Who is it? It's late at night, disturbing people's rest." Steve apologized immediately. "Sorry, Sue, I need your help. I've saved Bucky, but he's brainwashed. Only you can heal him, I think. When I get rid of these Hydra people, I will find you." Suyi was stunned. "Big brother, are you too self-assertive? At this time, you came to see me? Isn't this giving me trouble? Also, I'm very busy right now. It's late at night. If you don't sleep, I still have to sleep. Wait, don't come here. Find a remote place and spend the night first. I'll contact you tomorrow when I'm free." Suyi hung up the phone without any hesitation. "Fuck, Steve, this old boy has a bad conscience and actually interrupted my good business. If you want to bring people over, you will only cause me trouble." Suyi couldn't help complaining a few words. Gwen asked curiously, "Is it really all right?" "It's okay, they can fix it. Leave them alone. Felicia, let's play the music and dance." Sharon at the side knew that Suyi was very busy, especially at this time. Suyi might be very angry if Steve called at this time. "But, Bucky," Suyi hurriedly interrupted, "that's it, good night." Steve didn't even know what to say. Sharon hastily persuaded, "Our task now is to get rid of them first." Under the night, in the peaceful city of Liberty, a car chase is currently underway. Not just car chases, but even shootouts. This kind of scene that can only be seen in blockbuster movies is being staged at the moment. Rumlow watched Steve's vehicle flee ahead, and his men hadn't caught up yet. Not only that, there are still some people who have suffered casualties because of poor driving skills. Damn it, can't this catch up? Group A, bazooka, launch. Group B, prepare to crash. Rumlow can't take care of that much anymore, and the current situation will definitely make the headlines of the newspaper tomorrow. It's okay to make headlines, no one knows, people from Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D did it. As long as we can get rid of Steve, everything is fine. If it doesn't work out, that's the really big problem. 2 rocket launchers are coming, which is not so easy to dodge. Moreover, the bazooka is powerful. Even if it is not bombed, it is possible to achieve the goal if it is affected by the remaining power. At the critical moment, Tony Stark's drone played a key role. After dozens of drones spotted the rocket launcher, they formed a defense network to block the 2 rockets. Tony operated the drone remotely, and watched his drone blow up, heartbroken. "Damn Hydra, blow up another 21 of my drones." Tony watched the explosion and followed the people behind. Because of the explosion, 2 cars were overturned. The vehicles behind were also forced to stop. "Now, you should be able to run away, right?" Although Rumlow stopped, looking at the situation on the road, he knew that he could not pursue and could only rely on others. Group B, launch a death impact. High claw. That's the only way Rumlow can do it, and if Death Crash can't wipe out Steve, then he can't. Rumlow gave an order, and soon, several more cars turned around from the nearby street. The cars, at incredible speed, were heading straight for Steve. Not only that, someone was shooting from the passenger seat. This vehicle is not Nick Fury's bulletproof car, both of them are in a very dangerous situation. Fortunately, the opponent's speed is very fast, and it is impossible to aim at such a situation. Most of the bullets missed the car at all. However, once hit the car, it is still very dangerous. Steve can block one side direction with the shield, but not the other direction. Unfortunately, Sharon was shot, and the situation suddenly became dangerous. Fortunately, the old fox Nick Fury had already planned it and arranged for Hill Agent to help Steve and others. Finally appeared at this time. Nick Fury and Hill Agent drove out of the bulletproof car and helped Steve and Sharon get out of the siege. Group B's death impact plan also failed. In the end, I could only watch Steve and others walk away. Nick Fury called Steve immediately, "Follow our car and get out of here." Sharon was in critical condition, and Steve hurriedly persuaded, "Sharon, you stop the car, I'll drive, you stop the bleeding first." The 2 exchanged places, and while driving, Steve contacted Nick Fury. "Sharon has been shot, and the situation is very dangerous." Nick Fury didn't expect Alexander and Hydra to be so crazy. The Winter Soldier, Special Forces, and even Bazooka, and Death Strike, all in order to kill Steve. Hydra, that's crazy. It must be completely eradicated, otherwise, the whole world will be in danger. I will arrange people, get ready, and treat Sharon. It's just that Sharon's situation is not optimistic, she looks very painful, and her life is dying. Nick, how long is it going to be? Sharon looks like she's dying. Nick suddenly became worried, it will take another 20 minutes to arrive. That's too late. Nick Fury has no choice but to watch Sharon die. Contact Suyi, he has a solution. The phone rang again, and Suyi wanted to curse. "Call again, don't you know I'm busy?" In a bad mood, Suyi didn't plan to pick it up. It was Gwen who persuaded Suyi, so maybe there is something important. Suyi also sighed, who made me soft-hearted. Suyi listened to Gwen's advice and answered the phone. If Steve has nothing important to do, I absolutely must greet Steve well. I'm busy right now, is there anything important? Steve said hurriedly, Sharon has been shot, we may not be able to get there in time to treat her. Nick said you might be in time. Suyi froze for a moment, knowing that the situation was urgent. Although Sharon once said that she doesn't like herself, it's still inappropriate for Sharon to die like this. Suyi looked at Gwen and Felicia, both of them knew that Suyi had to leave. He gave Suyi an affirmative look, and agreed for Suyi to leave. Suyi immediately asked, where are you? I'll leave immediately. We're on 7th Avenue now and we're still going. Suyi knew the general direction, keep calling, I'll be nearby right away. For safety reasons, Suyi did not use full speed, but still arrived nearby within 1 minute. Contact Steve again and finally confirm Steve's vehicle. I saw you, you stopped the car, I will take Sharon away for treatment. Suyi also saw 2 or 3 cars chasing Steve. After thinking about it, Suyi decided to help with these cars. Suyi landed directly on the road, blocking the way of the vehicles behind. One of the cars hit Suyi directly because it was going too fast. If it is an ordinary person, then the person who flew out must be a passerby. But Suyi is not an ordinary person, Suyi's physical fitness is extremely strong. The vehicle hit Suyi, Suyi didn't move at all, but the vehicle sank in. Then the whole car was scrapped in an instant, and there was a forward roll. Seeing this, Suyi caught the car and smashed it into the next car. Suyi was also very angry in his heart, just you bastards, don't let people have a good rest, right? Killing the pursuers in an instant, Suyi vented some anger. Looking back, Steve had already parked the car on the side of the road. Suyi flew to the side of the vehicle and saw Sharon in the passenger seat. It seems that there is still a little consciousness, but it is estimated that it will pass out completely in a while. The situation is indeed not optimistic. Wait another 10 minutes, there is really no way to cure it. Man, I took it away, and I will treat her well. Seeing that Suyi was going to take Sharon away, Steve immediately asked, Bucky, what about him? He's been brainwashed, can you cure him? Look for Professor X, he should be able to help Bucky recover some memories. Besides, Bucky may need a psychiatrist. In the last Island War, Steve also met Professor X. Thank you, please save Sharon. I will try my best. Finished. Suyi took Sharon to the space carrier to find Natasha Romanoff. Sharon's condition is dangerous and normal medical procedures will do. Suyi also has theoretical knowledge in medical skills and can definitely do it. It's just that Suyi has a better way, which is to use spells to heal. The treatment process is very simple, help take out the bullet, and then start the treatment with a spell. Quickly stop the bleeding, and then start repairing the damaged organs. Soon, the internal organs fully recovered, and the muzzle of the gun began to heal and scab. Even, the blood scabs fell off, and the wound healed completely, without even leaving a trace. The whole process was extremely fast, and in just a few minutes, Sharon's injury was healed. If you go to the hospital, it will take several hours for emergency treatment, let alone postoperative recovery. This is the power and convenience of super ability. Sharon opened her eyes and saw that Natasha Romanoff was healing herself. And Suyi was at the side, waiting quietly. Sharon probably guessed what happened during this period. Suyi must have brought herself here to allow Natasha Romanoff to heal herself. Thank you, Natasha Romanoff. And you, Suyi, you're welcome, you've almost recovered. You can fully recover after a little rest these few days. Sharon felt her body, it didn't look like she was injured at all. How long has it been? A few minutes. Sharon was amazed, such an ability was simply too powerful, and he healed herself in a few minutes. Therapy is over, it's time for me to go back, Natasha Romanoff. Suyi really wanted to stay with Natasha Romanoff for a while, but there were still people waiting for her at home. Natasha Romanoff said, exactly, take me back. Suyi looked at Natasha Romanoff curiously, Nick Fury is going to sabotage the Insight plan and needs my help. I plan to contact you tomorrow and ask you to pick me up. Suyi asked, so, tonight, you can do whatever you want. Natasha Romanoff charmed Suyi with her eyes, it's what you want to do. It's the same. Suyi took the initiative to wrap her arms around Natasha Romanoff's waist, do you have anything else to prepare? I'm all set. Sharon looked at Suyi and Natasha Romanoff making love to each other, and suddenly felt that she was superfluous. Sharon, come on, we should go back. Sharon moved closer, I don't like being too close to you. Suyi pretended not to hear, and took the initiative to hug Sharon. What did you say? Sharon felt a little helpless. I said, it's time to go. Sharon had already acquiesced in Suyi's little tricks, and Suyi took the two beauties home with each other. Beauty Sharon, do you want to stay and rest? My villa is very big and there are still rooms available. Sharon looked around, it was clearly Suyi's own bedroom. Right now, Gwen and Felicia are still worried about Suyi. Seeing that Suyi came back safely, the two of them were completely relieved. Sharon knew that she was redundant. So, he immediately said, no need, I can go back by myself. Natasha Romanoff dissuaded, stay here, we'll meet Nick Fury tomorrow. Sharon stopped and suddenly remembered something. Steve was attacked and he helped Steve himself. If I go back now, I will definitely be taken away by Alexander's people for questioning. In this way, I will definitely not be able to go home. Suyi's purpose is impure, but he probably won't do anything outrageous. Okay, I'll just stay and rest for the night. After Suyi arranged the room for Sharon, she didn't have the time to pay attention to Sharon. Within tonight, there is definitely no way to complete the strategy. So instead of spending time with Sharon, go talk to Natasha Romanoff. What's more, there are still people waiting for him in the bedroom. Rumlow's pursuit failed, and Steve fled for good. Not only that, their winter soldier was also taken away by Steve. Alexander was very angry when he heard the report. I lost my wife and lost my army. Not to mention the failure of the plan, one of his trump cards, the winter soldier, was also taken away by Steve. The top priority now is to see the possibility of the plan being destroyed. According to Steve, Steve will expose the Insight plan, which will definitely arouse opposition from many citizens. Moreover, Alexander vaguely felt that all this should be Nick Fury's plan. Nick Fury was brought out by himself, and Alexander still can't see it at the moment. That means there is a problem with his IQ. Nick Fury, is this your plan? Stop me by exposing the Insight plan? Is this method too simple? How much do you really know? Alexander wasn't sure how much Nick Fury knew, and could only assume the worst. Let's say Nick Fury knows he's Hydra and deals with it. After thinking about it for a while, Alexander made a decision to act first. Let's take a look back first, and then, say the plan in advance again. As long as the Insight plan is successful, all those who stop Hydra can be wiped out. Alexander made a new plan and acted immediately. It's a new day, and before Nick Fury can make a move, Alexander's is already in motion. Several MPs were contacted and the news that Nick Fury is Hydra was immediately reported. Members were shocked when the news came out. Hydra, which was wiped out a long time ago, has revived? Not only that, S.H.I.E.L.D. director is also a member of Hydra? Even, Hydra secretly brainwashed Captain Steve, turning Captain Liberty into Captain Hydra? This news is too shocking. The congressmen were extremely shocked, so shocked that they panicked. I can only trust Alexander and give Alexander the task of eliminating Hydra. Alexander took the opportunity to point out the Insight plan, which was the key factor to discover Hydra, and took this opportunity to force the Insight plan in advance. Those frightened congressmen agreed to Alexander's plan without any hesitation. The first step of the plan is successful, and then the second step. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., there are people who have publicly disclosed that Nick Fury and Steve are Hydra. Although some people will not believe it, it doesn't matter. Alexander is now backed by MPs, representing justice. Nick Fury and Steve were directly labeled, and they couldn't take them off even if they wanted to. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., many agents found it unbelievable. It's unbelievable that the Director General has turned traitor. Although most people are still skeptical, under the influence of Rumlow and other real Hydra people, some people believe in this fact. Director Nick is actually from Hydra, isn't it possible? Hasn't Hydra been wiped out long ago? The captain actually betrayed, how is this possible? It's just crazy. The captain is wanted. Every member of S.H.I.E.L.D. was shocked. Faced with such a drastic change, they were also dazzled, unable to tell the truth from the fake. On the other side, Natasha Romanoff and Sharon came to the secret base together, ready to continue the next mission. Seeing Nick Fury, Suyi couldn't help joking, "Congratulations, Director of Hydra, and Captain of Hydra, you are already wanted." Nick Fury didn't panic at all, everything was pretty much as he expected. Only by hiding it and letting Alexander can't wait to promote the Insight plan, will he have a chance. Natasha Romanoff also asked curiously, "What shall we do next?" Nick Fury had a plan in mind. Natasha Romanoff, take it easy. Your mission is to infiltrate in disguise. Natasha Romanoff was extremely confident when she heard about her mission. This was originally his strong point, especially after obtaining the spell, it was even more incomprehensible. Guaranteed to complete the task. Nick Fury continued to arrange tasks for others. The purpose of Steve and others is naturally to stop Alexander head-on. Suyi's task is even simpler. On the premise of not destroying the aircraft carrier, prevent the aircraft carrier from taking off and prevent the implementation of the Insight plan. After waiting for Nick Fury to assign the task, Steve said, "I think everyone has the right to know the truth about the Insight plan. I plan to expose the Insight plan." Nick Fury, what do you think? Nick Fury didn't object. In this way, it can indeed disrupt Alexander's plan, so that they have to find a way to deal with it. After getting support, Suyi suggested, "Steve, you can record a video to reveal the truth of the Insight plan to everyone, and just ask Tony to help promote it." Good idea. With that said, Steve started recording the video. Natasha Romanoff has a new target, Bucky the Winter Soldier. Natasha Romanoff had previously fought the Winter Soldier, left her with a scar and could no longer wear a bikini. Fortunately, after obtaining the charm, the scar has completely recovered, and there is no trace of it anymore. I didn't expect the Winter Soldier to be Bucky. Suyi also lamented, one became a hero admired by thousands of people, but the other was dragged into the abyss. I heard he was brainwashed, can you do anything? I can help him retrieve some memories, but it should take him a while to recognize himself. What's more, there is still a possibility that he will be brainwashed again. Suyi doesn't understand the forgetting curse, and she doesn't want to open up parallel spaces inexplicably. If you can use Mind Gem, it should help. However, Loki returned to Asgard with a psychic scepter. Natasha Romanoff said, He is a hero and at the same time, a man of Hydra. At that time, his situation will be even more difficult. Steve and I suggested that after Bucky is cured, send Bucky to a remote place and let Bucky live in peace. This is also a good way. Steve quickly recorded a video and played it completely live. Not only did it explain the truth about the Insight Plan, but it also inspired some people to oppose the Insight Plan together. Suyi and Natasha Romanoff were amazed after watching Steve's performance. After receiving the video, Suyi sent a copy to the newspaper and another copy to Tony. Later, the newspaper and Tony played Steve's video and spread it. You know, Steve is the idol of many people and the spiritual pillar. However, it never occurred to me that Steve became a member of Hydra. Now, to see Steve come forward to clarify, to hear Steve speak about freedom, is thrilling. I will always trust the captain. Fredo. It turns out that Alexander is from Hydra. Oh my god, Hydra actually exists, it's just too scary. Steve is Hydra, and Project Insight is here to protect us. He is wanted, he must be a bad guy. Alexander watched the news flying all over the sky with a gloomy expression. Steve actually announced the Insight project, and even guessed that he was Hydra. Alexander immediately sent someone to block the news. However, it has no effect at all. No way, Suyi has a genius Tony Stark and a hacker Master Sky. Hydra can't fight against it at all. As for Dr. Zola, who survives in the form of data, he can't do this. Alexander had no choice but to know that there would be discussions. Fortunately, I slapped Steve first and gave Steve a hat. Now, there is a lot of discussion on the internet, and no one can convince anyone. Some people support Steve, thinking that Steve represents freedom and justice. There are also people who support Alexander. After all, Alexander represents the officialdom. Both parties said that the other party was a member of Hydra, but neither party produced evidence. Under such circumstances, many people still choose to believe in Steve. After all, Steve was the first superhero, inspiring a generation. As a symbol, it has been handed down to this day. Seeing that the situation was not good for him, Alexander had a solution. Rumlow put out some information about the Winter Soldier as proof that Bucky is Hydra. Clear. Now that the Winter Soldier is out of his control, it is better to just give up. Not only can you give it up, but you can also use it for the last time. Why not do it? As long as the Insight program is successful, everything is fine. Soon, S.H.I.E.L.D. released some information about Bucky the Winter Soldier. According to my investigation, the Winter Soldier who has been active all this time is actually Bucky Barnes, who disappeared back then. Bucky Barnes was brainwashed by Hydra and became a weapon of Hydra. We suspect that the same goes for Captain Steve, who was also brainwashed by Hydra and became a puppet of Hydra. Alexander's move can be described as insidious and vicious, and it hits the nail on the head. Because Bucky Barnes is indeed the Winter Soldier, and he is indeed a man of Hydra. Even Alexander released information to confirm this. Steve couldn't argue with this part. Such evidence is enough to prove that Bucky Barnes is from Hydra. That was enough to convince many people to believe the news, to believe in Alexander. Even if the second half of the content is false, it is groundless. Oh my god, Barnes is really a member of Hydra. Could it be that Captain Steve was really brainwashed? Don't think too much about it, it sure is. Damn Hydra, I'm going to the museum, I'm going to burn all the items in this Hydra. Supporting the Insights program, I don't want to be surrounded by people from Hydra. It turns out that the captain is a member of Hydra. No wonder Hydra was not completely eliminated at the beginning. Steve, you are Hydra, go to hell. Steve has been classified as a fugitive and has been labeled Hydra. Steve didn't care about his reputation, but Alexander clearly had the support of more people. In this way, it may be more difficult to destroy the Insight plan. And then there's Bucky. Steve knew that Bucky had been brainwashed into doing those things and couldn't help himself. However, many people will not care about these, and will only treat Bucky as Hydra and lock him up completely. The debate continued online, with Alexander gaining more support. Some people who opposed Steve were already planning to go to the museum and destroy all the items left by Steve and the commandos. Such a result is what Alexander is willing to see. After completing this operation, the Insight plan was advanced again. It can be said that there is no obstacle, except for Nick Fury and Steve and others. Alexander knew that Nick Fury definitely had a whole card, and Alexander was also ready to fight Nick Fury. The Insight plan has been advanced again, just the day after tomorrow. On this day, Alexander will invite several important characters to witness the success of the Insight project and Hydra to control the world. Definitely, during this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. has strengthened its internal defenses, all done by Rumlow's people. Not only that, but the outside world is also stepping up the arrest of Steve. Other than not getting Nick Fury and Steve, everything else went well. Rumlow, make sure nobody blocks Insight project. Yes. Hi Claw. There were only 2 hours left before the Vision project, and Alexander knew that Steve would definitely come. Alexander waited patiently. This time, Steve had to be wiped out. In the secret base, Steve and others are ready to go, waiting to break through the siege and stop the Insight plan. It's almost time to act. Suyi directly uses the space gem to open a space channel to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Tricurved Wing headquarters. Steve leads the way, through the portal. Sharon, Hill, Phil Coulson, Peter, Gwen, Antonia, and Yelena followed closely behind. Not only these people, but also a small team of trusted S.H.I.E.L.D agents. A few people had just appeared inside S.H.I.E.L.D, and they raised the alarm. Alarm, alert. Alexander suddenly realized that the situation was not good, because the position where Steve and others appeared was not a good thing for Alexander. He originally thought that Steve and others could only attack from the outside. Unexpectedly, they still have the method of teleportation, and directly sent in a pair of elites. Moreover, the target of Steve and others is not his Alexander, but the space carrier. The core of the Insight plan is naturally these 3 spaceships. If they can't regain control of the space carrier, they won't be able to implement the plan. Tony, you take a set of computers to control the space carrier, you can't let him take off. Others, follow me to stop Hydra. The battle plan was perfect, but Suyi felt something unusual. Not far away, there seems to be a powerful super ability being approaching. Suyi immediately reminded, be careful, Hydra should also have super abilities. Hydra was the first to study the cosmic cube, and they were also the first to develop super serum. After hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D, although it has kept a low profile a lot, it has not lagged behind in terms of technology. Even if a super serum is developed, it is not uncommon to develop a person with a super ability. In just a few seconds, a wave of energy has quickly approached. Suyi watched the surrounding lights start to flicker, and immediately realized a person, Electro Max. It was only then that Suyi remembered that there were a lot of superpowers imprisoned in S.H.I.E.L.D back then. Unexpectedly, Alexander actually released these people to fight against him. Peter's spider telepathy frantically issued a warning, and Peter also felt that something was wrong. Oh, it seems that something is not right. I seem to have seen this scene before. As soon as Peter finished speaking, a flash of lightning appeared in front of everyone, turning into a human. Steve watched in amazement at the sudden appearance of Electro. In a previous era, Steve was a monster. However, in this day and age, Steve found that it seemed abnormal to not have any super abilities. Utilizing super serum strengthening physical fitness by yourself is nothing at all. At least, he still looks like a human being. But this guy in front of him turned out to be the same as a bolt of lightning. It's outrageous. Before Steve could speak, several people ran out from other directions. Strong Jinbin, half human, half lizard Professor Lizard, Green the abomination of the Titan family, Scene Man Magneto, these villains who were defeated by Suyi reappeared. These people are easy for Suyi to deal with. However, for Steve et.al., it is more troublesome. Among several villains, only Jinbing and Professor Lizard may be easier to deal with. The two don't have much ability, they just improve their physical fitness. As for the other 3, the abomination's physical strength was far beyond imagination. Electric Max and Magneto, ability is too strong and too buggy. Peter looked at these people and couldn't help complaining, it looks like the situation is not good. Suyi stood up, don't worry, I will make a move. Abomination, Electro, and Magneto to me. The others, leave it to you. Suyi looked at these people and started to act immediately. Suyi's first target was naturally Electron. Electric Man's ability is too buggy, if he doesn't deal with it, he will be able to run around, causing endless troubles. And Suyi's way to deal with Electron is also very simple, that is to absorb all the energy of Electron. This time, the Electro-Optic Man obviously came here with full energy, ready to kill the quartet. However, the moment he saw Suyi, Dion Guangran faltered. Suyi is not afraid of the electric energy he releases, and can even absorb his energy. For Electron, Suyi is simply a match for him. Damn it, why is this guy here? Go and deal with this guy, my ability is restrained by him. Seeing that the Electric Man wanted to run, Suyi teleported directly and appeared beside the Electric Man. However, this guy is too flexible and really hard to control. If Suyi wants to absorb the energy of Electroman, he must absorb all the nearby electric energy. However, Suyi has other options. Seeing the timing, Suyi took out the cosmic cube. Confinement. As the voice fell, the Electro-Optical Man who was still in electric form was actually frozen in the air. Electro was in a panic. This man is really too restrained. It's fine if you can absorb your own energy, now there is an additional control skill. You can't even run away, so is this still for people to play with? Before the Electro-Optical Man complained, Suyi had already started energy absorbing. Electro's energy was quickly absorbed by Suyi. After ensuring that the Electron Man had no combat power and could no longer change into the electric form, Suyi set his sights on the next target. Max, you'd better stay here honestly. Don't think about absorbing electricity to escape, otherwise, I will have to absorb all your remaining energy. Electron knew what Suyi meant, it was a threat, a blatant threat. The Electro-Optical Man can be said to be the incarnation of the Electro-Optical Man now. If all the energy is absorbed, the Electro-Optical Man will completely dissipate in the universe. Faced with Suyi's threat, Electron had no choice but to do so. Then there is hatred. A powerful abomination, extremely destructive. If Suyi wants to control the loss, he must make a quick decision, and beat the hatred to the ground as soon as possible, until he is convinced. As for the Scene Man Magneto, he has not moved. Suyi was a little curious about what this old guy was thinking. Is it because there is no ostentation, no preparations for the scene, and unable to show their strength? Or is this old guy planning something? Controlling metal and even magnetic force fields can definitely do a lot of things sneakily. So, even when fighting the abomination, Suyi kept his eyes on Magneto. On the other side, Kim fights Steve. Kim does look stronger, but still not as strong as Steve. In terms of fighting skills, both of them are very strong. Calculated, Steve should be stronger. In the battle between the two, Steve gradually gained the upper hand. Peter cooperated with Gwen to deal with Professor Lizard. This is also an old rival, and Peter and Gwen handled it very smoothly. Suyi decided to make a quick decision, rushed in front of Abomination and directly used his trump card, Rising Dragon Fist. With a punch on the jaw of Abomination, Abomination fell on his back. This punch almost shattered Hate's jaw. This is still a situation where the strength is controlled. If you use all your strength, it will definitely be headshot directly, turning the Abomination into a headless titan. Suyi looked at the Abomination who fell to the ground, and decided to make up 2 more punches. Hurry up and change back to human form. I can't help it with hatred, the person I met is a real bug-like existence. While hunting Hulk, Brunsky fought Hulk many times and fell in love with Hulk's great strength. He gained Hulk's strength through untold hardships. He thought he was invincible, but was beaten by Suyi one after another. He didn't fight last time, and this time, Brunsky found that Suyi seemed to be stronger. Like a god, extremely powerful and invincible? With an easy double play, Suyi set his sights on Magneto. Although I haven't won Lorna yet, it will be sooner or later. Magneto as his future father-in-law. Those who should be taken care of must still be taken care of. Magneto, are you going to do it too? Magneto shook his head. I'm not interested in fighting for them. I have been fighting for many years with only one goal, and that is for the future of mutant. The things here have nothing to do with me. What's more, I'm not your opponent. After listening to Magneto's words, Suyi understood. Magneto didn't intend to do anything at all, he just came to join in the fun. Even so, I can't let you go. Suyi is still worried that Magneto will cause trouble after going out. Even if he doesn't make trouble, there are probably some mutants who want to make trouble. So, the best way is to keep Magneto closed. Magneto also had no objection. I am not your opponent, definitely you have the final say. Magneto also knew that he was an old bone, but he couldn't stand Suyi's punch. As for the other means of detail, Suyi can also guard against it. So, instead of having a big fight, get beaten up, and locked up again. It's better to watch the show honestly and wait until the matter is over. Soon, the battle between Steve and Peter was over, and Jinbin and Professor Lizard were defeated. Since then, the superpowers sent by Alexander have been completely defeated. Alexander watched all this from the monitor, his eyes tearing open. He originally thought that the Avengers' plan was just a joke. Regarding the Battle of the Island, Nick Fury also concealed a lot of confidence. Only now did he realize how powerful Suyi is. Suyi picked up 2, and the remaining 2 were also defeated. Alexander saw the situation through monitoring. These few people are vulnerable. Alexander's face was ashen, and he said nothing. The Insight plan is only short of this last step. Is it about to fail? Alexander would never allow this to happen. It seems that this is the only way to use it. Alexander had no choice but to use the last hole card. This last hole card, Alexander has been hiding for many years. Now, in order to gain insight into the plan, this is the only way to do so. After Suyi completed his own task, he helped solve Romlo's team. The weapons used by these people are not bad. They should be weapons developed by studying the cosmic cube. Such a weapon puts the people of S.H.I.E.L.D at a disadvantage. However, as Suyi joined the fight, Romlo and others were quickly disarmed and knocked down. Since then, Alexander's offensive has come to an end. If Alexander had no other trump card, the Insight plan would have failed completely. Suyi fell into thinking, wondering what hidden power Alexander still had. After all, this is a whole new universe. The movies, TV, and comics I have watched may not be exactly the same as this world. In the movie, Hydra is relatively weak, and there are no particularly powerful super ability users. There is only one Red Skull, and there are 2 superpowers, brothers and sisters Pietro and Wanda. With Project Insight blocked, Hydra was largely useless. Suyi thought of Sky. If Sky existed, would there be other aliens? For example, a powerful alien, a hive? In the TV series, this guy is also powerful. In the comics, Hydra is even more powerful, almost everywhere. Key figures have been killed many times, but Hydra has not been completely wiped out. Peter immediately relaxed. It seems that the problem is solved, isn't it? As soon as Peter finished speaking, Suyi got a perception, and a new enemy appeared. Be careful, someone is coming. Peter's spider telepathy also started working. Oh, it seems that it has not been resolved. Gwen was speechless, Peter was a crowmouth. However, no matter who the opponent is, with Suyi around, it shouldn't be a big problem. Soon, some superpowers appeared in front of Suyi and others. Suyi can feel that these people are very special. Steve immediately yelled, ready to fight. Suyi also couldn't see the super abilities of these people, but they shouldn't be weak. In Suyi's doubts, one of the men moved his lips slightly and made a sound. The sound immediately formed a gigantic shockwave, spreading towards the front. Suyi was shocked. This ability, this power, why does it feel so like the inhuman Black Bolt King? However, Suyi found no trace of the Inhumans if the moon was on the backside. Moreover, after discovering Sky, Suyi also asked Nick Fury to investigate the Inhumans and the mist of Turigen, but found nothing. Inhumans, in the comics, are the experimental product of the Kree, living on the back of the moon, and their leader is Black Bolt. Black Bolt King has a powerful ability and is the lord of the Inhuman race. However, in Wanda's family search, he was easily killed by Wanda in seconds. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent TV series, there are no members of the Inhuman royal family like Black Bolt King. Peter and others were shocked by the sound waves, and their heads were a little dazed. Oh, my ears, this guy's ability. Fortunately, Steve used the shield to block the impact, but the sonic attack couldn't be stopped. Seeing that Gwen was injured, Suyi immediately became angry. Regardless of whether you are the Black Bolt King or not, anyone who dares to touch me will die. Suyi rushed over, and this fake Black Bat King found out that Suyi was not affected much, so he quickly stepped up his efforts. The sonic attack is indeed very strong. However, Suyi's physical fitness resisted the negative effects of the attack. Suyi was about to take action to deal with this fake Black Bat King, and others also took action one after another, using their abilities to stop Suyi. One of them reaches out and releases countless microscopic parasites. Suyi was completely shocked that the hive really existed. Damn, Nick Fury misled me. While complaining, Suyi teleported away quickly. The hive seems to have the ability to devour other people's super abilities. Suyi is not sure if she can block these parasites. In short, very dangerous. Everyone, retreat, it's dangerous here. While giving instructions, Suyi tried hard to remember. Hive, how should we deal with it? The hive does not rely on energy to attack, but relies on countless parasites. This is a very tricky question. If you are not careful, you will also be tricked. Energy barrier. Suyi didn't dare to come into direct contact with the hive. After all, this thing is not for fun, it might be swallowed and occupied by the body. Suyi used the energy barrier to test to see if he could stop the hive. However, the effect is not great. The parasites in the hive can indeed devour these energies. Suyi knew that the method of using energy to protect himself was probably not going to work. Suyi can only dodge and think of a solution while protecting herself. Hurry up. In the TV series, how was the hive defeated? Suyi was so anxious that she couldn't think of a way to solve the hive. Not only the fake Black Bolt, but also the hive, and several other super ability users. Suyi was double-teamed and the situation was very dangerous. Parasite, bug. Yes, I can use fire, and I can also freeze. It appears that these parasites also need air. Suyi thought of a solution. Hive, right? Suyi took out the cosmic cube and imprisoned several people directly. The fake Black Bolt King and the hive were imprisoned in place, unable to move. However, this is not the end. Suyi opened the teleportation channel, and immediately there was a huge amount of attraction, which attracted these people. Suyi's teleportation channel opened directly to outer space, and these people were teleported into space in an instant. Radiation is strong in space, and it is still a vacuum environment. Even those with super abilities may not be able to survive these extreme environments. What's more, Suyi also chose a very special location, which is near the sun. Suyi followed, also appearing in outer space. Looking at these people, Suyi wasn't sure if they were still alive. Never mind, though. Suyi decides to let Taeyang deal with them. These people shouldn't be resurrected from the sun, right? Suyi quickly dispelled this doubt. After all, they are neither Ultraman nor Kryptonians, so there is no reason why they can survive in front of the sun. Suyi used energy to push these people's bodies towards the sun. Watching these people dissipate completely, Suyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Praise the sun. Suyi returned from the edge of the sun, checked carefully, and made sure that the hive had been completely wiped out. And there were no superpowers sent by Alexander nearby, so he relaxed. Damn, I didn't expect that Alexander still has such a whole card. However, fortunately, I have a better skill. Suyi looked at the cosmic cube and was even more satisfied. It is indeed a treasure that can affect the universe, but it is convenient and easy to use. When Suyi came back, Gwen heard Suyi's complaints, and immediately asked, Su, are you okay? I'm fine. Gwen asked hurriedly, where did you go just now? There is a guy who is more difficult to deal with. I sent him to the arms of the sun. Peter was shocked when he heard that. Walter, you still go to the sun. Just get close to the sun and use the ability to send them in. It's so cool, you're not afraid of the heat of the sun. Suyi replied, I'm still afraid, so my position from the sun is actually quite far away. Suyi was not in the mood to talk too much with Peter, but started calling Nick Fury. Braised egg, are you here? Nick Fury knows that this is Suyi's nickname for himself. In normal times, Nick Fury might argue, but today, it was Suyi who contributed the most. Moreover, Nick Fury can also find that Suyi is very angry, because these people, especially the hive, are difficult for Suyi to deal with. Otherwise, Suyi would not use the operation of sending people into space to defeat these people. I am here. Brine, I'm very disappointed in you. I remember you telling me that there are no Turigen crystals. Where did these people come from if there were no Turigen crystals? Peter asked suspiciously, what do these people have to do with that Turigen crystal? Suyi explained, these people are obviously aliens, the product of the research of the Kree, and Turigen crystals must be used to awakening super abilities. Nick Fury is also very wronged. I promise, I have never found any information about Turigen crystals. Suyi was also stunned. Nick Fury, the old fox, doesn't look like he's lying either. Where did these people come from if there were no Turigen crystals? If you want to know the answer to this question, you can only ask Alexander Pierce. If there is no Turigen crystal, then how these people came here must be understood. This matter, without Suyi saying, Nick Fury will do the same. He never expected that Alexander Pierce could hide so deeply. Not only the people of Hydra, but also presided over the Insight program, and even secretly cultivated Winter Soldier and these super abilities. Regardless of how it was done, Nick Fury must know how many such superpowers Alexander has. I'll be right there. During this time, Tony has occupied the systems of 3 space carriers, ensuring that the space carriers cannot be lifted into the air. Now, the people sent by Alexander have also been dealt with, and there is only one last thing left, which is to capture Alexander, the boss of Hydra. Alexander watched Suyi take these people away and finally came back by himself. You know, the outcome has been decided, and the outcome has been decided. His strongest hole card was actually wiped out like this, and Alexander's heart was ashamed. These people were created and trained by Strucker. Baron Strucker, as the chief researcher of Hydra, has mastered a variety of technologies, including some technologies of the Kree. Strucker used the blood of the Kree to carry out research and transformation. In the end, these aliens were successfully produced. However, because of the high difficulty and low success rate, only 5 aliens were cultivated. As a result, Suyi caught them all in one go. So far, Alexander has no other cards. This also means that the Insight program has completely failed. At this time, Nick Fury has arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury rushed to the scene with Phil Coulson, and the situation on the scene didn't even need Natasha Romanoff to control it. Nick Fury looked at Alexander Pierce. Pierce, I want to know how those people just got here. Alexander smiled, did not answer, but changed the topic. What are you going to do next? Nick Fury knew that Alexander was making a joke of himself. If Nick Fury doesn't deal with it decisively, then Hydra is likely to escape with a docked tail. In the words of Hydra, that is to chop off one head and grow 2 heads. Nick Fury said calmly, I will publish all the information of S.H.I.E.L.D. so that you Hydra have nowhere to hide. Alexander did not expect Nick Fury to do this. Although it is a bit like Nick Fury's decisive style, it seems a bit too extreme. Nick, do you know what that means? It means that what S.H.I.E.L.D. has done all these years will be made public, and S.H.I.E.L.D. will be disbanded. At this moment, Steve appeared with the shield on his back. Only in this way can Hydra be completely wiped out, isn't it? Alexander glanced at Steve, and immediately understood that the idea of killing S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra together originated from Steve. And only Steve can't tolerate Hydra and these dark methods. Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff took off her disguise and revealed her true self. Alexander was extremely shocked, because he knew that there was an accident in the operation of Natasha Romanoff's research. Unexpectedly, Natasha Romanoff was still alive, and even hid by her side. The more Alexander thought about it, the more terrifying he became. Do you mean you've been suspicious of me since before Natasha Romanoff disappeared? Nick Fury made no secret. Yes, Natasha Romanoff's disappearance is just a small part of the plan. Natasha Romanoff begins operations, making S.H.I.E.L.D.'s material available to the public. And this last step requires Nick Fury's verification. Nick Fury came to the screen and took off the blindfold to reveal the injured eye. With the final verification, the task is complete. Nick Fury pressed the enter key without any hesitation. The information of S.H.I.E.L.D. is made public, which also means that the people of Hydra have no place to hide anymore. Alexander, Rumlow, and others, no matter where they are, cannot escape. Steve watched with satisfaction. Hydra was finally going to be cleaned up, so it was right for Carter. Captain, go grab these Hydra men. Yes. Steve looked at the files. Those Hydra people had been exposed. There was an uproar inside SHIELD. No one expected that the colleagues around them were actually from Hydra. Hydra members who are not within S.H.I.E.L.D. have not yet heard of the success of Project Insight. Nick Fury has passed the certification, and all the information of S.H.I.E.L.D. is released to the public. Everything that S.H.I.E.L.D. has done has been made public. The hidden members of Hydra have also been fully exposed. This way, it is clear at a glance who is the real Hydra and who is not. All of a sudden, there was a shocking commotion on the internet. Members of Congress are also aware of the seriousness of the problem. Hydra, such a notorious organization, has developed and grown to its current state under its own nose. If it wasn't for this incident, the world would be messed up again by Hydra when the Insight project really succeeded. As the information spread, all parties reacted quickly. The members of Hydra ran away in a hurry. If you don't run at the moment, you won't be able to run away again. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., the identities of those Hydra agents were exposed, and other agents were naturally the ones who chose to capture these HYDRAs. In the outside world, Phobali immediately took action, preparing to arrest Hydra. If this makes the Hydra people run away, there will be endless troubles. Nick Fury's behavior also means that S.H.I.E.L.D. will also be completely banned. Nick Fury, you do this, do you know what it means? Nick Fury didn't panic at all, and immediately came up with a new report. Members of Congress, our biggest threat right now is not the people of this world, but from outer space. Many people know that nearly 20 years ago, the Kree spaceship came to Midgard and was repelled by Ms. Marvel, Carol. Not long ago, an alien named Titan sent a Chitauri vanguard force, which was repulsed by the Avengers Alliance on the island. In the vast universe, there are many enemies. Our attention should be placed on these alien empires to avoid being invaded by them. Therefore, I plan to set up the Heavenly Sword Bureau as a sharp sword against aliens. Nick Fury's plan has become more daring, and it has also attracted the consideration of the Security Council. However, in a short time, there may not be an answer. Group after group of Hydra members have been arrested, and Alexander has been taken away. However, until now, Alexander has not revealed too much information about Hydra. In other words, defeating the Insight plan and capturing Alexander this time will definitely hurt Hydra's vitality, but it should not be completely destroyed. In the case of Hydra, there must be secret bases in other places, probably quite a few. In order to completely eradicate Hydra, these secret bases need to be dealt with. Definitely, it is estimated that there is still a part of Hydra, which will be transferred immediately, hidden, waiting for the opportunity, and then making plans. Nick Fury got rid of the people in the Security Council, but put the target on other secret bases of Hydra. With so many secret bases, they must all be wiped out. Steve, there is another task that needs you to complete. Steve wasn't stupid either, and immediately realized what the new mission was. Hydra's secret bases, I will eradicate them all. That's good, I will call the members of the Avengers Alliance to help you. Steve didn't expect to call Hydra after waking up. This Hydra is really a centipede, dead but not stiff. The Insight project was destroyed, and the S.H.I.E.L.D affair came to an end. Suyi and Gwen and Peter left first, and let Nick Fury handle the follow-up matters. In the evening, Natasha Romanoff unexpectedly showed up uninvited. Before Natasha Romanoff came back, she lived in the old villa. This time, Natasha Romanoff actually took the initiative to find a new villa. Natasha Romanoff, why are you here? Natasha Romanoff looked at Suyi with charming eyes. Could it be? Can't I come? Definitely not. Suyi directly pulled Natasha Romanoff in, allowing Natasha Romanoff to meet other beauties. Natasha Romanoff then pulled Suyi aside and got down to business. I have already asked Alexander about the super abilities that Alexander sent out at the end, but he didn't say anything. However, after investigation, I found some clues. What clue? Natasha Romanoff took out the information and handed it to Suyi. This man, Strucker, is a well-known researcher in Hydra. He has researched and manufactured a lot of new weapons. Not so, he is also keen on researching super abilities. These people should be created by his research. Suyi asked curiously, is there really no Turigen crystal? Natasha Romanoff shook her head. According to your description, I searched for the recovered items, but found nothing. Suyi fell into deep thought. Maybe the situation in this world is really different. In this world, maybe there are no Inhumans. In the TV series, Sky is a member of the Inhumans and uses Turigen crystals to successfully awakening. If Sky is not an Inhuman race, even if he gets the Turigen crystal, Sky may not be able to awakening. How Strack did it is not important for the time being. In this way, it is very likely that Strucker also controls other super ability users. Natasha Romanoff replied, it's possible. Suyi's question was answered, and Suyi asked, the S.H.I.E.L.D matter is over, when will you go back with Nick's bald head? Natasha Romanoff replied, I, Yelena, and Antonia will also follow along to eradicate other Hydra secret bases. I'm leaving tomorrow, and I'm here to say goodbye to you. It is not impossible to let Natasha Romanoff follow to eradicate Hydra's secret base. However, the current members of the Avengers Alliance seem not to be strong enough. Especially without the two great strengths of Thor and Hulk, it is estimated that the charge will be much weaker. Fortunately, Natasha Romanoff has a spell. Even if she is injured, she can be treated, and her life should not be in danger. You're going to wipe out the secret base. Who else is Steve besides you? And Iron Man Tony, Human Torch John, Hawkeye Linton, and the Abominable Brunsky. Suyi was a little surprised, but also hated. Natasha Romanoff also saw Suyi's surprise. Alexander sent them out and inspired Nick Fury. So, Nick decided to let these people play a little role instead of being locked up all the time. Only hate, what about the others? The others are unwilling to cooperate. Only the Abomination, who was originally a fighter. With hatred, it would indeed be much better. Brunsky, transformed into an abomination, is also able to maintain his sanity. Since you agreed, there shouldn't be too many problems. I'm leaving tomorrow, and I have a gift here. What gift? Suyi took out 2 charms, which are the rewards he got today. Rabbit spell, ability is fast movement. There is also a sheep charm that can soul astral. Suyi handed these 2 spells to Natasha Romanoff, one step closer to Natasha Romanoff getting all 12 spells. We're leaving tomorrow, tonight. Suyi understood what Natasha Romanoff meant, and immediately decided to leave with Natasha Romanoff and go to the old villa to find Yelena and Antonia. Steve took the members of the Avengers Alliance to eradicate Hydra's secret bases all over the world. This task is also not simple and takes a long time. It must be resolved as soon as possible. If it is not good, Hydra will be transferred. At the very beginning, the fighting basically never stopped. At some secret bases in the back, after Steve and others arrived, all the people in the bases had already left, leaving only the secret bases. In some secret bases, the members left in a hurry, people ran away, and all their things were left behind. Some are more thorough, leaving nothing but an empty base. Steve and others acted very quickly. Even so, it is estimated that it will take more than a month to eradicate all these secret bases. During this time, Suyi was naturally busy with her own affairs. According to Steve's instructions, Phil Coulson is going to take Bucky to Mutant Academy. Bucky was brainwashed and lost his memory. Suyi's suggestion to him is to ask him to go to Professor X and ask Professor X to help, and he will definitely be able to restore his memory. During this time, Bucky regained consciousness. Phil Coulson has prepared a lot of material for Bucky, about Bucky himself, and about Steve. Looking at these files, Bucky felt as if some gaps had been opened in the dusty memories. It's just that Bucky is not sure whether these are really his memories, or if he imagined them based on these materials. Bucky was chained and taken to Mutant Academy, where he quickly caught the attention of the Academy's teens. Although these people were curious, they didn't pay much attention to it. Everyone is still doing their own thing. Phil Coulson found Professor X and revealed his identity and purpose. Professor, I'm S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Phil Coulson. Professor X also knows Phil Coulson, a good guy. After all, Hydra has been arrested, and the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents should be good people. Hi, Phil Coulson agent, how can I help you? Phil Coulson went straight to the point. He is the captain's good friend Bucky, but because he was brainwashed by Hydra, he forgot his previous memories. Mr. So said that you should have a way to help him recover his memory. Professor X helped Wolverine Logan recover some memories, not all. As for Bucky's case, it seems simpler. I can try. After speaking, he began to act. Sit next to Bucky and start influencing Bucky with psychic power. Soon, Professor X found the sealed memory. These seals were opened, and the memories of the past flooded up like a flood. Bucky remembered everything, and finally had an answer to the question of who he was. I am not a weapon of Hydra, but a person with thoughts and feelings. All the memories from when I was a child to when I fell into the cliff all surfaced. Bucky recalled the images and knew everything about himself. Steve. Bucky was very excited, because he found out that his good brother Steve was still alive and still very young. But soon, Bucky was silent again. Looking at one of his hands, he couldn't help trembling. What have I done? Bucky remembered, about his memories of being the Winter Soldier. I was sent to perform many tasks, and I hurt a lot. Even if these were not of my own will, I did do a lot of wrong things. But these memories do exist. Bucky has to live with these guilt feelings for the rest of his life. At this moment, Bucky didn't know whether it was a good thing to restore his memory. However, all of this must be faced by oneself after all. Professor X helped Bucky recover his memory and found out that Bucky's condition was not good. You'd better hire a psychiatrist for him to enlighten him. Phil Coulson couldn't tell, Bucky's mood swings were wild. After all, he regained his memory and learned about his past. So many memories, good and bad, flooding my mind together. Ordinary people, it is estimated that it is difficult to accept. What's more, Bucky still has a lot of painful memories in his memory. Thank you, Professor. I will help him find an excellent psychology professor to solve his psychological problems. Phil Coulson didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. Bucky recovered his past memory, and now, he only needs to find an excellent psychiatrist to help him enlighten, and the problem will be solved. Bucky said suddenly, can I go back to Brooklyn and have a look? Both Bucky and Steve are from Brooklyn and grew up together. It's always been Bucky protecting the skinny Steve. Until Steve injected super serum, he became a super soldier, captain, and superhero. However, after experiencing torture and suffering, he became a villain. Phil Coulson hesitated for a while, but agreed. It would definitely be good for Bucky to have more good memories. After returning to Liberty City, Phil Coulson took Bucky back to Brooklyn, back to where the two lived before. However, after so many years, this place is no longer what it used to be. Bucky looked around, seeing nothing familiar. It's not that things have changed, but that everything has changed. Bucky recovered his memory, and he accepted his fate. This is the case with my own situation, and the next step is to wait for my own trial and punishment. Although I was in a state of brainwashing at the beginning, the punishment should be relatively light. But, Bucky didn't feel relaxed at all, because these things are always on my mind. Bucky hoped that he could die and pay for his sins. Bucky also knows that if something happens to him, Steve will probably be very upset. At this modern point in time, Steve is an outdated old man with no connection to this new era. If I also leave Steve, Steve will really become a lonely family. For Steve, Bucky has to live well too. Bucky's affairs came to an end and his memory was successfully restored. The next step is to receive treatment while waiting for arrangements. Suyi's idea is to put Bucky in Wakanda, so that Bucky can spend the rest of his life in peace. It is relatively closed, and it can be said to be a paradise. Definitely, all of this still has to wait for Steve to come back before making a decision. During this time, Suyi continued with her own life. Time flies, and this year is coming to an end. In no time, it will be December. At the end of December, there is the most important festival for Westerners, Christmas. Suyi thinks about holding a Christmas event and invites all her confidant friends. Most of the confidant are fine, only May's situation is quite special. Suyi and Mei haven't told Peter about the matter yet, but it probably won't be long. Suyi also felt that it was time for a showdown with Peter. Mei also had an affair with Peter before, and now, it's almost time for a showdown with Peter. Peter, as usual, attends classes during the day, and when he has time, he deals with petty theft and helps save people. After all, there are quite a few superheroes in this world, and these so-called supervillains are really not too many. The weather was already cold, so Peter also put on a thick down jacket. Mei contacted Peter the other day and asked Peter to come home this weekend. It's also time for Peter to meet Mei's boyfriend. After Peter heard the news, he was still a little apprehensive. I have been guessing what kind of person Mei's boyfriend will be. Will it be like Uncle Ben? Is a kind and nice person? Still, there will be some differences. It's useless for Peter to think too much, and he can't guess that Mei's boyfriend is Suyi. Peter was too nervous, so he found Suyi and Gwen, and was going to talk about it, and wanted Suyi and Gwen to give some advice. Gwen, can we have a cup of coffee together? I have something I want to ask you. Definitely can. The three drank coffee in the coffee shop as usual. Peter, you look like you have something on your mind. What happened? Peter didn't hide it either. Mei has found a new boyfriend and is going to let me go back to see him tonight. Honestly, I'm a little nervous, not sure what kind of guy he is. You say, how should I express myself? Gwen glanced at Suyi and remained silent. As Suyi's closest confidant, Gwen also knew about it. It never occurred to Gwen that Peter actually asked Suyi about it. Suyi coughed lightly. This is easy to handle, mainly depends on Mei originally. If she is really happy, then no matter how many opinions you have, you should bless her. It's best if you can be friendly. If it doesn't work, we can only try to have as little contact with him as possible. Peter sighed. That's the only way to go. To be honest, I often think of Uncle Ben. I also know that Uncle Ben will not come back again. Aunt Mei has found a new boyfriend. Maybe I should try to accept him too. Peter looked much better. The three of them chatted for a while, finished their coffee, and left separately. Gwen looked at Peter's leaving back and said, I think it's hard for Peter to accept it for a while. He can figure it out. Gwen didn't know what to say. Suyi had too many confidant friends. Fortunately, it seems that there is no new addition. After Suyi sent Gwen back, she went to Mei's house alone for the appointment. When Peter returned home, he saw that Mei was already busy preparing dinner for tonight. Mei was still listening to the music, looking very happy. Aunt Mei, I'm back. Peter, wait a moment, it will be fine soon. Peter put down his school bag, looked at Aunt Mei's happy face, and remembered Suyi's words. Sue is right, as long as Aunt Mei is happy and happy. After falling in love, Aunt Mei has indeed changed a lot, and she looks happy. What else can I do? I can only bless Aunt Mei. However, for some reason, Peter always felt something was wrong and couldn't tell. Aunt Mei, when will he come? You are back, and he should be here soon. Peter was still a little apprehensive, waiting for this guest. Finally, the doorbell rang. Mei said to Peter, Peter, you go and answer the door. Peter came to the door with a heart full of apprehension. After hesitation for 2 seconds, he opened the door suddenly and saw Suyi right at the door. Peter was suddenly surprised. At this moment, Peter didn't realize that Suyi was here as a guest, but he just wondered why Suyi appeared here. When thinking about this question, Peter felt very uneasy. Could it be that Suyi is taking a guest? No, it's impossible, right? I'm here as a guest. Peter noticed that Suyi was holding a bouquet of flowers and a gift. Peter instantly petrified, because tonight, there is only one guest in their house, and that is Mei's boyfriend. Yes, is that you? Yes, it's me. Peter recovered from the shock in an instant, and turned to an angry look. I take you as a friend, as brothers. You cut off Mary Jane, but you still want to be my uncle? Peter was furious and wanted to question Suyi, but Mei's voice came from behind him. Peter, what are you doing at the door? Come in now. Peter calmed down. How could you do this? I didn't cheat Mei, nor did I hurt her. Maybe I can't treat her exclusively, but I will try my best to make her happy. Peter still didn't let Suyi in, and Mei also realized this, and hurried to the door to welcome Suyi. Peter, Sue, come in quickly. Suyi and Mei greet each other cordially like any other couple. It made Peter very uncomfortable. But now he can't do anything. After all, this is Mei's business, and he can't get involved too much. What's more, Suyi and Mei should have cooked raw rice. Mei, you look more beautiful and charming than these flowers. Thank you. Suyi successfully entered the room, and then took out another gift. I also prepared a gift for you, a suit for you, and Peter, this is your favorite Spider-Man outfit. Peter looked at the gift handed over, and Peter could only reluctantly accept it. During the dinner, Suyi and Mei were naturally very happy, showing their affection crazily. Only Peter, which seems superfluous. Although, Mei looks very young, and being with Suyi, there is no sense of disobedience at all. However, Peter is always not used to it. Especially when Peter remembered to call Suyi uncle, it was even more wrong. The dinner process seemed so long. Peter remained silent and had plans. Finally, the dinner was over. Peter got up first. I have something to talk to you about. Mei could also see that there should still be pimples in Peter's heart. Mei originally planned to persuade Peter by herself, but Suyi patted Mei's hand lightly and said, Don't worry, I will have a good chat with Peter. Okay then. Suyi followed Peter to Peter's room. Just as Suyi closed the door and turned around, she was punched by Peter. Suyi could have dodged, but instead of doing so, he took the punch instead. It hurts a little, but it certainly doesn't hurt. Peter was also surprised that Suyi didn't dodge, but took the punch. Why is that you? Peter can accept most people, but Suyi is one of the people who cannot accept it. Why can't it be me? I'm also excellent, humorous, and handsome, which is normal. But you? I confessed to May that she didn't mind it at all. Suyi could see that Peter was still struggling, so he patted Peter on the shoulder. From now on, we will talk about our own business. You call me uncle, but I will treat you as a brother. As soon as Peter got angry, Suyi said hastily, I'm just kidding. Suyi and Peter had a brief exchange, and Peter could also feel the recent changes in Aunt May. In the past, May gave Peter the feeling that he was very busy. But now, May is enjoying life, and Peter can also find that May is smiling a lot. And these changes were brought about by Suyi. Thinking about it this way, the appearance of Suyi is not a bad thing for May. Suyi looked at the silent Peter, knowing that she had already succeeded more than half. So, continuing to persuade, Peter, I know you'll compare me to your Uncle Ben. I'm completely different from him, and that's the biggest reason why you can't accept me. Peter, you have to remember that no one can replace them and I am not May's chosen replacement. Peter interrupted Suyi, that's enough, you go out first, I will calm down by myself. Suyi believed that Peter could figure it out, so she didn't say anything, but left Peter's room. Peter sighed, convincing himself. Suyi left Peter's room and went downstairs, saw May was tidying up, so she offered to help. Seeing Suyi coming back, May asked curiously, how is Peter? He still can't accept it, but I believe he can figure it out. May breathed a sigh of relief, how about I go and persuade him? Let him calm down first. Suyi and May had a great conversation. Peter was on the stairs and heard their conversation. Peter's thoughts gradually became clearer. Before, I had always expected that the other party would be like Uncle Ben. These are all based on my own position. From May's point of view, these are not problems. Peter has made a decision, Suyi will be Suyi, as long as May likes it. As for myself and Suyi, it may be a little embarrassing for a short time, but it should recover soon. When May regained her youth, she was still a little uncomfortable, but now, aren't she still used to it? Moreover, Suyi will not appear all the time, nor will it affect too much. Thinking of this, Peter decided to speak out about his decision. Peter pretended to be passing by, and deliberately attracted the attention of Suyi and May. May saw Peter appearing, and decided to come forward in person to persuade him. Peter, Aunt May, I have nothing against you being with him. However, if you make Aunt May sad, I will never let you go. May looked at Peter, very relieved. May hugged Peter gently, thank you, Peter. Aunt May, as long as you can be happy. I still have something to do, so I'll go back first. Suyi reminded, Peter, remember to look at the gift I prepared for you. May also suddenly remembered the gift Suyi prepared for herself. What gift did you prepare for me? Can I open it now? Definitely can. What Suyi prepared for Peter was a high-tech battlesuit, which Suyi completed with Tony's technology. Although this battlesuit is not as convenient as the symbiosis battlesuit, it is much better than Peter's current battlesuit. As for the ones prepared for May, they were also clothes. A set of flimsy clothes, not suitable for going out. Another set is a fashionable coat for winter. After all, May looks very young now, so she should naturally dress more fashionable. May was very happy looking at the gift Suyi prepared for herself. Thank you, Su. You are welcome. Peter went back to the room and looked at the gift Suyi had prepared for himself. After hesitation, I chose to open it. Peter looked at the gift, a battlesuit, and was a little surprised. This battlesuit looks really good. Peter studied it carefully, only to find that it was all good stuff. Hello, Peter Parker. I am the artificial intelligence Lilith, and I am very happy to serve you. Peter was amazed that this battlesuit is actually equipped with artificial intelligence. Hello, Lilith. Excuse me, what's the function of this battlesuit? Please wear the battlesuit well so that you can experience the functions of the battlesuit in a more comprehensive way. Peter put on the battlesuit, began to interact with artificial intelligence, and learned about the many functions of the battlesuit. Peter was stunned. This battlesuit is simply too cool. It's a pity that in the current bedroom, it is impossible to conduct complicated tests. Even after using it for a short while, Peter fell in love with this battlesuit. The battlesuit has a variety of functions, looks cool, and should be even more enjoyable to use. Peter really wanted to try it out, but now was not the time. At night, he could wear this battlesuit to fight for justice. Peter got a little excited just thinking about it. However, now is not the time. Leaving at this time, Aunt May hasn't rested yet. If Aunt May finds herself, she will find that she is no longer. Therefore, Peter planned to leave after May fell asleep. Peter suddenly thought of something. Suyi confessed. Did he reveal that he is the mysterious Spider-Man? Did May know her own identity? Thinking of this, Peter decided to ask Suyi for clarification. Only to find that Suyi came out of May's room. Why haven't you left yet? Why should I leave? Peter couldn't control that much anymore. He grabbed Suyi and wanted to drive Suyi away. Hurry up, don't come back. Also, don't use teleportation to come back. Suyi was kicked out of the door, and Peter asked, one more thing, did you tell us who you and I are? May already knows my identity. I didn't tell her your identity, but she may have guessed something. Don't hide it, tell May sometime, she will support you. I don't want her to worry about me. She will be worried about you and proud of you. And, if you tell her who you are, she will ask you for help if she has a problem. Peter didn't want to say it at first, but after Suyi said it, it seemed okay. Okay then, I will find a time to talk to Aunt May about it. Now, you can go back. Suyi is a little speechless. Can this stop herself? Too young, too simple. Peter, I feel like I should at least say goodbye to May before I can leave. No, I'll tell Aunt May. After speaking, Peter closed the door. In the bedroom, May changed into the new clothes Suyi sent over, and was going to let Suyi see if they fit. As a result, Suyi, who was going to drink some water, never came back. At this moment, Suyi appeared in front of May in an instant. So, what's the matter? Suyi said helplessly. Peter didn't want me to stay, so he kicked me out. Never mind, though, now Peter won't be rushing in and chasing me away. Peter went back upstairs and knocked on May's door. Aunt May. Peter, what's wrong? Su said something. Peter could feel that Suyi was in the room. This guy really came back with teleportation. But now, Peter has no choice but to rush in and drive Suyi away, right? Peter gritted his teeth at Suyi, but he could only say to May in a friendly voice, "It's nothing, good night, Aunt May." Good night, Peter. Steve led the members of the Avengers Alliance to destroy the secret base of Hydra. It's going fast. Also because a lot of Hydra secret bases are abandoned, empty. These Hydras are either hidden, or have turned to the last hope of Hydra, Stekra, Sokovia, the secret base of Hydra. Baron Stekla, gathering most of Hydra's remaining forces, prepares to confront the Avengers Alliance led by Steve. It's just that he also knows how powerful the Avengers Alliance is. During this period of time, the Avengers Alliance was in full swing, easily eradicating several secret bases. As a last resort, Stekla decided to gather a large number of Hydra members to fight to the death. Now, this secret base has a large number of Hydra members. There are also many new weapons developed by Stekla. The most important thing is that there are 2 aliens created with the blood of the Kree. Stekla is ready to use his last strength to fight desperately. After several battles, Steve and the others got acquainted and were able to cooperate with each other. There is only the last secret base left. According to the clues, there will be more people in this secret base. Johnny wasn't afraid at all. It doesn't matter how many people he has, just rush over there. Steve would definitely not let Johnny do this. After all, the other party had a lot of people. If people like myself are like reckless men, they will definitely suffer heavy losses, and may not be able to conquer this secret base. Johnny, take it easy. Steve looked at Tony. Tony, how's your investigation going? Tony immediately provided a general topographical map, as well as the distribution of bunkers near the secret base. Steve looked at the terrain, and there were so many bunkers, and felt that the situation was not good. So many dark castles must be disposed of. Steve quickly had a rough battle plan. We set out from here to attack the secret base. John, and Tony, you have the air mobility ability. You find a way to destroy these dark castles. Antonia, Linton, you use special bows and arrows to destroy a bunker. Hate, you just charge forward. While gesticulating, Steve talked about the general battle plan. It didn't take much time to outline the battle plan. After all, the situation will change rapidly at that time, and it is still mainly based on adapting to the situation. Steve looked at the terrain, feeling a little apprehensive. He knew that this battle was Hydra's final struggle, and the counterattack would definitely be extremely fierce. Steve was also ready for a tough fight. After resting for the night, the next day, after making preparations, Steve set off with the people. Tony and Johnny took the lead, and the 2 of them flew in the air, attracting enough firepower. The 2 also followed the plan, focusing on destroying the bunker. These dark forts are extremely concealed and have fierce firepower. If these bunkers are not removed, it will be difficult for Steve and others to break through this line of defense. Tony aimed directly, then fired a small missile, ready to fly into the bunker. Just hearing an explosion, a bunker was pulled out. Johnny will take some time. After all, the protection of the Dark Castle is so good, Johnny must release the flames into the Dark Castle to have any effect. The 2 moved forward quickly amidst the hail of bullets. The others were not idle, and Hate took the lead, roared, and rushed out. Facing the firepower, Abomination jumped directly towards a bunker. It landed steadily near the bunker, raised both hands, and turned them into sledgehammers. Slamming down with both hands, the bunker was smashed to pieces. Kay Linton and Antonia are always looking for opportunities. As for Natasha Romanoff, because of her stealth ability, she sneaked in secretly. After coming to the vicinity, directly use the dragon spell, lava blasting, easily destroy the bunker, and move on. The members of the Avengers Alliance showed their talents, pulled out the dark fort, and headed towards the core area of the secret base. However, it's not that simple at all. Stekla has long been waiting for the arrival of Steve and others. From the direction of the secret base, high-tech armed vehicles drove out one after another to attack the Avengers Alliance. The vehicles cooperate with the bunker to form a firepower network that is extremely terrifying. Both Tony and Johnny had to duck and rise into the air. A secret bunker with only one opening naturally cannot attack the sky, but armed vehicles can, and not only that, but there are special anti-aircraft guns designed to deal with Tony's flying people. Tony and Johnny evaded in the air while attacking the ground. The offensive mission was blocked just like that. Such ferocious firepower was also expected by Steve. The members of the Avengers Alliance fought independently and cooperated with each other to eliminate a group of armed vehicles of Hydra. Finally, in the first confrontation, the Avengers Alliance won a big victory. However, the next area will definitely be more difficult. This time, there is no time to pull out the bunker first. Armed vehicles combined with a dark fort, such an offensive, even if it is abomination, it is difficult to advance. So, Steve also knows, don't be in a hurry, don't be reckless, don't rush forward, first deal with the enemies that can be dealt with in front of you. Under Steve's command, the members of the Avengers Alliance slowly advanced. Seeing his own people being slowly wiped out by the Avengers Alliance, Stekla was very anxious. At this time, the two super ability users who completed the transformation immediately took the initiative to ask for a fight. Let's go fight the Avengers Alliance members. Stekla knew that the abilities of these two people were not weak. However, the Avengers Alliance has more members and different abilities. The two went, and it is estimated that they would not be able to stop Steve and others. Stekla hesitated for a while, and gave the final instructions. Destroy each one, find the weaker ones, and eradicate at least 2 members of the Avengers Alliance. The 2 experimental aliens immediately replied, Hi, Claw. These 2 aliens were not in a hurry to join the battle, but came to the vicinity, observed the situation, looked for the single Avengers Alliance members, and prepared to defeat them one by one. They also discovered that the weakest players, Linton, Sharon, and Antonia, were all at the back. These few people report to the group relatively closely, and it is not very easy to do it. Johnny and Tony are in the air, and it's not easy to do it. The strength of hatred is too strong to be an opponent. After some planning, the two decided on Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow from the Red House. He is obviously an ordinary person, but now he has several super abilities. Invisibility, lava explosion, they can also deal with it. Most importantly, Natasha Romanoff is alone. The pair have already set their sights on Natasha Romanoff. Unbeknownst to Natasha Romanoff, the danger was approaching. Just after disposing of a bunker, suddenly, 2 experimental aliens popped out. One of them, directly using energy to bind Natasha Romanoff, is ready to deal with Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff didn't panic, and responded calmly. However, they didn't know that Natasha Romanoff was also very powerful. To the shock of the two, Natasha Romanoff broke free. Walter. Natasha Romanoff didn't wait for the opponent to react, and used the rabbit charm to move quickly, and quickly completed the counter kill. Natasha Romanoff didn't wait for the second person to use the super ability, and directly completed the counter kill. Seeing this scene, Stekla was blown away. The experimental alien that I finally cultivated is so vulnerable? He also didn't expect that Natasha Romanoff could break free from energy constraints and move quickly. Natasha Romanoff had too many cards to lose. The 2 experimental aliens were given the speed of light for free, which also means that this secret base can't last long. Still, Stekla isn't worried about Hydra's total demise. Chop off a head and grow 2. As the slogan of Hydra, this sentence is not just words. After the failure of Alexander's Insight plan, Stekla immediately launched the Fire plan. Cultivate a new batch of Hydra members as the backbone of future reconstruction of Hydra. Not only that, Stekla also left behind a lot of valuable technology. Definitely, Stekla also prepared a new whole card. This whole card is also enough to change the world. Stekla waited for the arrival of Steve and others. In the end, the extremely tight defense still failed to stop the Avengers Alliance's attack. Steve and others rushed into the castle and saw Stekla, who was waiting for them. Seeing how calm Stekla was, Tony couldn't help but sarcastically said, "You're so calm when you're dying." Stekla didn't panic at all, cut off one head, and grow 2 heads. You will not be able to wipe out Hydra. One day, Hydra will appear again. Steve said firmly, even if it reappears, I will eradicate it again. Stekla seemed to have heard a joke. When you grow old, when you are gone, when Hydra is stronger than you, who else can stop us? Steve said without any hesitation, I believe that no matter when, someone will stand up and destroy you. Steve, you are so naive. Steve dismisses it. Naive? Maybe. Natasha Romanoff said, take him back, I have a way to make him talk. Just then Stekla said suddenly, Hi, Claw. After finishing speaking, the whole person died. Natasha Romanoff hurriedly checked Stekla for signs of life, but there was no response. Before we came, he had already swallowed the drugs. Natasha Romanoff said so, which means that Stekla is completely hopeless. Even with the power of a spell, it shouldn't be able to save him. Natasha Romanoff said regretfully, there should be some Hydra hidden. Perhaps, as he said, when Hydra develops and grows again, they will appear again. Steve is very confident, their secret bases have been wiped out by us. In a short time, they should grow quietly and will not appear again. Tony said, it seems that this is the only way for now. Steve also knew that the successive battles exhausted everyone physically and mentally. Now, the known secret bases have all been wiped out. They can't do anything about those unknown secret bases. Tony, go and see if there is any information. Others, in groups of 2, investigate and see if there are any hidden Hydra members in this secret base. Everyone take action. Tony looked at Stekla's computer and found that all the data had been destroyed, and even he couldn't restore it in a short time. Wait, there is a self-destruct program here. Run, get out. Steve reacted immediately when he heard Tony's words. Everyone, run out of the castle quickly. Fortunately, retreat in time. The explosion in the castle was quite powerful, but fortunately, no innocents were hurt. Damn Hydra, damn Stekla. Steve, who has always been good-tempered, couldn't help but swear a few swear words. Pay attention to the language. Steve was very helpless, and he had reminded Johnny before that he should stop swearing. Unexpectedly, it is now being used by everyone to make fun of themselves. It's all over. Tony couldn't help but said, "It's time to go back, I'm already missing my comfortable bed. After I go back, I must have a good sleep first." Steve looked at the ruins, although there are still some Hydra hidden, but I believe that one day, these Hydra will be completely wiped out. Tony is not so optimistic. After all, these hidden people are not so easy to be found. Will it be completely wiped out? I think it is impossible to achieve. Unless, we have the technology to identify Hydra members. Otherwise, they will hide and gradually grow stronger. Tony is also thinking about a question: how to completely eliminate these Hydra. The best way to monitor the world. Only in this way can traces of Hydra be easily found. But to realize this plan, it cannot be realized by oneself alone. Tony thought of a way to build an Iron Legion. Build an Ultron robot that protects the world, let the robot protect the world, let the robot monitor the people of Hydra. Only in this way can Hydra be eradicated completely. It's time to go back. Steve and others were successful, eliminating all known bases of Hydra. After coming back, the first thing, definitely is to celebrate. The venue for the celebration was Hellfire Club. Suyi was extremely excited when she heard the news that Natasha Romanoff and others were coming back. Finally, the task was completed and returned safely. Suyi was also worried that something might go wrong, and she might have to help. It's just that I haven't waited for a call from Nick Fury, the braised Eggman. Suyi also knows that no news is actually the best news. It means that everything is going well, and there is no need to do it yourself. After all, with such a lineup, if something goes wrong, it's really not a small problem. Avengers Alliance et al., join the party. Suyi also ran over to join in the fun. During the conversation, we talked about the matter of completely eradicating the hidden power of Hydra. Tony revealed his plan to build Ultron robots, as well as the Iron Legion, to monitor the world and protect the world. This plan was directly rejected by Steve. This behavior of monitoring the world is not so free. Of course Steve couldn't bear it. As for the little Hydra, it doesn't matter. As long as it reappears, just eradicate it again. Tony was still not convinced, so he asked Suyi to comment. "Su, what do you think of my plan?" Although Tony does not have a psychic scepter, it is really uncertain whether he will come up with an Ultron. To be on the safe side, it is true that Tony cannot be allowed to carry out this plan. Speaking of personal considerations, Tony went too far in building the Iron Legion and monitoring the world. It is unacceptable that the individual is above the world. This plan can indeed eliminate Hydra, but it is not a good plan. Speaking of completely eradicating Hydra, Suyi also has a way, which is to snap his fingers with infinite gems. This is the real once and for all, never future trouble. However, Suyi was just thinking about it, and against Hydra, there was no need to be so overqualified. Suyi and members of the Avengers Alliance had a party and had a good time. After Hydra is destroyed, there are not too many villains in the Midgard world. As for the complete elimination of Hydra, it seems a bit uneconomical to snap your fingers. Suyi didn't think too much about it. Hydra couldn't make any troubles anymore. Just when everyone was happy, Nick Fury also came. It wasn't a surprise that Nick Fury showed up. Now, Hydra is gone, and S.H.I.L.D has no meaning of existence. Before long, S.H.I.L.D should also disappear completely. Congratulations, you have wiped out many of Hydra's bases. However, there is another bad news to tell you. Dr. Zola has escaped. Most people look confused and have never heard of the name. Only Steve was just curious. Bucky was frozen by Hydra and has lived until now. Is this Dr. Zola also frozen? Steve clearly remembered that Dr. Zola was caught by himself. What's going on? Who is Dr. Zola? Steve looked at Nick Fury curiously. I remember I captured Dr. Zola and handed it over to SHIELD. He's still alive. Can he escape from prison? Nick Fury explained. Dr. Zola and some Hydra researchers were recruited by S.H.I.L.D, hence the Hydra invasion. Dr. Zola uploaded his consciousness to a computer because of cancer. Dr. Zola has been abandoned for so many years. So, we also forgot about Dr. Zola. Until not long ago, Hydra detonated Zora's base. After investigation, we suspect that Hydra took Dr. Zola away. Suyi was a little surprised that Hydra actually took Dr. Zola away. Why did they take Zola? Nick shook his head. I don't know either. Suyi also couldn't understand. What's the use of taking Zola away? Zola is indeed a genius scientist, but compared with Stekla, Suyi thinks that Stekla is more powerful. After all, Stekla lives in modern times, and the knowledge he learns is more advanced. It's also possible that Stekla used himself to attract fire and help Hydra hide. There are no better scientists than Stekla. In order to train a new generation of Hydra members, an intelligent scientist is needed. That's why I chose the unobtrusive Zola. Or, after Zola uploaded his consciousness to the machine, his knowledge improved and he was smarter than Stekla. Or, Hydra is to use the particularity of the digitalization of Zola's consciousness. He intends to use Zola to invade the network and obtain the key code of the super weapon to destroy the world. In addition, Suyi has a bold guess. In the What If episode, Infinite Ultrons battle the multi-universe. The assembled team, using Dr. Zola, acts as a virus to invade Ultron's mechanical body. So, is it possible for the Hydra of this world to use Zora to create a Zora robot? Suyi is just guessing boldly. Suyi is not sure about the specific reason why Hydra took Zola away. Suyi is crazy about things, and many plots have deviated from what Suyi knew. Now, the general direction of the story development is still the same, but many of them have already changed. For Suyi, Zola's escape was just a small deviation, and Suyi didn't take it seriously. If Zora is hidden like other Hydra, Suyi can't find it either. Unless, Zola will appear to cause trouble. Zola should be hiding with the rest of the Hydra members. Since Zola can formulate a vision plan, maybe Hydra needs him to come up with more evil plans. It's possible. So, do you know where Zola and the others will hide? Suyi shook his head. I don't know either. Tony deliberately pretended to be surprised. Really? Is there something else you don't know? Definitely, I'm not omniscient. That's right, if you are omniscient and omnipotent, then you are God. Forget about this Zora, whatever plans he has, we can defeat them. Everyone continued to drink and continue to have fun, without paying attention to Zola's matter at all. Suyi also had a great chat with the girls. The time is approaching the end of the year, and Christmas in the West is the most important festival. We all have our own lives, and after finally ending the Hydra business, we must relax, and it's time for the holidays. What Suyi didn't know was that her guess had come true. In a secret base of Hydra, Dr. Zola uploaded his consciousness to a mechanical body with the help of outsiders. Dr. Zola has his own body again. Welcome back, Dr. Zola. How does your new body feel? Zola looked at her body, felt her body through the machine, and was still a little uncomfortable. I haven't had my own body for many years. It's still a machine body. This feeling is very strange. Zola got used to it. Although she was not used to it, her body was strong enough to do many things. After Zola fully adapted, the assistant at the side immediately said, Dr. Zola, now, you are the supreme leader of Hydra. Next, what are we going to do? The Avengers Alliance sabotaged Project Insight and wiped out our secret bases one by one. We suffered heavy losses, and even Baron Stekla gave his life. We must destroy the Avengers Alliance and let Hydra rise again. Dr. Zola naturally had the same thoughts about the news. Regarding the future development of Hydra, Zola already has plans. So, Zola said, I already have a plan, and I named the new plan the Eternal Life Plan. The assistant was very puzzled. Eternal Life Plan. Yes, I plan to transform everyone into a robot like me. No, to be precise, it is a robot that is stronger than me now and transforms into a perfect robot. The flesh and blood are weak, and the machine soars. Does this make everyone lose their lives? The assistant felt a little uncomfortable thinking about becoming a robot, unable to eat, drink, and pass on the family. Zola seemed to see the assistant's mind, and continued, the current mechanical body is not perfect, we still need to continue to study. In the future, the immortal body will definitely be stronger than those with super abilities. Yes, Chief Zora. Zola looked at her body and couldn't help feeling, Sentinel, it's really a great idea, but it's a pity that Stryker is dead. His plan will be realized by me. Next, we will secretly capture Mutant for research. The assistant on the side immediately replied, yes, Chief Zola. Christmas is approaching, and snowflakes are falling in the capital of Liberty. Suyi is very leisurely and ready to spend a holiday. Christmas will be celebrated, and Spring Festival will be celebrated. Anyway, the time is different. Suyi also got busy, preparing to bring all the beauties to the villa to celebrate the festival together. However, many people are going home. Gwen, Mary Jane, and others, they still have families, and they must be going home for the holidays. Except for them, everyone else can be invited. Suyi invited people over, definitely for the festival, not for other purposes. Those who lived in the old villas were mostly homeless, and naturally they had to be pulled over. Pepper, Christine, and Vanessa must all be here. With so many people, it will definitely be very lively. Suyi also feels very happy. She has a family in this world, and it is a huge family. Pepper, as usual, left Stark Company, just got into his car, and was about to go home. Suddenly, a man came near his vehicle and knocked on the window. Pepper looked at each other, unavoidably a little wary. The behavior of the other party is not like a good person. Pepper did not choose to roll down the window, but started the vehicle directly, preparing to leave. Pepper, however, spotted a problem. My vehicle can't start, that is to say, I may not be able to leave temporarily. There were strangers outside, but the vehicle couldn't start at the moment, maybe someone tampered with it. Pepper immediately tensed up, took out his phone, and contacted Suyi. Hello, Sue. Pepper, miss me. I'm in the company parking lot, it seems. Before Pepper finished speaking, he saw a change in the person outside. The man's palms began to glow like red-hot iron. Pepper was extremely shocked, the other party might be a super ability user. Suyi was extremely worried when she heard Pepper's voice. Pepper, armor, put on armor, I'll be there soon. Suyi asked Tony to make a suit of armor for Pepper and put it in the vehicle. Just press the button, and the seat behind you will turn into armor, covering your whole body in just a few seconds. Hearing Suyi's prompt, Pepper immediately put on the armor. Suyi also teleported directly, and Stark Company appeared, and then headed towards the underground parking lot. Just when Suyi arrived, there was an explosion in front of him. Suyi looked at the direction of the explosion and stood there in a daze. With such a violent explosion, Pepper would definitely be extremely dangerous. Pepper. Suyi was distraught and quickly rushed into the explosion. Just as Suyi arrived, the iron armor rushed out of the flames and landed not far away. Seeing the battle armor, Suyi immediately relaxed a lot. Putting on the battle armor, it shouldn't be a big problem. Suyi ran over in a hurry, and Pepper threw herself into Suyi's arms, regardless of whether she was still wearing armor. Suyi hurriedly comforted, "I'm here, it's okay, everything is over." Pepper also opened his helmet, showing a panicked face. "Pepper, are you not hurt?" Pepper shook her head and said, "No. That's good, that's good." Suyi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened to Pepper, otherwise, Suyi really didn't know what crazy things she would do. "Pepper, what happened?" Pepper is no longer the little assistant at the beginning, but the president of Stark Company, and his psychological quality has improved a lot. With Suyi's comfort, he quickly calmed down and told about what happened to him just now. A man, he suddenly appeared near the vehicle. I didn't want to pay attention to him, but his hands became red, like red-hot iron. Then, he exploded. Fortunately, I put on the armor. After hearing Pepper's description, Suyi's first thought was naturally the well-known villain Nitrogen in the comics. But, obviously, it shouldn't be him. Suyi thought of a long-lost person, Killian, the one who worked with Maya Hansen on Extremis. At first, let him run away. It now appears that Killian's Extremis should have succeeded. This explosion should be Killian's revenge on Tony Stark. Suyi couldn't help complaining, "It's none of my girlfriend's business that you took revenge on Tony." After Suyi complained, he remembered that Pepper is the president of Stark Company, so the relationship is still very important. Suyi knew that Killian's revenge target was Tony. Well, the vengeance against Tony and Maya Hansen must be even more ferocious. So, Suyi immediately picked up the phone and notified Tony. Tony picked up the phone. "Hello, Sue, what's up? Killian is back to take revenge on you, be careful, remember to remind Maya. By the way, protect Helen Zhao." Before Tony hung up the phone, J.A.R.V.I.'s voice came. "Sir, a plane is approaching." Tony thought something was wrong, so, "Help me protect Maya." Suyi was a little speechless, but seeing Tony like this, he should be too busy. In this case, then you can only go for a trip by yourself. However, there is also a problem right now. Those who have been injected with Extremis will recover after self-explosion. I am not here, what should I do here? Suyi was thinking about it when he suddenly felt movement in the flames. "Yo, I thought it was too late. I didn't expect you to die in such a hurry. Well, then don't blame me. Pepper, don't take off your armor, stay vigilant, there may be other dangers." Suyi rushed in directly, teleporting him into space without saying a word. "You like blowing yourself up, don't you? Come, in space, see if you can explode. If it can explode, it doesn't matter how many times you explode." After Suyi dealt with this person, he teleported to the research room. Fortunately, the laboratory is heavily guarded. These people did cause the explosion, but it did not affect the inner area, but blew up the entrance of the experimental park. This person was about to enter the experiment base when Suyi suddenly appeared. When the other party found Suyi, he wasn't surprised at all, instead he came directly towards Suyi. Suyi also chose to score twice and sent people into space again, letting them explore the universe. Suyi found that this method is really good. Absolutely lethal and won't destroy Midgard. After Suyi observed and made sure that there were no other enemies, he relaxed. Zhao Halen was more courageous, and when she saw Suyi appearing, she knew she was saved. "So, what happened?" "It's nothing, a bad guy, I've already been sent to explore the universe." "Explore the universe?" "Yes, to send them to the edge of the solar system." Zhao Helen didn't say much, she knew that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. Sending it to outer space is not a bad thing. As for Maya, she could tell. This person was injected with Extremis. He appeared here, he must have come for himself. Suyi rescued Maya Hansen and thwarted Killian's plan. Maya was extremely nervous, worried for Tony's safety. The situation on Tony's side was indeed the most dangerous. Killian's hatred for Tony was also the deepest. In order to deal with Tony, fighter planes were directly sent to launch missiles towards Tony's villa. Fortunately, Tony Stark's armor technology is constantly upgrading, and Suyi's reminder. Only then did Tony Stark react, and before the missiles arrived, he put on his battle armor first. One missile after another destroyed Tony Stark's villa, and Tony took the opportunity to fly out and escaped the disaster. However, things are not over yet. Seeing Tony running out, Killian's men immediately targeted Tony. Tony and the fighter started fighting. Relying on the smallness and flexibility of the armor, Tony flies in the air, avoiding the opponent's attack. He also took the opportunity to launch small missiles and killed these fighters. Tony was relieved to see that all the fighter planes were killed by him. Looking back at his villa, it has become ruins. Tony tensed immediately. J.A.R.V.I.S. Contact Maya. Both Maya and Helen Zhao are safe, but Maya is very worried about Tony. So Maya asks Suyi to save Tony. Suyi also believes that Tony should be fine, but, just to be on the safe side, Suyi still decides to make a trip in person. Anyway, Tony is also my friend and an excellent tool man. Suyi can't lose Tony as a tool person, just like an otaku can't leave the delivery guy. As soon as Tony dialed the phone, he saw someone suddenly appear. Sir, Suyi has appeared. Maya also connected the phone, and after the two said they were safe, they each felt relieved. Suyi took advantage of this time to observe the surrounding situation, and there was no one else. Suyi was a little surprised how to deal with Tony Stark's people, who were not injected with extremis. In this way, Killian's plan failed. Tony Stark, Maya Hansen and Pepper are all safe and sound. Not only that, they also lost 2 men. These 2 people who were injected with extremis were sent to outer space by Suyi. Tony landed beside Suyi. Thank you, Su. Suyi waved his hand and said, you're welcome, if it wasn't for your armor, Pepper might be injured too. Tony was extremely angry. Killian actually did something to the people around him. This is absolutely unbearable for Tony. Damn Killian. I thought he hid after he escaped. Unexpectedly, he dared to appear again. Suyi is also very angry that Killian actually put her beauty in danger. The dragon has reverse scales, if you touch it, you will die. Killian's operation directly offended Tony and Suyi. Well, it can only be said that Killian's death was not wronged. Tony, do you have a way to determine where Killian is now? Tony said, I'll do my best to find out what happened to Killian. Let me know when you find it. Tony understood Suyi's mood. Suyi must be as angry as himself. At this moment, J.A.R.V.I.S was born and reminded, Sir, there is an invasion by unknown forces on the internet. Tony was a little surprised and immediately understood what was going on. It seems that it is not Killian, but another force. Suyi was a little puzzled. What? Tony immediately explained, a group of forces invaded the network just now, and they said that they were responsible for these disturbances. Suyi remembered that in the movie, Killian found an actor and disguised himself as the Ten Ring Gang. In fact, he is the boss behind the scenes. Suyi reminded, don't think too much, it's what Killian did. Pepper and Maya, they met people who could blow themselves up. The ability of these people comes from the extremis researched by Killian. Who else but Killian? Tony didn't deny it, so, is it possible that the 2 forces have united? Suyi thought for a while, it doesn't matter if it is 1 force or 2 forces, it must be eradicated. You are right. Suyi thought about the plot in the movie. Killian seems to have joined forces with a certain congressman to deal with the big boss of the Land of Freedom. Suyi wonders if the world will be like this. After all, there are differences. After hesitation, Suyi decided to discuss with Tony. I don't think this matter is that simple. The appearance of these people and what happened to you here, Killian may have someone's support. After being reminded by Suyi, Tony also realized the complexity of the matter. So, do you know something? Suyi continued to reveal the spoiler, it's just a possibility. I can't be sure about the specific situation. What's possible? Killian is working with a big shot, not only to get revenge on you, but to replace the person in power. Tony's eyes flickered. Killian's goal was not small. And, the stakes were high, and Tony couldn't stop it. If they really have such a plan, the problem is even more serious. Suyi patted Tony on the shoulder. Don't worry, I will help you. And, at stake, maybe Nick's bald head can help. Nick? S.H.I.E.L.D is gone, and he's resigned. How can we help us? This old fox has many tricks, so don't underestimate him. Right. Suyi and Tony made a plan, and the first priority was to find Killian's location. If Killian can be found, then everything is settled. No matter how powerful he is, Killian, can he be stronger than this person in front of him? Suyi suddenly had a bold idea. Tony, I have a way, maybe I can catch Killian. What idea? Killian hates you so much, he must really want to catch you, or even kill you. So, you just need to get the news, provoke Killian, and ask Killian out. Suyi's plan is simple, lure the snake out of the hole and fish Killian out with Tony Stark. This seems like a good plan. You just need to find a better place, and then go to the meeting alone. I can bring people to support immediately through teleportation. Tony was very excited. Great idea. They won't suspect you if you're not there. When the time comes, you suddenly appear, and they won't have time to react. Suyi continued, your task is to survive before bringing out Killian. After hearing this, Tony gritted his teeth and agreed. I took all the battle armor with me, and I don't believe that they can destroy them all. Tony now has more than a dozen sets of battle armor, which is quite a lot, and should be enough. Just do it. Tony made a quick decision and decided. Afterwards, J.A.R.V.I.S was used directly to start recording, preparing to declare war on the Ten Rings, and at the same time, declare war on Killian. You amazing, disgusting bugs, I, Tony Stark, am not afraid of you. See, I have more than a dozen armors. If you have the ability, then come. Tony Stark was tough on the front and declared war directly. This move immediately won the support of many people. After all, the actions Killian planned had too much noise. Not only here, but also several other important places, where actions have been arranged. Such a large-scale incident caused everyone's uneasiness. Tony stood up at this time and was tough with these people, and everyone was definitely very happy. Support Iron Man. These people are really disgusting. Could it be that these people are also from Hydra? I just came back from Times Square. Fortunately, I'm back. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm going to die too. Defeat them. This video of Tony, Killian also saw it. Seeing Tony's provocation, Killian felt extremely happy. Tony Stark, back then, you let me go. Not long ago, you even ruined my company. Now, it's just the beginning. What's the use of having more than a dozen sets of armor? I, injected with extremis, am much stronger than your armor. Killian is very satisfied with his current situation. He is powerful, possesses extremely strong self-healing ability, and can even explode himself. Killian intends to use extremis to complete revenge on Tony Stark. Not only that, but Killian also plans to cooperate with a big shot to make him the supreme position. At that time, his status will rise and he will have supreme power. Boss, something went wrong. What's wrong? The people who went to capture Pepper and Maya Hansen haven't come back yet, and there is no news. Killian suddenly restrained his smile, and his expression changed. What happened? I do not know either. Killian couldn't figure out what was wrong. In order to deal with Tony Stark, Killian is fully prepared and has been secretly investigating Tony Stark and the people around him. He was very sure that Pepper had only one bodyguard, Happy, and a boyfriend. Maya Hansen might be in trouble in a heavily guarded lab. However, he did not expect that neither of these two people was caught. Boss, tell me, could it be those superheroes? There are many superheroes in the City of Liberty, which is also known to everyone. However, Killian didn't think that he was so unlucky to meet two superheroes. Killian was very sad. He thought his plan was pretty sure. As a result, the most critical two links have problems. If you can catch these two women, you can easily deal with Tony Stark. However, I didn't expect the plan to fail, and the two people lost contact completely. Even though he didn't know what was going on, that didn't stop Killian from continuing with his plan. Boss, what shall we do next? Tony Stark will definitely step up the protection of Pepper and Maya Hansen, and it will be more difficult to catch them. Killian looked at the arrogant Tony Stark in the video, and couldn't help but get angry. My original plan was to capture these two people, and then capture the Emperor to complete my plan. Now it seems that it is a bit difficult to achieve. In that case, let's go and eliminate Tony Stark first. Tony Stark claimed to have more than a dozen suits, but Killian wasn't worried at all. Are so many sets of armor useful? Isn't Tony Stark still the only one who can only wear one set of armor? At that time, no matter how many sets he has, he can tear them apart. Tony Stark, as you wish. Since you want to find me, fine, I'll come to you. Killian ordered and decided to fight Tony Stark himself. After Tony settled down with Maya Hansen, he decided to wait for Killian's arrival. Time passed day by day, and there were still people looking forward to it at first. However, no word ever came and Killian did not show up. As a result, many people lost patience. Tony Stark was about to give up too. It's Christmas soon, and I have to spend the holiday with Maya Hansen. Definitely, Tony also knew that if these people didn't show up, he wouldn't have a good Christmas this year. Moreover, these people are likely to appear here during the festival. Tony became very impatient, and sent another message, continuing to provoke. You cowards, are you scared? If you are afraid, go back to the gutter immediately. I'll give you the last 2 days and if you don't show up, then I'm going to Christmas. Tony did this to draw people out. Seeing Tony's impatience, Killian knew that the plan was half successful. Regardless of whether there are other superheroes, it has been several days, and I must be impatient to wait. At this time, the time is just right. Killian felt that Tony Stark should focus on defending Christmas. So Killian decides to head out tomorrow night to deal with Tony Stark. Killian thought Tony was on layer 3, but in fact, Tony and Suyi were in the atmosphere all the time. Tony waited days for Killian to show up. Tony also found a way to investigate other clues, and also asked Nick Fury to investigate, and he really found a little clue. A certain big shot seems to be really strange. Well, next, just grab Killian and it's over. However, this Killian is a mouse and has been hiding and never showing up, which made Tony very impatient. It was Suyi's constant persuasion, and Tony persisted. That very night, just when Tony thought he was going to do nothing here again, someone came. Tony realized immediately that these people should be the ones he was waiting for. Therefore, put on the battle armor as soon as possible and prepare for the battle. Killian drove the car and brought several men to Tony Stark. Killian looked at Tony Stark with a sneer, and couldn't help but sneer. Tony Stark, are you waiting for me? Do you also know how painful it is not to be able to wait for people's feelings? Tony was overjoyed to see Killian appear. Can't wait for someone? Isn't this waiting for you? Killian continued his tirade. Back then, I told you my plan, and you asked me to wait for you on the rooftop. But, that night, I didn't wait for you. From that day on, I swear, I will impress you, I will make you regret it, and I will trample the high-ranking Tony Stark under my feet. Just today. Tony was a little speechless, because Killian's long speech was really a waste of his precious time. I've waited so long just to get you to show up. Killian, you shouldn't have done anything to Pepper and Maya. Killian thought he was in control of everything, and arrogantly said, why not? Do you think these armors can stop me? Why not? Killian sneered a bit. If the two of them don't agree with each other, they will start fighting. Before that, however, Tony has one more thing to do, which is to summon Suyi. Come out, Su. Tony immediately contacted Suyi and summoned Suyi out. Suyi was a little surprised. Did he really catch the fish Killian? Suyi thought Killian would be more cautious. Suyi didn't bother to care too much. Let's deal with Killian first. Dare to do something to her beauty, so that she can live an uneasy life during the festival. Naturally, Suyi won't make it easy for him. In an instant, Suyi had put on the battlesuit and appeared in front of the ruins of Tony's villa. To Suyi's surprise, there was no fight at all. Looking around, Killian was right there. Guys, Killian has come out on his own. Suyi thought that Killian would send someone to deal with Tony, and Killian would not show up until it was almost time. It seems that Suyi understands. I should have underestimated Killian's hatred for Tony Stark. Seeing Suyi suddenly appearing, this ability, and this outfit, Killian immediately knew Suyi's identity. Still, Killian isn't panicking at all. Mysterious Spider-Man is just a piece of cleanup. After Killian was injected with Extremis, he was extremely confident in his ability. With super strength, it can raise its own temperature to a terrifying level, and even self-destruct. It can also be broken limb reborn, which can also recover after self-destruction. No matter how strong Suyi is, can he still withstand his own explosion? If he can carry it once, can he carry it 10 times or 8 times? Killian is very confident in himself, but also very upset with Suyi who suddenly appeared. You want to stop me? Suyi explained, I didn't bother to talk to you at first, but unfortunately, you are looking for death. You dare to hurt my beauty, then I can't ignore it. Killian didn't guess that Suyi was referring to Pepper, but thought that Suyi's confidant must have been accidentally injured. Killian is the villain, and in making such a plan, he has already abandoned humanity. It seems that you have a reason to do it. In this case, let me see how strong the mysterious Spider-Man known as the strongest superhero is. Suyi didn't think of wasting time either, and rushed directly in front of Killian. Suyi was not in a hurry to do it, but waited for Killian to do it. Seeing that Suyi didn't make a move, Killian didn't intend to hold back either. His hands began to heat up until they became red. This temperature is enough to melt steel. Killian's idea is to give Suyi some heat therapy. Seeing this, Suyi grabbed Killian's 2 arms and staged a wave of dramatic operations. Tear the devil? No, just tore off an arm abruptly. There is no flesh and blood flying around, just like breaking a dry branch. It's not a dislocation, it's killing Killian with 1 arm. Killian was in pain, and his heart was even more terrified. He didn't understand how terrifying this person was. Actually relying on strength, he removed one of his own arms. Moreover, this method is too cruel, not at all like what superhero did. In just one meeting, Killian's heart was cast a shadow. Tony Stark was also completely shocked. He thought that Suyi would easily beat him down and tie him up. Unexpectedly, Suyi chose such a cruel way. Although he was also very angry, Tony couldn't bear to see this cruel way. Brother, is this too cruel? It doesn't matter, he can have a broken limb reborn, and it will be fine when he grows back. Killian was terrified in his heart. The man in front of him was more like a devil. The spider in front of him seemed to choose someone to eat. Killian fell into fear, deeply regretting being here. Tony continued to ask, even if he can be reborn, wouldn't it be too cruel? He should also be in pain, right? This scene hurts just thinking about it, let alone Killian who experienced it himself. Then Killian remembered that his other hand was still being held by Suyi. If you don't act again, you may have to go through it again. There was no other way but to blow himself up. Killian showed a stern look and decided to blow himself up. Suyi also saw what Killian was thinking, but she wasn't afraid at all. It was just an explosion, but Suyi could easily resist it. The energy in Killian's body gradually gathered, and in 2 seconds, it might explode. Suyi directly hit Killian in the face with a big blow. Huge amounts of strength pumped. Killian's face was burning hot and painful, and even swelled up quickly. This slap stunned Killian directly and interrupted Killian's self-explosion. You're the one who blew himself up, right? After Suyi asked back, he slapped again, making Killian's cheeks symmetrical. You. Seeing that Killian was still not convinced, Suyi was ready to continue. And Killian's younger brothers finally came to their senses and were ready to rescue Killian. However, these people are definitely not Suyi's opponents. Suyi watched these people rushing over, and remembered the famous scene of Dachau. While dealing with Cyborg, Aquaman, and Wonder Woman, he also suppressed Flash with his eyes. Suyi looked at these people, rushed over, grabbed Killian directly, and flung towards Killian's little brothers. It's like playing bowling, and I knocked down several. There are 2 left, so spend a little more time. In the blink of an eye, Suyi brought everyone down. It's just that there is another problem, these people will explode and it is difficult to place them. In addition, now that S.H.I.E.L.D. is also disbanded, I don't know who to ask to lock them up. It will take time to develop an antidote to eliminate their abilities. What to do during this time is also a question. The easiest way is naturally to exile these people directly from the solar system. When Suyi was thinking about how to deal with these people, Killian gave the order, explode together and kill him. Although Killian was a little slurred, everyone still understood what Killian meant. Killian took a few younger brothers and decided to use this method to directly eliminate Suyi. Unfortunately, they think Suyi is too weak, maybe they overestimate themselves too much. Huge amounts of explosions were earth-shattering and resounded through the sky. Suyi was at the center of the explosion, motionless, absorbing most of the energy wantonly. When the flames dissipated, Killian and the others watched Suyi walk out slowly and fell into shock. His strongest means can't hurt even a single hair of Suyi. Extremis, that's it. It looks like it's very ordinary, and it can't hurt me at all. Suyi slapped each of them again, slapping them to the ground. Tony, contact the relevant people and arrest them. Then develop an antidote to remove their ability. Suyi looked at Killian and the others. If you don't want to experience the pain of a broken arm and be exiled to space, you'd better stay here. Suyi taught Killian a lesson, but felt it was boring. Sure enough, it's too boring to fight these villains. Dealing with Killian was a lot of trouble. After all, without a professional team like S.H.I.E.L.D, it would be very troublesome to deal with these super ability villains. In particular, these people will only be locked up here, rather than dealt with directly. Suyi worked for a while and then went home. The festival is coming soon, and Suyi is also looking forward to this lively day. Christmas is here, and the festive spirit can be seen everywhere. Suyi invited all the beauties who could be invited, and gathered together. There was a lot of excitement in the villa in an instant. The only regret is that it didn't snow. The holiday would be more perfect if there were snowflakes. Just as Suyi was thinking this way, snowflakes really began to fall from the overcast sky. It's not big, but at least it's snowing. Snowing. Suyi's words also attracted the attention of many beauties. So, do you like snow too? Definitely. The beauties were also quite happy looking at Piaoxiu. Christmas is a big holiday, and it's snowing, so I'm definitely more happy. The beauties have just learned how to play mahjong and are not very familiar with it, but it will be fun to play together. Sky played games with Jessica and was much more cheerful. Peter was spending Christmas with May at home, but when he heard the news of the gangsters, he couldn't wait to put on his new battle suit and slip out of the window. Peter couldn't help sighing. Today is Christmas, don't these bad guys really rest? Even if you don't rest, I want to have a wonderful Christmas. Peter appeared and began to help the law enforcement officers catch the gangsters. Originally, it was relatively simple to catch people, but now it was snowing, and the situation began to slip. These desperados really don't want to die and drive around in their cars. No way. In order to take care of the safety of passers-by, Peter also spent some more time. After being busy for a while, Peter finally caught these gangsters. Thank you, Spider-Man. You're welcome, everyone. Merry Christmas to you all, and best wishes from your good neighbor Spider-Man. Peter was about to leave, swinging the cobweb. In a certain corner of the street, a thin body, wearing a shabby unlined garment and newspapers, was extremely happy to see Peter leaving. Spider-Man, he's caught another bad guy. Leah saw Spider-Man leave, dragged her body back to the alley, and returned to a simple dwelling that had been built. There are Spider-Man newspapers everywhere. Leah never imagined that she could see the idol fight the bad guys in person. This is Christmas. Meeting Spider-Man is the best Christmas present ever. Leah took a few newspapers, went back to the den, and covered herself with the newspapers. Curled up, trembling, but still with a smile on his face, he fell asleep. In the dream, Spider-Man landed in front of her and took her away. Used the cobweb to take her through tall buildings, and she too, like a superhero, is able to help others. Such an experience was simply a miracle for her. Facts have also proved that such an experience can only appear in dreams. In fact, not all. Peter had just left when he suddenly noticed something and turned back. While passing by the alley, he noticed Leah. Peter leaned down and saw Leah, who was trembling but smiling, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. Especially since the girl used her own newspaper, which made Peter feel uncomfortable. Peter looked at the girl's situation and knew that she was in a bad situation. He could only quickly pick up the girl on his back and take her to the hospital. It was only then that Peter discovered that his superhero could obviously do more. Fighting bandits is only part of the equation. I can also help people like Leah. Soon, Peter sent the man to the hospital. After a simple diagnosis, a conclusion is given. She's in a very bad condition and it's beyond rescue. Peter fell into a deep self-blame. If only I could have found her sooner. The doctor was also full of emotion. It's not your fault, Spider-Man. Peter looked at the life that was about to disappear, and suddenly thought of someone. If anyone could save her, it could only be him. Peter immediately contacted Suyi. I need you to help me save someone. Suyi suddenly became nervous. Today is Christmas, and Suyi knows that Peter should spend the holiday with May. With Peter's tone, maybe something happened to May, right? What happened? I saved a little girl on the side of the road, but she was dying. Suyi did not refuse. This is not the heart of Mary, but the empathy that a person should have. If Peter and Suyi can see death, it is not a superhero. Where are you? I am at the hospital. I'll be right there. After borrowing the spell from Natasha Romanoff, Suyi teleported to the hospital and found the ward very quickly. Seeing Peter's helpless look, Suyi patted Peter's shoulder. You've done a good job. Suyi looked at the little girl on the hospital bed, feeling a little sad. So much suffering at such a young age. Suyi wasn't sure if the other party could hear, so she comforted softly. Don't be afraid, we will save you. The energy of the spell poured into the girl and began to take effect. However, this is not enough. Suyi was a little surprised. The spell's ability actually failed. This was the first time. Suyi quickly figured it out. It was because of life. To save her, life energy is necessary. Daisy is still playing mahjong, but she can't make it. In this case, it can only take people away. She's in a serious condition and I need to take her home for treatment. When Peter heard Suyi say this, he immediately became nervous. Is there nothing you can do? I have a way, so I have to take her back. Come to my house to find me. I promise you will see a real little girl. Suyi took Leah back to the villa, and immediately invited Daisy to help. Under the guidance of Suyi, Daisy started the treatment. Sure enough, with the life energy input by Daisy, under the effect of the spell, it began to have an effect. The life energy is absorbed into the body, and the spell begins to heal. Suyi thought it was very simple, and it could be done in a few minutes, at most 10 minutes. Finally, it lasted for half an hour before the treatment ended. The session was drawing to a close when Peter arrived. The treatment is over, she has recovered. Peter could also feel the little girl's steady breathing, and his hanging heart was finally relieved. Thank you, Sue. No, thank you, Peter. You found her and saved her. I can't do anything. How? You took her to the hospital and called me, and you've done everything you can. Don't you want to be a god? After Suyi's enlightenment, Peter finally figured it out. Just then, Leah opened her eyes. Feeling the warmth of the surroundings, looking at this group of people. Who are you? Where am I? Am I dreaming? Spider-Man saved you. Peter had no choice but to reveal his identity and gained Leah's trust. Spider-Man, it's really you? I know, this must be a dream. Peter said, whether it's a dream or not, it's nice to meet you. I'm Spider-Man Peter Parker. My name is Leah. Suyi said with a smile. Sky, you take Leah to wash up and let's spend Christmas together. Remarks, Leah, from the comic Spider-Man, Light of Life. A nice little story I got from Lori. Just in time for Christmas, so I added her. Leah was left behind and had an unforgettable Christmas. Suyi is also thinking about a problem, that is how to settle Leah. Such a homeless little girl. The easiest way is to send them to an orphanage. Next, there is no need for Suyi to worry about it. Suyi thought about it, and it was best for her to be adopted. There are quite a few confidant friends around me, but there are basically none who are suitable for adopting Leah. Vanessa took in Jessica also because Jessica was older. If Vanessa is really asked to take care of such a little girl, Vanessa should not be able to do it. After much deliberation, Suyi thought of a person, May. May raised Peter alone, and the ability to take care of children is definitely not weak. It would be nice if she would take care of Leah. However, there is also a problem, that is, May is relatively busy. In addition to her work, May also often does some good deeds. Suyi is not sure if May has time to take care of Leah. Suyi still decided to discuss with May at that time before making a decision. On the next day, Suyi went to look for May early in the morning. In addition to the normal meeting, Suyi also plans to talk about this matter. May, I have something I want to discuss with you. What's up? Yesterday, I picked up a little homeless girl. She is homeless and has no one to take care of. I wanted to send her to an orphanage, but she seems to be very resistant to the orphanage. May also understood Suyi's purpose. You want me to adopt her? Yes, that's right. After Suyi admitted, she continued, among the people I know, you should be the only one who has the ability to take good care of her. May is a kind person. Hearing what happened to the little girl, she felt very distressed. Now that I am young and full of energy, taking care of a little girl is not a problem. Besides, Peter has grown up, and he has a lot of spare time. If there is one more person in the family, it will be much more lively. I don't mind, but I have to discuss it with Peter. Definitely. Suyi and May were chatting, and Peter happened to come down from upstairs. Good morning, Sue. May hurriedly stopped Peter. Peter, I have something to discuss with you. What's up? Can you accept that there is one more child in the family, that is to say, you will have one more sister? Peter stared at Suyi with wide eyes. Suyi hurriedly explained, I picked up a little homeless girl, and I want May to take care of it. After hearing what Suyi said, Peter knew that what Suyi and May were talking about was Leah, not what he thought. Leah seems to be able to live in her own home. However, there is also a big problem. This Leah knows that she is Spider-Man. Aunt May, what do you think? I have already agreed, but I need to ask for your opinion. Peter recalled yesterday's experience. Without much hesitation, he gave the answer readily, I have no objection either. May was a little surprised. Peter, you don't have to make a decision in such a hurry. I think Aunt May's decision is right, so I absolutely support you. Thank you, Peter. Suyi thought that there would be some troubles, but now it seems that everything is going very smoothly. Both May and Peter agreed, and when Leah learned that she was going to live with Spider-Man, Leah definitely would not refuse. After all, Spider-Man is her idol. The two sides have reached an agreement. Suyi asked someone to send Leah over, and then went through some formalities, and everything was settled. Suyi accompanied May to go through some procedures, and finally got the matter over. From now on, Leah will be called Leah Parker, Peter's younger sister. For this reason, May specially prepared a sumptuous dinner, and welcomed Leah to join her. Suyi was also stayed and enjoyed dinner together. After dinner, Peter found Leah and had a private conversation with her. Leah, you should know my identity, but Aunt May doesn't know that I am Spider-Man. So, in order not to worry Aunt May, you must help me keep this secret. Leah nodded and replied firmly, I will definitely keep it a secret. The two got along very well, and May was relieved a lot. She was also worried that Peter would mind, and that the little girl would be slower to integrate. Now it seems that Leah is still very well behaved and gets along very well with Peter. Leah's appearance was just a small episode. Now that Leah is settled, it will come to an end for the time being. However, to Suyi's surprise, helping such a homeless little girl actually yielded good results. Destiny points. There is also a special prop, Elsa character template. Elsa, the magical ice princess. Integrate the character template to get Elsa's magic. This template is useless to Suyi, but it is a good choice for her beauties. Suyi decided to think carefully about who to use this character template for. Leah stayed at May's house, and Suyi also stayed for one night. This Christmas means a lot to Peter and Leah. Before Suyi was free, Tony found Suyi. "Hi Sue, Merry Christmas." "Tony, Merry Christmas, what do you want?" Tony didn't hold back, and expressed his thoughts. "My villa was destroyed, so in addition to looking for a new place to live, I'm also planning to gradually build an Avengers Alliance base. I thought you might be able to give me some advice." Avengers Alliance base. Right. In the movie, after the Avengers Alliance, the Stark building is destroyed. After Tony rebuilt, he simply changed to the Avengers Alliance base. Later, it changed to a new place. Now it seems that Tony is planning to find a place to practice the Avengers Alliance base directly. It's a good plan. I'll come right over and give you a reference. Suyi came directly to Stark Company, ready to see Tony's plan. "Who knows, when I first came here, I heard Pepper and Tony arguing." Suyi hurriedly appeared to dissuade the two. "Pepper, what's the matter?" Pepper was so angry that he complained directly to Tony. He plans to spend a lot of money to build the Avengers Alliance base. Tony also defended, "What's wrong with me spending some money?" Pepper continued to complain. Now, the company has indeed stabilized. However, such a large sum of money will seriously affect the operation of the company. Tony was a little helpless. The little secretary who was by his side at the time was now the CEO of Stark Company, and he no longer listened to him. "I didn't take so much money at once." Suyi persuaded Pepper kindly, and then the matter was finalized. And Tony happily told Suyi about his plans for the Avengers Alliance base. Suyi also understood, and knew one more thing: it would cost a lot of money to build such a base. To Tony, though, the money was nothing. Tony is still planning, and the real construction will have to wait until next year. After spending Christmas, Suyi has one more thing to do, and that is her studies. By now, it's the end of the term. With Suyi's level of knowledge, the final exam is naturally not a problem. The holiday is coming in a blink of an eye. There shouldn't be any villains appearing during this holiday, right? Suyi is looking forward to the holiday. Although she has no plans yet, she will definitely not be bored. Time passed day by day, and the holiday finally arrived as scheduled. Suyi received a call from Hope. After rescuing Janet from the quantum realm, and after Suyi helped the ghost girl Ava to heal her body, the contact between Suyi and Hope became less. Hope was looking for himself at this time, not knowing what was going on. Suyi still agreed and went to the appointment. At the villa, Suyi met Hope. To Suyi's surprise, Hope seemed to be the only one in the villa. "Long time no see, Hope." Hope glanced at Suyi. "If I hadn't taken the initiative to ask you out, you might have forgotten about me, right?" "Why? It's just been a little busy lately. You know, the explosion that happened not long ago, and Christmas." After hearing Suyi's explanation, Hope did not continue to press. "It can be seen that you are really busy." Suyi looked around. It seems that Dr. Pym and Mrs. Janet are not here. Hope brought a cup of coffee. After Christmas, they went to the southern seaside for vacation together. Suyi was not surprised. It was just that Hope invited herself at this time. Maybe it was not leading the wolf into the house. "Oh, have a nice holiday to them." Hope replied casually. "I will pass on your blessings." Then, "Beautiful Ms. Hope, why did you invite me over? You can't simply treat me to coffee, right? Isn't it okay?" "Definitely yes, just drinking coffee, it would be too boring." Suyi teased Hope, and Hope couldn't help but be moved. As the daughter of Dr. Pym, Hope has high vision, so she has never been in love. Now, meet Suyi. Suyi is not inferior to himself in terms of knowledge. In terms of combat, he is far stronger than himself. Therefore, even if Hope knew about Suyi's situation, he still chose to take the initiative to ask Suyi out. After all, it is not easy to find a man as good as Suyi who can catch his eye. Hope took the initiative to invite Suyi this time, just to enhance their relationship. Hope took out the Ant-Man battlesuit and threw it to Suyi. "Train with me for a while." Suyi looked at this battlesuit. "All right." Soon, Suyi is wearing the battlesuit and Hope is wearing the wasp battlesuit. Suyi looked at Hope curiously. "So, what should we do next?" "Follow me." Hope brought Suyi to the training room. Suyi looked at the room in front of him, and after a brief observation, he realized that the furnishings here were not simple. The whole room is turned into a mini training room. Suyi was a little surprised. There didn't seem to be such a training room in the movie. Both Hope and Dr. Pym trained Scott outdoors on grass. Training has started, it's time to get smaller. Hope immediately became smaller, as small as a mosquito file size. Suyi could only follow suit, and immediately became smaller, becoming a file size like an ant. Hope took the lead, rushed out, and started training. Suyi followed closely behind, following Hope's trajectory, and started training. This training is mainly to train the flexibility in the reduced state. Many agencies have been set up. Even if Suyi becomes smaller, ability is not affected. Such a training level is not difficult for Suyi at all. Soon, Hope completed the training. Finally, it passed through a small hole and became a normal body. Suyi also successfully completed the training and returned to normal file size. "Is this how you train?" "Good. It's very interesting." Hope looked at Suyi. "Do you know fighting technique?" Suyi's battles have always been about the crushing of strength and ability, and fighting technique is basically useless. If you want to say whether it will be possible, it will definitely be. After all, Suyi's first integration is the Batman template. Batman's fighting ability is at the top level. Know a bit. Practice with me for a while. Sui didn't know what Hope meant, but since the beauty asked, she couldn't refuse. The two came to the gym, and there were sandbags here. It seemed that Hope was training fighting technique here. Hope changed a set of clothes, but Sui didn't bring any clothes, so he didn't have to change. The two started training. It is said to be training, but in fact it is Sui assisting Hope and helping to be a target. Hope's fighting technique is not bad, and he seems to have been trained for a long time. Come on, Su, don't be a target anymore, and play 2 tricks with me. You sure? It's just a discussion of moves. Okay. Sui suddenly thought of the famous scene in the movie. Natasha Romanoff pretended to enter the Stark Company, and knocked down Harpy who looked strong in 3s and 2s. Hope is very aggressive and launches the attack directly. Sui's defense was also impeccable, and he defended it with ease. After several attempts, Hope could not defeat Sui. Sui took the opportunity to grab Hope and pulled him into his arms. It seems that you can't beat me. Hope's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he wanted to take this opportunity to fall over his shoulder, only to find that Sui didn't move at all. Only then did Hope know how big the gap between the two was. Sui also saw Hope's helplessness, and finally let Hope throw herself out. Hope also took advantage of the situation to lock Sui. Well, you win, Hope. Hope let go of Sui, but suddenly suppressed Sui with his body. This is not a trick of locking people, it is more like an interaction between lovers. Why did you let me throw you over? We agreed, only to learn fighting skills. Hope showed a smile. Unexpectedly Sui knew how to use this trick to win his favor. Taking advantage of Hope's relaxation, Sui reversed the situation, strongly suppressed Hope, and locked Hope's hands. Seeing Hope's unconvinced look, Sui smirked and said, "Now, I win." Hope tried to struggle, but couldn't break free at all. He could only admit, "Well, you won." Sui took the opportunity to kiss her. "This is my reward for winning." Hope did not resist, but cooperated very much. Arms wrapped around Sui's neck. "Is this what you want? I thought it would be more." "Definitely." Sui heard Hope's subtext, immediately picked him up in a princess hug, and left the gym. Before Scott came out, Sui successfully intercepted Hope and successfully changed the fate of another character. Everything is so logical, let nature take its course. Sui has another beauty and a responsibility. Sui also made a calculation, and after Clarice and Lorna are dealt with, they can take care of themselves. 2 days later, Sui came to Mutant Academy again, and was going to capture 2 little mutant beauties. Today, Mutant's situation is also stable and improving. With Beast Hank participating in politics, he helped mutants speak a lot and won some corresponding rights. It's just that, in some remote places, Mutant has recently disappeared inexplicably. Among these vanished mutants, there are also acquaintances of Mystique. Mystique has left silently since the mutant prison incident, hiding her whereabouts. For a mutant who can change his appearance, hiding himself is a simple matter. Raven also knows that the hatred between herself and ordinary humans is too deep. Even if Mutant can really get along with ordinary people in the future, she will definitely be liquidated. Therefore, instead of being liquidated, it is better to hide and continue to be unrestrained. Such things, Raven has always been handy. It's just that Raven, who was at ease, suddenly received a message for help. The information comes from a mutant that Raven knows, and the relationship is not bad. Only now Magneto is in and Stryker is dead. Mutant Academy and Hank came forward to make Mutant better and better. At this time, something happened to his friend. Raven couldn't figure out what was going on. I can only rush over quickly to investigate what happened. After several twists and turns, Raven did not find any results at all. Raven is very helpless, but Raven will not let it go without investigating clearly. Not even a good Christmas to investigate the matter. On Christmas night, Raven hits the local pub, ready to get into the festive spirit. While drinking, Raven analyzed the current situation. Having experienced so many things, this incident made Raven vaguely feel that something was wrong. Could it be that someone else is planning to deal with Mutant? She also noticed that there are still many people on the internet who oppose Mutant. Even, an extreme organization has emerged, the Anti-Mutant Association. The purpose of this association is to completely eliminate Mutant. It's just that this association should be ordinary people. It will be more difficult for ordinary people to deal with Mutant. Raven naturally regarded the Anti-Mutant Association as the first object of suspicion. However, she was nearby, and she didn't notice that this organization was very active. Besides, Raven couldn't figure out which side was targeting Mutant. Raven had no choice but to investigate slowly. On the way to leave, Raven found something unexpectedly. Raven was on the way to leave, but found that the vehicle in front suddenly had a car accident. This is no ordinary car accident, because this car hit a robot that fell from the sky. Raven slammed on the brakes and observed the situation ahead. This robot made Raven feel extremely familiar. Sentinel. Raven was extremely surprised. Stryker was already dead. How could there still be Sentinel? Raven also suddenly understood that the disappearing mutant was probably made by Sentinel. Regardless of where this Sentinel came from, Raven knew that the person behind it must be targeting Mutant. Sure enough, the mutant in the vehicle in front was caught and subdued easily. Raven autonomously was no match, and hurriedly drove back. Sentinel can detect the mutant gene in nearby people, so Raven was noticed the moment he escaped. There's still one. Sentinel hurriedly began to chase, and Raven was also experienced, and immediately thought of a way to escape and entered the subway. After several twists and turns, Raven got rid of Sentinel's pursuit. After safety, Raven knew that the stakes were high and he had to ask for help. Raven immediately thought of Professor X. Now, only he can fight against Sentinel. If we don't act sooner, I'm afraid more mutants will be killed. Raven rushed back non-stop and came to Mutant Academy. Raven appeared at the gate of the academy, directly revealing his identity. Professor X naturally would not reject Raven, and chose to welcome Raven's arrival. Raven, welcome back. Raven didn't look good, Charles, we're in trouble. Professor X knows that Raven refers to us, referring to all mutants. So very puzzled. Mutant is doing pretty well, although some people continue to oppose Mutant. But at least, there is official acknowledgement of Mutant's existence. In this way, nothing major will happen. What happened? Sentinel is capturing Mutant, although we don't know who is behind it. However, Sentinel is definitely our mutant's nightmare. Sentinel is indeed extremely powerful. The current Sentinel is not perfect. If Raven can be captured and Raven's gene obtained, then Sentinel will become the natural enemy of Mutant. But Stryker is dead. Who is going to capture Mutant? I don't know, so I'm asking for your help, Charles. Professor X did not refuse, because this matter is to protect Mutant, not to make the relationship between Mutant and ordinary people worse. I will help. Now, come with me first. On the way, Raven continued to talk about his speculation. I suspect it was done by the Anti-Mutant Association, and one of them should have obtained the research on Sentinel. So, plan to use Sentinel to exterminate all mutants. Professor X has also heard about this organization, and it is indeed a troublesome matter. However, it is definitely not easy to get the research data of Sentinel. Back at the castle, Professor X immediately notified Storm, Ololo, you go and ask Scott and Logan to come over for a meeting. By the way, call Mr. Sue over. Yes, Professor. Raven was a little surprised. Is he here too? He happened to come over today to visit Chin. Professor X definitely knew that Suyi was flirting with girls right under his nose, but he couldn't do anything about it. This is Chin and Anna's own choice, and he can't stop it. Soon, several people gathered together, and Suyi was disturbed, feeling a little unhappy. However, when Mystique Raven appeared here and the professor called other X-Men to a meeting, he knew that things were not simple. After seeing that everyone was here, Raven began to tell his story. The other mutants were furious when they heard the news. Who the hell is capturing Mutant? Logan sucked on his cigar. Catch the mutant bastard? I'd like to see if my claws can shred the robot. Suyi was a little depressed. This strike was really dead and no one would be safe. It's just that Suyi doesn't know who is catching Mutant. Whoever it is, these Sentinels must not stay. Suyi is confident to deal with Sentinel, but once the number is too large, big problems will inevitably arise. You know, Mutant's favorite thing to do is to restart the timeline. Suyi doesn't want to be influenced. I will help you if necessary. After Suyi agreed to help, Professor X was also very relieved. With the help of Suyi, I have more confidence. Ololo, Scott, and Logan, the three of you go with Raven. The course of action is subject to Orolo's arrangement. Please contact me at any time. If you are in danger, protect yourself first. Chin saw that everyone went to carry out the task, and she was left behind, feeling very complicated. Before, Chin always thought that she was too weak and would hold everyone back. But now, Chin was too powerful to help. Although this power is powerful, I dare not use it, let alone protect everyone. After the professor explained the good things, several people set off immediately. Go there earlier, maybe you can find the trace of the other party earlier, and you can save one more. Suyi saw through Chin's loss, and chose to take Chin to relax and enlighten Chin. The X-Men on the other side left the Mutant Academy and soon arrived in the state where Mutant disappeared. Raven guessed that since the other party had arrested 2 people in this city, they might act in this city again. It's just that after working for several days, I didn't find it. Up to now, I can only use the brainwave amplifier. Let Professor X go out and find out where the captured person was captured. Using an electroencephalogram amplifier places a heavy burden on the user. Therefore, Professor X is actually trying to avoid using machines as much as possible. But the stakes are high this time, and the future of Mutant is at stake. So, that's the only way to do it. As the professor's assistant, Chin learned that the professor planned to use the brainwave amplifier, and immediately stopped it. Professor, let me come. Professor X was very surprised. Chin. The side effects of using the machine are strong, and my ability is stronger, so I should be able to hold on. Professor X vetoed. Chin, I know you really want to help, but using the brainwave amplifier will connect you with the thoughts of many people. It is said that you have connected other people's brains, but in fact, it is more like the brain has been invaded by countless consciousnesses. Chin understood what the professor meant, and also knew the danger. But Chin always wanted to do something. The professor also understood Chin's thoughts. Okay, this time it's up to you to use the machine. The two came to the basement together, and came to the end through the corridor full of technology. Here is the brainwave amplifier, which is also Professor X's secret weapon. After scanning, the two entered the brainwave amplification room together. The door was closed tightly, and the two came to the machine together. Professor X was still worried, and asked again, Chin, are you sure you want to do this? I am sure. Jean mustered up her courage and put on her helmet. Next, start the machine. The moment the machine was turned on, Jean felt that her thoughts seemed to be magnified countless times. In this way, Jean can feel the mutant of a state, or even a wider area. Jean felt that she had a connection with these mutants and could perceive what they were doing now. All of this is so magical. However, this is just the beginning. Jean's thinking is connected with more people, and he perceives more and more information, and feels as uncomfortable as his head is about to explode. After all, it is the first time for Jean to use the machine, so it is normal to feel uncomfortable, which is how she came here at the beginning. However, seeing Jean's uncomfortable appearance, the professor couldn't help waking Jean up. Jean, give up. The professor's thinking is also connected. Jean can naturally perceive the professor's persuasion. When Jean heard this voice, she recovered a little and remembered what she should do. Concentrating on perception, Jean finally discovered something. She discovered that in a secret base, someone was experimenting with mutant. Jean also felt the pain of the other party, and couldn't help crying. Seeing that the situation was not good, the professor could only turn off the machine quickly and help Jean take off the helmet. Only then did Jean recover a little. Jin, are you okay? Jean got out of that pain, and it was difficult to recover in a short time. Jean sat on the ground and slowed down for a while. After recovering, I immediately told the professor about the information I had perceived. I found them. It was Hydra, Dr. Zola. The Hydra incident was a big event that shocked the world. Captain Steve was almost labeled as Hydra. After the incident, a large number of Hydra members were arrested, and the members of the Avengers Alliance destroyed Hydra secret bases one after another. Hydra has only a small group of people hidden, lingering. Professor X didn't expect that it was actually Hydra's people who did it to mutant. Hydra is already a lost dog, and it is already very good to be able to survive. Now, they still dare to show up, and they really don't know how to deal with the mutant group. Jean, have you seen where their base is? I saw it. It's in the mountains outside the city. I don't know exactly where it is. Hydra's secret base is not so easy to deal with. And it is about Hydra. Professor X thought about it and decided to inform Suyi. Jean, go and rest first. Okay. After asking someone to take the piano to rest, Professor X took the initiative to contact Suyi. Suyi was a little surprised that Professor X contacted him. After all, logically speaking, the few people sent out are not weak and should be able to complete the task. The professor contacted himself, and it seemed that something had happened. Professor, what's the matter? There's something very important about the Sentinel. Don't tell me, Logan and the others failed and were arrested. That's not true, they haven't found each other's trace yet. The professor continued without pausing. Just now, Jean used the brainwave amplifier to search for clues and discovered the identity of the other party. What identity? Hydra, Dr. Zola. Walter. Suyi was surprised to hear this name. At this time, Hydra still dares to come out and hang around. Is he really not afraid of death? However, Suyi also felt very reasonable when he heard that it was Hydra. Hydra does have a chance to get Sentinel's research. Now, Hydra is almost destroyed, and it is possible to increase the power of Hydra through the study of Sentinel. The professor replied affirmatively. This is what Jean saw, and I believe her. Suyi continued to ask, has Jean seen where they are now? I only know that it is in the mountains outside the city, but it is not clear where it is. The range of this mountain range is not small. Especially the secret base, it will definitely be very hidden. It is really difficult to find the secret base with those few people alone. I think the captain and the others must really want to completely wipe out this remaining Hydra. Without further ado, Suyi contacted Tony. Let Tony gather the Avengers Alliance and continue to destroy Hydra. After Tony heard the news, he immediately asked out all the members of the Avengers Alliance. Everyone in the Avengers Alliance thought it was crazy. I thought that after the defeat of Hydra, it was hidden and not easy to be found. Unexpectedly, Hydra is so bold. Just over a month after Baron Stekla's base was destroyed, he dared to come out to make trouble. This is not just a normal mess, but an offense to mutant. You know, there are more mutants than members of the Avengers Alliance. Offending so many superpowers, he also exposed his tracks. Such behavior is tantamount to seeking death. However, Hydra does just that. Captain Steve immediately expressed his attitude. No matter what Hydra is planning, we will go. This time, we must cut off this base. It would be best to dig out the other hidden bases and wipe out Hydra. Tony immediately said, I will take my Iron Legion and look for the location of the secret base. Others are also full of confidence. The main force of Hydra has been wiped out, and this group of people is left alone, which is not enough to watch. Even so, the crowd did not relax, but prepared to wipe out all Hydra in one fell swoop. Everyone set off immediately, went to the destination, and first joined the X-Men. Members of the X-Men also received a message from the professor telling them to wait for the members of the Avengers Alliance to act together. Raven hopes to find Hydra's base as soon as possible and rescue people. However, she also knew that it would be too difficult to find the secret base on her own. So he had to wait for the people from the Avengers Alliance to arrive before proceeding. The people from the Avengers Alliance came very quickly. After the two sides met, they started to act without too much nonsense. Tony Stark released the reconnaissance plane and his armor to search for the secret base together. Inside the base, Dr. Zola quickly noticed the movement outside. After all, this is Hydra's base, and there must be some defensive alarm devices hidden nearby. I just wanted to attract mutant, but I didn't expect people from the Avengers Alliance to come. It just so happens that they have what I need to. Dr. Zola observed the outside world through the monitoring equipment, and finally waited for the opportunity. Outside, Tony has been investigating for a while, but still hasn't found it. At this moment, news came from a set of battle armor, and a suspicious location was discovered. At this moment, the signal was blocked, and Tony could not receive the message. Found it. Under Tony's control, the fighter plane quickly rushed to the vicinity of the accidental armor. Tony is not worried about problems with the armor, after all, his technology is unrivaled in the world. Besides, it's time for Tony to prepare the self-destruct routine. At critical moments, the armor will self-destruct, destroying the armor and the arc reactor. In this way, even if people with ulterior motives get their own armor, they will not be able to obtain the secrets of the armor. It's just that Tony overestimated himself a little too much. In other words, he didn't expect the special case of Dr. Zola. Before Dr. Zola died, his consciousness was uploaded to the machine, or he lived forever. Consciousness turned into a data stream is extremely unique, even more special than the artificial intelligence JARVIS. Like a virus, Dr. Zola invaded the armor and terminated the self-destruction process. Dr. Zola got Tony Stark's armor and the corresponding technology. Dr. Zola was very excited. This set of armor is very special. With Tony's armor, his Sentinel plan will be more perfect. The goal has been achieved. Next, there is another goal. Another target of Dr. Zola is naturally Mystique Raven. He has access to Sentinel's technology and research, as well as research on mutant. Definitely know that if you can get Mystique Raven's gene, Sentinel will be great. Dr. Zola is already looking forward to the full Sentinel. Once you have a full Sentinel, you can completely wipe out the mutant. Then, there is nothing more to say about the Avengers Alliance. At that time, Hydra will surely rise. Dr. Zola has obtained Tony Stark's armor technology. At this time, the Avengers Alliance and the X-Men have found the entrance to the base and successfully entered the base. Then it's time to move on. You guys, disperse them according to the plan. Yes. The dead warriors of Hydra also knew that this time they would surely die. However, they have no fear, just because they have been brainwashed by Hydra since childhood. Bucky was able to be rescued because before he was brainwashed, he still had experiences, feelings, and a life that belonged to Bucky. However, these people have long been trained as weapons by Hydra, and they no longer have the human part. Even if they were caught alive, they would not come back at all. Members of the Avengers Alliance and the X-Men entered the base together. Soon, they were stopped by Hydra soldiers. However, these people fought and retreated, running around in the base, as if they wanted to separate people deliberately. Steve has been in the field for a long time, and he also knows tactics quite well, so he can see the plans of these people at a glance. Be careful, don't be separated. However, Steve was still too late to remind. The thick iron gate instantly separated some people. It will definitely take some time to get through this door and reunite. However, Hydra will not give such time. Continue to use this method to disperse these people. In the end, the Avengers Alliance and the X-Men were divided into 4 groups of at least 2 people each. In this way, it is considered safe. The people who were scattered couldn't communicate because the signal was blocked, so they could only move on, turning inside the huge base. Dr. Zola observed these dispersed people and knew that his chance had come. When ready, Zola stepped in himself and aimed straight at Mystique Raven. At the moment, Raven and Logan are parted together. Raven didn't like to be with such a reckless man very much, but at this moment, he had no choice but to fight side by side. The two continued to move forward, and found Dr. Zola and the dead Hydra who rushed over. Seeing the Hydra warrior raise his weapon, Raven's first reaction was to run away. Be careful. However, Logan chose Bright Claw. In Raven's eyes of hatred, Logan rushed forward. What greeted him was a hail of bullets. Raven is very speechless. There is regenerative healing factor. Can self-healing also can't play like this? Are you not afraid of pain? Pain is definitely painful, but the more it hurts, the more Logan wants to kill these people in front of him. Seeing Logan rushing towards him, Zora was extremely confident. This is the result. Logan rushed over. Wouldn't Raven be alone? Several other dead men arranged to launch a fierce attack on Raven, or the kind that don't care about their own life or death. Logan is obviously a solo hero who doesn't know how to cooperate, let alone team up. Although aware of Raven's danger, Logan didn't have the idea of returning to help, but decided to kill the ones in front of him first, especially the robot Zola. Logan charged directly against the firepower, pawing at a dead soldier. It will be a massacre? Finally, Dr. Zola and Logan run into each other. Zola is very confident in herself. After all, she is a real man of steel. Unfortunately, Logan is not bad, steel skeleton, or adamantium. When Zola's steel body was pierced by claws, Zola realized that the material problem is also very important. Fortunately, Zora is immortal. Logan, I am as immortal as you are. The difference is that you will not die because you can self-healing. I am free from the shackles of my body. Logan stared at the pile of scrap metal in front of him, very angry, and pierced the head of the machine with his claws. Go back and help Raven instead. Raven is also very helpless. His ability is more suitable for fighting like a spy agent. This kind of head-on fighting is not her strong point. In the end, although Raven killed the pursued soldiers, his own blood was taken away. Hurry up, that man took my blood sample. It must be taken back, otherwise, it will be extremely serious. However, in the face of many obstacles, Logan could not catch up. In this huge base, the other 3 groups of people were also attacked by the dead. However, no matter how you look at it, these people are delayers. In order to eliminate Hydra as soon as possible, everyone is still exploring and moving forward. However, at this moment, the base sounded an alarm. The self-destruct procedure of the base has already started, and the base will self-destruct in 10 minutes. Everyone was stunned, knowing that the situation was not good. Now there is no other way but to escape before the base self-destructs. One by one hurriedly escaped from the base. Fortunately, there is no Lucci, everyone ran out. As soon as he returned to the fighter plane, the base exploded. Huge amounts of explosions affected a large area of the mountain range and even caused landslides. An explosion of this magnitude would definitely affect a lot of people. Tony contacted Suyi immediately, so, we need your help. What happened? The base exploded, causing the mountain to collapse. Suyi really didn't expect Hydra to have this move. To fight against natural disasters, Suyi immediately thought of a person, Ancient One Magician. As the Sorcerer Supreme, Strange was able to control the water when the Avengers Alliance was fourth, so at this time, it is not a problem for the Ancient One Magician to take care of the landslide. Suyi just appeared, and the Ancient One Magician also learned about Suyi's purpose. As the Sorcerer Supreme, it's your job to protect the world. Although the main task is to guard against external forces, Ancient One Magician can also find problems in the world. Ancient One Magician, Wanda, I need your help. Suyi invited 2 masters of magic to solve this problem. Suyi has already appeared as soon as possible, but this kind of situation is usually extremely fast. Ancient One Magician and Wanda immediately shot to stop the mountain from falling. So did Suyi, who used the space gem and began to control the mountain. Definitely, there is saving lives. Fortunately, there are no people in the mountains, but there are people living at the foot of the mountains. Suyi and the others appeared in a timely manner, otherwise, it would be impossible to save the gods. The rescue work is extremely complicated, but fortunately, Steve and others also joined in it. Finally, the disaster caused by the landslide has been solved. What happened? How did it become like this? Raven immediately explained, this is Hydra's plan. The base here is extremely large and complex inside. He's here to catch more mutants and get mutant genes. He even intends to attract more mutants, and intends to acquire more powerful mutant genes. Seeing that Raven was injured, Suyi couldn't help asking, has he got your gene? Yes. When the Avengers Alliance wiped out Hydra, they were invincible. This time with the cooperation of the X-Men, I didn't expect to stumble. Suyi also knew the reason for this situation. Before destroying Hydra, the purpose of Hydra is to fight back against the Avengers Alliance and fight to the death. This time, Hydra's goal is not to fight hard, but to outsmart. As a result, it was naturally different. Now, let Hydra get Raven's gene, then things are a bit troublesome. Could it be that the crisis of Ultron will become the crisis of Sentry? From this point of view, there is really a possibility. Sentinel's strength is not weaker than Ultron's. Because these Sentinels can have super ability, it will be very troublesome. Steve blamed himself and said, it was my failure to command well that almost caused huge amounts of disaster. Suyi was also a little helpless, I underestimated Zola, if I made a move earlier, it wouldn't be like this. Now, Zola has escaped, so I can only go back first. Suyi was also speechless, the impact of today's situation may not be small. Wanda saw that Suyi seemed to be blaming herself, and hurriedly comforted, so, it's not your fault. Ancient One Magician, can you see where they went? I am not an all-knowing and all-powerful god. Suyi knew the answer and was a little disappointed. Could it be that I have to become omniscient and omnipotent in order to handle all these annoying things? Is this forcing me to find infinite gems? Damn, if I'm really determined to find all the infinite gems, I'll leave it at home every day and snap my fingers. Hydra, right? Can you resist me snapping your fingers? Thanos, right? The full diamond infinity gauntlet is here, want it? Eat me with a snap of my fingers. I heard that you are ready to conquer the universe? Let's not talk about anything else, just ask if you want to snap your fingers? Suyi complained about it, now it is quite troublesome to find infinite gems. Wanda immediately asked, so, we should go back too. Okay. Suyi was also about to take Wanda back when she suddenly thought of something. That is to say, is it possible for this Zola to go to Sokovia? Suyi knew that the final battle of Avengers, Age of Ultron was here. If it is said that Zora replaced Ultron's plot, it is really possible. Thinking of this, Suyi extended an invitation to Wanda. Wanda, have you ever thought about going home and taking a look? Going home? We just parted ways for Christmas. Suyi is gratified that Wanda regards this place as her home. However, this is not what Suyi was talking about, so he had to explain, I mean Sokovia. When Wanda thought of her hometown, she felt strange and far away. So, why do you suddenly want to take me back? I don't want to deceive you. I have a vague feeling that Zola may come here. If he doesn't come, we will treat it as a tourist. What do you think? Definitely yes, I haven't been back for a long time. After discussing with Wanda, Suyi decided to go to Sokovia and wait for the rabbit. Whether you can succeed or not depends on luck. Suyi brought Wanda to Sokovia soon. Wanda has also left her hometown for a long time. In fact, she doesn't miss it. As a child, I lost my parents and family. Since then, he has been wandering with Pietro. After growing up, after going through several twists and turns, he came to the capital of freedom, ready to seek revenge from Tony Stark. Here, apart from the departed parents and the childhood memories, there are no nostalgic memories. Wanda, are you okay? Wanda felt sad. I just miss my parents a little bit. Suyi gently held Wanda's hand. Let's go together. It is good. Wanda felt that Suyi was beside her, as if she had a support. Under Wanda's lead, the two came to a street, and finally, Wanda stopped in front of a pastry shop. Suyi looked in front of her eyes. What's the matter? Wanda, do you want to eat cake? No, this used to be my home. Wanda continued. The explosion that year caused too much damage. A lot of places are in ruins and have to be completely rebuilt. Suyi could feel that feeling in his heart, that things are not people. It's just that standing here and reminiscing about the past is not the solution. Wanda, let's go in. Suyi led Wanda into the pastry shop, ordered pastries and coffee, and prepared to chat slowly. Guided by Suyi, Wanda opens up. Wanda, don't be sad for too long. I think if your parents could see you, they would want you to be happy instead of being sad all the time. Can they really see it? They're always in your heart, with you, and I think they can see that. Wanda's heart is not fragile. In the movie, Wanda lost a lot. Lost his parents as a child and later lost his only brother, Pietro. Fortunately, Vision is here and has a family. However, in the end Vision also died, and died several times. Wanda has been through so much, she should have gotten over it. As a result, under the influence of Dark God book, the power of the screenwriter, I was completely blackened. It can only be said that no matter how strong the heart is, it can't bear such a knife. In this world now, Wanda is her own beauty. Suyi will definitely not let this happen. Suyi continued. Wanda, would you like to spend the rest of your life with me? Although I can't promise to be single-minded, I will give you a wonderful family. Family, and family, that's what Wanda wants. I would. The two ate pastries together, and Wanda shed tears of happiness. Father, mother, I have a new family, and we will be happy. And Pietro, I'll take care of him too. When I came back this time, I wanted to wait and see if I could catch the rabbit Dr. Zola, but unexpectedly let Wanda let go of the sad things in the past, and it was not in vain. After Suyi and Wanda left the pastry shop, they were ready to get down to business. Suyi plans to go to Hydra's secret base to see if there are any traces of Hydra members' activities. The two came to the Hydra base, where most of it has been destroyed by the Avengers Alliance. After a simple investigation, there was no trace of Hydra at all. Suyi couldn't help being a little disappointed. It seemed that his plan of sitting on the sidelines was about to fail. Suyi was about to go back. After much deliberation, he decided to leave a duplication here, and let the duplication wait for him. Suyi took Wanda back to the old villa, where there is Wanda's room. Yelena and Antonia are also back, earlier than Suyi and Wanda. Suyi sent a message to Gwen and the others, and then stayed here to accompany Wanda and others. Yelena, how's Mystique going? She was not seriously injured and was taken back to Mutant Academy. This failure, the morale of the Avengers Alliance and the X-Men, has been hit to a certain extent. Yelena and Antonia are also not in a good mood. This time, they did not do anything at all, let alone being played around by the Zola robot. Naturally, they are not in a good mood. Yelena is definitely going to put this matter aside temporarily, relax, and change her mood. Under the darkness, the Zora robot landed in Sokovia's base. In order to avoid being discovered by Tony Stark, Zola also took a lot of defensive measures. Finally, returned to the base here at night. The reason why Zola chose this place is very simple, that is, no one will notice here, a secret base that has been destroyed. This secret base prepared by Hydra is for self-protection and training of new members of Hydra. And Dr. Zola chose this place to build the Sentry Legion, a place for rapid rise. Even if he fails, he will not implicate the last secret base, let alone let Hydra go extinct. It's just that Dr. Zola never expected that someone opened the hook. He thought that no one would find out that he came here. Along the way, he did escape Tony Stark's tracking. No one else found out either. It's just that Suyi didn't find out that he came here to follow, but just waited here. Suyi is just taking a gamble to see how the world corrects the plot. Unexpectedly, the bet was right. Duplication perception changes to Hydra base, Dr. Zola's trail is discovered. Suyi also got this information in an instant, and immediately realized that the opportunity had come. Yelena sensed something was wrong with Suyi. Su, what's wrong? Wait, I have something to do. What's up? I found Zola. This time, I will do it myself, and I must catch it. Yelena was also a little surprised. When Suyi left, Zola had already run away. What's more, Suyi was on rescue at that time, so he didn't have time to track Zola at all. How did you find Zora? Where is he? It's not important, I'll go first. Suyi disappeared from the villa and instantly appeared in Hydra's base in Sokovia. A lot of equipment at the base was also destroyed, and Zola was going to spend some time rebuilding it. Didn't notice at all, someone was already here. Dr. Zola, you are so cunning. Zola was immediately frightened. How could there be other people in this secret base? Turning around suddenly, she found that Suyi was looking at her with a smile. There is indeed something in the 3 caves of the cunning rabbit. But fortunately, I will wait for the rabbit. As soon as Zola moved a little, she found that her body couldn't move at all. I can still control it, but it seems to be bound by some force. This force was so powerful that Dr. Zola couldn't break free no matter what. Cosmic Cube, a good thing you have studied. Dr. Zola looked at the cosmic cube in Suyi's hand, and was even more afraid that Suyi was actually holding the cosmic cube with his bare hands, and it was fine. Yet this is just the beginning. Suyi had already arrived in front of Zola in the blink of an eye. Today, no matter what, you can't escape. Suyi easily removed Sentinel's limbs and destroyed all the mechanical limbs with energy. Now, you have only one choice, tell me where the rest of Hydra is hiding. Dr. Zola is not afraid at all, because the current Zola is no longer a human being. I won't tell you. One head is cut off, and two heads grow back. Hi Claw. Suyi is not in a hurry to kill Zola just like that. After all, killing people and punishing them is the most effective way. Moreover, if I can't do it myself, maybe someone else can. If you don't tell me, I have a way. Would you like to hear my way? Dr. Zola looked at Ying Xuan's smile and felt fear instantly. This feeling has not been felt for a long time. The last time, when her body was about to die, Zola felt the fear of death. However, after the consciousness was uploaded, Zola completely lost the emotion of fear. To be precise, all human emotions are lost. Suyi continued, the first way is to hand you over to Tony Stark. You should know him, he is a genius, and he has developed artificial intelligence. Your thinking has become data. I think Tony must have a way to get the desired information from your data. Give your mind a virus and you'll get lost. Using data streams to wash your mind, can you still keep your heart? I'm looking forward to whether you can hold on at that time. Even if you can hold on, the data will not lie to us. Zola really felt the fear, and Suyi's method was simply torture, specifically for him. Your own thinking has become data, so use the method of data to deal with yourself. Unfortunately, Zola couldn't make any expression. The body was also controlled, floating in the air, unable to move. There is a second way. Do you know what this is? Cosmic Cube. Why is he so powerful? Because its essence is infinite gems. Infinite gems, from God of the universe, Goddess of Infinity. The 6 infinite gems are time, space, mind, soul, power, and reality. If I use Mind Gem, I can easily control another person. So, you, who are no longer human, can you be controlled? I'm looking forward to this experiment, and I hope you can give me a little miracle. Zola has already started to panic. Although she is special, she is still too insignificant compared to this unbelievable treasure with Tongtian power. Are you really special enough to resist the power of Mind Gem? Zola has no idea. He has studied the Cosmic Cube, and what he has come into contact with is just a little bit of fur. But Suyi was able to control himself with the Cosmic Cube, preventing him from moving. If there is a Mind Gem, then he will definitely fail. Still unwilling to say, it's okay, I have one last solution, and that is to collect all 6 infinite gems. When I have 6 infinite gems, I'm basically omniscient. I can snap my fingers and completely change reality and wipe out half of life in the universe. All it takes is a snap of my fingers for a Hydra member to destroy their own base and stand up and admit who they are. No matter where he is, make him a member of Hydra, he will be affected. Zoro was devastated, totally devastated. Whether he says it or not, Suyi has a way to destroy Hydra. Suyi is so powerful, like a god, unstoppable. I would like to name the base of Hydra. Suyi shook his head, no, don't give up so quickly. You have to at least experience it, so that it will appear that your Hydra bones are relatively hard. After saying that, Suyi brought Zora to Asgard, the domain of the gods. Suyi is going to take Zola to experience Mind Gem first. If Tony Stark is allowed to come first, maybe Zola's data will be blown up, and there will be no clues by then. Heimdall. Mr. So. I want to meet Loki. He's not locked up, is he? Loki has been released to protect Midgard, and you can see him anytime. Suyi soon found Loki, who was watching a play at the moment. Loki, long time no see. Loki looked at Suyi, who suddenly appeared with Zora, and couldn't help asking, what is this? A trash. I want to borrow your psychic scepter. This is not a condition of our cooperation. Suyi said with a smile, Loki, just do me a favor and try to control this thing with a psychic scepter. Although Loki was very reluctant, but after all, he was doing Suyi a favor. In the future, he can find opportunities to ask for revenge. Let me try. Zola knew in her heart that this should be the second method Suyi mentioned. No, I am willing to say. Suyi comforted, don't worry, let me do an experiment first. What if the psychic scepter can't control you? Have faith in yourself. Loki couldn't understand the current situation, so he had to use the psychic scepter to try to control Zora. Unfortunately, it worked. Without a fight, Zora was held by Loki. I've got him under control, what do you want to do next? Unlock the control on him. Walter. I said unlock the control. Loki had to do as he did, and Zora recovered in an instant. If he is a normal person now, he should be gasping for breath, feeling the fear and anger in his heart. Unfortunately, he is not human. I said, I really want to say. Suyi comforted, okay, give me an answer. Then I will verify it with the method just now. If you dare to deceive me, then I have no choice but to hand you over to Tony Stark. Zola revealed all the information in one go, and Suyi already knew the location of the secret base. Next, eliminating this secret base is not a problem at all. What Suyi has to do, definitely, is to ask Tony Stark to study to see if Zola, whose consciousness has become data, will be afraid of viruses. You are very cooperative. Next, I hope you can survive Tony Stark's research. Zola panicked instantly. No. Suyi ignored Zora's wailing, said goodbye to Loki, returned to Midgard, and came outside Tony's house. Tony, are you asleep? Get up for coffee. Tony was speechless. It's late at night. What are you doing? I have prepared a big gift for you. Tony saw Zora's body. This is Zora Robot. You caught him. Definitely. But right now, we have an important task. What important task? From him, get the location of Hydra's last secret base. Yes, we're going to get rid of Hydra. Zora retorted loudly, I told you. Don't be afraid, you are not human anymore, it won't hurt. Tony always felt something was weird, but couldn't tell. His thinking has been digitized, so I'm going to use data streams to overwhelm his thinking. Then use some viruses to try to infect him. Suyi and Tony tortured Zola for a night, and Zora's consciousness completely collapsed. Suyi also got the location of the last secret base, which was the same location that Zola gave in Asgard. Zora wasn't lying, but the torture was kind of fun. With the location information, Suyi does not intend to waste time. This time, Hydra will be wiped out completely. Suyi summoned Steve and others again, preparing to destroy Hydra together. When Steve and the others received the message, they didn't know what was going on. I thought it was the collapse of the mountain, which caused some impact. Suyi and Tony brought out Zola. Last night, I caught Zola, and through the efforts of Tony and I, we have determined the location of the last secret base of Hydra. The members of the Avengers Alliance were all stunned. All of them could catch Zola who had escaped. Only then did Yelena know that Suyi left last night to catch Zola. How did you catch him? Special ability. Steve didn't want to continue to ask, but said, now that we know the last secret base of Hydra, we have to act immediately. I think so too. Together, everyone set off today to solve the big trouble of Hydra. Unlike the last time, this time, there are no X-Men members, but Suyi and Wanda are added. Suyi and members of the Avengers Alliance quickly set off and arrived at the last secret base. The last secret base of Hydra is the one that appeared in Captain 3, which is used to train the Winter Soldier. This base is located in the Arctic Circle, the environment is harsh, and it has been abandoned for many years. That's why it's not easy to be found. It's just that they didn't expect that Suyi captured Zola and got the location of this base. If I can't catch Zola, Suyi, I don't think that Hydra will hide here in the end. Suyi and others appeared nearby, inside the Hydra base, and the few remaining Hydra members noticed this situation. Now, the interim boss of Hydra, seeing Steve and others appear here, knows that the situation is not good. The Avengers Alliance led by Steve is extremely powerful, but they are not something they can deal with. However, they had no other choice but to fight desperately. Just when he was about to mobilize these young people, Suyi, Steve, and others rushed in. On the way here, a rough battle plan has already been drawn up. Now is the time to start acting on the plan. Suyi took the lead and rushed in quickly. Suyi's goal is very clear, he went straight to the boss of Hydra. The symbiote battlesuit turned into a huge amounts of spider web, and went down towards Hydra's boss web. A large number of people were directly bound. There were not many people in this secret base, only a few hundred people. Most of them are relatively outstanding young people, who are the key training, brainwashing, objects of Hydra. Suyi wasn't quite sure how crazy these people were, but, in order to prevent what happened yesterday from happening again, Suyi didn't dare to relax at all. Arrest as many people as possible first, then arrest them all. Steve and the others were not slow, going in all directions, looking for hidden Hydra members. Within 10 minutes, the battle was over. The plan to strike Hydra's secret base was a big success. Seeing that everyone in Hydra has been captured, Suyi also breathed a sigh of relief. Hydra, finally completely destroyed. Suyi was condescending, looking at the captured Hydra interim boss. Chop off one head and grow two. Now tell me, Hydra's 9 heads are gone, can they grow back? The interim boss of Hydra is very desperate, because, after today, Hydra will die completely. Even if some of these people want to rebuild Hydra, it is more difficult than it was 70 years ago. At the beginning, Hydra was able to rebuild because it was parasitic inside S.H.I.E.L.D, and it was supported by SHIELD. Now this time, it's completely different. For Hydra to rise again, it basically needs to start from scratch. That is to say, this time, Hydra was completely defeated. It's just that this person is not willing to give up. Even if Hydra is gone, it's not going to make it easy for the Avengers Alliance. Do you think the Avengers Alliance will last forever? Tony Stark, don't you want to know who killed your parents? After being reminded by this person, Tony instantly remembered that he and Hydra still have a deep blood feud. I know, it's you bastards. Tony turned himself into a reckless man and beat him up. No, not us, Steve's buddy Bucky did it. Tony didn't listen at all, really? Didn't you guys send him to do it? You are the culprit, and you still want to deceive me. By the time Tony calmed down the anger in his heart, the other party was almost out of shape. Suyi pulled back in time. Tony, that's enough. Hydra was completely destroyed, and hundreds of people in the base were arrested. Next, they will be judged and jailed. Suyi watched these Hydra people being taken out, looking at the empty base. After thinking about it, I decided to destroy it. If you keep it, something might happen, so it's better to simply destroy it. Boom, With a loud bang, Hydra's base was completely destroyed and disappeared on the ice field. And this also means that Hydra is completely destroyed. Now, there may still be a few fish that slipped through the net, but these people can no longer gather together to stir up the wind and rain. On the way back, Tony couldn't help sighing, I have to go back and take a good rest. I didn't rest all night last night in order to study Zola. Steve relaxed too, worried about the same thing as yesterday. Steve was terrified of yesterday's explosion, which caused the avalanche. Fortunately, it was stopped by Suyi, otherwise the consequences would be serious. Fortunately, everything went smoothly today, without any unexpected changes. Yeah, Hydra has finally been completely wiped out. At this moment, Steve feels a lot younger again. His mission was also to eliminate Hydra, and he thought he had succeeded at the time. Unexpectedly, when awakening came, Hydra existed in a different way. Now, Hydra should never appear again. Steve just wanted to go back early and break the news to Carter. When they got there, Suyi left first. And Steve has one more thing to do, which is to turn over the Hydra people. The last secret base was destroyed and word spread of Hydra's complete demise. The news quickly spread across the internet and gained everyone's approval and support. Great, Hydra is finally wiped out. Captain, the embodiment of justice. Punish Hydra. Hydra disappeared completely, and Suyi's world returned to normal. This winter, there shouldn't be any villains who don't open their eyes anymore. Suyi also had the winter vacation and had more time. It's just that it's no fun in the winter. When it snows, Suyi and Gwen go to build snowmen and have snowball fights. Suyi is not afraid of the cold, even if she is wearing thin clothes, it is not a problem. However, some beauties are still afraid of the cold. Fortunately, it is relatively warm at home, so you only need to wear a warm long sleeve at home. The only regret is that there is no summer scenery. During this winter vacation, Peter wanted to find Suyi to start a food truck business. It's a pity that Suyi is so immersed in tenderness every day that she can't get up at all. In winter, getting up so early to sell snacks is impossible for Suyi. Even though it was not early, Suyi didn't bother to go. No way, Peter had to find other people to cooperate. Just then, Natasha Romanoff suddenly appeared. Natasha Romanoff has been back on the helicarrier for a while. Suyi thought it would take a long time for Natasha Romanoff to come back, but she did not expect to contact her so early. Suyi went to pick up Natasha Romanoff, but found that Natasha Romanoff and Pietro were waiting for her. Natasha Romanoff, what's going on? Natasha Romanoff explained, I've got the original Black Widows to obey Nick Fury, so my job is done. Next, I should be part of the Avengers Alliance. As for him, you don't plan to send him to outer space, do you? Suyi looked at Pietro, he was his brother-in-law after all. Although there are many girls on the spaceship, Pietro may not be able to handle it. If you do go to outer space, it will be very troublesome to come back. Suyi will not be idle and pick up Pietro. It's good for him to come back. When I get what I need, he can also get a super ability. Then let him join the Avengers Alliance. Pietro looked at Suyi with a displeased face, you didn't let me see Wanda for so long. Ahem, isn't it busy recently, so I forgot about you. But don't worry, I'm taking good care of Wanda. Only then did Pietro recover a little bit, that's good. If you let me know that you have forgotten Wanda, I will definitely not forgive you. Having finished the business, Suyi directly took the man back. Back at the villa, Natasha Romanoff felt like returning to her own home. He took off his shoes, went to the kitchen barefoot, and took out a bottle of drink from the refrigerator. It feels good to be back. Pietro only felt that he was redundant, I think it's not appropriate for me to stay here. Wanda happens to be there too, you can chat with her. Alright, I haven't seen her for a long time. Speaking of this, Pietro did not forget to give Suyi a look. It was because Suyi forgot him on the space carrier, he was training every day except for training, it was so boring. Now, finally back in the city, Pietro can finally relax. Seeing Natasha Romanoff with her legs on the table and drinking a drink, Suyi took the initiative to sit beside her and put her arms around Natasha Romanoff. How is the situation in the Heavenly Sword Bureau? The agent is being screened. After all, I went to the Tianjian Bureau, and I need to stay in outer space most of the time. This is indeed a problem, but in order to deal with the crisis in the universe, it is necessary to establish the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Joining the Avengers Alliance is also a good choice, at least you can stay with me. I think so too. Natasha Romanoff continued, those who wanted to leave, I decided to bring them in and grow the security company. That's a good idea. The security company opened by Black Widow has developed fairly well, and has already achieved a small scale and reputation. If a few more Black Widows join, then it can be further expanded. Speaking of the security company is developing very well, but it has indeed encountered a big trouble at the moment, that is, being targeted by another security company. Silver Sable Security Company, a well-known security company in the industry. The owner of Silver Sable Security Company, Silver Sable Girl, Hill Fusabranova has noticed this security company. Not to mention the rapid development of this small security company, it has also completed a series of difficult orders. Hill found that the security company's personnel were extremely professional, and she also moved to the idea of acquisition. After all, the security personnel of the security company are all Black Widow, proficient in fighting skills and assassination techniques. There are also some non-staff personnel, some are proficient in hacking techniques, some are proficient in security system design, and some can find loopholes. All of these are talents, and Hilf is naturally very excited. Most of the people under him are mercenaries. If you can acquire this security company, your company will definitely go further and become stronger. I am bound to win this security company. After investigating for so long, Hilf finally decided to take action and bought the security company today. He led the people all the way to the outside of the security company. At this moment, in the company, Sky and others are working. The appearance of Hilf and others immediately attracted everyone's attention. The Black Widow members standing guard are also familiar with the situation in the security industry and know the strength of the Silver Sable Security Company. I just don't understand why the other party came back to me. It can't be to find someone to protect them, can it? People from Silver Sable Security Company, why did they come here? Hilf brought people to the door of the company, but was stopped by the Black Widows. Hilf said confidently, I'm here to talk to your boss about business. Sky became the president of the security company because he was usually free. As the president, if a competitor came to him, Sky would naturally greet him in person. Sky came to the door and greeted him actively. Welcome the boss of Silver Sable Security Company. I don't know, how can I help you? Would you like me to come in and have a seat? Please come in. Hilf followed Sky into the security company, and while observing the situation of the security company, she said, it looks really good. Thank you for the compliment. Not a compliment, but a fact. Sky led the people to the reception room, prepared coffee, and after paying attention to the etiquette, asked, I don't know what your purpose is. My name is Hill, and my purpose is very simple. I want to buy your security company. Acquisition. Sky naturally knew that she could not decide on this matter. Even if she could make the decision, she would not agree. Miss Hill, I think there is no need to talk about this matter. We will not agree. Don't worry, you can listen to my conditions first. Sky was extremely tough. I'm sorry, no matter what the conditions are, the security company will not sell it. Hilfu wanted to acquire the security company, but Sky definitely refused without hesitation. The company's development is very good, and there is no shortage of money. With Suyi behind him, there is no need to worry about bankruptcy. Hill was not in a hurry, but asked Sky to think carefully after setting out the conditions. In the evening, Sky came back and was about to talk to Yelena and others about it, but unexpectedly found that Suyi was also there. I also told everyone about it. So, Yelena, people from Silver Sable Security Company came today. They planned to buy our security company, but I rejected it. However, it seems that she does not intend to give up. Silver Sable Security Company is also the most capable and most famous security company in Liberty City. Suyi has heard of the name of the Silver Sable girl. It's just that this character has never appeared in film and television works. In the comics, there are not many scenes, and there are few interactions with those popular superheroes. Just so, Suyi didn't know her very well. Yelena formed this security company mainly to provide a shelter for the members who left Black Widow. Security companies must not sell. Sky replied, I know, but she should come again. Suyi suggested, she thinks she can acquire us because she thinks we are just a small company. I think we can bring out Tony Stark and get her out of trouble. Suyi believed that the other party should be a smart person and would not continue to pester her. If it doesn't work, then I can only come forward and persuade her. Suyi remembered that Silver Sable girl should also be a beauty. Sky also thought it was a good idea to move out Tony Stark first, which would definitely persuade him to leave. The next day, without too many accidents, Hilf came again. Hilf reappeared with someone, ready to talk about this matter in detail. Miss Sky, I don't know about the acquisition, how are you thinking about it? Sky was full of confidence, sorry, we won't agree to your acquisition plan. Our security company is developing very well, and there is no shortage of funds at all. Let me remind you that our boss knows Tony Stark very well. He has enough funds, so there is absolutely no way to sell this company. Sure enough, after Sky brought out Tony Stark, Hilf's expression changed. Hilfu runs a security company, and usually protects these big shots. Also know how rich Tony Stark is. If the owner of this small company really had a good relationship with Tony Stark, then his acquisition plan would definitely come to naught. Hilf wanted to acquire this company because of these Black Widows. If you can invite these Black Widows to join your company will definitely go one step further. I used to think that the security personnel of this company seemed unusual, but now I know that there is a mysterious and rich boss behind him, and everything is understandable. Hilfu failed to succeed, a little disappointed. In that case, I won't bother. Seeing that the acquisition failed, Hilf had no reason to stay any longer. Just when Hill was about to leave, Suyi came. Suyi came here to meet this beauty. Second, it is preparing to reverse acquire Hilf's Silver Sable Security Company. Suyi looked at Hilf who had just got up, her figure was perfect. It looks like Natasha Romanoff and the others. They look healthy, powerful, and beautiful at the same time. What impressed Suyi the most was her silver hair. You should be the boss of Silver Sable Security Company, right? Hello, my name is Suyi, and I'm the boss of this company. This company is indeed under the name of Suyi, who can be regarded as the owner of the company. Even if Suyi is not, as far as Suyi's relationship with Natasha Romanoff and Yelena are concerned, they don't mind if Suyi decides. Hilf looked at Suyi, but didn't underestimate Suyi. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Hilf Uzabrinova, the owner of Silver Sable Security Company. Hello, Ms. Hilf, please take a moment for Ms. Hilf. We can talk about the acquisition again. Hill felt a little strange, since Sky had already said that he would never sell the company. Why did Suyi have a different attitude? Whatever the reason, Hill decided to get in touch again. Definitely can. After Suyi sat down, Hilfa said, I don't know what conditions Mr. Su wants before he agrees to sell the company to me. Suyi said with a smile, there is only one condition, and that is you, Miss Hilford. Hill only thinks that Suyi is a playboy like Tony Stark, and she has seen many such people. However, Hill has long been used to running the company to its current scale, and can handle it well. I'm afraid this condition is not acceptable. The man I like must be better than me. He must be a hero. Suyi asked back, like Steve. Almost. Suyi smiled, you look so accurate, how do you know that I am a hero like Steve? It was another series of showdown operations, and Hilf was extremely surprised to see it. Suyi is actually really a superhero, meeting the requirements he just said. Suyi continued, Ms. Hill, how are you doing? It's amazing. I didn't expect the mysterious Spider-Man to be an Oriental man. Isn't it okay? Definitely can. There was a bit of charm in Hill's beautiful eyes. Mr. So, are you really willing to give me the company? Suyi continued, I mean, I buy your company. Hilfa's complexion changed slightly. She was a little worried that Suyi would not talk about martial ethics and use some outrageous means. After all, Suyi has a super ability. If she can control her, it will be bad. Mr. So, this joke is not funny. Suyi added, I'm not kidding. I'm going to buy your company. I will be the boss, and you will help me manage it. What do you think? Hilf replied, I wish I was the boss. Suyi didn't answer. I think so too. It seems that none of us will give in. Hilfu suggested, I have a way. You don't use the super ability to fight with me. If you win, I agree with you to buy my company. If you lose, then I am the boss. Suyi refused. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. I don't need to use the super ability, but my physical fitness is too strong. Even if I stand here and let you fight, you can't beat me. Can I choose someone to fight for me? Don't worry, she is definitely an ordinary person, not a super ability user. Hill thought about it. Definitely yes. Suyi was full of confidence, and walked up to Hill, if you lose, I will still have you. Hilfu also looked at Suyi provocatively, I'll talk after I win. Sure enough, the wild is hard to tame, but that's what makes it challenging. Then how about tomorrow? The location is in my security company. I don't think you should be afraid, Mr. So. I'll be there on time. After Suyi and Hill made an agreement on the time and place, Hill twisted her waist and left the office. Sky found that Suyi was staring at Hilf's back, and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She said coquettishly, isn't she pretty? Suyi pulled Sky into her arms, don't be jealous, in my heart, each of you is very beautiful. I don't want to be jealous either. The situation last night was special. Suyi failed to take care of Sky. Sky, I didn't mean to neglect you. Don't worry, I will definitely make it up to you. Sky's eyes lit up and he smiled. Suyi went back to the villa, and talked with Yelena, Natasha Romanoff, and others about the idea of purchasing Silver Sable Security Company. They naturally did not object. Now, the identities of the Black Widows are all clean, and there is no need to do dark things anymore. If the Silver Sable Security Company can be purchased again, then with the protection of the Silver Sable Security Company, their origins and identities will be more secure, and they will not be suspicious. At the same time, it can be regarded as making the company bigger and stronger. As for tomorrow's match, Suyi intends to let Antonia play. Both Natasha Romanoff and Yelena have super abilities, and their physical fitness has improved significantly. Antonia does not have super abilities, and is an ordinary person just like Hill. However, Antonia has taken the water of life, and her physical fitness has improved slightly. Coupled with her own ability to imitate and learn, Suyi believes that Antonia will definitely win. Taking a step back, even if you can't win, you should be able to draw. Suyi is looking forward to Antonia's victory. When that time, she will be able to include Hilfu in her backyard. Let your own beauty, help yourself to receive beauty. This operation can only be said to be perfect, an absolute winner in life. The next day, Suyi took Antonia, Sky, Yelena, and Natasha Romanoff to the appointment. When Suyi and others showed up, Hill had already sent someone to wait at the door. After revealing their identities, the security guards at the door took Suyi and the others directly to the training room. As a well-known security company in the industry, these members of Hilf are called the Wild Battle Group, and they were mercenaries in the early years. Later, Hilfu opened this security company and changed her main business. In-company training is definitely a must, and the training room is definitely a top priority. When Suyi appeared, Hill was ready. Seeing Suyi surrounded by clouds of beauties, Hill was not surprised at all and didn't think too much about it. Yesterday, Suyi revealed the origins of these beauties. They are all Black Widows. What Suyi brings are all beauties, which is normal. Hilfu took the initiative to ask, who is my opponent today? Antonia took the initiative to step forward. Hi, I'm Antonia. In this world, the reputation of the Avengers Alliance is actually not very widespread. After all, the place where the Chitauri army appeared was the island, not the street. The Avengers Alliance wiped out many of Hydra's bases, most notably Steve and Tony Stark. Others, without data and pictures, we don't know much about them. Therefore, Hill did not know that Antonia was also a member of the Avengers Alliance. Hi, I'm Hilford. The two of them are ready for a big battle. Suyi showed great interest. After all, watching two beauties compete with each other is also a pleasure to watch. The sparring began soon. Both of them are masters in close combat, and both have learned a lot of close combat techniques. From the very beginning, the two began to explore. It is said to be a temptation, but it is actually an extremely violent attack. You come and go, you won't let me go. Antonia is not in a hurry at all, but is a relatively stable party. During the battle, Antonia has been watching Hill, observing Hill's fighting skills, at the same time, observing Hill's habits. Antonia is learning Hilf's technique and, in a few moments, will be able to imitate it perfectly. Hilfa can also feel that Antonia's fighting skills are not weak. Whether it's an assassination-style one-hit fatal move, or a frontal offensive move, Antonia can do it at his fingertips. For Antonia's changing style, Hill felt very uncomfortable. With a sudden change of style, the technique will change, making Hilfa unpredictable. Suyi could see clearly that Antonia was imitating other people's fighting style. Hilfa gradually fell into a disadvantage and was suppressed by Antonia, so she could only look for opportunities to fight back. Finally, Hilf saw an opportunity. Hilfao took the initiative to take advantage of this opportunity to reverse the situation. The whole person is like a silver mink, as fast as lightning, hitting the weak point directly. However, at this moment, Antonia also moved. Antonia suddenly, quickly moved away. This action is exactly the same as the action used by Hilf before. Hilf turned pale with fright, because she saw how much Antonia's moves resembled her own. Before Hilf came back to her senses, Antonia seized the opportunity, and the whole person reproduced Hilf's movements again. It's just that, because of Wei Wei's absent-mindedness, Hilf couldn't escape this trick. Hilfa failed, and in the end, she was defeated by her own moves. I lost? How come your actions are exactly the same as mine? Antonia explained, I am very good at imitating and learning. I have imitated many masters' fighting skills. Hilf also understood that at first Hilf imitated other people to fight with Hilf just to observe herself during the battle. After observing enough, Antonia can imitate her. During the battle just now, you have been observing me, right? Hilfa was very helpless, but she could only accept this fact. I lost, I agree to your terms. Suyi was very satisfied. Starting today, I will officially acquire your Silver Sable Security Company. As for the name, let's use this name. I like the name Silver Sable. You continue to manage the company. I will not send too many people to intervene in management matters. Then, bring the security personnel together and work together to get the job done. No problem. Hill has no objection, and the company is still under her own control. It is said that there is an extra boss, but in fact, it can also be said that he has an extra backer. Suyi took the initiative to walk up to Hill, definitely, and you? From today, you are mine too. Not to be outdone, Hill looked at Suyi with affectionate eyes, I'm looking forward to it. Suyi responded, I'm looking forward to it too. Suyi was in a good mood, and backhandedly bought the Yinzable Security Company, and also got such a beautiful woman as Hilfu. This is the real winner in life? Only then did Natasha Romanoff and others know that Antonia actually helped Suyi win another beauty. Suyi successfully acquired the Silver Sable Security Company, allowing her business to grow gradually. For Suyi, money is not important, it is enough to spend. After the matter was over, Suyi returned home. In just a few days, there was another beauty. This winter vacation, Suyi also has one thing to do, which is to prepare to improve the strength of girls. The technology of the divine body is ready. Suyi intends to upgrade all the beauties around her into a new generation of divine bodies. If their strength improves, they will also have a little more ability to protect themselves. Definitely, if they are not willing to upgrade, Suyi will not force her. People like Antonia and Hill should be more willing to upgrade. Suyi decided to start with the few around her and ask for their opinions. Then, ask each other one by one. Suyi returned home, and now Ava is alone at home. Because of the winter vacation, Gwen, Hannah, Mary Jane, and Liz must go home to live. Suyi wants to see them. The only way is to ask them out when he has time. Suyi brought Natasha Romanoff, Antonia, and others to the villa, ready to help them improve their strength. Natasha Romanoff, I brought you here today to discuss something with you. I have a technology that can improve your physical fitness, and I want to help you improve your strength. If you agree, you can start today. If you don't want to, I won't force it. Natasha Romanoff has several spells, and her strength has improved a lot. Yelena, I have the Fire Spirit Orb, and my strength has improved a lot. Improve your fitness? Like Captain Steve. Suyi nodded, almost, but the technology is more mature, so it won't be hard. My thought is, you all do the upgrade. Natasha Romanoff refused, my physical fitness is not weak now, do I want to upgrade? It's better to upgrade it. This is only the first generation of divine body. In the future, it can be upgraded to the second, third, or even fourth generation. Natasha Romanoff was a little surprised, divine body, constantly improving, physical fitness can be comparable to gods. Definitely, now I can only upgrade you to the first generation of gods, and they are only stronger than ordinary people. You will face powerful enemies in the future. I hope you can improve your ability to protect yourself. Without waiting for Natasha Romanoff and others to make a decision, Sky answered first, I want to upgrade. Sky lives in the old villa, surrounded by people like Yelena, Antonia, and Wanda. In the entire villa, she is the most normal, and it can be said that she is the most ordinary. Sky also looks forward to becoming an agent in his heart. Like a soldier, he can do many things. With Sky taking the lead, Natasha Romanoff also agreed. I believe you. Then Yelena and Antonia also agreed. Suyi led the people to the basement. Here, it was transformed into a research room by Suyi. It's not as spacious as Tony's, but it's more professional. Just lie in there. Natasha Romanoff looked at the machine. I'll come first. I have a spell. Even if something happens, I can restore myself. Suyi can't laugh or cry. This technology can be said to be quite mature, and he has studied it for so long. I have to wait until now, after I have thoroughly researched it, to help them improve their strength, and it is impossible to make mistakes. Okay, Natasha Romanoff first. Suyi put Natasha Romanoff away, and then started the operation. Natasha Romanoff lay in the nutrient solution, and then injected the medicine under the operation. Under the gaze of Suyi and others, Natasha Romanoff's body began to change. In the face of transformation technology, the genes in Natasha Romanoff's body began to awakening. Natasha Romanoff is going to be stronger soon. Natasha Romanoff remained awake, and sure enough, she didn't feel much pain. Instead, feel very comfortable. The whole person is in a very relaxed and comfortable feeling. In the process, Natasha Romanoff felt a change in herself. Obviously possessing the spell, his own strength is not weak. But right now, it feels completely different. The power of the spell comes from the spell and does not belong entirely to Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff hadn't quite harnessed the power of the spell to herself. Once the spell is lost, the power is lost. But the power gained at this moment belongs entirely to Natasha Romanoff originally and cannot be taken away. In 10 minutes, Natasha Romanoff completed the transformation. The genes of the body began to awakening and became a generation of gods. A generation of gods, there is no special ability, just the enhancement of physical fitness. Even so, it is very rare. Natasha Romanoff came out of the machine. It feels good, no pain, very comfortable. Suyi said confidently, as I said earlier, this technology is already very mature. After Natasha Romanoff, Antonia, Yelena, and Sky also accepted the upgrade. With a generation of divine bodies, the strength of the few people has been greatly improved. As for Ava, Ava's situation is special. Suyi was not sure about the consequences of upgrading her spirit, so she decided not to help Ava upgrade for the time being. However, Ava was extremely determined. I believe you. Suyi can't help it either. Since that's the case, let's just upgrade together. Ava has absorbed enough quantum energy, and her body is still stable. This time, Suyi will be very careful about the upgrade. Natasha Romanoff is tall, and she can provide enough quantum energy, so there should be no major problems. The upgrade started, and Ava's performance was quite normal. Suyi felt relieved a lot. However, in the next second, Ava's face showed a look of pain. Suyi could tell that the old problem must have happened again. Suyi couldn't figure it out. He had absorbed enough quantum energy. Why did something go wrong at this moment? Without time to think, Suyi hastily sent quantum energy to stabilize Ava's situation. Change and rebirth. Suyi felt that there was a change in the transformation process of a generation of gods. Suyi is not too sure whether it is good or bad. Now, he can only take one step at a time. Fortunately, with quantum energy, Ava's pain was relieved. Sky and the others had no choice but to watch silently, hoping nothing would happen. Ava's transformation process lasted more than half an hour, and consumed more materials than ordinary people. In addition, it also absorbs a large amount of quantum energy. It was finally over. Suyi looked at Ava, who had woken up, feeling extremely nervous. Ava, how are you doing? Ava felt the changes in her body and was extremely happy. My physical fitness has been greatly improved. Not only that, but I seem to be able to control the body blur ability. Ava tried it, and it worked. In particular, this is still using the ability without wearing a battle suit. It doesn't hurt at all. It was a painful thing for Ava to use ability before, but now, it doesn't hurt anymore. This made Ava very happy. Suyi was also a little surprised. She didn't expect such a change. However, this is a happy event, a great happy event. Suyi checked Ava's body again, and found that everything was fine, so she felt relieved. Helping Ava upgrade to a generation of gods, I didn't expect that because of Ava's body. It was a blessing in disguise. Ava can now use the ability more naturally and less painfully. This is definitely a good thing for Ava. I don't know, is this considered a quantum body? Suyi is looking forward to it. If Ava continues to upgrade, what kind of changes will happen? Several people in the family have upgraded. Next, Suyi had no choice but to inquire one by one. Betty was the first to be questioned. Betty's house is nearby, and she and Kiran commute to and from get off work together. Suyi simply went to Betty's house as a guest and asked about it by the way. After all, Betty is also a young man, so she readily agreed. Suyi asked one by one, and helped to upgrade one by one. Betty, Hannah, Liz, Mary Jane, and Gwen, under Suyi's persuasion, all accepted the upgrade. Many people planned to refuse. For example, Pepper, Vanessa, Christine and May all refused. However, Suyi used his sharp tongue to persuade them to accept the upgrade. In order to let all her confidant accept the upgrade, Suyi has been busy for half a month. Finally, let everyone around you improve. Even Hope and Hill, who just joined the ranks of the backyard, have successfully upgraded to a generation of gods. The only regret is that Lorna and Clarice haven't been dealt with yet. But it doesn't matter, it will be done sooner or later, and it will not be too late to upgrade. What surprised Suyi the most was that other people with ability did not have any accidents during the upgrade process. Only Ava is a special person. Suyi researched it, and finally felt that it had something to do with Ava's unstable state. Suyi helped all the beauties around her upgrade to a new generation of gods, which improved their physical fitness to a certain extent. Their strengths have changed, and Suyi has also received some feedback. After all, this time the strength of more than 20 people can be improved. And some of them are quite influential. Therefore, the rewards fed back to Suyi are quite a lot. A total of 6.5 million destiny points, and many other things. Among these things, there is nothing particularly useful. The only more critical thing may be the formula of the beauty pill. Suyi was extremely surprised that this beauty pill actually used blood orchids. However, blood orchid is indeed very miraculous. Originally it can delay aging, and it is not surprising that it can keep people youthful and beautiful. In addition, there are special props and character summoning cards. Suyi is familiar with this character summoning card. Kylan was summoned by Suyi, and she lives very well in this world. However, there are differences. The last time it was one of 3 choices, this time it was randomly summoned. With this summoning card, Suyi didn't know who could be summoned. Suyi didn't have much hesitation and used a summon card. Beauty, beauty, if you are not a beauty, just return it. I don't know if the system heard Suyi's call, but a beautiful woman really appeared in front of Suyi's eyes. Ah, this. Suyi looked at the avatar of the beautiful woman in front of her, and didn't know what to say. This beauty's ability is top-notch, and her appearance is also very high. She is definitely the best group of people. The only problem is that this beauty has a not-so-good title, Shame of Krypton. Suyi summoned none other than Supergirl Kayla Zoal, Superman's cousin. As a Kryptonian, it should be the existence of the ceiling of combat power. But in the TV series, Kayla's record is very average, basically being beaten in every episode. Whether it's super ability or high technology, Kayla can be deflated anyway. This also makes Suyi, who has never watched the drama, have heard and seen it. Fortunately, this is the Marvel universe. If Kayla really appeared in this world, she would definitely be much stronger. After all, there is no kryptonite, and there is no red sun. Suyi doesn't have high requirements for Kayla, so she should be able to have the same combat power as Carol, right? Not much hesitation, Suyi chose to summon Kayla. Soon, Kayla in a battlesuit appeared in front of Suyi. Sure enough, it is even more beautiful than in the TV series. It also looks like a perfect figure, with both beauty and strength. Suyi looked it up and down. Sure enough, it's very beautiful. Especially this battlesuit, it's really attractive. Kayla looked around and saw Suyi. Did you summon me into this world? Yes, welcome to my world. As a Kryptonian, Kayla has a lot of abilities, and immediately felt the power of Suyi. You are powerful. The same as you. After the commercial blowout, Suyi settled down with Kayla. Kayla was summoned by the system, and she didn't think there was any problem, nor did she want to go home crying. Suyi is very satisfied with the reward. With Kayla, the world has a little more security. Kayla, I want to try your strength. Can I? Definitely can. Suyi immediately took Kayla to the universe. The first thing, of course, was to visit the sun. Kayla was surprised to find that Suyi can also absorb solar energy, just like Kryptonians. Not only that, Kayla also discovered that Suyi seemed to have something related to Kryptonians. Suyi discovered Kayla's curiosity. I'm not from Krypton, I just have the energy absorbing ability. I can absorb most of the energy. I feel like you have something related to us Kryptonians. It was only then that Suyi remembered that he had drawn the code of life before. However, Suyi has been useless and just stays around. Now that I have summoned Kayla, it seems that I can also hand over the code of life to Kayla. Kayla should also become more powerful after integrating codex. Is this what you mean? Suyi took out the code of life, and Kayla was instantly shocked. Life code, how come? Isn't it on Carl L's body? I'm equivalent to a copy, I can summon you, and having the code of life is nothing, right? Indeed so? Suyi handed the code of life to Kayla. I leave this to you. Anyway, it's useless to me. Give me. It was originally your Kryptonian stuff, it's just returned to its original owner. Kayla knows how important this is. As long as she is willing, she can use the code of life to cultivate many Kryptonians. On top of that, it unlocks her genes, giving Kayla endless possibilities. Kayla took the code of life, feeling extremely heavy. Thank you. You're welcome. Kayla, get ready, the battle is about to begin. Suyi looked at Kayla's battlesuit, ready to wreak havoc. Suyi and Kayla competed in the universe. Suyi also confirmed that Kayla's real combat power is not as good as Carol's. Kayla's fighting style is too simple, except for ability, there is no skill at all. The most common method is to hit people on the ground and throw them. Other than that, no tricks at all. Even so, relying on one's own physical fitness alone, as well as abilities such as heat vision and freezing breathing, logically speaking, it should be very strong. There are probably 2 reasons for being abused in TV dramas. The first reason should be that Kayla is not a fighting Kryptonian, and the villains in that world all study Superman, so Kayla's weakness is naturally magnified. As for the second reason, it's the director's fault. It should be that the director has some bad taste, just want to see a beauty like Kayla being abused. I have to say that Kayla looks better after the battle damage. Looking at Kayla flying over in front of her hair was a little messy, especially after the wire was damaged, it really looked better. It can only be said that the director is definitely an LSP, who understands the psychology of the audience. Suyi hurriedly stopped. Stop, it's almost ready. Kayla finally stopped, and she didn't expect Suyi to be so strong. If it wasn't for my strong physical fitness, I might have been beaten to the ground. You are so powerful, there are more powerful villains in this world. Every world has powerful villains, and this world is no exception. Kayla understood the situation and knew that she had a long way to go. Seeing Kayla's current appearance, Suyi couldn't help but said, I think it's time for us to go back. You should change your clothes too. Kayla lowered her head, only then noticed that her battle suit was fine, but the stockings were broken. Suyi said hastily, I will compensate. Don't worry, this thing, you have as much as you want, enough. Kayla always felt weird, thank you. Suyi took Kayla back to the villa. Ava doesn't mind one more person in the family. Suyi arranged a place for Kayla, and let Kayla live next to her, instead of living with Natasha Romanoff and the others. The identity problem is easy to solve, the system has been settled. Suyi also helped to solve the problem of daily necessities. As compensation, Suyi paid back a few more. After Kayla took it, she realized the problem. Suyi didn't care, anyway, one day, Kayla will get used to it. In the evening, when Kylan came back, they had dinner together. Suyi also has to find a job for Kayla. Kayla, what do you want to work on? Kayla hesitated for a while. I used to work in a TV station. As for what I want to do, I haven't figured it out yet. Kayla thinks it would be nice to change the environment and work. Kylan suggested, why don't you join the newspaper with us? Kayla declined kindly, maybe, but I still want to think about it. Suyi is not reluctant. With Kayla's ability, it is not difficult to find a job. It depends on her own preferences. It's also impossible for Suyi to force Kayla to do a job she doesn't like. Definitely, even if Kayla doesn't work and stays at home as a stay-at-home girl, Suyi can afford it. During dinner, Kayla also noticed something amazing. Kylan and Ava's physical conditions are very special, unlike ordinary people. Kayla didn't think much of it, though. It is normal for Suyi to have one or two people with special physical conditions around him. Because it was called by the system, Kayla has a natural affection for Suyi. She also knew that Suyi was not a bad person. Then, there is no need to think too much. When I came to this world, I was still very curious about this world. Kayla began to learn about the world through the internet immediately after the meal. Fortunately, the operations of mobile phones and computers are the same, and it is not difficult to get started. Kayla quickly learns about the world. Generally speaking, about the same. There are superheroes and there are supervillains. Kayla suddenly had an idea that she wanted to revive the glory of Supergirl in this world. In addition to being a superhero, Kayla must still find a bright job. I didn't even ask, what is Sue's job? Kayla didn't have much thought for the time being, so she decided to wait and see. Might have a good idea. It was getting late, Kayla decided to go to bed early. However, while Kayla was washing up, something was heard. As a Kryptonian, Kayla has super hearing and clairvoyance. At night, the villa was relatively quiet, and Kayla could naturally hear some small voices. This can't be helped, this is Kayla's ability, no wonder others. Kayla could only pretend that she didn't hear anything, and continued to rest. However, Kayla could hear this tiny movement very clearly. There is no way, Kayla can only continue to play with her mobile phone, wait for it to calm down, and then continue to rest. How about watching a movie? But, Kayla got distracted after not watching for a while. This movie is not suitable, let's change to an action movie. Before I knew it, I had finished watching a movie. Damn, do you want to watch another movie? Kayla was forced to stay up all night watching movies, and finally watched 2 movies before she could rest in peace. The next day, Kylan looked at Kayla who hadn't had a good rest, and asked curiously, Kayla, you look like you haven't had a good rest, are you still not used to it? Kayla was slightly embarrassed as she recalled what she had heard. Oh, I just stayed up late watching 2 movies, so I didn't have a good rest. Well, it's okay, you can have a good rest during the day. Kayla also felt that she should catch up on sleep. Suyi got ready for breakfast. Seeing Kayla's sluggish appearance, she wanted to laugh a little. Kayla, are you okay? Just didn't rest well. Kayla can hear the movement, so naturally Suyi can too. Therefore, Suyi knew very well why Kayla didn't have a good rest. It's just that, Suyi can't help it. Suyi pointedly said with a half smile, you may not be used to it when you first come here, just get used to it. Definitely, if you need anything, you can always tell me. Kayla suspects that Suyi's words mean something, but they seem to be just normal polite words. I should get used to it pretty soon. That's good. After breakfast, Kylan went to work as usual. Suyi is about to go out on a date. Kayla, do you want to go out together? No, I have to go rest for a while. Well, I hope no one will disturb you. I wish you a sweet dream. Kayla glanced at Suyi. I'm sure I can rest well without your interruption. At this moment, Kayla suddenly realized something. Suyi knows her ability and her hearing is very strong. Could it be that Suyi did it on purpose? At this moment, Suyi had already left with Ava. Ava, let's go shopping for clothes. In addition to black, we also need to buy some white ones. Suyi summoned Kayla into this world, and after a few days, Kayla finally got used to it. She also understood that the bastard Suyi did it on purpose. But she was helpless, there was no way to stop it. After Suyi let Kayla get used to life in this world, she planned to visit Maya Hansen's laboratory. Suyi obtained the formula of the beauty pill, and planned to get some blood orchids to make the beauty pill. If he succeeds, he will definitely become the richest man in the world very soon. Beauty pill, which can keep people looking young, is definitely worth $10,000. In addition to making beauty pills, Suyi has to research to make products that are less effective. Suyi appeared in the research room and went to find Zhao Heilun first. Regarding the beauty pill, you can push it first, it is more important to take good care of the confidant. If Zhao Heilun knew that the first time she came here was to do research instead of looking for her, she would definitely be very sad. Suyi didn't want to disturb the peace in the backyard because of such a trivial matter. Suyi saw Zhao Heilun, and Zhao Heilun was also very happy. Although I just met him not long ago, Suyi's appearance is naturally something to be happy about. How did you come? I want to see you and do something small by the way. Zhao Heilun also knew that Suyi's main purpose must be that little thing. But he was very happy to hear that Suyi came to find him. Suyi learned about nanotechnology at Christmas time. Currently, Heilun Zhao has created the regenerative cradle technology. With this technology, it means that nanotechnology has gone a step further. Completion of nanotechnology is at hand. Maybe another year, maybe even earlier. The two chatted tenderly for a while. Suyi invited Zhao Heilun to her home tonight, and Zhao Heilun agreed. After Christmas, Zhao Heilun didn't have much resistance to contacting Suyi's other beauties. After chatting, Suyi went to the plant research room next door. Maya's research on the blood orchid is not enough, and it may take 2 or 3 years to study it before it can be officially put into use. However, with Suyi's beauty pill, it should be much easier. Suyi didn't intend to directly give the formula of the beauty pill to Maya, but planned to study it by herself first. After improvement, handed over to Maya Hansen. Maya was a little surprised by the presence of Suyi, who hadn't been here for a while. Antony has recently been immersed in the construction of the new base of the Avengers Alliance, and he has come here less often. Suyi didn't beat around the bush, but directly stated his intention and took some of the blood orchids for research. Maya naturally trusts Suyi very much, and believes that Suyi will not leak the blood orchid. After all, with Suyi's ability, no one can take the blood orchid from Suyi's side. Back home, Suyi went back to the research room and began to study blood orchids and beauty pills. According to the formula, the production of beauty pill is not complicated. After a busy day, Suyi finally managed to get 2 beauty pills. Beauty pill, according to the system, has the effect of maintaining a youthful appearance and even prolonging life. Suyi held these 2 elixirs and didn't know who to use them for. When Western beauties age, they will age faster, but most of the beauties around Suyi are at the peak of their appearance. There are also 10 people who have taken the Ostavi and are already very young. Take Mei as an example. Mei looks about 30 now, and her charm still exists. If Suyi uses beauty pills on Mei again, it is estimated that Mei Zhan will become Peter's sister. So, Mei forget it. Among other beauties who have never taken the Otavi, Suyi picked out one, Christine. As a doctor, Christine is always busy. Therefore, it will look a little haggard. If you continue, you will definitely age prematurely. Therefore, Suyi decided to give one of them to Christine for use. Suyi decided to invite Christine to the house and have dinner together. In the evening, there were 3 more beauties at home. Helen Zhao, Christine, and Felicia. Felicia came uninvited, and Suyi naturally couldn't refuse her. Who would have the heart to say no to such a beautiful black cat? Kayla looked at the 3 extra beauties. These 3 beauties have different styles, but they seem to have a close relationship with Suyi. In addition, she also found that the physical fitness of Zhao Heilun and the other 3 was stronger than the average person. If there are 1 or 2 such cases, Kayla can understand. However, the 3 people who appeared were all very strong in physical fitness. Kayla is even a little skeptical, suspecting that ordinary people in this world are like this. Seeing Christine coming, Suyi took Christine aside. Christine, I have a present for you. Suyi took out the beauty pill, and said to Christine, this is a beauty pill, which can make people maintain a youthful and beautiful appearance. You are usually very busy, and you will look haggard. I don't hope that you will be older than me when the time comes. Christine is also more concerned about her appearance. If I am really old, will you still like me? No matter what you become, I like it. Definitely, I won't let you age so easily. Christine trusted Suyi so much, took the beauty pill and took it. Christine felt some influence, but there didn't seem to be too obvious changes in a short period of time. Don't worry, you should be able to see the change tomorrow morning. Kayla noticed the scene and realized. These beauties in front of me, their physical fitness is so good, not because of this world, but because of Suyi. Kayla can be sure that Suyi has definitely done something to help them improve their fitness. Kayla didn't think too much about it. There are only a few people who are physically stronger than the average person, and it won't cause too much impact. It's just that Kayla suddenly realized one thing. Is she going to watch a movie again tonight? I watched 2 movies last night. Could it be that I want to watch 5 movies tonight? After I finished watching the movie, wouldn't it be dawn? Kayla was stunned for a moment, and found Suyi after dinner. How many of them are staying tonight? Yes, don't worry, they are very quiet and will not disturb your rest. Kayla looked at the current appearance of Christine and others, and she was indeed very quiet. But, after lights out, who knows? Kayla was very speechless, she had to bow her head under the eaves. The night passed, and Christine slept soundly. When Christine looked in the mirror and saw her own appearance in the mirror, she was stunned. This skin, this radiant look. Christine even suspected that she was 18 years old again. Normally, Christine didn't care much about her appearance, but today, she couldn't care less. This is the effect of the beauty pill, isn't it great? Suyi also noticed the changes in Christine. The effect of this beauty pill is really great. After Christine took Beauty Dan, the effect is amazing. Suyi was also surprised, the effect was no worse than the water of life. Suyi guessed that the effect of beautification is only good, and the effect of prolonging life should not be as good as the water of life. Suyi can imagine that if the news of the beauty pill spreads, it will definitely make the whole world crazy about it. Suyi still has a beauty pill in his hand, so he has to think carefully about how to use it. In addition, it takes some time to weaken the effect of the beauty pill. Such an effect is too exaggerated, and it is not a good product. Kristen was amazed, this is also amazing. It seems that the effect is not bad. Suyi sent Christine to the hospital, and Christine's colleagues were very surprised to see her change. Such a change is too obvious and amazing. Kristen, you look stunning today. Thanks, maybe it's the new makeup my boyfriend bought me. What brand of cosmetics? I don't know, I didn't pay much attention. Christine's changes were mentioned over and over again by colleagues, and Christine felt a little helpless. Knowing that the effect is so good, Christine will find a longer vacation before taking the beauty pill. Fortunately, today can be regarded as coping with it. Suyi went out on a date, and Kayla continued to stay at home to rest. Suddenly, Kayla saw the report. In this peaceful city, some uneasy factors appeared again. Kayla didn't have much hesitation, and immediately put on her own battlesuit. Then flew out of the window, ready to fight evil. On the street, a few gangsters were driving cash transport trucks, running amok and domineering. Behind, several law enforcement vehicles followed. Bandits, listen up, stop and surrender quickly, otherwise, we will attack. Not only us, but also Spider-Man, he must be here soon. However, the gangsters were extremely arrogant and had no intention of being caught without a fight. It's just a little Spider-Man, who's afraid of him. The gangsters were so arrogant that they even opened fire on their own initiative, almost knocking over the law enforcement vehicle. At this moment, Kayla had already flown nearby and saw the general situation. They are all ordinary gangsters, and the difficulty is very low. Kayla is extremely relieved, the villains in this world don't seem to be very strong. Otherwise, his first appearance would not be so good looking. Kayla fell from the sky and landed on the street, blocking the way of the armored van. The gangsters were shocked when they found this woman who fell from the sky. However, it was too late to think and dodge. After helping to avoid it, it still bumped into Kayla. However, Kayla had her arms akimbo and didn't know what an opponent was. They were just a few ordinary gangsters. Kayla had already seen through them, and they couldn't threaten herself at all. The cash transport vehicle seemed to hit an extremely thick wall, turned a few somersaults and rolled down on the road. Law enforcers and passers-by were also surprised by Kayla's sudden appearance. This girl is also a superhero, I have never seen it before. I don't know where it came from, but it seems to be quite powerful. The gangsters wailed and climbed out of the overturned vehicle. Everyone was extremely angry, picked up the guy, and was about to shoot Kayla. Kayla was extremely confident, facing the hail of bullets, she walked directly to the front. Reaching out to grab the gun, with a little force, the barrel was bent directly. Only then did the gangsters start to get scared. The beautiful girl in front of her looks very beautiful, but she is actually so terrifying. You, what do you want to do? Don't come here. Kayla didn't care at all, but reached out and disarmed all the weapons of the people next to her. Then he said to them, you squat aside with your heads in your arms, waiting for the law enforcement officers to arrive. One of them was lucky, thinking that Kayla had no means of attacking, and immediately prepared to run away. Kayla was also polite, her eyes were red, and her hot gaze fell directly in front of the gangster, drawing a trace. The gangster was frightened half to death, he quickly retreated, crouched on the side of the road with his head in his arms, waiting for the law enforcement officers to arrive. Finally, someone came. After Spider-Man Peter heard the movement, he hurried over. However, when he arrived, he found that Kayla had subdued the gangsters first. Hi, I'm Spider-Man, who are you? Kayla has read reports and knows that Spider-Man is the superhero guarding the city, and she also has a good impression of Peter. I'm a supergirl. Peter was stunned, he had never seen this supergirl before, and he didn't know where it came from. No matter where it came from, it seems that the strength does not seem to be weak. The two hadn't chatted a few words before the law enforcement officers arrived at the scene. Kayla was also polite, they are the gangsters, if it's okay, I'll leave first. Kayla flew away directly, Peter was envious, this supergirl can fly. Peter originally wanted to follow to see the identity of this supergirl, but he held back in the end. Oh, she didn't cover her face. She will definitely be discovered. Kayla didn't care about it, she just went home and got ready to rest. Because of Kayla's appearance, the city is alive again. There's a new superhero, a beautiful girl. Although the detailed information is not yet known, but after all, the face is not covered, and the real identity should be discovered soon. The Bugle Daily, the boss James, as always, continued to touch the superheroes in the dark. Only, this time the object became a Supergirl. However, as a true fan of Spider-Man, James has not forgotten Spider-Man. After hacking the Supergirl, I still didn't forget my original intention, and changed my way to Black Spider-Man. Suyi was dating, but saw the message. Kayla turned into a Supergirl and defeated several gangsters. Suyi is not worried about Kayla's safety at all. A Kryptonian, in this world without natural enemies, if he even has an accident with a few gangsters, it would really be a disgrace to Krypton. The only problem was, Kayla ran out without covering her face. Suyi is a little worried that Kayla's identity will be exposed, and she will be involved at that time. When you get back, talk to Kayla about it and see if she wants to wear a mask. Supergirl Kayla made her debut and immediately attracted the attention of a large number of netizens. After all, this is a female superhero, and she is so beautiful, the topic is definitely not low. New superhero, Supergirl. She can actually fly. She seems to have a strong physical fitness, can withstand bullets, and her eyes can emit energy rays. She's just too pretty. The most amazing thing is that she didn't hide her identity. I've decided, I won't support Spider-Man anymore, I will support Supergirl. I protest, why is her skin color not black? This is discrimination. Suyi dated the beauty for a day, and brought Jane, Daisy, and Susan home that night. Kayla became numb seeing 3 more beauties. Without thinking at all, Kayla can know the relationship between Suyi and them. This, too amazing. There are so many beauties around him, and they live in peace. He can bear it. She has already seen Suyi's strength, and knows that Suyi's physical fitness is very strong. It's just that she didn't expect that Suyi has extraordinary abilities. Kayla suddenly realized something, and she might not be able to sleep well tonight. Suyi found a time to talk to Kayla about going out to save lives today. Kayla, are you out fighting crime today? To catch some bandits? Suyi praised, you did a good job, but it's a bit inappropriate for you to show your face like this. Kayla didn't think much, what's wrong? If you do this, you will expose your identity, and in this way, it will cause a lot of trouble. Kayla didn't care at all, and put on her glasses directly. Don't worry, most people won't recognize me. Suyi looked at the glasses Kayla was wearing. Could this be the Kryptonian's secret weapon? Suyi didn't intend to force it at first. That's fine. When you come back, try not to be discovered by others. As soon as Suyi finished speaking, he received a call from Tony Stark. Hello, Tony, it's late at night. Why did you remember to call me? I found out that the superhero who suddenly appeared today, the Supergirl, finally appeared in your villa. Don't you want to say something? Suyi was a little speechless, and just said not to be found out, but Tony found out. Yes, she is mine. You just need to know, don't spread the word. Tony just made a phone call to inquire, and didn't pay much attention. He also doesn't think Supergirl can beat Suyi. One more thing, I heard, you took some blood orchids from the lab. Yes, I suddenly have an idea. I want to study it. I need some blood orchids as materials. Isn't it okay? Definitely yes, I'm just curious, have you succeeded? It's a success, but the effect is so good that it's not suitable for mass production at the moment. Tony naturally understood Suyi's meaning. If the effect is too good, then there will be a big problem. Maya has been researching for half a year, and you actually succeeded. Half the battle. Tony didn't know what to say. If I knew you could research it, wouldn't Maya's research during this time be wasted? Suyi interrupted hastily, it's definitely not a waste, maybe there are other effects. Suyi and Tony chatted briefly for a while, and Tony just asked about Kayla. After confirming that it was related to Suyi and there was no harm, Tony felt relieved. Suyi was enjoying dinner with the beauties, when she was interrupted by another phone call. Suyi looked at the phone, and it was actually Sharon calling. Suyi and Sharon don't usually communicate too much. Last time, they rescued Sharon who was injured, and Sharon didn't say anything about repaying herself. Miss Sharon, what's the matter? Aunt Carter is dying, and I want you to save her. Carter is old and sick, and has been recuperating in the hospital. Tonight, the situation suddenly became critical. The hospital is already doing its best to rescue him, and even if he is rescued, it probably won't last long. The death of the Carter agent is in the movie, which is the plot in Captain 3. Logically speaking, he should still live for a few more years, so why did something go wrong all of a sudden? Miss Sharon, do you think too highly of me? I'm just an ordinary person. I'm not good at saving people. Sharon continued, I've asked Natasha Romanoff, she can heal the injury. But Aunt Carter, because of old age and illness, Natasha Romanoff said she can't heal either, only you can. This? Have you been betrayed by Natasha Romanoff? I'll go to the hospital to have a look. Suyi can only go and see, whether it can help or not. Suyi is hard to say. Carter is getting older and his immunity is weakening. The only thing that can save Carter is the water of life and Daisy's life energy. As for the beauty pill, the main effect is to delay aging, not to prolong life. Suyi wasn't sure how helpful Carter was. After much deliberation, he could only take Daisy to the hospital together. When we got to the hospital, we found Sharon and Steve there. After all, it was impossible for Steve to remain indifferent to such a situation. Steve saw Suyi, I heard from Sharon that you can save Carter. Please save her. She is one of the few supports I have in this world, and I cannot lose her. Suyi found that the Steve in this world is a bit different from the one in the movie. Steve, I have a question for you. Suyi quietly asked the question and got the answer quickly. Suyi really didn't expect that the Steve in this world is really an innocent boy. Well, for the sake of your infatuation, I will try my best to help her. But there is a problem. Steve asked quickly, what's the problem? Suyi said, she is too old to become like this. My solution is to prolong her life and make her younger. You should know, what does this mean? So, we can't let her such an obvious change be discovered so early. Both Steve and Sharon understood the importance of this matter. Sharon immediately suggested, Aunt Carter has a house, you can take Aunt Carter back. So much the better. Sharon continued, the house hasn't been cleaned for a long time, and it can't be lived in at all. I'll have someone clean it tomorrow so that Aunt Carter can live in it. Steve said immediately, I'll help clean up, too. Suyi nodded and said, that's the only way to go. Let's do treatment after we move in. Tonight, let's try it first. Daisy, try to send her some life energy. Daisy is usually idle, and will absorb some life energy of plants. Now, these life energies can heal diseases and save lives. With Daisy's input of life energy, Carter's situation also began to change. Suyi could feel that Carter's originally extremely weak physical fitness was slowly glowing with firepower at this moment. The fire of life, which was like a candle in the wind, has become more stable and vigorous again. Life energy is indeed useful. Carter's situation has stabilized slightly. But to heal, more life energy is needed. The next day, after Sharon and Steve packed up the house and took Carter back, they couldn't wait to contact Suyi and ask Suyi to treat Carter. This time, Suyi plans to give Carter a beauty pill, and then let Daisy deliver life energy. A two-pronged approach should help Carter live for a few more years. Suyi brought Daisy to Carter's house and started the treatment. Suyi took out the beauty pill and gave it to Carter first. Then, it was Daisy who delivered the life energy. Daisy carefully controlled the energy and began to help Carter heal. Carter is getting older, and this process will be longer. Suyi doesn't intend to help Carter regain his youth completely at once, but at least it can make Carter's situation much better. Steve and Sharon could only wait silently, not daring to disturb. 10 minutes passed, and the two of them could already see the initial changes. Carter's original old face was now a little more bloody, and it looked a little more angry, not as depressed as before. The treatment is not over yet, Daisy is still going on. It lasted for half an hour before Daisy stopped, and most of the effect of the beauty pill had been exerted. Steve and Sharon were shocked because Carter looked so much younger. The face that was originally full of wrinkles seemed to have lost a few wrinkles. The shriveled skin also regained some plumpness and elasticity. Carter really got younger, a lot younger. Carter's real age is close to 100 years old, but now, he looks to be in his 60s, and he looks quite energetic. Carter woke up and looked at the people around him, and immediately recognized Sharon and Steve. Carter remembered the memory of Steve visiting him, and also knew that Steve had been frozen for many years and had only woken up not long ago. Sharon. It's me, Aunt Carter. Carter set his sights on Steve. Steve was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. I am back. Carter said excitedly, I knew that you would definitely abide by the agreement. Steve hastily apologized, I'm sorry, I'm more than 60 years late. Carter shook his head, just come back. Both are excited and have a lot to say. Aunt Carter, talk to Steve slowly, and I'll see the doctor. Sharon knew that it was not suitable for her to stay here, so she took Suyi and Daisy aside. How is Aunt Carter? For the time being, it's not bad. It should be able to return to the state of being in the 60s. The memory can recover a lot. With a little exercise, I can definitely walk by myself. I should be able to live about 10 years longer. The specific situation depends on these few years. Sharon was extremely greedy, you should still be able to continue the treatment, right? Suyi sighed, well, I'll come back for another treatment next month. After Sharon heard about it, she was extremely happy. Thank you, Sue. You know, I prefer physical thanks over words. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow night. That's about the same. I'll definitely be there. Suyi and Daisy left together. Daisy couldn't help but said, looks like we will have another sister tomorrow. Suyi didn't think much at all, she doesn't like me, she should just eat. I do not believe. Suyi didn't bother to argue too much with Daisy, she might as well do something meaningful with this time. The weather seems to be good today. Let me take you to a place with lush plants to absorb some life energy. How could Daisy not know what Suyi was thinking? Daisy would not miss this opportunity to be alone with Suyi. Okay. Daisy absorbed the life energy of the plants in the forest, while Carter recovered a lot and was able to walk on his own. Sharon was also happy for Carter. I have been alone all my life, and now I can finally enjoy it. Steve was also extremely excited, remembering the promise. Carter, do you remember our agreement? I still owe you a dance. After Carter's treatment, his memory has returned to normal, and he definitely remembers this incident. I remember. I think today is a good day for us to catch up on this dance. Carter readily agreed to Steve's suggestion. Only Sharon was extremely nervous, and Carter, I think you should rest more. It's not too late to postpone this dance for a few days. Carter was very happy. I know my physical condition, just dance, there will be no problem. Sharon was very helpless, seeing Carter's happy appearance. Sharon didn't want to disturb Carter's interest. Suyi also said that Carter should be able to walk independently. That being the case, dancing a simple, slow-paced dance doesn't seem to be a problem. Before Sharon could say anything else, Steve had found the phonograph and played the music. May I ask you to dance, my girl? Carter tried his best to restrain his excitement. Definitely yes. Steve hugged Carter lightly, and the two of them swayed slowly to the music. Sharon could only watch quietly from the sidelines. Seeing the two dancing, Sharon couldn't help but took out the camera and took a picture of the two. Both Steve and Carter were immersed in the warmth of at the moment. This dance has been owed for nearly 70 years, and today, it is finally made up. When Steve woke up, he didn't have much belonging to this era. Until now, he knows that his good brother Bucky is still alive, living in a place like Xanadu Geniki. Not only that, but his lover Carter has now regained some life. It still looks old, but Steve doesn't mind it one bit. Steve knew that he could make a home in this era. After waiting for the song to end, Sharon quickly dissuaded the two of them. "And Carter, I think it's time for you to rest for a while." Steve also calmed down. It's time to rest for a while, there will be plenty of time later. Steve also learned from Sharon that Suyi will continue to treat Carter, making Carter younger and have a longer lifespan. That made Steve very grateful. After Carter rested, Steve took out his mobile phone and contacted Suyi. "Steve, what's the matter?" "Nothing, I just wanted to thank you again. Because of you, I fulfilled the promise and made up for that dance. I can't thank you enough to know how to repay you." Suyi hurriedly stopped. "Oh, there's no need. Sharon is already going to treat me to dinner, and I've already agreed. I think Carter and I must also thank you." Suyi couldn't refuse. "Then next month, after Daisy and I help Carter with his treatment, I will stay as a guest." "Great." With a few casual words, Suyi dismissed Steve. Suyi didn't expect to help Steve and Carter complete this dance. Suyi has seen photos of Carter when he was young, and he is quite beautiful. However, Suyi has no interest in Carter. At least, Carter has no interest in this world. The Carter of this world is already so big, and still has a deep affection for Steve. Suyi will not mix it. If there is Carter from other worlds, I might consider it. Suyi helped Carter complete a treatment that helped Carter regain his youth. In order to express her gratitude, Sharon decided to invite Suyi to dinner. Suyi also went to the appointment alone after some simple preparations. Suyi originally thought that Sharon was not interested in her, but Sharon just wanted to thank herself. "So, just take Daisy with you." Daisy, on the other hand, was very sensible and turned down the invitation. "No way, Suyi can only go alone." Came to the restaurant, Suyi met Sharon. As an agent, Sharon usually has a very capable image. Today, it seems that I have prepared carefully and dressed beautifully. "Hello, beautiful lady, may I sit here?" Sharon looked up at Suyi. "Is this interesting for you?" Suyi felt a little helpless, so she had to sit down straight. "Sharon, it's so boring for you to do this." Sharon shrugged. "That's who I am." After Suyi sat down, the two began to order food. "Would you like a drink?" "I don't like drinking very much, but I can't get drunk anyway. If you want to drink, I can accompany you." "Then have a drink." Food, wine, and beauties, but Suyi always felt that something was missing. Suyi quickly realized that the person was wrong, so he talked about the atmosphere. Although the Sharon in front of her was beautiful, she belonged to the unmovable category. Suyi wasn't even interested in flirting with girls. Where did the atmosphere come from? The two were drinking together, and Sharon took the initiative to speak. "Thank you for treating Aunt Carter, and last time, you were the one who saved me." "You're welcome, we're still friends, aren't we?" Sharon felt a little surprised. "Friend? I thought you had other ideas." Suyi explained. "It was there at the beginning, but it's gone now. You don't like me, why should I force myself? Besides, there are too many beauties around me now, and I'm quite busy." Sharon was a little speechless and didn't say much. It's true that Suyi is very busy. Sharon still understands. "Friends? Not bad. I hated you before, I thought you were a playboy who cheated on women, more annoying than Tony Stark. Now, hate me even more." Sharon shook her head. "That's not true. I talked with Natasha Romanoff and the others, and they were all voluntary. I think the confidant around you is also willing. They don't mind. I have no reason to say anything." Suyi was a little surprised that Sharon's attitude towards her had changed. "I don't know when it started. I don't even know if it's a good thing." For Suyi, attacking Sharon became possible. Suyi thought about it, and decided to let nature take its course. "Take it down if you can, and if you can't, Suyi won't force it." Suyi joked. "Oh, it seems that Miss Sharon's attitude towards me has changed. It seems that I have another chance." "Okay, try it." Sharon's answer surprised Suyi. Sharon didn't refuse. "This is really unexpected." Sharon also saw Suyi's surprise, so she explained, "During this time, I also discovered it. Apart from the shortcoming of being fickle, you actually have many advantages. You are very attractive. No wonder you can attract so many beauties. That definitely, my whole body is full of strengths and charm." Suyi was surprised to find that it seemed possible to capture Sharon. Therefore, in the following time, Suyi also tried his best to win the relationship between the two of them. In the movie, Sharon doesn't have much information either. Suyi only knows that Sharon's ability is very strong. After helping Steve get the equipment and starting the Civil War, things are not going well for Sharon. Playing again, it is already after the Avengers Alliance 4, Falcon took over S.H.I.E.L.D. and became the new captain. Sharon is walking in a gray area. I don't know whether it is good or bad, but at least she is doing well. Suyi doesn't know much about Sharon in front of her. Therefore, Suyi can only act by feeling and telepathy's ability. Under Suyi's feeling, Sharon's performance was quite frank without too many twists and turns. After dinner, Sharon asked curiously, "Where do you usually go after dating other beauties?" "I usually send them home." Sharon couldn't believe it. "Send them home? That's not your style." Suyi asked rhetorically, "So, in your impression, what should I do? Shouldn't they be left behind?" Suyi understood Sharon's meaning. "Most of the cases will not. I will send them back. I respect them a lot and see what they think." Suyi also probably understood Sharon's thoughts, so she took the initiative to say, "I want to take the initiative to keep you. Are you willing to stay?" Sharon didn't have much hesitation. "I do." Suyi was very surprised by Sharon's answer. Everything went so smoothly that Suyi couldn't get used to it. Sharon's attitude towards herself has changed too much. Even if there is number 180 degrees, it has changed by at least 90 degrees. Suyi couldn't help reminding, "If you just want to repay me, one meal is enough. I don't want you to repay me in a special way. I hope you stay, out of voluntary, out of liking. I think you drank a little too much today, let me take you home." Suyi is not playing hard to get, but really thinks so. Sharon didn't expect Suyi to answer herself like this, and unconsciously, her favorability towards Suyi increased again. "I am willing to stay, not because I want to repay you. I just hope that someone who is not too annoying can accompany me." Suyi thought that Sharon had misunderstood her meaning, and it turned out that Sharon thought so. That being the case, Suyi has no psychological burden. "So, I'm just a less annoying person. Right." Suyi knew in her heart that what Sharon said, in fact, she must have a good impression of herself. "Okay, then you can stay." Suyi took the initiative to embrace Sharon and left the restaurant together. Suyi took Sharon home, and Sharon had been thinking about a problem. That is, when did I start to change my attitude towards Suyi? Sharon herself couldn't tell. Maybe it was that time to save himself. Maybe it was when Suyi dealt with Hydra at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Maybe it was the time when the mountain collapsed. Suyi showed up in time and saved many people. Sharon couldn't tell, but one thing Sharon was sure of was that she never hated Suyi. Even, the favorability towards Suyi is still very high now. Suyi brought back another beauty. Everyone is no stranger to it. Only Kayla, apart from marveling at Suyi's charm, was also very uncomfortable. She couldn't figure it out. Isn't Suyi tired at all? Suyi has another beauty. Life didn't cause much disturbance. Suyi is at home with the beauty, and at this moment, Thor has come to the edge of the galaxy. Thor came here not because of anything else, but because of Suyi's suggestion. Last time, Thor learned that Thanos wiped out the dwarf family, and realized one thing: Asgard has paid too little attention to the universe in recent years. So, Thor is ready to go to the universe. Suyi gave Thor a suggestion that there might be a god-hunting villain, Gorr the Godslayer. So, Thor takes Stormbreaker and Mjolnir on the road, ready to see if the gods in the universe are still safe and sound. After traveling all the way, Thor came to the edge of the galaxy and found the guardian of the edge of the galaxy, Faragor. Looking at Faragor's huge body, Thor couldn't believe it. Such a god died without any movement. Thor hasn't discovered much along the way. However, Faragor's body is enough to prove that the god slayer Suyi said has already appeared, and has even reached the vicinity of the Milky Way. According to the normal situation, Gear the god slayer is aimless, only to hunt and kill the gods. It should take about 10 years to reach the solar system. In the comics, Gorr the god slayer persisted for 2,000 years. During this time, countless gods were killed. Suyi and Thor couldn't determine the trajectory of Gorr the Godslayer, so Thor could only look for the traces of Gorr the Godslayer nearby. Finally, in a galaxy not far from the Milky Way, traces of the Godslayer gear were discovered. When Thor came to this planet, Thor only saw the corpses of gods, several corpses of gods, discarded at will. Thor could tell that the gods had died not long ago, at least not more than 10 days ago. Thor was extremely angry. The aloof god was slaughtered just like that. As a member of the gods, Thor will never allow anyone to challenge the majesty of the gods. This can be different from Suyi's nature. Even though Suyi is an ordinary person, he also defeated him, but it was a normal contest. But Gear, the Godslayer, committed the act of slaughtering the gods. Godslayer Gear, I will definitely find you. Thor wandered in the universe, looking for the trace of the Godslayer. Finally, Thor found out. Thor in the universe saw the battle of the gods. The movement of the battle was so intense that even Thor in the universe could see it clearly. On a planet, Thor is slaughtering gods. The god of harvest on this planet is kneeling and praying in front of Godslayer Gear. No, please let me go. Gale snarled, damn you all gods. I have prayed to the gods, but there has never been an answer. Now, you are kneeling in front of me, begging me to let you go. Mortals are not the playthings of you gods, and mortals will eventually overthrow you gods. In the wailing of the god of harvest, Gear, the Godslayer, raised his black death sword, and was about to complete his act of slaughtering the god. At this moment, a hammer descended from the sky with the power of endless thunder. He smashed the black death sword hard and saved the harvest god of this planet. Gear looked at Thor falling from the sky, immediately felt Thor's power, and smiled. You are also a god. Thor made no secret, I am Thor, son of Odin. You willfully slaughter the gods, you will be punished by God. Gear dismissed it. God's punishment? Just rely on you. The two didn't talk speculatively, and started fighting directly. Thor has Stormbreaker in one hand and Mjolnir in the other hand, and they fight Thor directly. However, Thor sees a problem. The sword in the opponent's hand is a bit powerful. Thor can perceive that this sword contains powerful power, the power to kill gods. This force has a strong suppression on God. Thor is brave and good at fighting, and Geir is not a vegetarian. Over the years, Geir has hunted and killed many gods. Even when encountering the powerful Thor, Geir can easily deal with it. The god-killing black light collided with Thor's thunder power, and in the end it was Thor who fell to the disadvantage. Thor just found it unbelievable. He didn't expect that Geir, the god slayer, was so powerful. Thor fought Suyi, and also Thanos. This time, Thor felt the threat of death. If I continue to fight, I am afraid that I will really die here. Geir is not only fighting, but also using mouth escape, performing mental attacks. Oh, weak god. Have you felt the fear of death? I used to think that the god above is omnipotent. It wasn't until I killed a god for the first time that I realized that gods also bleed. Thor is getting more and more impatient, because Thor knows that if he continues to entangle like this, he may not be the opponent of Geir, the god slayer. At that time, I will explain myself here. Thor, who has experienced many things, is no longer the stunned young man who wants to destroy the Frost Titan by himself. Thor decided to go back and ask for help. Seek the help of his father Odin, seek the help of Suyi. Seeing that Thor was at a disadvantage, the god of harvest also used his divine power, and the wind dissipated part of the god-killing power. However, the god of harvest is not a combat god after all, and the help he can provide is limited. Thor seized the opportunity and came before the god of harvest. I'm no match for him, we have to leave first. The god of harvest also knew Geir's strength, and knew that if he continued to entangle, his life would definitely be lost. But, if I leave, what will happen to the mortals and civilizations I shelter? Thor was silent for a moment. His target is us gods, and he shouldn't do anything to mortals. We just need to find a helper, and we will be back soon to get rid of this god slayer. The god of harvest doesn't have much hesitation, and she can see that Geir's target is these gods. In this way, retreating first is also a good choice. Let's leave first. Thor raises Stormbreaker, summons Bifrost, and prepares to return to Asgard. Seeing this, Geir definitely couldn't let Thor go. The power of killing gods is ready to intercept the two of them. Thor hastily threw out Mjolnir to stop him and help him escape smoothly. And Mjolnir was soon called back. Geir watched the rainbow light disappear before his eyes, extremely angry. After finally finding two targets, unfortunately, they were all run away. Geir looked at the planet, and there were no gods anymore. Geir also lacked interest and didn't intend to do anything. They will come back, and when that time comes, I will wipe them out in one fell swoop. Geir even thought of a way to create a god bomb to destroy all the gods of time in one fell swoop. The task is too complex, too difficult. However, Geir had an idea. Grab these gods, let them work as coolies, and help him create this god bomb. On the other hand, Thor has returned to Asgard with the god of harvest, returning to a familiar place.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.